The Glover Trophy, Freddie March Memorial Trophy, and the final practice session will be part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul at 5:50. Then to finish off the first day, we have our first race, the Sussex Trophy, which will take to the line at 6:30 p.m. Well, what a treat we've got in store today. I'm joined by David Green. Looking at that list there, we've got tons of practice, tons of track action to look forward to, but that's just one part of Goodwood Revival. There's so much going on around the site. What are you looking forward to today, David?
I'm looking forward to everything as usual. I've just got here. I'm excited, as is everybody else. It's very much the highlight of the UK, if not the world's motorsport calendar this weekend. You know, I just walked through the paddock and I saw a lineup of Aston Martin DB4 GTs. They'll be racing in the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy this weekend. But for today, I'm really looking forward to that first race you mentioned, the Sussex Trophy, for cars between 55 and 60. And already we're going to see those cars racing into the night at 6:30 night. It's a 1-hour race, 2 drivers, and you will already see the likes of Tom Christensen, Andre Lotter, Gordon Shedden, these motoring greats trying their hand at the older cars. I know you're into the bikes, Grace, as well. Have you had a chance to look around the paddock yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've painted the picture beautifully for that. It's going to be glorious tonight. But yes, I have had a quick look around the paddock, and for me, I'm very much excited about the 2 wheels. So I'm going to look forward to seeing the bikes go round for their practice for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. They're all lined up getting ready. There'll be World Superbike champions there, TT riders, lots to look forward to. But just being here and seeing the sights and sounds of Goodwood Revival getting ready is definitely getting me excited. And someone else that I'm sure will be excited is down on the grid now, and you definitely won't miss him when you see what he's wearing. Ed Foster, over to you. Tell us a bit more about your outfit and what you're doing down there.
Well, thank you very much. This is a little different for me. I'm usually in a suit. I've got to admit, I lost a bet. However, there is a reason for this. At the moment, I have a couple of Polynesian dancers behind me, but we are going to have the Manx beach buggies coming out. So for that, I thought I'd dress up. And I know it is more Southport than South Beach, Florida. And these, last time you saw legs like these, they were sticking out the bottom of a bird's nest. However, when we have Manx cars, I should hopefully be able to do a wander about the cars and tell you all about them. They were the dune buggy of the 1960s, and they were so successful in dune racing. Some fantastic cars. We've got the prototype, we've got the one that Steve McQueen drove in the Thomas Crown Affair, so we've got some absolutely fantastic machinery. But for now, it's just myself standing on a wet Sussex track with the 2 Polynesian dancers. Come back to me in a bit, and we'll go around the beach buggies.
Isn't he a ray of sunshine down there? It's lovely to see what he's wearing shining through, especially with this grey weather, but it's certainly not dampening people's spirits. It's great to see all the different outfits and get-ups. So tell us a bit about what you're wearing, David. Well, let's talk a bit of fashion.
Well, I look a bit drab compared to Ed. Great to have Ed back, by the way. He had a baby. Well, he didn't have his baby. His wife had a baby at Festival of Speed, so lovely to have him back. What he doesn't realise is I've got his bag with his change of clothes in. So
yeah, we need to find out a bit more about that.
I'm a little bit more somber, but I'd be really looking forward to looking at those Manx. 60 years of those cars celebrated here on track, and we'll be seeing tons of them going around for the parade early in the morning. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we need to find out a bit more about this bet that he's lost. I hope he stays warm wearing those shorts and shirt. But for now, we'll get up to our commentary box, who will be talking over that very first parade lap and checking out those Manx buggies.
Well, we're thoroughly looking forward to getting everything going here today. And, of course, the beach buggies is going to be a great start to the day, Bruce. We don't quite have the sunshine, as we've just seen.
Look, it's something new, it's something different. And these are the cars. I really got into Americana when I was a child. And I was sort of torn between the NASCARs, but the other end of the spectrum was the dune buggies. Beach buggy, dune buggy. I think we fall on the side of dune buggy in terms of description. But the assembly, we must have about 60 different shapes and sizes. And it's going to run on from here as well, because one's being flown in, delivered here, and it's going to be launched at Earl's Court, our own motor show.
It's going to be wonderful to see them coming out there. I headed down there just a little while ago, chatted to a few of them. There's some wonderful shows, all part of Goodwood, though, going on already.
Well, yesterday they had the annual match, but because it was raining so heavily, they had to play inside Goodwood House. Mind the Canaletto, but here it's a little safer out on the banking. But beware, the grass is wet, gentlemen. But how's that?
Indeed, it is a little damp out there, but nevertheless, it's still fun. And of course, for the beach buggies, they were all covered up over the night, protected from the rain, because once they come out, there's not a lot of protection from the rain, even though a lot of them have got some sort of hood on. But of course, many of them were designed to be fully open and to have fun on a beach. They don't get on the beaches very often in this country anymore, but they are going to thoroughly enjoy the parade today.
No, absolutely so. And they weren't just things to have fun with on the dunes. They were also very, very competitive. So now we're getting our first sight, and Baja, just that spur of Mexico, just south of California, is where they were in their absolute pomp. But it was then on the beaches of California that these dune buggies really settled in well. But look, we've got some over from Germany. Yeah. This is something about Goodwood. They bring the great and good from all over. And can you imagine how long some of these owners have had these Manx buggies? And why are they called Manx, Ben? Do you have an answer?
Yes, it's all about the man that started it all off. Bruce Myers was the Californian who came up with the idea. He wasn't the only one who came up with the idea, but he came up with the idea of creating beach buggies. There were one or two other manufacturers who were sort of thinking of it, but he came up with this brilliant plan of basically taking a VW Beetle and turning it into a beach buggy. So when you're looking at these, look at the front suspension, for example. That's right off a VW Beetle. So is the rear suspension, but the chassis is shortened by, well, about 15 inches or so. For most of them, we've got a few long wheelbase ones, but most of them are these lovely little short wheelbase machines.
They are, and also the images I remember as a child was them sort of leaping over sand dunes, and I think various films they had. We've got the one from the Thomas Crown affair. We'll try and pick that one out of the crowd, but they just lived with that culture of California in the 60s going into the 70s, and then I don't know how many they sold in all, but it was a prodigious number.
Yeah, no, it was a huge number. It was very big in the UK, and it's lovely that there is still this real support in the UK for an event like this, and so many of them have this enthusiasm for their beach buggies. It went on in America, of course, weather-wise, particularly in California, you were going to be able to drive it all year round, whereas in the UK, it doesn't always work quite that way.
Oh, come on, driving around the UK, even if it's raining, you see people with the tops off their cars as well, so we just go with the flow here. But great to see these assembling, and also you can imagine this is a get-together of really like-minded people who've probably had these for a very long time. They've been given the signal to come here, and why wouldn't you do it? And also looking at how some of them are dressed, not just Ed Foster, got the dancing girls at the front, but people make an enormous effort, and it just always adds to the Goodwood revival to have something of a theme, something different, and this certainly is different.
Absolutely right, and you've got various clubs. I was talking to some of the guys from the Midland Buggy Club earlier on, but we've got buggy clubs from all over the country who have gathered this weekend. They do different events throughout the course of the year. That Midland group, they do Swanage Carnival in July, and that is all part and parcel of getting the cars out and having some fun. And they also do some, in the past, they've done some lovely stuff like Manchester Children's Hospital, where they've given kids a ride out of the hospital in beach buggies. And I think since COVID, that hasn't been around so much, but that was a lovely thing that they used to do.
You know, one of the beauties, Ben, is there's something different. There's something that you can't look at and not think they're fun. It puts a smile on your face. And again, as we see these Manx buggies moving around the circuit, you'll see they come in every colour imaginable, and then a few more. So they're going to be some that really, really stand out from the crowd. I can see the metallic green one about 2/3 of the way down the grid, and still they come. So many have come here to Goodwood. Yes, the sun should be shining later in the weekend, but there it shines if you're wearing a Hawaiian suit, and there is Ed Foster down on the grid, towering over at 6'7", everyone else, but he'll be loving this.
Yeah, it's a lovely opportunity to get to know a little bit more about some of the machinery that is out there. That's one of the long wheelbase machines, no doubt about it, and they will be heading around in just a little while, but it's an opportunity for us to really enjoy them and see them coming out onto the circuit. Let's go down to Ed and learn a bit more now about some of these beach buggies. Ed.
Thank you so much. So it's all kicking off. The Polynesian dancers are dancing. We've got all the cars here, so if you just follow me, so this car here, I'm sorry, Your Grace, this car here is the car that Steve McQueen drove in that film, Thomas Crown Affair. And through here is Philip, who is the chairman of Myers Manx. Now, I'm so sorry, guys, I'm going to interrupt. What a wonderful view on a Friday morning.
Truly, it's incredible. Really humbling for all of us. An incredible congregation of buggies and celebrating California beach culture here at Goodwood.
And just tell me a little bit about this car that you arrived in.
This is the Myers Manx Resorter. This is a 4-seat vehicle. These were originally created for Hilton Hotel Group for hotel resorts. And this is His Grace's.
Fantastic. Now, look, I have a spare outfit like this. Would you like to borrow it tomorrow?
Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow I'll be in my Hawaiian shirt.
Fantastic. Look, so you can stay with me a second. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's carry on down the grid. And let's see who else we got. I'm sorry, Andrew. Good morning. How are we doing? You've got one of the best seats in the house.
I certainly have. I'm very lucky to be driving with Richard from Mayors Manx, and I'm very excited to be going around the track.
And have you been in one of these before?
No, my very first time. So I've been around the Goodwood track once before, but never in anything like this. So
fantastic. Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you so much.
Now, something with these cars, they actually sound great. Something that was a bit of a surprise. Oh, a fellow, don't want to say fancy dress wearer, but look, you've got the right hat, you've got the right outfit, even your boots. I don't know whether you can come round and have a look at the boots. I feel as though my plimsolls have really been outdone on that. So where have you come from?
Come from Duke of London. We've come from Brentford.
Right. I was hoping you'd say something like Philadelphia.
I've come from California.
Yeah. So is this your car?
It's not my car, no. It's Mayors Manx. Yeah.
And how did you get in the driver's seat?
Looking after him for Mayors Manx. Yeah. I lucked out, I think.
Yeah. Well, look, enjoy it.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So let's carry it. Oh, who else have we got? Oh, hang on. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to come down here. Someone else has got the memo. My fellow shirt wearer. It's quite chilly, isn't it?
No, not at all. It's nice warm south coast down here. I'm from the Midlands, so it's a bit cooler up there.
And is this your car?
It is indeed, yeah, Sidewinder. Lots of fun.
Lots of fun. Do you get to use it much?
Oh, absolutely. A week ago, I was up in Yorkshire, 6-hour drive from Herefordshire, with a bunch of buggies at Filey. Wonderful sunny weather, a little better than here. And then 2 weeks before that, we're up in Lincoln, driving around the cathedral. Tremendous fun, absolutely. You must get one to match your outfit.
Fantastic. Look, we've had the whistle. All these cars are leaving the start line, and I am going to go and get changed.
Thank you so much, Ed. It's been great to see you like that this morning, and you might be getting changed for later in the day, but in the meantime we can enjoy the beach buggies as they head off. And as Ed was saying, the noise is actually great, and we're going to hear that as they all set off from these VW Beetle engines. And I was chatting away. The most common actually is the 1600cc VW Beetle engine, but you can go from 1100 up to 2.4 litres, and there's a couple of Corvair powered machines out there, so they'll sound a bit different.
They will. In fact, just before Ed said that, I was going to say the soundtrack you get him on these, so distinctive, and many a perfectly good Beetle was sacrificed. $600 would buy you the kit for the Mayors Manx, and put in the back, far more fun. I'm still very keen on very early Beetles as well, but these are something different. Dune buggies, not on a dune, but around a circuit, but bear it in your picture, if you will, these leaping over the dunes in the Baja 1000, and again, in any beach that had dunes on it in California, particularly through the 60s. Great to have them here, but the Duke of Richmond and Gordon getting his hair, given a bit of a blowing around, but I love the wicker seats in that front buggy. It reminds me of the little Fiat 500 Topolinos they used to have with the open sides in Italy in the late 1950s.
Yeah, and it is great that the Duke is out there and enjoying the ride as this initial display gets underway here at Goodwood to kick off the revival here in 2024, and we're looking forward to a fantastic weekend. I know the weather's not perfect, but we are looking forward to a remarkable calendar, and we are looking at some very, very exciting stuff to be done. As we've got that the one from the cameras, as we know from the film, from the Thomas Crown Affair film, that's the car that's following in second place, isn't it?
Again, that's got the sort of fared-in headlights. The majority of the cars have the lights out by the sort of cycle front wings, but really came in any colour you wanted, these cars, with the roof or without. Those here today with the roof maybe have a little more protection, but open-sided, just so much fun. Everything exposed, a bit like little 500cc races we're going to have later in the day. You can see precisely what they do and what they're made from.
Yeah, actually you're right, because they're pretty light. I was chatting to some of the guys earlier on, and they weigh about 600 kilograms, so they're not particularly heavy. I mean, they're sort of single-seater weight, isn't it, in many ways? Okay, the 500cc's are even lighter than that. These are, as I say, not hugely powerful. I was asking what top speed is. Normally about 70 miles an hour, they were saying. That's about your top speed. But of course, rear-wheel drive with that rear engine, built originally for getting onto beaches and then doing the Baja and those big events and doing incredibly well, that's what made them so successful.
No, entirely. And let's face it, if you're doing 70 in one of these, it's going to feel like 100 come what may, because you're going to be buffeted around enormously. But just great to see them here. I'm trying to remember if the program, the Banana Bunch, did they go around in a beach buggy at the start, or was it something else back in the late 60s, early 70s? But anyhow, it was all about beach culture. It was about having fun, about being a bit wacky. And this Manx parade, oh, someone getting a tail out of shape, going to St Mary's.
Oh, we're getting a spinner already. But thankfully, a very neat little 360, really. Not going off too wide. Reverse to get out of the way, and then back in to join the parade, which is lovely to see. So, yeah, it just shows you the track is a bit damp out there this morning. No surprise. And we could see some exciting running when we get the Sussex Trophy machinery out shortly. They'll be going out for a qualifying session soon for what is going to be the first race of the weekend, and it's a big race that's coming up this evening. So I do hope, whether you're here at Goodwood today already or watching us online, I do hope you'll be around for that very first race taking place later today.
Well, the weather forecast is that by about 6 o'clock, so just for that race, the sun should be out fully. It's supposed to be making an appearance this morning, but I believe it's slept in. But for these cars, yeah, great big, you know, the wheels look really, particularly those rear wheels, very big, so they should have lots of grip. But what we saw with the one that had the little rotation into St Mary's was it flicked one way, it flicked the other, then with all that weight at the rear, round it went.
It is a bit tricky with this, the one from the film, from the Thomas Crown Affair, because it's got that wrap-around windscreen, but it's not a very high windscreen. And you can see that when you've got weather like this, it's not the most perfect machine to be in.
No, but it's all about the experience of being here and wind in the hair. But actually, what we really need, if they ever come again, is for a sand dune for them to jump over. Correct. And the Duke's son, Charles, is the one getting his hair blown around in the Thomas Crown Affair buggy, following his father in the wonderful wicked-seated 4-seater buggy, which seems almost anathema. But as we heard at the start of the show, these were commissioned by the Hilton Group to ferry people around, probably in their hotels in Acapulco, I would reckon.
Yeah, and Charlie's able to give himself a big wipe, isn't he, as he comes around. It's a bit of a tricky one, that, but he's doing well, and he's still got a smile on his face. He's still enjoying himself, which is lovely to see. And yeah, I think the parade is providing plenty of noise, and yeah, that's rather fun to see how you can go to the beach in different ways.
Well, that looks the perfect combination. And out just on the outside of the circuit, there are a whole load of 1960s American station wagons with the boards on top as well. The whole scene is set, as it always is at the Goodwood Revival. But actually, that's possibly providing a tiny little bit of sort of wind protection as they go around. But it just looks right, doesn't it? Apart from the fact it's on a wet circuit in West Sussex, it does look right. Not far from the beach, mind.
Absolutely right. It's amazing that it's lovely to see this in here we are, 2024. It was actually in the late 60s, early 70s that the buggy heyday in the UK really kicked off. There was tons of press coverage. Remember, what we're celebrating is when Bruce Mayers actually started this with the Mayers Manx, the first buggy he created. That was in the mid-1960s in America, and of course it picked up in America hugely. But here in the UK, the press coverage in the late 60s, early 70s got massive. But then I think it eased off a little bit because, of course, we never quite had the same weather, as I mentioned earlier, for USA. But it's lovely that there has been this gathering that has collected. And I gather that you know, there's still manufacturers in this part of the world, in the UK, that are still doing a lot of work, building fiberglass bodywork, making all new kit as well. And there was another British manufacturer that got the right got licensed to build 100 versions of the Myers back in 1999. That's Mel Hubbard, and some of those that we see here are some of those.
In fact, if you think around the coastline, and we certainly have a fantastic coastline in the UK, some of the beaches that spring to mind that would be fantastic to be going around in a buggy would be Pendine Sands down in Wales.
That's one of the few places they're allowed to, apparently.
I was going to say the restriction is whether you're allowed to get out onto the sand, and if you've never been to the Pendine Sands in South Wales, well worth a visit.
Yeah, no, that's what they were telling me. Apparently there are some occasional runs at Pendine, and the Black Rock in North Wales, apparently that apparently is sometimes allowing beach runs for the beach buggies. There was a nice little run just a couple of weeks ago, I think, up at Oliver's Mount as well.
Up in Scarborough?
Yeah, up in Scarborough. They showed me a nice picture of the collection up there. So some of them have been doing quite a lot of these runs, and they do go over to Europe as well. There are events in Europe in Netherlands, in Germany, in Belgium, has won a big event every year around the May, June time.
Now, there is one that is so distinctive. Looks like a VW Beetle with most of it taken out. Of course, you need that giant air scoop. Looks like a sort of 1975 Formula 2 car there at top, but something different underneath. Is it a buggy? Well,
it's interesting, isn't it? It's a modified VW Beetle, which is what they all are, but that looks much more like the original VW Beetle, even though it's not quite original. It's even got some spring front suspension. Most of these have still got the torsion front suspension that a VW Beetle originally had. And chatting to one of the drivers earlier, he's saying actually the torsion front suspension is still the best because you've got a softness to it in this light vehicle, and it gives you a bit more comfort. Sometimes they get too stiff. And then they're less comfortable. But it's lovely to look at that. Yeah, as you say, the VW Beetle, basically that's the more original shape with the longer chassis, whereas all these other buggies were based on the VW Beetle, but with a shorter chassis and fiberglass bodywork.
Yes, with added lightness, I think is how one would describe the regular Myers-Manx buggy. But this one looks like it's come across from Germany. It's got sort of the national colours on board, but something distinctive. Will sound exactly the same as the others. And again, it really is the sort of heartbeat of these buggies. It's just that VW sound. It really is 60s California. What I loved, even if you went in the 80s to San Francisco, there were still so many old Beetles popping and banging away around.
Yeah, and of course, remember, Ferdinand Porsche was the man behind the VW Beetle originally, so a lot of his design actually was a big part of beach buggies later on, wasn't it?
No, definitely. Some cities just seem as though they should still have early Beetles. I was in Cape Town a few weeks ago, and I thought, perfect, going up the slope towards the cable car to the top, that's Beetle country.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, some of the ones out here are some of those British-made ones as well. GP Speed Shop, based in Hanworth and Middlesex. They created quite a lot. The UK GP Speed Shop, owned by South African Pierre du Plessis, and partner John Jobber. And they did a very similar quality finish, in fact, to the Mayer Manx. And UK Volksrod, that was another one, Doncaster-based, run by Bill Monks. And that was a completely British design with extended side panels. And they were seen to be pretty sturdy, but for some they lacked the aesthetic appeal. And for Bruce Mayers, it was that aesthetic appeal that really did capture so many customers in those early years.
Look, I think you also have to remember the scenario. You came out of the 50s, lots of optimism in the States, but then people wanted to have fun, and this was the perfect vehicle for that in the 60s. Only 20 years after the end of the Second World War, fun was required from a world that hadn't had a lot of fun for a long time, and I think that just encapsulated it all. I think he had his finger on the pulse of the moment and just put a lot of fun into a lot of people's lives. Even if you didn't own one, you could see them and almost feel as though you're part of the movement.
Absolutely right. In the UK as well, it ended up being quite a lot of Mini-based versions. There were some Mini-based vehicles that were a bit similar to beach buggies. Not quite the same, though.
No, certainly. Well, a sort of similar concept, but sat lower to the ground. But in fact, these weren't made to be dropped out with parachutes from by the Air Force, were they? No,
that's something we will be seeing. Vehicles that were designed for military use. That's something we're going to be seeing a lot on Sunday here at Goodwood this weekend. But we will, if you're here at Goodwood over the course of the next few days, we will be seeing these out again to start each and every day, just to get everything rolling along beautifully. And I do hope you enjoy seeing the beach buggies out. The first parade that we always have at the Revival every day is always a fun thing to enjoy. And for, of course, the people who own these cars or drive them, it's just a lovely opportunity to come to the Revival, show off their car, and then enjoy the whole experience of everything else that's going on here this weekend.
And for them, for all these owners and people who've been given a chance to have a ride in them, they'll be having their own party within, and then, like anybody who comes to Revival, they'll wander around the paddock and see all sorts of other vehicles, 4 wheels and 2. But let's take a look at the highlights of the Myers-Manx display, the parade that kicked off the Friday at Goodwood.
The Friday, yes indeed. We haven't got to Sunday yet. We are looking at some of this lovely machinery, these VW Beetle-based machines that were being celebrated on the grid before they got going at all, and there's a lovely scenes and the way that these beach buggies have been prepared and set up to go out, and the Duke of Richmond getting a good run out front in a car, in a beach buggy that he owns himself. Lots of photographs being taken, and the ability, thankfully, to not get too wet, even if it was a bit slippery out there, and as somebody found out, it's easy to make a mistake. We might be seeing some more of that. And the son of the Duke of Richmond also having fun in a car that certainly doesn't give you a lot of protection, but really everybody out there having fun, enjoying themselves and displaying the beach buggies, very much in memory of Bruce Mayers.
good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the funfair, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
How cool are those beach buggies? That looked like so much fun. I need to get myself one of those, particularly that one with the surfboard on top. We definitely need that in this weather, but it will brighten up. And speaking of brightening up, we are joined by Imi Barkley, who is brightening up our screens. That's a lovely yellow top you're wearing. You're looking very dashing today. Thank you for joining us. Now, you're here as one of our reporters this weekend. So talk to us a bit about what you're reporting on. What will you be exploring across the Goodwood site this weekend?
Well, thanks, Grace. I have to say you're looking great too, as are you, David. And I am here for the fashion reporting. I'm in Revive and Thrive. It's all about make, do and mend.
Nice.
I'm going to be checking out all the outfits, and already this morning, my goodness, all the different fashion periods all together in one place. Yeah. It is a transformative experience just entering through the gates of Goodwood. Yeah.
Well, of course, it's not just fashion, is it? I believe you're going to be going over the road, you lucky thing, because there's Revival Cinema, the fairground, the Ferris wheel. You're going to be having a go on that?
There are all those things, are there, David? This is my first time here, so I'm learning as I go, but I've heard all about the dance tent and so on. So, yes, probably I will be up on the Ferris wheel at some point as well.
Doesn't sound like work to me.
Oh, yeah, I love hearing when people say it's their first time, because I get so excited for them, for what a treat you've got in store. There is so much to see and do, but we are about to go ahead with our first practice session that is on the track for the Sussex Trophy. And to talk us through this challenging track, we've got our very own Karun Chantuk, who will be talking us through the track guide.
Let's take a look at the Goodwood circuit, largely unchanged since its heyday back in the 1960s. 2.36 miles of an unforgiving circuit. The grass banks are close, the grass verges are even closer. Heading off the start, you head first towards Madgwick, an off-camber tricky right-hander with a bump at the apex. It is so important to get the line right and get a good exit as you charge up towards Fordwater. A daunting right-hander, again off-camber, slightly dropping downhill at the exit as well. It is incredibly high speed. Up towards St. Mary's. First goes right, then go left. Don't be too greedy with a curb on the left-hand side, and that'll put you offline. The track drops slightly downhill and then back up again towards a double right-hander of Lavin. Getting a good exit and traction out of here is hugely important, because that leads you onto the fastest part of the track, through the little kink, heading towards Woodcote. A long right-hander with the apex seems to take an age to get to. The back of the car always edgy, and then you get hard on the brakes for the chicane. We've seen many an incident there with drivers getting just a bit too greedy with the curbs and the walls on the inside line. Get all of this right, and you will be the winner across the line.
Marino Franchitti, just been telling me you haven't driven this car before, but it was driven by Jim Clark, a fellow Scot. So really, it's built for you as a Scottish racing driver.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always exciting and a real honour to get to drive something that Jim drove in period. I tried to, and unfortunately, James Thorpe, that owns a car, has COVID, so can't make it this weekend. Tried to rope my brother into driving it with me, but it was a bit last minute. So Nick Padmore and I are sharing it today. Never driven it, but really, I think I'm looking forward to getting out there, although it is going to be like an ice rink, I think.
Yes, I mean, there's been a lot of rain. Do you guys bother walking the track beforehand, or do you just go and see what the first lap's like?
That is the great thing about Goodwood. There may be an extra piece of tarmac somewhere here or there, but it hasn't changed since it was raced in period, so it's wonderful. You always know what you're going to get. And yeah, I mean, yesterday the track's full of vehicles. It's absolute chaos getting ready for today. It's all calm and lovely now, but you don't really have the chance to do that. I don't think I would anyway. It's like putting on an old pair of slippers driving around here.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Enjoy it.
Lovely, thank you.
Well, isn't it fun seeing the first lineup of competitive cars ready to come out onto the track right now? And we've also got some onboards, a couple of onboards. Joe Macari we're looking at right now. He's on board the car that will be shared with Andre Lotterer. This is one of the Lister Jaguar Nobblies. These are big, powerful machines, of course, and the Lister Jags will be some of the more competitive. This is from 1959, so we'll have to see how Joe Ascari gets on. But it's wonderful to see a mix of machinery and top drivers as well. Let's go back down to Ed once again.
Gordon Shedden, I've been speaking to Marino Franchitti, who's driving an ex-Clark car. We've got another Scot here driving Baston Gregory car. These stories seem to write themselves, don't they?
Oh, I mean, it's fantastic, you know, for me as a proud Scotsman to get the opportunity to drive an ex-Ecurie Ecosse Lister Nobly Jaguar, you know, here at Goodwood is just incredible. And, you know, very famous pictures of this car back in period when Maston Gregory actually had a shunt at turn 1 and was pictured jumping out the car before it hit the tyre wall. So we're going to leave that back in the 50s. We're certainly not going to recreate that this weekend. But, you know, what a fantastic piece of engineering. And, you know, I look along the grid here and think it's going to be one mega race.
Yeah, we love recreating history here, but not those bits. Now, this car, it is wet. Is this going to be a bit of a you said you've driven it, but not here. Is this a handful in the wet, or is it all right?
I'll tell you in about 40 minutes. I haven't driven this car one lap round Goodwood. I did drive it at Le Mans Classic last year. Obviously a very different setting from here at Goodwood, but definitely a voyage into the unknown, so softly to start with, and we'll look forward to a 1 hour race this evening, so hopefully the sun comes out and we get that beautiful race into the sunset that we're all hoping for.
It definitely will.
Thanks.
Yeah, something we are very much looking forward to, the end of today, but the first race of the Goodwood Revival due at 6:30. Of course, we'll see how the timing on everything goes once we get to the latter stage of the day, but hopefully weather will be a little drier then and we'll be in for some fun and games. So it's me, Ben Edwards, with Alice Powell, who'll be taking you through this first qualifying session. Alice, it's great to be working with you once again, and we've got some wonderful machinery and great drivers to enjoy in this mix in the Sussex Trophy.
It's just the beauty of Goodwood, isn't it, Ben? And as you said, we've got a great mix of cars. We've got Jaguars, Aston Martins, Porsches, Ferraris, and we've got some fantastic drivers that a lot of them are extremely busy this weekend. They'll be racing not only in the Sussex Trophy, but many of the other races that we have over the weekend as well.
Yeah, so basically the Sussex Trophy is for World Championship sports cars, production sports racing cars, raced between 1955 and 1960. They're going to have a 30-minute session with both drivers hopefully getting an opportunity to get a run, and then the race itself will be that 1 hour race this evening going into sunset, with each driver's taking a run to see how it all goes. And well, it's the first time the Sussex Trophy has been a 1 hour race with two drivers since 2014, so it's been quite a big gap since it was the opening race of the weekend, and it's lovely that it is the Sussex Trophy this time. And one of the other key things, Alice, about all of the racing, but this is our first example of the weekend, sustainable fuel. Every of these vehicles, no matter how old they are, that are racing here this weekend, they're on sustainable fuel.
Yeah, and I think that's really special. It just shows sort of the direction that Goodwood are going in as well. And people often say, well, what is sustainable fuels? Well, it's often referred as e-fuels or biofuels that are produced from renewable resources, and they're designed to, well, specifically reduce carbon emissions. And when I was walking through the paddock yesterday, obviously it's the first time a lot of these cars will be running on the sustainable fuel, and they said actually it's been such a easy switch. So it just shows that really is possible. So a big shout out and to all of the teams, and especially to Goodwood, and I think that's a fantastic sign of things to come.
Indeed, and the ethos this weekend, the Revive and Thrive ethos, very much philosophy of the Goodwood revival this weekend, and the sustainable fuel mandate is definitely a big part of that, which is important. And hopefully everything is going to be, as you say, I've heard too from people running the sustainable fuel that it runs very well. They don't seem to have any problems, and hopefully it won't affect any reliability, and some engines it even works even better. So yeah, it's a lovely thing that we will be experiencing that with all of the racing machinery here this weekend. Somebody getting an opportunity to come
Probably
in
Harry Benjamin, and he's just arriving ready for his commentary duties later.
It's lovely to see somebody coming in that way. That's not quite the opportunity we all get, but it's lovely to see. So the qualifying for the Sussex Trophy is beginning to get underway, and you're seeing a good number of the little Lotus 15s coming out onto the track right now, front engine, very low bodywork, of course, as well, and they have the opportunity to provide plenty of great performance for Lotus, and indeed they've done well in the Sussex Trophy as well, because the last Sussex Trophy last year was won by Ollie Bryant with his Lotus Climax 15. Previous couple of years, and these were not the long 1 hour versions, it's been won by James Cottingham with the Tajero Jaguar. But of course, as ever, the Lister Jaguar Nobblies, which we're just looking at there, you're looking at the number 3 version right now with the onboard camera. So it's Joe Macari who is in that, and if you've got him listed down as number 10, actually running as car number 3 for the racing, and that is out there, and that is one of those Lister Jaguar Nobblies, as they're called. Number 24 there, that is one of the Lotus Climax 15s I was mentioning. So you can see the Lotus, that little bit of a smaller machine, developed version of the Lotus 11, using either 2-litre or 2.5-litre Coventry Climax engines, and they trounced many of the traditional big racing sports cars of its period. So that number 24, very classic of that period, not as big as some of the other machines that are around it, but they had tremendous pace. No luck at Le Mans with, in period, the Lotus 15. They built some 27 of them. We've got quite a few of them here today, amazingly. And at that point, the shape created by Colin Chapman himself, the engine virtually on a side to lower that front bonnet. And you've got that very low, from a driver's point of view, Alice, that very low front end gives you a very good view of what you're doing.
It does, and actually I'm not surprised that this type of car has been a winner here, because they're lightweight and they're nimble, and that's kind of what you need at a circuit like this. Of course, when we've seen in other classes, you've got the big V8s that monster down the straight, but in sort of a class like this, that's what is really useful. And certainly in these wet conditions, as drivers streaming past our commentary box window now, looks like the rain might be coming down a little bit more. Through the final chicane goes number 24. So all drivers will want to stay on track. As Ben said, this is the qualifying session for the race later, so a lot of drivers, including Gordon Shedden, have not even turned a wheel in some of these cars they're driving here this weekend. So with 27 minutes left on the clock, they'll be desperate to try and find their way around. There's a little adjustment of the mirrors there from the number 1. That's Ollie Bryant.
Yeah, that's right. Car being shared by Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant. Ollie Bryant's in the car at the moment, and he was the winner of the Sussex Trophy last year. And Ollie's a very experienced driver. He's out in a few different cars over the course of the weekend. Let's watch the onboard here. You can see the dampness. You can see a few little puddles around as well. So as we go on to our whole lap, we've actually seen on the puddles some people already getting themselves into a little bit of trouble. There's the car we were watching earlier on, the number 24, and that's the Lotus of James Wood. that certainly had a little bit of... Actually, sorry, no, that's Roger Wills and James Davison. Let's have a little look on board again with Ollie Bryant. Look at that, getting a bit sideways.
Yeah, I said they're lightweight and they're nimble, and you're constantly fighting the wheel at this circuit, high speed, but certainly in these really tricky conditions, Ben. It's quite humid out there today. Some of the younger fans are watching on as well. Love that even the youngest take part in the dressing up, which I just think is absolutely fantastic. But looking at the timing screens at the moment, is a few drivers still just trying to get a little bit up to speed. We'll actually wait for another lap or two to give you an order. But Ollie Bryant there, a little bit of traffic from the 68, which is a Cooper Jaguar. T38, and then even the number 23 coming across the start line, desperately trying to get down to full throttle. Another Lotus Climax wiggles its way up the straight.
Yeah, this is the one that Gordon Shedden is competing in. As he was telling us, this has tremendous history. A Curiacos background that was raced by Marston Gregory to victory at Spa in 1958. And it's lovely to see that this Lister Jaguar Nobly, he was Marston Gregory, was a Le Mans winner as well, but he raced with this particular machine at Silverstone and in Spa in 1958, so it has tremendous heritage to it, and it's lovely to see it out there. Fastest time, actually, at the moment is for the number 5 Ferrari 246 at the moment. That is looking pretty rapid, but we're going to see how this all works out as we go throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's Ferrari 246 V6 2.4 litre engine, and actually the engine in the 246 is related to the engine that you could find in the Ferrari 246 F1 5-speed manual gearbox. So the fastest car out on track at the moment.
D-Type is what we're watching quickly. Oh, and then we switch back to one of the Lotuses as well. Changes going on as we go through this little mix of machinery. The number 5 is the Lotus Climax of Stefan Jobstel and Andy Willis. Another rapid machine that is going to be setting good pace. In fact, yeah, number 5 is fastest at the moment. Sorry, not the Ferrari. This one is currently the quickest, 1:53.065. So that Lotus on this damp surface is certainly making the most of, not necessarily the most horsepower. As you were saying, the Ferrari is a very powerful machine. But in these damp conditions, that Lotus seems to be working extremely well at this point. Also going well at this stage is another Lotus, the second fastest. The number 24, one of Roger Wills and James Davison. And third fastest currently, we've got then one of the bigger machines, the Lister Jaguar Flat Iron. I'm surprised that's as far up as that already in third position. You're just looking at it, number 16, just coming across the line. That is currently third fastest. And that's a bit of a unique machine, the Flat Iron Lister Jaguar, owned by James Thorpe. Important, truly historic racing sports car. And it was one of the first work-supported privateer Lister Jaguars when it was built in 1956, and then it got modified later on with this slightly different bodywork, the Flat Iron. So it's a bit unique in that sense, and it's had a lot of success over the years. Lovely to see it running up in third place already.
Yeah, it had crashed in 57, rebodied as the original flat iron body shape, and the only Lister to have finished Le Mans in 1958, and we are lucky enough to see it here at Goodwood at the moment. Currently sitting in fourth place, 3.5 seconds off.
We just had a penalty for our number 3 car for track limits, apparently. So that is Ollie Bryant.
I mean, there's not many places you can do track limits here, so that's quite impressive.
Not Ollie Bryant, it's the other one. It's the Joe Macari, Andre Lotterer car. So Joe Macari, who's in it at the moment, I think, he's had the penalty. So yeah, that's not ideal, is it?
No, I mean, unless they actually cut the chicane, which I didn't see anything out of out of our commentary box window, Ben, but maybe in avoidance. But there is the car number 3 at the moment, making its way round, constantly fighting on the steering wheel. There's high-speed corners here at Goodwood, and you have to really wiggle the car through on a knife edge. We're having a little look at a replay now. This is going through the second part of St Mary's. That is number 72. That's the Lister Jaguar Constant. Spins round, everyone manages to avoid and back underway.
That's the Richard Cook, James Cottingham car. So, yeah, that's a car that could indeed be pretty competitive as we go through the course of this weekend, but it's running in 8th place at the moment with a bit of a minor spin. We now have a new fastest lap, a 150.578 with the number 24 that we were looking at a little bit earlier. This is the Roger Willis James Davison Lotus that has had good performance here in the past as well, and despite dealing with some rather slippery conditions, it's putting together some decent lap times. Actually, that lap time is currently 2.4 seconds faster than anybody else. That will build up, though, won't it? We're going to get a little bit... The track is going to get a little bit quicker, I think, as we go through the remaining 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting, Ben, is we've got a Lotus Climax P1, Lotus Climax P2, the Lister Jaguar P3, and then another Lotus Climax. And actually, the top 6 cars, out of all of the top 6, 4 of them are Lotus Climax. So, as we were saying earlier, very lightweight, nimble, front-engine car. Won here last year with Ollie Bryant. So certainly a popular choice and a good choice so far. We still have 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, just under, of the session. As coming through now is the number 24. That is our leading car by 2.4 seconds at the moment. Comes through into the final corner to start another lap. Let's see if this puddle actually is clearing a little bit, Ben. Looks like it's slowly clearing.
It's ironic, it's number 24 and it has an advantage of 2.4 seconds. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it? But his last lap actually not quite so quick. That was a 151.6, so not actually going quicker. You'd think it would be perhaps going a little bit quicker, but at this stage, it was a good middle section of the lap, but it didn't quite improve overall. So it's still the fastest, ahead of the number 5 at this point, the Lotus Climax of Andy Willis and Stephen Jobstall. You're looking at a bizarre machine there at number 8, and again that is another of the Lister Chevrolet Nobblies, as they're called, with that very unique bodywork. Tiffany Dell is one of the drivers for this weekend. John Saunders is in the car at the moment, I believe, and so John, you can see that very
distinctive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It actually gets the name Knobbly from that distinctive and odd curve design of the bodywork. As we can see, drivers waiting in the pit lane. Is that Alex Brundle? Is he down there waiting? So many drivers now coming in to make a change. Some of the faster drivers hopping out, and you could say the slower ones. I'm sure they won't mind me saying hopping in, or vice versa. So expect still times to improve, as actually the gap now at the front, Ben, has come down to 1.5.
Yeah, you're right. It's narrowed down a little bit. But this is interesting because Andre Lotter is due to be into this car now, I believe, and that'll be interesting to see how he gets on here, because always has great background here.
And you can see there the mechanic just taking out a seat insert, putting another one in, so that would be moulded to the driver's body. So it makes it, obviously everyone comes in different shapes and sizes, and you want to be as comfortable as possible in the car there. So that's why we'll see often drivers have different seat inserts, and it also makes it a little bit easier, because it's not always a quick thing of sliding the seat forward, adjusting the pedals and adjusting your steering column like it is in your road car on the road. So that's why we see lots of drivers using the seat inserts.
Indeed, this is currently second fastest at this stage, and getting the sign to come in. Andy Willis and Stefan Jobstall, who are doing the mix with this one. And as you say, that gap's come down to just over a second now, first to second. Both of the Lotus Climax 15s, my goodness, right out to the very edge of the track.
So.
But and you can see how slippery it is still out there.
It is so slippery, and I think that car will be coming in very shortly, because they gave a little wave to the start-finish line, to the crew on the start-finish line. So Andre Lotter are now, and I love this shot because he's got his clear visor on as well, so we can really see the concentration on his face as he navigates this really tricky, slippy circuit, and you can see constant corrections even when going in a straight line, Ben. It's brilliant.
Yeah, he has so much experience here at Goodwood. He's had plenty of success over the years, but he's a brilliant driver, of course, a Le Mans winner on 3 occasions with Audi in the 2011, 2012, 2014 editions of the Le Mans race. And then, of course, he's done a great deal here at Goodwood. He loves historic racing here at Goodwood, and many, many titles in his career, but many race wins here at Goodwood too. So we'll see how that goes. Currently just picking up a bit of idea of where the grip is, where the wet track is still proving to be a little bit tricky. And you can see correcting some oversteer, coming down towards Lavant corner, one of the tighter corners on the track, looking through the corner initially, very much a driver's line, of course. Move your eyes forward as much as possible to see what's coming up next.
Exactly that. Look as far as you can down the road, and certainly these corners can approach you very, very quickly. And you can see he is driving in a straight line, but still just trying to get his foot down. Car's just snaking all over the place. So, as I said, a great shot we are getting on the brakes, bit of heel and toe. Certainly the cars that he's used to driving back in Le Mans, different driving technique as he flows his way through Woodcote Corner, running slightly wide. That's part of the track I was parked on yesterday, so I can't remember, one of the drivers was saying that actually we've had lots of road cars going around, and yesterday a lot of us were parked on the track for setup day, so there'll be maybe all sorts of fluid spilt, so the track will need to tidy up a little bit, but goes through the final chicane. Doesn't improve this time round. That was, of course, his outlet. They're currently down in 19th place, but I'm sure Andre will be looking to move his car further up the field.
Yeah, and it's lovely to watch the onboard as he comes through Magic. This is in the dry, a very, very rapid corner, but in the wet like that, actually down a gear, picking it up a little bit, trying not to get too much over, so you can see the slip and slide as he's going through it. This next right-hander, Fordwater, often flat out in the dry in many cars, but he's having a big lift there, and if anything, oh, and a Bosch as well. We hadn't seen that on the number 23. That's a little bit unfortunate. Let's hope that there's no major damage done to that car. That's another of the Lotus climaxes. That's Johnny Molam and Bonamy Grimes. Bonamy Grimes, I think, who's in the car at the moment. And so that's had a bit of a, connection with something it shouldn't have had.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see that the tyre barriers down at the chicane look like they're still intact. So I'm not sure where that was, whether another car was involved or running wide at one of the corners. We're getting told it could be the first corner where it's run off wide. So we've seen quite a few contacts there before, haven't we? We saw one last year in the TT, quite a tricky corner when it rains.
Actually, it is Johnny Molam in the car because it's his crash helmet, so it's Johnny who's in it. And Johnny's not usually someone who makes errors, but of course these weather conditions are a little bit tricky out there at the moment. And
could have been avoiding someone coming out the pits potentially as well.
There is that as well. So yeah, but we've seen how slippery it is on the way up there. So some changes coming through a little bit on the times.
Yeah, the number 24 is trying to stretch the gap once again. Purple in the first sector, which means fastest out of anybody on track. Currently a second gap to the Willis and Jolson car, the number 5 in P2. But at the moment, Ben, the timing screen is changing, and the Lotterer car now jumps up into P3. So car number 3 in P3, 3.1 seconds up. So Andre clearly getting to grips with the machine.
This is going to be another one to look at, though. Number 88 being driven by Nigel Greensall. He's sharing it with John Spears. Nigel, of course, incredibly experienced, very, very rapid, both in historic and current racing. And he is in the Lister Jaguar Costin 1959 machine. And this is one of the slightly smoother look. There you can see Nigel in the car, getting it to grip with what the conditions are like. A little bit of oversteer coming out of the chicane. But he is definitely very, very fast here and could do a pretty amazing job, as we got another swap on one of our onboards.
In goes another seat insert, but the Lister Costin is the more aerodynamic counterpart to the Nobly. So, and that's actually quite visible from the looks. So driver changes are still happening, but also changes now to the timing screen. The 88 that we were just talking about, the Lister Costin, jumps up now into P2, half a second off.
Yeah, so Ollie Bryant actually is getting on board now. So it was Andrew Smith who set that earlier time. They are currently 6th fastest overall. And Ollie Bryant, who, as I mentioned earlier, very, very experienced and rapid, and the winner of the Sussex Trophy last year with this car. So let's see what Ollie gets up to. We're running out of time a little bit. The session time he's still going to have a good 10 minutes. So he's got a decent amount of time. He knows this car extremely well. He knows the track brilliantly. Oh, off goes number 81, and that is the Ferrari T50 TR. Mike Malone and Ben Cousins sharing that this weekend. Let's hope that they can get it running and back onto the track.
I don't think they're stuck. Let's have a little look. Is that coming out of T1, possibly? Just losing the rear. Luckily sliding the opposite way, so they slid into the grass instead of into the barrier.
That's Ben Cousins, who's got the car sorted and going once again. Meanwhile, Gordon Shedden is going quickly. Number 17, third fastest currently. And looking, remember, we are very much now into the latter stages of this qualifying to see who ends up setting the pole position, who ends up on the front row, the first couple of rows. And that number 17 machine with Gordon Shedden at the wheel is definitely putting together some good sector times currently, but so is Nigel Greensall. Nigel Greensall currently second fastest by half a second now to the number 24 Lotus 15, which Roger Wells and James Davison have set the pace at 150.578. So it is all getting a little bit tighter now.
Yeah, Shedden and the Lister knobbly going there. You can always tell the touring car drivers. He absolutely railed the curve at the second part of St Mary's, streaming down the straight now. A personal best in the first sector, not fastest overall, but then he did lose a good chunk of time with the traffic there in the middle sector. Now, the Greensall and Spears car, fastest of anyone, Ben, in the first sector, so we'll keep an eye on our timing screens on that as Gordon Shedden comes through Woodcock Corner, snaking at the rear, and then into the final part of the chicane. He's got a little bit of traffic just in front of him to start the next lap, just avoiding the puddle that's still on the outside there. You can see the number 61 car, which is the Trojan Jaguar, is snaking up the straight as well.
Yeah, one of the less common machines, the Tejera Jaguar, which is lovely to see. But meanwhile, Nigel Greensall is also on a good lap. Nigel has set the fastest first sector of anybody so far. He's currently on the middle sector of the lap, so currently second fastest, although we've got some more changes going on. He's been pushed down to third place because moving up into that higher spot, James Cottingham into second place now in the number 72 Lister Jaguar Costin.
Yeah, and the Greenall, so the car you're watching on your screen now has not had a great middle sector. Again, traffic is an issue. We've got 28 cars out on track at the moment, and it got a little bit sideways and out of the final corner. Let's have a little look if he does improve at all. No, so stays where they are at the moment, but this order is certainly going to change as the timing screen is full of numerous colours, purple, yellow and green.
Absolutely, it's fascinating to see as they come out of that chicane just how little grip there is. And I think he was trying to almost experiment with where's the grip and where isn't it, but it caught him out a little bit, Nigel Greensall. So been out. And the problem is if you're slow out of the chicane, not only is it not a great end of that lap, it's not a great start to the next lap either, is it?
No, exactly. You've got that long run, which is slightly uphill as well to turn one. The 72, the Cottingham Cook car has set not a bad first sector, but not as fast. Actually, good 8 to 7/10 off the Greenall car, which is in P3 at the moment, and he's going to get a little bit of traffic as he heads into the final part of the lap. Just got the beam through sector 2, personal best in that middle sector, but he is going to get compromised by the traffic.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. You know, the traffic you've got around. I mean, it's a big grid of cars for the Sussex Trophy. When you get caught up, especially in this kind of section, there's not a lot you can do about it. You're looking for grip as well. He's going past Tiffany Dell. You can see Tiff now out in car number 8, and Tiff just keeping to the middle, trying to stay out of the way. And this lap, no change on that lap. That was a 151.5, so that was a little bit slower than the previous best that James had already done.
The Greensall lap looks pretty good. We've got some other movers as well. Lotterer makes his way up the Jarvis Malvern car. Also the Brundle and Mark Donner car as well has moved its way into the top 10. So people constantly improving, constantly finding lap time. But here we go. Here is the number 88 now that's had two very, very good sectors. Let's see if they manage to jump up a couple of spots to the top of the time. Yes, by just over 3.5 tenths of a second.
Wow, very impressive lap by Nigel Greensall. He has taken top spot then in the number 88 The Lister Jaguar Costin, shared with John Spears. These two have done a lot of sharing of cars for many years now. Huge amount of respect in regard to them. John Spears has a great collection of historic racing machinery. He's been racing for many, many years with Nigel. So rapid, and he's put that fastest lap, as you say, just 3/10, just over 3/10 faster than anyone else. Are we going to see any more changes in this remaining 6.5 minutes? Where's Andre Lotterer? He's down in 6th place at the moment. Gordon Shedden 4th.
Set a good first sector though, Ben, as Andre, and not a bad middle sector. So let's see if he does move up. Same with Gordon Shedden. He set not a bad first sector and a fairly decent middle one. So we could see this order still certainly change. There's still people further down the order which are making improvements, but as we've been touching on, the traffic plays a huge part as well.
Ollie Bryant's trying to make some improvements in his Lotus as well. As we've just seen Shedden, a 150.172, and Gordon Shedden goes fastest by the tiniest margin, 0.045 of a second over Nigel Greensall. So we're watching a tremendous tussle for pole position right now in the Sussex Trophy, and it's car number 17 that's gone fastest. Number 3, we're watching Andre Lotterer currently 3rd, but the number 17, there it is, the Lister Jaguar, that has now gone up into the top spot. Gordon Shedden, this ex-Ecurie Ecosse, very historic machine, Marston Gregory's car from back in period, and Gordon was so happy to be driving it this weekend, and he's just taken that top spot for the moment.
Yeah, exactly. For the moment, that's important, because now, just as you say that, Ben, by just over 0.5 of a second, the Willis car jumps up into top spot, but Gordon Shedden is on another good lap. He has just set a personal best in the middle sector. Let's see if he gets a bit of traffic, and the rain continues to hammer down, Ben.
Yeah, it's coming down a little bit more now, I think. So this actually might have been a perfect time. Oh, no, actually, just looking at that, we've got another change up at the top there, because Andy Willis has now set the pace, and he's done again, it's incredibly close by 0.063 of a second. Willis and Stefan Jobstul are now the top pairing in car number 5. So that is the Lotus Climax. So that is, there it is, you're looking at it. We were talking about how rapid the Lotus Climax could be, a more humble machine in some ways, but a beautiful design in its period, and could take on the big, powerful machines and beat them. And that's what it's done fractionally here in this latter stage of qualifying. It's not over yet, though, as you were saying.
No, and Andre Lotterer is about to streak across the line as well, just trying to get the power down. You can see the rear of the car snaking all over the place. Shedden doesn't improve, so didn't make improvements in the middle sector or the final sector. Lotterer improved in the last sector, but wasn't good enough to move him further up the field due to the first and middle sector. So just about stringing it together, which can be extra difficult, and certainly with the traffic that's out there. And of course, there's a big difference now. We can see the rain really is coming down. We're riding on board with the Lotterer car now through Fordwater. They'll be heading down up the hill, then down the hill into St Mary's. A great onboard shot we're going to get. It's also a great shot to see how actually narrow it is. So he's in through the first part of St Mary's, brings the car back over then to the right-hand side for the next part of St Mary's, with the number 54 getting a little bit out of shape. That's the Lister Costin Chevrolet, the Nick Jarvis entry.
Yeah, and Scott Malvin, it's a good mix drivers on board with this one. Scott Malvin with plenty of experience too. Whether they're going to be able to improve a little bit, but they're doing a good job. They're currently in 6th position, so they've brought themselves up there well into 6th place, and there's still a few minutes to go. But I am looking at the sector times. There are not many improvements. Just
from Lotterer.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
But not a personal best in the middle sector, so maybe the rain affecting that higher speed middle sector. The Jarvis and Malvin car that we were just watching has just set a fairly decent, I would say, first sector, so if they can manage to keep it clean and have some luck with the traffic, they might be able to move slightly further. The order, the Brundle Donna entry has moved slightly further up into the top 10. Franchitti and Padmore, they've made their way into the top 10 now in the number 16 car. 2 minutes left, Ben. Will we see a change at the top? Because that's still an improvement, actually, from the Willis
There is.
car.
You're right.
Nearly 0.2 of a second now.
Yeah, they've done a 1:50.000, and I'm pretty sure it's Andy Willis who's in the car at the moment, and that is impressive in the number 5 machine, which has got the pole position currently by, as you say, 0.17 of a second. We're still seeing a few opportunities to try and improve even further on that, but yet it's getting tight into the traffic as well, which makes life that little bit more tricky. The Scott Malvern is trying to improve a little bit more in the final stage of this. Let's just see if the number 54 car can move up from 6th position currently. Over the line it goes, and no change on that lap, that last lap. Didn't actually improve. It was about 0.4 down on his previous best lap. So I think that heavier weather, heavier rain is just making life a bit more difficult.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly in that middle sector is now looking at the primary stream. Not too many people setting personal bests. The Lynn car, the Bryant car as well, they have set a personal best in the first sector, but it doesn't look like any improvement at the moment in the middle sector. Lotterer, he's improved slightly in the mid sector, and actually the Jarvis and Malvin car, the 54 we were watching, has improved in that first sector. So if they can string it along and make an improvement in the middle sector, which is proving tricky at the moment because not too many people are improving in that sector.
Oh, and off has gone the number 9, Lister Jaguar-Nobly of Maxwell Lynn and Sean Lynn. But they've managed to get it back on once again, so no damage done, hopefully.
Commentator's curse there from me. I said they just made a good improvement in the first sector, and now they're off like that. It was at the exit of the bank corner, possibly, as they go up the straight then into Woodcote, I think it was.
Okay, but the car's okay, that's the good news. But they are going to be coming around to the checkered flag. We've got one or two that seem to be getting out of the way, maybe heading into the pits already, but the checker flag is about to come out now. In fact, it's just being put out to anybody coming across the start-finish line. So this is your final lap if you're on a qualifying lap right now. And at this point, it's still the number 5 machine that, look at how busy it is trying to get in the chicane. That makes it impossible to put a good lap together.
Yeah, that's really hampered Scott Malvern's lap at the end. He did do a good first sector, and he still takes the checkered flag. You see drivers behind putting their hands up to signal to those behind that they're pulling into the pit. So no improvements at the moment, Ben, to certainly the order of the top 10. Majority of them actually have taken the checkered flag. A few small improvements for those further down the order, but it looks like it could be the number 5 that is on pole.
Indeed, there it is, the Lotus Climax 15 of Andy Willis and Stefan Jobstel, who look as though they're going to be starting on that front row. Tom Christensen just going over the line with his very typical crash helmet, and Tom Christensen ending up in 13th position in the number 11 Cooper Jaguar T38. So he's a bit further down than we might have expected, but still an impressive run. Marino Franchitti, he's ended up in 11th place. Some top drivers, a little further down perhaps than you might expect, but of course that's all part and parcel of historic racing here at Goodwood. You've got such competitive machinery and very competitive cars as well. Alex Brundle, he's down in 10th position. That's where he'll be starting the race from later on today. And remember, this is going to be a 1-hour race at the end of the day. Will there still be the wetness, or will they then be into a very different situation where they're actually racing in the dry? And of course that might attract some of the other cars that have not qualified quite so well today.
Yeah, well, according to weatherman Bruce in the previous session we had, he said the sun should be shining for them, so we'll wait and see. We certainly hope it will, but the Shedden car bringing its way back now to the pits. As you said, Ben, they'll be lining up P2 later on today.
Yeah, that's right. Getting off the line, of course, in that. Oh, well, that was a big slide for Nigel Greensall. He had such
tremendous... just having some fun out there.
Yeah, he had such tremendous car control, not phased at all by it. Almost just to there, get a little feel of what it can do. He's ended up 3rd fastest in the Lister Jaguar Costin that he's sharing with John Spears. So he's just waving that he's coming back into the pits. So we have a really interesting mix up at the front end, no doubt about it. But it is the Lotus Climax 15, the slightly smaller Honda car that has taken the fastest spot in these wet conditions. But when it comes to the start of the race, and it's going to be up against the Lister Jaguar Knobley that Gordon Shedden's going to be driving, and indeed the Lister Jaguar Costin that Nigel Greensall's just done. That Jaguar Power, and in fact its power we'll be talking about a bit over this weekend, the Jaguar XK Power, could be very effective off the line. So we will see how that goes a little bit later on. There is the lineup then with the Lotus Climax taking pole position ahead of the two Lister Jaguars, and some top name drivers amongst that group. You can see the Lister Jaguars have done pretty well in the whole of that top 10, but it's mixed in with the Lotus Climax 15s as well. Alex Brundle holding on to that 10th place. Interesting, Ollie Bryant in his Lotus Climax only ended up down in 9th place, so the winner last year of the Sussex Trophy, not getting quite the performance in the wet conditions that we had seen from that lot last year with that Lotus. So we'll see if that changes if we get some dry conditions later on today. Further down, Marino Franchitti, he's in 11th place in that very distinctive Lister Jaguar flat iron. We've got a D-type long nose up there in 12th place. Tom Christensen, I mentioned, he's in the one of the I think that's the fastest Cooper actually on the list. So Tom Christensen, he'll be starting 13th on the grid. We saw Johnny Molan bringing his Lotus, well, that Lotus, not his, but the car he's driving, the Lotus Climax 15, back into the pits earlier. Hopefully they can get that all fixed. Only minor damage on the front end. Down to 20th spot for the number 21 Lotus Climax 15, Luke Stevens and Michael Birch. And then further down the order as well, you see some of the other famous names. For example, Tiffany Dell down there. He's going to be starting down in 26th place in that Lister Chevrolet Knobley. And the Ferrari's not having such a good time. They've actually ended up right down at the back of the grid this time. So maybe they can do a bit more if things get a bit drier later.
Yeah, they'll certainly be hoping. But actually, a really important thing you touched on at the start, for the start of the race, we're going to have the lower-powered Lotus Climax off the line compared to the bit more nippy Lister Jaguars as well. A bit of a higher horsepower, more powerful engine. But some highlights from this session, and it was not say dry, but it was the drier part of the session earlier on, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah, it was, and that was an opportunity for people to pick up the speed a little bit more, but it was also an opportunity to make the odd little mistake, and understandably done. Richard Cook, I think that was, who had the slide earlier on in the 72 machine. It's very tricky with some puddles in key areas, particularly on the exit of the hairpin, off the chicane, rather.
It was that puddle still out there down by the chicane. Andre Lotterer, he made his way up the order very nicely, and then we had the 81 Ferrari that had a little bit of a spin as the rain started to intensify.
Some lovely viewing, and I do hope everyone's been enjoying watching this first run of qualifying for the Goodwood Revival Trophy. It's been fun to see.
Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Cunnington from back to Bowen, the run towards the line. It's Cunnington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Goodwood is the ultimate experience.
It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Wow, just wow.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
Come to Goodwood and you experience 100 years within an afternoon.
It's a way of bringing alive history of motorsport. It's a chemistry, it's a magic that it's difficult to explain.
All of the things which we live for, what we love.
The greatest drivers ever are here.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year with more things to see, more things to do.
MotoGP is in the house. Rally cars? Okay, now you're talking.
And we've got the future here, happening right now.
There are some people who think it's just about cars going up a hill.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of people and familiar faces.
Well, I've seen the future, and it's the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So buckle up, folks, because you're in for one hell of a ride.
The greatest show on earth.
Well, I'm here with Virginia Bates, and this is my first stop of the day, and you are looking glamorous and gorgeous. What era are you wearing?
I'm wearing 1930s, late 1930s, but I've been through the mud, and I started off in wellies, and I mean, just dripping in mud. Came here and changed with a few wet. Anyway, it's fine. This is the most magical, extraordinary experience being here. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is dressed to the nines in character at 7 a.m. in the morning. How did they do that?
It's absolutely exquisite. And so is your shop. Can you show me what you're selling here? What era are we in on the rack even?
I'm going from the 20s to the 30s, a little bit of 40s. I wish I had a bit later, but this is a period that I adore. This is a little 1920s chiffon number, a little 20s, a 40s, very 40s with the shoulder pads.
I do love to feel the qualities of the fabric, this chiffon that you're talking about.
All pieces that back in the day in my shop in Holland Park, I used to sell these really cheap little 40s spotted dresses for next to nothing, but now they're highly desirable and collectible and sadly a bit expensive.
Virginia, I can't believe you said this is your first time at Revival, because to me, you feel like you just belong here.
I know, well I do. In fact, you know, this time next year I won't have left. I'll still be here. Can I show you just this little secret number?
You must show me the secret number. Let's have a look at this one. I love the setup you've got here.
Don't you? I brought all the curtains with me. These are all pieces that I used to have in the shop, which sadly I don't have anymore. this was a little table I had in the shop, and I don't know.
Well, Virginia, everyone here at Revival will be very much looking forward to experiencing a little bit of your Holland Park shop here at the Virginia Bates store. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lovely. Great to be here. A pleasure.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Fordwater Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Well, they're sweeping the water away because we had heavy rain yesterday. It rained a little overnight, but a sudden flurry just now means certainly this is the exit of the chicane. They need to remove any extraneous water there. I'm joined by James Hayden in the commentary box. The bike riders knew it was going to be damp today, but these aren't ideal track conditions, so certainly the track appears to be being assessed at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, obviously, we've had some rain. You can see they're busy there, just getting it off the racing line. And yeah, listen, these guys are used to racing in the wet, so as long as there's not too much standing water or anything like that, they'll crack on with it. But it does, provide a slightly different challenge to the guys on two wheels.
It certainly does. And looking ahead to the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, it's a two-part event. racing tomorrow and Sunday. Hopefully it's due to be better through the course this weekend for much earlier bikes. Actually, some of them were made before the Spitfires and others afterwards. But for all these riders, a lot of them know this circuit really, really well. So that's not a problem, but it's this constant changing. Last year, we were racing with bikes up to about 1962. This year, we got some from 1936, but most of them up to 1954, so different mounts for them.
Yes, absolutely. And these bikes only really come out for this event every couple of years because everybody races, you know, the bikes up to 62 sort of week in, week out in the classic series, whereas you know, these are pulled out just for this. But it's you know, it gives a real interest because you get such a variety of different stuff in this year as well.
You certainly do. And let's go down to the collection area because Ed is down there in the assembly area, more to the point, with Michael Dunlop.
Michael, there was a wonderful celebration at the Festival of Speed of all your success in the Isle of Man. It's sort of a bit of a crash back to earth today. It's pouring rain and you've got to go out on the circuit.
Yeah, it's actually one of them events. It doesn't matter if it's raining, it's just it's that good to be involved in. And you know what, it levels things out a bit here too because there's a few bigger capacity engines here, so it means we're all in the same sort of level playing field. So it should be good. The festival was fantastic for me. It was an experience I'll not forget. So it's an honour to do it and come back here and ride and hopefully have a good run.
I mean, you've been really quick here in the past and sort of disappeared off into the lead. Have you ridden it in the wet?
Yeah, I disappeared one day in the wet by about 50 seconds, but we were on the MV that day, so it was qualifying as well. I've had good runs around here. We won at a time and broke down while leading and stuff like that. So these things are that temperamental, and it always seems to be and if you have a bit of horsepower too, it helps. So look, it's one of them things. Mostly with this era here, we're all sort of. I think there's a couple of high compressed engines here, but the rest of us all should be on top of each other, so it should be good racing, really.
Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, as the fans, luckily, were wise enough to look at the weather forecast, and even in their finery, they're looking fantastic. But Brolly is definitely the must-have fashion element of the day, James.
Yeah, that or a nice waterproof coat. But yeah, you can see that Michael Dunlop there. I mean, what a legend! 29 TT wins to his name, the most successful ever. Eclipsing obviously his uncle Joey at the Isle of Man, and yeah, brilliant rider. And certainly these sort of conditions aren't going to put him off.
No, just completely unfazed. What I love, though, is looking at people around the crowd.
Yeah.
A lot of countries that'd be scurrying for cover. Here, it's just fun. You're here for an amazing day, 2 or 3, and yeah, playing to the cameras. Why not?
Excellent. Yeah, but it's still coming down quite hard at the moment, isn't it?
It certainly is. Any stalls, particularly over the road, selling waterproof clothing of a vintage fashion will probably be rather enjoying the sales. I always remember a sign that said, umbrellas £5, £10 if raining. But let's go down to a man who's closer to the rain than most because he's 6'7", Ed Foster.
John McGuinness, it's a little bit wet out there. There's a puddle coming out of the chicane. I guess you kind of wish for a dry track on these bikes.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot safer and easier for us if it's dry. You get much more of a feel for it. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to put a show on and be safe and get the bikes round. It's only 20 minutes of pain, so. But no, we'll definitely soon have it dry. I did a wet race here in 2016, and yeah, it was pretty hair raised. Troy Coaster was big high side through the puddle on the BMW, and he's flying through the air. I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. But no, great bike, great team, great teammate. So yeah, well, I'm really looking forward to it. And hopefully tomorrow the weather might dry up a bit.
Every year, when you look down the entry list, there's more and more big names on here. But you're kind of, you're an old hand at the revival. Do the young guys come and ask for advice?
Yeah, they do. There's a couple of guys who've not been here before. Young Storm Stacey, he was there. He's never been here before, but he was pecking me. Who do I speak to? How do I get in this event? So I give him some details, and he's got in. So he's a young fella. He's only 19, so he's really keen to ride the classic bikes. But yeah, we're just in the changing room there. The crack was mighty in the changing room, and what's it going to be like? But yeah, no, it's a strong event. We've got Carlos Checkers riding, Michael Dunlop riding the greatest of all time at the TT, world champion in Carlos Checker, some old Golts like me and Michael Rutter and stuff. So yeah, no, we're just all looking forward to the event, and fingers crossed we're all safe.
Cheers, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, there was a man, John McGuinness, who has a smile permanently etched onto his face. Now, he'll be riding one of probably the most numerous bikes in the race, a Norton Manx, 1954. That's the cut-off point for this race. But doesn't seem to matter what we put John on. He's going to be quick, isn't he?
Yeah, very much. And, we've got such a variety of motorcycles out there. The 54, they went to the short stroke in 53, so it's just revs that little bit easier. Obviously, 500cc double overhead cam, a big air-cooled single, big thumper. And, they put out about 50 brake horsepower. They rev around to about sort of 7,500 revs, weigh about 140 kilos. And it's all about with these, they don't have a... it's not like they have, compared to modern stuff, a lot of whack. So you've got to keep that corner speed up. You've got to keep them sort of just, running around the turns, and even more so in these sort of slightly awkward conditions.
But it's not just bikes from the sort of early to mid-50s. We've got one going back to 1928, the BMW R57 compressor, Klaus Clausen sharing that with Roland Resch, so a German duo. But again, it was echoing that period where bikes were before the race. But one of the riders is... the superstar Carlos Checa having his first appearance at the rival. What a welcome, a wet circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's unlucky because we normally have beautiful sunshine here, but it's listen, what a class rider he is. 2011 World Superbike champion, MotoGP race winner. He's a real class act, the Spaniard.
But again, you have to trust your instinct and also take the advice from people like John McGuinness, as long as he's telling the truth, that is, and not saying it turns left at Madgwick. But good to see people who are making the most of their grandstand seats, are undercover. But the good news is the track is clearly being adjudged acceptable for the riders to go out. This is a 30-minute practice session. The race is on Saturday and Sunday, 25 minutes each. There'll be of course, in this one, everyone's going to do about half the practice session and then come in and give their co-rider a go to experience what the track throws at them.
Yeah, that's normally the way to do it. Sort of go out. You'll often find the actual sort of owner or the main rider goes out first, just make sure everything's working okay and the motorcycles are running all right, and then they come in and swap. And it's kind of meant to be sort of one non-professional rider, one professional rider, as it were. There's always a couple of teams that blur those lines slightly, and but it's always, that's what makes it such a thrilling race. And there's been some absolutely belting races around here over the years, and as you say, there's always some real quality, whether it be from the World Championship, British Championship. You just see some real class talent here. We really have, and often when you get the sort of, let's say, alternate weather, it throws a real sort of spanner in the works. You see some outstanding riders who get bikes that shouldn't be at the front up at the very, very sharp end of the field. Troy Corser did it a handful of years ago on a BMW that I think was out there before Noah invented the Arc. Exactly, yes, that was a 1936 BMW R5 SS, and what a thing that was. I mean, it's supercharged. I mean, the Manx Nortons give out about 50 brake horsepower. That gave out about 80 brake horsepower, would you believe? So it had a bit of a power advantage, about 15, 20 Ks, but we've got to remember it had no rear suspension, a rigid rear end, just springs on the seat, a 3-speed hand change, and really, what a thing to ride. And I won't forget seeing him ride it that year. It was just an awesome thing, and we're having a look at it, just going past that number 11, it just shot through your screen, so that's the motorcycle we are on about. But we got, as you say, such a lovely variety, whether it be BMWs, Triumphs, Nortons, Vincents, Mattresses, Velisets, Gileras. It's just a real kind of who's who of different motorcycles from this really fascinating period. Well, what I really love about this, it's motorcycle races in black leathers on largely black bikes. Now we've got added mist, so picking them out is really tricky. But one to look out for, it just came through the shop, was the earliest bike, the 1928 BMW. Look for number 98, middle of the pack. 68, the one we're looking at right now, is Richard Atty with the Russell and Rutter bike, Norton Velaset, 1954. They're always in with the chance, these guys. They've won it before numerous times, and they're a good duo. It looks like he's may have a little problem on that outlap because he's sort of coming straight in, as are a couple of other riders. So whether they will be interested to see what sort of happens. We just saw him raising his hand there, so he's coming in on that Manx. Basically it's a Manx Norton chassis with a Velaset engine in it, so it's a real sort of bitzer. It's got a 640 Velaset engine in that lovely Manx chassis. And last year that duo, Michael Russell and Michael Rutter, outright winners across the aggregate, but that was on a 1961 Norton Manx 30M. So yeah, a few others. Well, this is quite interesting, putting the hooves down. That's Angela Cragg and Jenny Tinmouth on a Norton International, but can you see what's wrong with that? No, not. I mean, it looked like he was still going, whether it's dropping fluid or something like that. So we'll just keep a keep a close eye on that. At the moment, it is Fitchin at McWilliams. Again, they're just sort of topping the times at the moment, but it is so, it is wet out there.
Well, it really is. What we're waiting for people to do is actually complete a flying lap. They're doing their out laps, and now they're around their flying laps, but it does look as though the number 27, which is Patrick Barford's bike, Duncan Fitch, it's so much success here. Jerry McWilliams, likewise, at Norton Daytona Manx. How is that different then?
Yeah, it's well, basically this is a really special motorcycle, this one. A lot of them are sort of replicas. This is Jeremy. He's about to come round and put the first flying time in. Jeremy McWilliams, obviously a Grand Prix winner, but this motorcycle itself was actually Jeff Duke's, and it's a full factory bike. They say that nothing on that bike fits on another Manx. It's that trick, even the wheels, the gearboxes, so it just really is a trick thing. So McWilliams put in a 157, Dunlop's just got quickest on a 154, so they're just starting to come in now, and then McGuinness and Bowl there in between 155s, so we're having another little look, and that is a Norton International there of Storm, but is that Storm Stacey on it? No, it's not, it's Francois Riva.
Well, early problems, so waved yellow flag there, that's the warning for the other riders coming around. Caution, bike parked at the side of the circuit. Rider not getting off, so clearly thinks they might be able to flick something and get something going again, but it is very wet out there. Look at the spray coming off the tail. That's the other Norton Manx, Luke Bailey and Michael Dunlop. Is that Dunlop on board?
It is Dunlop on board, and he is absolutely flying. This looks like a good lap. He's already pretty quickest on that opening lap, about a 1.3 seconds clear of everyone. And certainly this isn't a condition that's going to intimidate him at all. And he looks already like he's just at home on that 1953 Manx Norton.
He's just so comfortable with putting the body where it needs to go to get the weight right, to try and get traction around the corners. Notice some of the other riders a little bit tentative, and quite wisely so, on these opening laps. But if you build to the measure of Michael Dunlop, we saw when he was interviewed beforehand, completely calm, completely unfazed. That's why he's fastest. Target time is... Last time around, 1 minute 54.0 seconds. This time, even more attack by the looks of things.
Yeah, very much so. You can see just really coming in. He's in the wet on the motorcycle. It's really important. That looks like McWilliams ahead of him. So what a great marker that is for him to be chasing up the two Irishmen. McWilliams will have a big target on his back. And as they cross the line, let's have a little look at the times. So it was a 154.0 last time, 150.2. So he is 4 seconds. Yep, that's right, 4 seconds clear of everyone. We could see it was a determined lap, but he also had McWilliams in the ideal rabbit to chase.
Yeah, exactly. Better to be that, it's good fun being the hunter. But what made me laugh at that was that Michael Dunlop was looking over his shoulder. No, you're dropping people. They're not catching you. But now side by side, and one can be the measure of the other. So Jerry McWilliams keeping in front by the smallest of margins. This, by the way, is not a race. It's official practice. They're having fun too. But look how much spray they're putting out, and that's on very narrow wheels.
Yeah, and what we've just seen as well, just gone into second, is that we were talking about it earlier, the 1929 BMW R57 compressor. So Davey Todd, who's he won 2 GTs this year. He's been battling for the British Championship in British Superstock and a wheel sort of talent. So that is a great time on that really old BMW. And you see Michael Dunlop still. No, he was just having a little look. That's McWilliams, so he's kind of just having a little look. It's nothing like a rider. You go past McWilliams and he'll kind of want to rub the salt in, as it were, make a break. And he had a little look just to see where he is. McGuinness is in third. So that's where that's your top three at the moment.
And he's got to find 3 seconds to move to the front of the field. If anybody can get below 1 minute 50 in this, it looks so it will be Michael Dunlop. But he's got to remember, he's got to hand over and let his co-rider have a go. But one more quick lap, maybe not if traffic gets in his way. But it's a half-hour session. We're nearly 10 minutes in, we're at 8 minutes in, but we're settling down now.
Yeah, and that is Todd. So that is this wonderful old BMW that we're talking about. Number 11, the 1929. It's a supercharged, it's a boxer engine, and it is rigid rear end. Look at the front end on it. So it's not very good around the corners, but boy, is it quick. It's got about 80 brake horsepower compared to the Manx Norton's 50, and it really does fly. But look at him changing it. So reaching over. It's a hand change, remember. So it's quite an incredible machine, and it really was. broke the land speed record when it was invented. Back at the time, it was a real move forward.
It's physical. It's super physical. 88 years old, this number 11, the BMW R55S, but it's that rigid rear end is phenomenal. It can't be a comfortable ride. You probably want your tail end just above the seat, I'd suggest, as much of the lap as you can.
Yeah, it did. It actually took the land speed record in 1929 of 134.67 miles an hour.
No, stop it, James.
Right? So how crazy is that? So that looks like Fernando Mendes, I think, number 83. So yeah, he's just gone third quickest, so well done, Fernando. He used to race, he was a big British Championship racer and 125s, and again he's got the ideal man in front of him. He's got Davey Todd, so that's a nice, good carrot to be dangled in front of him. And then just behind them, I think that looks like it was Burrell or McGuinness who's currently fourth. So it is Dunlop on top in first, Dunlop Bailey, Schrobb and Todd second, Mendes McLean third, Burrell McGuinness fourth, and Fitchett McWilliams fifth.
And also it's great to see something a bit different. This is the Royal Enfield Meteor we're looking there. So in among the Norton Manxes, we have something different. And then the aged bikes, we've got those 4 very old BMWs from the late 20s, early 30s. We've also got a Velocet from 1936. That's Ivan Rhodes' bike, which Sam Rhodes and Bill Swallow are sharing. But a little bit cautious and tentative. Do I put the foot down? Do I not?
No, I think he's actually signalling he's coming in the pits on that lap. So, but we'll see in a second as he comes round. Now we've coming back down, and we got number 98.
That's the Klaus Klaas and Richard Ronan Resch bike. That's from 1928. Not yet 100 years old, but 55 we'll look at now. Vincent Black Shadow, very popular in the age. Josh Brooks and Ben Kingham.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful machine, actually, the Vincents, and obviously a big engine on these, 998cc, so they're a little bit bigger, beautifully made, and a little moment there, he's just tickled on the throttle, so a little bit more power, just making it slightly awkward to ride. Currently they're 10th. Let's have a look as they cross the line.
No, 5 seconds slower. You hit one puddle, and you've got to consider, do you keep your right wrist folded back, but the exit from the chicane was one of the problems. Not all, though. He didn't lose 4 seconds at that moment. So 11 minutes had passed out of half an hour. The second riders waiting, some with enthusiasm, some with trepidation, no doubt, as they're looking at the screens. They may be looking at the timing as well. But as we can see around the circuit, it is wet everywhere. The very middle part, I suppose it's the crown in the track, is where they're trying to ride.
Yeah, very much, and as you say, you can just see that they're finding out on a bike here, you've got to build to it. You can't just go bang straight to the lap. You've just got to pick at it, take a little bit here, a little bit there, a bit later on the brakes, a bit more corner speed, and just work your way through. You can see in places it's not too bad here, and then in other places there's little bits of lying water, but overall I think the track's looking pretty good. The rain looks to be lessening off, and we always knew today was going to be the worst day for it.
And our winners from last year, their bike is from the pits. That's the Michael Russell bike. That's number 68. Norton Velocet, as James explained. So is that because they're just confident? But he came in almost immediately, didn't he, before a fast lap was on the board?
It just worries me no one's working on it. There's 2 reasons there, because they haven't set a lap time at all at the moment. They're in 27. So you personally got to worry that's not something terminal, because they want to set a lap, or they're waiting right to the end to go out.
Because they probably need 1 flying lap each, I would suggest. They're that good, they know the bike. Is it drying? From our commentary box, it feels as though we're down a coal mine. It's so dark, the windows are tinted, but certainly, and if you're looking at the images around the world, you'll see that it looks relatively bright out there. TV cameras always make it brighter than it really is. Sorry to be a downer on your party, but it is, I think, less dark.
I think it's very, remember that, only Russell's had a ride so far, and I think that also it is a condition that you build into. So yes, they could be leaving for the last 10 minutes, have 5 minutes each, but I don't really think that. I'm just not. It doesn't really feel right to me. We're looking at number 17. That is the 54 matchless Norton. So it's a matchless engine in a Norton featherbed chassis. Just having a little look at there, number 17, and where do they go at the moment?
Well, they went up a position, but then the bike that followed across the line, 38, pushed them back down again. So they went fleetly tonight, then back down to 10.
And that's Adam Child, the Motorcycle News sort of journalist and racer who's on board that bike at the moment. Just having a little look at him as he powers out, and he's just having a little look down. It's something he's not 100% confident on, is he? And as you say, it's Jackson and Hillier behind him, 38, so those boys pushing on. Both of those know what they're doing. A strong team.
Oh, there's something. What is that we're seeing in the track? Is that a pedal? Has it just popped off coming into the chicane? Let's have a little look-see. So it's bike number 49.
I wonder he's like...
Which is one of the very... It's 1937 BMW, or is it the gear lever? Let's have a little look.
Yes, it's not the... It's something...
Oh.
It's a little plate of some description, but it looked like you could see him stamping on the brakes, couldn't you? And really trying to get the thing stopped there. And that was Harry Mainwaring smart aboard that. So he had a bit of a problem because you saw him try
and he's got his foot down now. Not like on a throttle. That's just confidence. Has he got the gears he wants? It doesn't seem to be hampered at the moment.
No. So that's a 1937 BMW R5 SS. And a little twitchy moment again. You can see him shaking his head. So Harry was a very strong British. He's just feeling that grip with that leg out. That's slightly unusual. And there's Todd. Todd has now got quicker. So we are looking at 48.8. So Davey Todd there, you know, this year's winner of the senior TT, leading the British Superstock Championship, and that amazing old supercharged BMW has just gone top.
Yeah, but he just found just over 3.5 seconds on that lap. So Michael Dunlop's lap now only good for second, and it is drying out.
It is, and also Dunlop is in front of him, so it's an ideal. Again, that is Dunlop in front, so he's been able to use him, push on that bike, and as we say, it's amazing, really rigid. Dunlop's coming in the pitch. You can see Dunlop there, and it looks like Todd is still on a good lap, so Todd's going to keep on going. So let's have a look what he does. He crosses the line this time, and he fires past. Let's have a little look at 148.8 to beat. Does he get it on this lap? 147.7, so he's now 2.5 seconds clear of everyone. So what a lap from Davey Todd.
In 2 laps, he's improved by 4.7 seconds, and he looks even more feisty and attacking this time around. Very, very good exit from the chicane, sweeping through the first part of Manchester, the second part, getting down low again, left hand across to change gear. All these things that just seem wrong, but they work.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact it's got, as we say, the suspension is the 2 springs on the rear seat. You know, it's a rigid rear end. It's got this very unusual, old-fashioned, because it is old-fashioned, obviously, cantilevered front end. And what a job he's doing. 1929 this is from. Yeah, it's almost hard to get your head round it. So a magnificent job at the moment. He's been out from the start, so pretty soon he'll have to come in and do a swap with Schwab to make sure that he has a go on it. And both riders have to partake in the session, so both have to have ridden it, but because it's such a unique motorcycle, you can see why he's let Todd ride it a little bit more.
Absolutely. So another bike that's been going well, which is Jeremy McGuinness's bike, number 6, right on the screen, one of the regular Norton Banks's.
Yeah, and that's Barry Burrell, so his teammate. So that is a very, very strong team.
Yeah, so they flipped over one of the early rider changes, but Jeremy wouldn't have needed a lot of laps.
No, so no, you're right. So it's you know, it will be, you know, him and Barry Burrell. Barry Burrell currently riding in the BMW Cup in the British Championship, and really strong there, riding in the top 3. You know, obviously ridden in Moto2, you know, in the British Championship, and has done a lot of racing himself. So him and McGuinness are going to be one of those really sort of top teams to beat on the day, I'm sure. He's riding a 1954 Manx Norton, which, as you say, mostly sort of dominate the field.
Right, still looking for other movers. Bike 17, one we saw earlier with Adam Chard on board, is still picking up the pace. In 6th place overall, but nearly 6 seconds down that amazing lap by Davey Todd on that R57 compressor from, I'm saying it again, 1929, nowhere near 100 years old, only 95.
Amazing. We've also just seen Bain and Brogan. So Bain and Brogan have just moved up into 2nd. So that's good from them. They've just been moving up there on a Norton International. So really nice to Steve Brogan, obviously, again, and Bain. They've been a mainstay of this event for many years, always on the case. That's a nice lap from the 53 1953 international law.
It's definitely getting brighter out there. I don't think it's getting any drier per se, but the times are improving. We've also got the moment where we have the changeover from one rider to another. The next rider takes a lap or two to get the field. Number 12, hand up. You were just talking about the Bain and Brogan bike.
Yeah, that is Brogan. So that is Steve Brogan. So he's whether he's coming in or whether it's it looks like he's coming in, but he seems to be fussing with his gear lever a little bit. So but he's in between gears. So they're coming back in the pits after doing that lap. Let's hope that's all good. As the rest of the field come through, so he's just going to swap over to the outside to let them all come through offline.
Well, that's just experience and respect for the other riders as well. He couldn't do any more signalling, but he's got to do one thing very soon. That's turn into the chicane.
Yeah. Or not.
Or not.
So I think he's just going to let them go through to pull in. So in he goes into the pits.
Well, that was great, just not obstructing anybody, because it'd be really galling. This is official practice or qualifying in other speak, but the two races are coming. Saturday afternoon, hopefully it'll be dry, and then Sunday, fully dry and sunny, yes please. But look, the puddle's still here on the track. Oh, just over 10 minutes remaining in this official practice for the Barry Sheed Memorial Trophy for bikes up to 1954, but going all the way back to the mid-1920s.
Yep, so a little look, that number 3, that's a 1936 BMW R5SS, the 500cc, you know, again, that double cradle frame, that telescopic front end. And this was the first ever motorcycle to feature a foot gear change. Up until then, they were all hand gear change. So that bike was the first ever motorcycle. You know, it seems obvious now,
yeah.
But yeah, it was groundbreaking when it came out. It was a real game changer. So and it looks almost, even the styling of it looks almost kind of 50s. You know, you've got to remember this is in 1936, just before the war, and there were so many things ahead of its time, both sort of technically and stylistically. So it's a really important motorcycle. It's Andy Hornby's on it at the moment. Klaus Ottlinger is the owner and his other rider. So it's lovely to see that motorcycle out there.
Well, just mentioning it was getting a bit bright. The rain now you can see as they go into lap is getting much worse again. But just want to point out that the Child and Tom, number 17, the matchless Norton, has just got up into 4th place. So on top, 1, 2, 3, we got a 2.3 second advantage to Davey Todd. The next 3 bikes are covered by about a quarter of a second. So it's very competitive at the front end.
Yeah, it is. And again, now we're having a little look at number 32. Which is the Triumph, a 1954 Triumph T110. That's the Manx Classics, and that's Ian Hutchinson on board. Obviously, Ian Hutchinson, a very famous racer, TT winner, and good to see him really hustling that Triumph about.
Well, I tell you who is on the move, bike number 55. It's suddenly set the fastest first sex time of anyone, the Vincent Black Shadow. You won't see it in the dark, but out around the circuit, it's absolutely flying, shared by Josh Brooks and Ben Kingham. It's down in 7th place, but that's the one that seems to be making the moves at the moment. There it is, with the red plate on the front. Bike number 55, absolutely flying, the Vincent Black Shadow. And again, you have the rider change, and maybe rider 2 is quicker than rider 1. Maybe the track is drying out. One thing for sure, though, Russell and Rutter, it must be a mechanical problem. Got 8 minutes this session left. They came in after one lap, no flying lap on the board. Their bike, number 68, one of the favourites, the Norton Velocet, has been parked.
Yeah, so that's Josh Brooks, by the way. So Josh Brooks, double British Superbike champion, winner of World Championship races in 600s. So that's him out and about. Let's have a little look as he crosses the line. So number 55, currently 7th on a 152.8, and they now go 2nd, 149.4. So Josh Brooks on that Vincent, really flying there. It's a big 998cc. Yeah, unlike a lot of these as well, which are singles, it's obviously the twin, and just a beautiful, beautiful machine.
But it's really interesting, looking at the lines he's taking. He's skirting with the outer side of the circuit where a lot of the water is sitting. The middle of the circuit is the driest part, but he thinks the fastest line is the outside. And hey, swing it, he's going there.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of that big 998B twin engine is really sort of helping him. You can just hear it there. It's got a lovely sound to it. The rain really coming down again, but he is not, you know, he's getting in the groove. And as I say, that's in these sort of conditions, slight mistake there. He went in a little bit hot, cost himself a little bit of time, but it was the right thing to do. It is only practice, don't tip it in, and also look behind him as well.
Yeah, they're now second and third. 55, the one we're talking about, just gone into second place. 1.6 seconds down on provisional pole, tucked in behind the Mendes McLean, number 83, which is a Royal Enfield Meteor. We saw it earlier in the session. And going faster. He's the one that's in the middle of the circuit, and it's worked for him.
It has indeed.
Almost.
Yeah, not quite. Will he be able to go pull outside in the brakes? He's on a good lap himself, so no, Josh keeps it there. So it is Schwab and Todd at the front, 147.7. Brooks and Kingham. Brooks there in second, 149.4. And then Mendes behind him in third, the 149.7. So close between these two. What's it going to be as they cross the line this time round? As we have a little run up to the line. Oh, look at the water he's gone through there on that wide line.
That is not a puddle, that's a water splash in rallying terminology. But what I'm sensing is it's wetter at the pit lane area of the circuit than it is out at Fordwater, water being the operative, and St Mary's. It comes and it goes, it's trying to brighten up, but we've got these areas of heavy rain. No one's told the riders though, so that's fine.
I'm really impressed with number 83. That's Adam McLean, who's riding that Royal Enfield Meteor. So you're sticking around with Josh Brooks on anything in the wet. You really are riding well. So very impressive from him right now.
Tricky conditions. Fortunately for the riders, they're just trying to settle the grid. And remember, we have the run across the circuit for the sort of running start for each of the races. So it's critical, but not as critical as it might be if you had a standing start on the track. Caution has been knit in, but some of the riders very quickly finding confidence. There's a little something lying in the circuit. Looks like the end of someone's exhaust pipe, and the red flag is there for that reason. You know what? I don't think that's a bad decision at all. I think the riders behaved incredibly well. Nobody has come off, but something in the circuit, and imagine if you couldn't see that in someone else's spray, you wouldn't want to hit it.
No, it's a megaphone off the end of the exhaust, and as you're right, it's right on line as well, so the riders coming in while they clear that up. So we had the clock has stopped at 5 minutes 23 to go, so we'll wait and see whether that continues or whether that will count. But at the moment, as we say, so there it is. You can see that at the end of the exhaust, so it's actually just slipped off there. Someone will be wanting that back.
Well, we had 4 of the bikes didn't get to set a time, and all of them seem to have mechanical problems. The Russell Rutter, number 68, Norton Velocet, got back to the pits, but we saw 3 other bikes pulling off at the side of the circuit, including Maria Costello, number 26, her Norton International. Also at the side was 22, which is Gilera. Now,
this is Josh Brooks, and having that really nice sort of ding-dong with the Royal Enfield of Adam McLean.
Well, look, so the number on the front of his bike, or it might have been the side, suddenly just blew off.
Well, you could see that flapping.
It was flapping for a while.
For a couple of laps, I thought that was going to go. So that won't be too bad. So all the guys sort of back in the pits, and as you say, all in one piece. A few broke down. That Russell Rutter is disappointing. They've always in the hunt for a win. So that's really unlucky for them right now. That's that little bracket that we saw come off that early BMW. They'll be wanting to retrieve that as well as a lot of these parts. It's not like you can just go into the shop and get one. So
well, it's not too far from the pits. As you can see, it's just part way through the chicane, and as you could also see, there'll be no restart getting the message through. I think that's understandable. We've got lots of good times on the board. Davey Todd, though, he won the day here. He will be starting tomorrow's race, or his bike, number 11. Bear in mind, this is from 1929, a BMW R57 compressor, solid rear end, and that was quickest by just over 1.5 seconds. So phenomenal job from Davey Todd.
We're really good, and as we said, it is a very powerful engine.
So here we have at the end the qualifying results.
Yeah, you can see, so Schwab and Todd on top, then it's Brooks and Kingham on that Vincent Black Shadow, Mendes and McLean on the Royal Enfield Meteor, Bain and Brogan again, they'll be in a hunt on Norton International, Bailey and Dunlop going well on the Norton Manx, then Child and Tom on the Matchless Norton G80 CS, Jackson and Hillier in 7th on the Matchless G80, and then Bowell and McGuinness, they're going to be in it on number 6 on the Norton Manx, Rushworth and Hutchinson on the Triumph T110, and then Fitchett and McWilliams on the Norton Daytona Manx. Go down slightly further, it's 11th, it's English Plater, 12th, Harry Mayweather and Start and Gooch, Swallow and Rose in 13th, Williams and Duffers 14th, Ottlinger and Hornby in 15th, Perkin and McConnell 16th, Reich and Clausen 17th, Perez and Barrier in 18th, Johnson and Bush 19th, and Corner and May in 20th. And then the final bit of the grid is 21st is the Force Russell Jr. and Carlos Checa, Pemberton and Walker, 22nd, Herbertson and Tossolini, Russell and Ellison, and O'Brien and Taylor bringing out in 25th.
And of course, there are 4 other bikes that didn't make a lap on the board. But let's take a look back at the highlights. The Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy official practice. The one thing was for sure, the riders were keen, but the track was wet.
That's right. So it started off in quite bad conditions. We've got the crowd all loving it, really and enjoying themselves. And what a mixture of machine we had. We're looking at Fernando Mendes there. He was out doing a beautiful job in that Royal Enfield Meteor. That was him sort of coming through. And then Michael Dunlop, number 129 on the Manx Norton. Here's Adam Child again on another Manx, number 17, the MCN journalist. And then this is Howie Mainwaring Smart. Little bracket comes off there on the old BMW, really giving it some beans. But this man, Davey Todd, was absolutely incredible. I was on the old 1929 BMW, and it was him that managed to get a complete 1.5 seconds clear of absolutely everyone.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
There's a Lee Miller to see you.
Beautiful.
Only non-military access for women.
We're getting ready, aren't we, for the invasion of Europe?
I'm heading to the front.
I'd stay away from that window. They got snipers.
Bad things do happen to some of us girls. Once you've seen it, you never unsee it.
Lee. Only in cinemas September 13th.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Okay, so I'm now here with Mark at Inner Sanctum Vintage, and really it's the Poochie dress that caught my eye initially, this 60s flavour you've got going on here.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful dress, it's velvet, Poochie, about 1968. But yeah, very rare, very unusual, and very striking.
Now Mark, this isn't your first time at Revival. The last time you came was in the 90s?
It's the first Revival, 1998. Yeah, a bit different from now, but it's yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to be back here.
And it must be so fun to have the pleasure of seeing everyone enjoy seeing all of your clothes. They look like they're fit for a museum, honestly.
Oh, bless you, yeah. Well, we try really hard, yeah, to just provide something extra special.
And what is it to you? What do the older clothes mean to you, the revival of this older fashion?
I think it's just the most wonderful thing for people to be able to express their individuality, you know, and just to look completely different from everybody else. And there's so much here. There's such a massive cross section of fashion. It's quite wonderful. Yeah.
And where do you think your passion for vintage came from?
I started going to jumble sales, funnily enough, when I was about 8, 9 years old, collecting records with my friends, and then I turned to buying clothes instead. I started collecting them till I was about 16, and then I had a huge amount, and then I took it all down to Portobello Road in London, and that's where I started.
I do love Portobello Road. Yeah. And I also love the wittiness of the clothes, that golf tea dress you've got over there. I mean, you could really go on in here.
Yeah, novelty prints, very popular here by the looks of things, and yeah, it's just something different.
Well, it's all looking fantastic. I'm actually think we should join in on some of these talks that are going on as well.
Absolutely. This is wonderful. All day long we've got this going on, so we couldn't be in a better place, really.
Well, let's listen in then at Revive and Thrive. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Well, a brilliant and busy morning then so far to kick off the Goodwood Revival, and it's only getting busier. Hopefully not wetter though, but it is a bit damp out there at the moment. But we've got a lot more coming up for you. The Goodwood Trophy, Grand Prix and Voiture cars will be the next out on track before we pay tribute to the brilliant John Surtees at 11:40. Following that is the Fordwater Trophy. Then the first part of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul. That's from 12:35. The Madrid Cup gets underway, practice qualifying for that, followed by the Whitson Trophy presented by Sky Cinema, and then the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy 2 from 2:10, and at 2:50, just before 3 o'clock then this afternoon, the Earl of March Trophy. Practice getting underway for that. And hopefully then, as the sun starts to possibly peek out from behind the clouds, 75 years of that fantastic XK engine from 325, celebrating that through the track parade, followed by the Richmond and Gordon trophies, the RAC TT celebration at 4:15, the Glover Trophy from 4:50, and then practice for the Freddie March Memorial Trophy at 20:05, and then part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul just before 6 o'clock, 5:50, and finishing off the day at 6:30 with race 1 at the Sussex Trophy. So lots to get stuck into then at the Goodwood Revival. Let's head down and see what David Green's up to.
Mess tent, and it's a fantastic place to catch up with all the drivers, and what a way to kick it off, because it wouldn't be the Goodwood Revival without the great Joachim Mass.
It's quite true, actually. You know, when I came here the first time and I saw all these war memorials and all this other thing, I thought, what am I doing here? We were playing cricket, and there was one of the Spitfires coming low over our heads, and I said, damn, you know, I threw myself on the ground, and it was remarkable. So this very special atmosphere, and of course, you know, Britain lives from the memory of the victory and for things like that, and we've done a war or two, and you know, so this was, apart from racing, then when Charles March, Lord March at the time, when he came up with the idea of building a proper circuit again with all the taxiways and all that from the airport, it made a big impact. Then he called me up in the beginning and he said, would you like to race here? So the first one I had to miss because of some racing I had, and then I loved it. I didn't want to miss another one. It was fantastic.
Well, it really wouldn't be Revival without you here, and I gather you're racing in 2 races this weekend and rejoined with an old car of yours, or at least an old model.
Well, I'm driving a GTA, which is super nice, Alfa Romeo. The GTA, the 1600, is when I started in '68. That's what I drove. It was super nice, and I love these cars. They're pretty, they're nice to drive, and of course, age adapted, maybe not in the same speed league anymore, but but it's still fun. No, I like it. It's you know, often, you know, Goodwood would be nothing without you. I'm told often, but I would be nothing without Goodwood, honestly, because Goodwood enhances your life. It does. I mean, it makes you, or it allows you to meet old friends again from all over, you know, which old mechanics, engineers, and even here, you know, you see Christian Horner and you see Adrian Newey and you see a lot of guys, you know, it's fantastic. And to me, the social component of this event is just wonderful. And people know you too, because they see you every year. And it reminds me, actually, when we did the Mille Miglia, I did it 36 years in a row. So it's very similar. You get to Viterbo, and Viterbo, there were lots of schools with little kids, and they were all in their uniforms, standing with their little flags, waving and so on. And over the years, you saw them grow up, and you recognized them, and suddenly they were gone. And I said to one of the Italian guys, I said, dove sono tutti I bambini? The bambini, kids? He said, they're grown up, they're working, they're studying, or whatever. So I said, of course, I forgot the time factor. They grow up and so on. So that's similar here, because there are lots of little children which grow up, and now they're suddenly, I said, was it you from? Yeah, so it's wonderful.
Well, it's always wonderful to see you. We'll be cheering you on this weekend and looking forward to seeing you in those wonderful cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, too.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line. Well, track inspections underway just to see how indeed wet the track is currently, where the puddles are lying. Umbrellas definitely up at the moment. We are hoping to get the Goodwood Trophy underway in a short amount of time for Grand Prix cars and Voiturette cars, historic racing specials of a type that raced between 1930 and 1951. But the rain is still coming down. But I tell you what, why don't we head down and check in with Ed to see if he's staying dry.
Rob Hall, fantastic to see you as always in this BRM. Now you guys put this together, and just give me some facts and figures on just the number of parts and what kind of a job it was, because they were incredibly complicated in period, and that hasn't changed, has it?
That hasn't changed one bit. And I think there's something like 33,000 parts, if I remember, because a lot of roller bearings, and if you count that, I think we gave up after a while, but that's... One day we'll probably do it properly, but it's yeah, there's a lot of parts that got in there, all whizzing round. So yeah, no, hell of a project. No, we're quite proud of it. We've had a few little niggles, but yeah, that's what happens. If you have a simpler car, it'll have a niggle, as you're probably well aware. Any car has niggles, but we're getting there, and not ideal conditions, but we'll first time in the wet, so we'll see what it's like, but I would imagine it will be an handful.
It was never that reliable in period. Did it have a particular weak spot?
Obviously the revs that was using in period, which no, last year we pulled 11, we was pulling 11. But we know a bit more, but there was, at the same time, there was bloody clever people, the best engineers in the world after the war and everything, you know, and when you think it was, just after the war, it's a fair bit of engineering, and when we come to machine parts, even though you might have 5 axis hit, they go, don't know how we're going to do that. Whereas it was someone on a 2-axis hand machine, and they did it, but a lot of it was all hand fettling and everything. So, it's, like I say, we're very proud of it. We just want to see that checkered flag, and then that'll be a big tick for us.
All right, Rob, well, enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers, Ed.
Thanks, Ed. And down there with Rob Hall with the BRM Type 15 Mark 1, just resting up before it heads out onto the track. Not quite the retro-looking sweeper we thought we would get, but that is going around the circuit at the moment to try and suck up some of the water. Change in the commentary box, we should say. Hello, I'm Harry Benjamin, alongside the mighty Bruce Jones, and I've rocked up Bruce for the bad weather.
It was bright sunshine this morning. Everyone's slapping the sun cream on. You're right, but no, great to see people. Look, having fun, waving at the cameras, but anybody who forgot the brolly, you're just living the full experience. You get 3 marks. But just going back to that fantastic BRM, just take that on board, 33,000 parts, at which point Rob Hall stopped counting. But bear in mind, the Hall & Hall preparation company have built some amazing cars, and if anybody should be out in that car, it should be Rob, because having that ear to listen to something that he may detect that could be just before disaster. That's a car, 1500 cc, but 600 horsepower from that. So there was an awful lot that could go wrong if it did go wrong. Makes the most mighty, amazing sound, but in period it didn't make it for quite as long as they wanted.
No, well, hopefully we'll hear it in just a few moments' time. Yeah, just over 600 horsepower from 1.5 litres, and a car and engine designed more than 70 years ago, brought back to life, that we can have a look at that. But there's lots to watch out for here at the Goodwood Trophy coming up. Of course, Reg Parnell won the first ever trophy race back in 1948 at the wheel of a Maserati 4CLT. So it's quite fitting, Bruce, that there's quite a lot of Maseratis in this race, including the original 4CL prototype.
Yeah, it is one of the beauties of revival. Cars that have been revived, brought back, but someone else has been revived and brought back is Ed Foster, standing at the deep end.
Margulies, you're always so quick here, and this is one of my favourite races, but it's wet. Does that make things much different? Because you are sliding around a lot anyway. I guess everything's just a bit harder.
Yeah, everything's a bit harder. I mean, it's difficult if you've got standing water, because if you're on the 16-inch wheels and tyres like we are, they don't clear the rain as well as the bigger wheels and tyres. But the car's really nice in the wet because it's got a lot of torque, it's heavy, and it's pretty predictable. So I enjoy driving it in the wet. When there's a lot of standing water, you just have to pay attention at the end of the day. Yeah.
Looking at the entry list, it's an amazing plethora of ERAs, isn't it?
Oh, it's great. It's 80 years of ERA this year, 90 years of ERA. And we've got like 10 of them out there, so it's fantastic. And, you know, they're great cars as well. And we got the BRM, obviously. There's some great Maseratis. There's that interesting New Zealand special, which I've never seen before. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's always a great grid. I mean, this is like the best pre-war grid in the world. So looking forward to it. We'll see how it goes.
Mark, best of luck.
Thank you.
Ed down there with Mark Gillies, who knows a thing or two about how to win round here, Bruce.
Oh, he certainly does in many things, but he is the ERA driver. And whenever you get to watch them, and all the people who are right now just taking a little bit of shelter, when the cars do go out on track, talk about precision. It's about keeping the flow. And with the ERA, the drivers sit on top. You can see their torsos moving around in the car. It's about balance. It's about constant adjustment. But today, it's about not making big adjustments. Keep it small. And also, if you're walking around the circuit, roll up your trousers a little bit. And that'll be a little adjustment that may just improve your performance through your fabulous Friday here at Goodwood.
Absolutely. Just the first day of action in the 26th year of the Goodwood revival. The weather is supposed to get better, so there is hope as we progress throughout. As Mark was saying there, obviously big year for ERA 90 years, and they've got a huge presence on the grid as well represented for that British mark. But we've also got to look out for the B-type RSB Remus. Got an ex-Prince Bira car in there as well. There's so much to get stuck into.
You know, an awful lot of these cars have been racing. This race, the Goodwood Trophy, is to celebrate the cars that were sort of racing here just after the Second World War, when the circuit opened in 1948. Of course, not many cars have been built in the previous decade since hostilities started, but they came here and they just always provide something different. But let's go back down to the collection area, because Ed, it's his happy hunting ground.
Gareth, it's one of the most eclectic grids of the weekend, but there's no walking past this car. Just tell us a little bit about it.
It's a totally unique car that was built in New Zealand by a couple of guys who were special builders, engineers, just after the war. They actually based the concept on the Auto Unions. So you look visually, it looks very similar to the Auto Unions. The position of the engine, gearbox, etc., layout, plus the trailing arm front suspension. But what they did was, because they couldn't afford that cost, they used as many bits that are available off old aircraft, World War II aircrafts. So the front suspension operation method is bungee cord under tension, which is actually aircraft landing gear. The rear suspension is P40 Kitty Hawk landing gear, which is pressurized nitrogen landing gear. Oh, actually all very smart, but done on a budget. And at a time when the only mid-engine cars, really after the Auto Unions, were the Cooper 500s. So this was probably the first real sort of Formula 2, sort of Libra type mid-engine car.
And you said just now that you haven't actually driven it. So what a place to debut.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, yeah. We took it to Tour Western Airfield, did up and down on it last week, which was fine, but it's not the same as driving around here in this conditions, yeah.
I'm sure you'll love it though. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Indeed, Gareth Burnett down there with the Vanguard RA4. Of course, the 2019 winner here, Gareth, but he was in an Alta that time. This time back with a Vanguard.
Well, Gareth has driven many, many things. Just talking there about how many aviation parts were used in the car. It's quite fitting. The car's owner, Ian Jones, flies historic aircraft out of Duxford, so he understands those parts. But when described as being a bit like a mini Auto Union, I think that takes a little bit of artistic license. I've never seen a car with such a bluff front, but it's great to have that. Car number 12, look out for it. It's silver, the Vanguard RA4, and I just love coming to the Goodwood for so many reasons, but seeing cars I've never seen before is sort of right there at the top of my chart. And for a lot of people, of course, they remember this was an airfield during the Second World War, so the sights of the amazing aviation display, but always to have a Spitfire here is still something very special. I mean, it looks fabulous even standing still, but better still when that Merlin engine is roaring.
It really is such a special event. This is actually the first time I've come to the Goodwood Revival, so it's such a privilege to see sort of this mix of the glamour, the style, but also that celebration of, you know, the action of those bygone eras.
Well, it is, and it's the fact that every course vehicle, bar that Trax sweeper, is of the period 66 and early. We're talking about the Maserati prototype, and here it is, car number 10. It's bright red, it looks absolutely magnificent, and to me, Maserati is one of the ultimate marks in motor racing. It was so strong through the 30s, through to the 50s. Sad it isn't as strong anymore, but there are moments. But looking through the helmets, an attempt at a smile, but these drivers are, how should we say, full of trepidation.
Well, I wouldn't blame them looking at the conditions at the moment, but this really a rival for the Alfa Romeo 158 and the various ERAs of the time, 1947. If you go back then, it was the class of the field with the likes of Tazio Nuvolari taking wins. It's Fritz Burkhardt at the wheel who gave us a wry smile in that Maserati 4CL. A couple of those to look out for though throughout the field. That with the number 10 adorned on the front, just waiting for the all clear to head out onto the circuit. But we can bring you no better news in terms of the actual weather. It is still pouring down, and indeed getting a little heavier as the wind also starts to pick up too.
But by the end of the day, between 5 and 6 o'clock, this should all clear. And we have got the first race of the 2024 revival at 6:30 this evening. Hopefully there'll be sunset shots for the photographers to enjoy. But good to see people have made a real effort to get here. Does that include breaking out of jail? I couldn't quite tell with the black and white stripy suit there.
Well, you know what? When I know people can't see us right now, Bruce, but when I first bumped into you this morning, I was quite relieved because I have the exact same blazer at home. So I'm quite glad I didn't bring my one as well. We would have been clashing.
The gruesome twosome, it would be there.
But it's good to see if you've got some shelter underneath the grandstands as well. Do lap that up while you can before we get just waiting for the Goodwood Trophy to get underway. That's Grand Prix cars, voiturette cars, historic racing specials between 1930 and 1951 that we're looking to get out onto the track at the moment. In the meantime, let's head back down to David Green, who's with Dario Franchitti.
Well, we're here in the Drivers Club, and what a fantastic way to start the revival with the smiling face of Mr. Dario Franchitti.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks. More importantly, how are you?
I'm good, yeah, I'm good. I'm not loving the weather, but we'll make the most of it. Jimmy Johnson and I were walking in a minute ago, and we were bemoaning the weather, and one of the motorbike riders walked by in the leathers, and we said, life's not so bad.
So what are you up to this weekend?
Oh, lots going on. The TT in a Cobra with Andrew Smith, the Stirling Moss in a DB4 GT, beautiful DB4 GT with Jimmy Johnson, and then I've got both daughters, Sophia and Valentina, in the pedal car race, which is the most important bit of the whole weekend.
It's got to be the most important. Have you been training them?
We did 2 days. We did two practices, 2 days. They basically ran up and down the drive a couple of times. Valentina took the Gordon Murray ethos of lightweight to an extreme in that she came out basically mostly naked with trainers on, and that was because she wanted to lose weight.
Not going to be the case today, though.
I hope not.
And how about yourself? I mean, like you say, it's raining today, but I'm wishing for sunshine. I think we're going to get it. And looking at those DB4 GTs in a row in the paddock, aren't they fantastic?
They are amazing. It's just Goodwood, isn't it? I mean, walking around, catching up with people, looking at the cars, the Myers Manx buggies this morning. It just doesn't matter with the weather. If the sunshine is lovely, obviously, I would prefer that, but it's just the most amazing event.
Yeah, just seeing you there, I dragged you away from breakfast with Andy Preo, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Catching up with old friends and acquaintances.
Exactly right. And everybody's sort of running around the world together, and you get to come here, you get to catch up, you get to race some amazing cars, have a load of fun, and then of course there's a ball on Saturday night, and some of the outfit choices, trust me, mine are questionable enough, but well, I'm sure we'll see some people, gentlemen wearing one-piece gold jumpsuits, which probably shouldn't be, so it'll be interesting.
It will be certainly interesting. And I hear you're quicker in the wet anyway this weekend, aren't you?
We'll see.
Best of luck. Enjoy the weekend.
Cheers. Thanks.
Looking forward to seeing Dario Franchitti out on track throughout the weekend. David Green talking to him. Rain still coming down as we await for the Goodwood Trophy. So let's check back in with Ed. Are you keeping dry, Ed?
Pretty much, yes, I am. I will probably get wet doing this, so follow me. I'm down in the assembly area with all the Goodwood Trophy cars. You'll see in a second, they're all basically sat in the cars waiting with umbrellas held over them. They're obviously going to get absolutely soaked when they go out on circuit, but that doesn't mean they can not stay dry before they go out. So I'm going to squeeze in. Guys, I'm so sorry. Patrick, you must be the only person in the paddock with 4 umbrellas over you.
Yeah, well, the boys, surprisingly, unlike everybody else, they do care about me a little bit. And, no, it's good. It's going to be quite a challenging qualifying. Obviously, there's a lot of standing water around. And a lot of this grid is actually, I think, as competitive as I've ever seen it. There's some great cars and really good drivers. So there's going to be a lot of people wanting to be at the sharp end who I think are probably pretty good in the wet as well.
I mean, and the car you're in at the moment, it's a bit left field because it is the Fraser-Nash single-seater. Obviously, Fraser-Nash didn't historically do lots of these. What's it actually like to drive?
It's okay to drive. The steering is different to my road-going Fraser-Nash, so that's not quite as direct. The brakes, although they're enormous, are not particularly effective. Not that that's going to matter in the wet too much. It's only a 1500 engine, but with 2 gigantic superchargers fitted to the front, running on methanol, of course. It makes, on dyno earlier this week, it made about 230 horsepower. So I have a feeling it's going to be a hell of a challenge to drive. But I'll just feel my way round. It is like a Fraser-Nash. It's going to be typically sideways. But I think for qualifying, I'm going to try and keep that tame and just try and get the traction out of the corners and put in a semi-decent time.
Well, look, enjoy it.
Thanks very much.
Right, let's wander on. Oh, we've got an umbrella crash. Right, follow me. I mischose my position there, and I now can't feel my legs. But who have we got? We've got Ian here. Hi, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Do you know what? I can hear whistle. Let's have a quick chat. Ian, challenging conditions, but nothing you can't handle.
Not in the wet, this thing. No dampers, 350 foot-pounds of torque at 3,000. It'll just sit and spin.
Well, enjoy it. Look, that's all the cars starting up, so I think we've got some action.
We do indeed. Thank you, Ed. Down on the ground for us, and we were just waiting for the sweeper to come back in before we got the all clear to get the Goodwood Trophy practice session underway. So should get 20 minutes of practice qualifying running in what are still tricky conditions. So heading out onto the track will be Grand Prix Voiturette cars, historic racing specials of a type that raced between 1930 and 1951. The track maybe a little bit drier in terms of less puddles, Bruce, but it's still going to be tricky out there.
It is. You just heard the last interviews with Ian Baxter driving the Alta 61, and there was sort of like maniacal cackle before he went, enjoy yourself, and that was his response. But I think once the drivers get out, they go through the first 2 puddles, they'll start to settle down, but don't expect fireworks on the first lap or even the second lap out of the pits. But a point made by Pat Blakeney-Edwards, a lot of these drivers have raced in this event before, but I think he's right. I don't think we've ever had this many of the top drivers in this many of the top cars to come out and play. This race commemorating the early races here when the circuit opened in 1948 with a lot of pre-war cars, and that very much is the mix. But there is Pat Blakeney-Edwards, car number 21, which is the single-seater, the Fane Monoposto Fraser-Nash. And if anybody knows how to make that work, he does. But as he said, you have to drive things in different ways according to the weather conditions. We heard from Mark Gillies, who's tucked in car number 3 behind him, Dick Skipworth's R3A E-Type. We'll get to see the drivers really work these cars, but it's about being smooth today.
3 former winners in the field, as you say. Mark Gillies, 4-time winner, 2022, 2021, 2014 and 2015. And then, as we just heard from Ian Baxter there, who's not particularly confident heading out in that Alta, but he did win in that car in 2023. And then also Gareth Burnett, we heard from earlier with the Vanguard RA4, won here back in 2019, but at the wheel of another Alta. So yes, indeed, celebrating those first races being held way back in 1948. That was when Reg Parnell won the first trophy race at the wheel of a Maserati 4CLT. So appropriate there that there's a lot of those Maseratis in the race too, including that original 4CL prototype, which we saw a little earlier on. The British Mark ERA also very well represented. Look out for the B-Type R5B. Remus, Prince Biracar is there too. There's so much of a great collection, and they are now, Bruce, thankfully heading out on track. 20 minutes already down to almost 19.
Yeah, 20 minutes in which this official practice session to set the grid for tomorrow's race. It'll be tomorrow morning. Hopefully the rain would have finished its action today, but there could be a little bit of precipitation, but a stream of ERAs. And again, just look how high the drivers sit. And the little low car behind with the bluff nose, that's the Vanguard. We had a little bit of something in the track there. Looks like a dog refuse bag.
Some sort of plastic bag. Out on the circuit then, I'm sure. I think it's just off the racing line, so they should be okay with that. But you can see where the puddles are still building up on the outskirts, on the either side of the track. So keep it neat and tidy as you make your way around this Goodwood circuit.
Now, one of the cars I want to look out for, I think it's just behind the silver Vanguard. It's just looking for car number 20.
Yeah,
right.
It is, the MG.
No, that should
Oh,
be...
no, sorry, the ERA.
That's the GP2. This was a car that Peter Berton came on board to design. It was a Grand Prix Challenger, but unfortunately the war sort of came in the way, so it never got out to play. And this one has been rebuilt and went out for its first race last weekend at Mallory Park, and it really was a case of where they wanted to get to in the 40s, and they didn't get to it until after the Second World War. But ERA of original shape in front, very, very different, like a miniature W154 Mercedes, if you wish. Another car that was very strong in Grand Prix racing after the war is the Turbo Lago, but this was a car that was effectively a sports car, but they also did a single-seater version, and some of the drivers even literally just took the bicycle wings off according to the race they were competing in. They were never as quick as the Alfa Romeo Alfettas in the early years of the World Championship, but they were always there in the mix to pick up the minor placing.
Yeah, that's the 26 Talbot in sort of light blue. Talbot lost for 30 years, discovered by Colin Crabb in the late 1970s, rebuilt by Paul Grist, and since then reasonably successfully raced in international events as well, just tentatively making its way around. A little bit of traffic in front of it as they all just try and find themselves a little bit of space on track before they really start to ramp things up and bed in slightly.
Yeah, what are they looking for? They're looking to see where the water's lying. We can see some on the exit of the chicane where they would normally go, but very tiny little performance there from David Morris, one of the front-running ERA drivers for as long as remembers. He's got the capacity to steer around them, but for some of the other drivers, they maybe do another lap in which they're trying to learn where the puddles are sitting, but already you can see the better ERA drivers starting to pick up the pace, but it's all about feel. You can see them constantly working the wheel.
Yeah, and just getting a look at the different shapes and sizes as well. Some sat so high up, some a little bit lower down. The tubular shape of the chassis really working the steering wheel of, that's the Fraser Nash, isn't it? Pat Blakely-Edwards at the wheel, already pushing hard, and those thin wheels just making it slightly harder to clear the water, but that's not stopping him from getting his foot down.
But you know, one of the things, Harry, cars of this vintage, actually grip wasn't that important. In many ways they wanted slightly less grip so they could slide the tail of these around, but Pat Blakely-Edwards, you can see right hand coming outside the car to change down, trying to get the balance right, but you see he's constantly adjusting the wheel and steering on the throttle there.
Yeah, was saying to Ed earlier how big the brakes are on that. Not so useful in the wet, just the rig kicking out. He's really getting a workout in that Fraser Nash. Not the typical Fraser you would see in this kind of... They're making his way round out of the chicane and hits that puddle, and you can just see the water spewing up as he comes across the line.
Yeah, phenomenal vertical spray shower from those treaded tyres. And again, now he's catching some back markers, but he's put the first lap on the board. Let's call it 2 minutes 1 second. It's 2 thousandths of a second shy of that. The next quickest time, Mark Gilly. So that just shows how confident Pat Blakely-Edwards is in this number 21 Fraser Nash monoposto. We talked about the puddle on the exit, the chicane. Everyone else would avoid it, but no, Pat Blakely-Edwards confident enough to dip the rear end in.
Yeah, more times coming in though, but it's Pat Blakely-Edwards who stays fastest, just over the 2 minute mark. Then it's Gillies and the number 4, that's Nicholas Topless, who's just gone into fourth with the ERA A-type R4A out there as well.
Now, it's not easy to see out the commentary box windows. We have to look at the screen as well, but I can tell you the BRM is pressing on. Inimitable sounds as it accelerated past us down the start-finish straight. Rob Hall goes second fastest in that, 1.8 seconds down, but that is the loudest car in the field. It always made a great sound, but as I said to Harry, it didn't always make it for quite long enough. It was very, very fragile in period, the BRM Type 15.
A little bit of traffic building up through the halfway through the lap. We saw the Talbot in there as well, just getting its ear in. It's behind the MGK3, the 22 car. John Gillett at the wheel of that one was in the gaggle of cars there as they almost go 3 wide. Looking at the number 3 making its way through. That's another ERA A-type for Mark Gillies. That is currently 3rd fastest. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that exhaust.
No, that was quite simply, Harry, that car had got a load of water thrown onto the exhaust, which was hot, and so it was steaming, so he found one of the deeper puddles out there. But Mark Gillies is one of the quickest drivers. He's in that gaggle of traffic. The pale blue car, he could just about make it out on the screen. He's just using his caution. He's going to pick his way through, which he can in terms of speed, but you just don't want to slide by and get into the puddle, and then who knows what could happen.
No, Pat Blakeney-Edwards' time, though, still holding for the moment. Nobody quite able to pitch him. This is Rob Hall getting sideways in the BRM, and does he save it? Oh, very good control there.
Well, it makes the best sound. It also made the best action there. But Rob Hall's so much experience. You can tell he started his career in Ford Fiestas, but you know, I joke aside, he entirely did. But that was a very long time ago. Mark Dilley's very, very deep into the chicane. I suggest he probably didn't want to get quite as close, but at least those are water-filled blocks now. Someone else didn't like them as much. One of the Maseratis has tipped one around and shattered it. And I think we will probably have a flag of some colour fairly shortly. 13 minutes remain on the clock in this 20-minute session, but that is not what the doctor ordered.
No, it is not. Good to see the driver moving, though. It's the number 17. That's the Maserati 8CM. Joseph Rettenmeier at the wheel. Raced at Goodwood back in the 1940s and 50s, but has sadly found itself backwards in the barrier at the last chicane, but has able to get that going. So the car actually looks in fairly good nick, but the barrier looks like it might have actually come off worse.
It doesn't even look second-hand, looks worse than that. But that's the car. Whitney Straight performed in that BB era. We talked to him earlier. Kenneth McAlpine. It's a really, really top early 1930s Maserati, but that is popping back in. It's carrying the Remus colours there, the Thai flag on the rear of the car. It would have been the flag of Siam back then, of course.
Indeed, but good to see Joseph getting going again. Are we just about to catch the end of it? Turns in, loses the rear, and round he goes.
OK, we saw the aftermath, which was Mark Gillies going very deep into chicane, and I now understand why he was trying to avoid that spinning. Amazing. I think one of our cameras has been dislodged. Nature Watch.
Yes, I think we'll be collecting that camera and trying to put it back in its rightful place. But Joseph Rettenmeier then back into the pits in that what is still a very original racing car with its original engine and running gear, chassis and coachwork as well. So they'll be looking very diligently at the rear end of that Maserati after contact with the barrier at the chicane right at the end of the lap.
So we had a 20-minute session. We got through just over 7 minutes of that, and Pat Blakeney-Edwards on his first flying lap, fastest by 1.8 seconds in the Fraser-Nash Monoposto. Second fastest, Rob Hall in that amazing sounding BRM, the one that had that fantastic twitch. And Mark Gillies, most of his time was in traffic, but still was good for third fastest time in the number 3 ERA, which is R3A.
And yeah, indeed, but red flag out then while we clear up the mess that is the final chicane. So that fastest lap time of 2 minutes 9.98. So fine margins there for Pat Blakeney-Edwards, really pushing it on that first lap. 1.8 seconds clear of the next car, and then well, they're all fairly displaced at the moment as we head down. Rettenmeier didn't get a lap in, neither did Birch, Hardman, Burkhardt or the other Rettenmeier. That's the 15 car as well, so didn't manage to get any lap times in for those.
Now this is not a pre-war racer, this is a course vehicle of the Mini variety. Again, it's every time there's a stoppage or at the end of any of the races or practice sessions, it goes around to check the track conditions. And certainly this morning there's plenty to report in about. Are the puddles getting worse? Are they getting deeper? Are they drying out? Has anything been dropped on the circuit? When we had the bikes out for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy, various bits were dropped from the bikes. They've obviously all been recovered, but it's a safety feature. You know what? I still very much like looking at these early minis anytime, but out on a racing circuit, they still look fabulous.
They do, don't they? And getting a nice ride in the passenger seat as well as the windscreen wipers work ferociously. So it was just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars who have yet to set a competitive lap time. One of them the Maserati 6CM, the other the 4CM, the ERA, and 2 other Maseratis. But while we got the red flag then, some action stop momentarily. Let's head down to Ed.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm down here in the pit lane. There's a couple of engines still running, so hopefully you can hear me okay. Why don't we just jump in? What are you checking? Is it running okay?
I think so, yeah.
It's running all right. How is the circuit?
It's a bit sliding. Yeah, you only have to throttle and you're gone. It's hard.
Excellent, thank you. But let's wander down. I want to try and speak to... Oh, that is so much better. All the engines are off. I want to speak to Gareth. Gareth, you hadn't driven this. It's about 3 laps. How is it?
Well, I can't really see where you're going very well, and but beyond that, actually it handles quite well. Handles well. It's reasonably punchy. It's yeah. It's actually better than I expected. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's all you can ask for, and you're smiling as well, so that's great. Excellent. Let's wander down. Patrick, who I think is out front at the moment. Patrick, I'm sorry. I'm just going to. After making all your driver excuses earlier, you've then gone quickest, I think.
Yeah, I made a bit of a exploratory lap. It's really challenging out there, and with all of these cars, they're quite powerful. So you've got to use the revs, but a lot of them are supercharged, so the torque comes in, and as soon as the torque comes, I was getting wheel spin in top gear on the Lavant straight. But yeah, I think I've done a 209. I think if I grow some, I can probably go under 2 minutes, I reckon.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that. Cheers. Well, let's wander down the pits. Let's do a little bit. Sorry, we're getting in the way of a photo opportunity. There we go. All done. Yep. Thank you very much. Sorry, guys. How is it out there? I guess the biggest problem is the standing water.
It's very slippery. I'm on used tyres, unscrubbed in, so we're just doing as we were asked to do, drive around very gently. Hopefully, after the 3 laps, we can try a little harder. But as we've seen to the poor old Mazda next to us, it is very, very slippery.
You have got a little bit of heat in your rear tyres, though, because I'm warming my hand on them. So you've been doing something right.
That's what I like to hear. Thank you very much indeed for the tips. There's no excuses now.
Now, just tell the viewers kind of why have you got what is effectively a sort of horse rug over the engine?
Just to keep a bit of temperature into the engine, in case we're here for a long time, keep it warm.
Are they a nightmare to start when it's cold?
Normally it's very, very good, but if they're like children, they misbehave in public.
Right, excellent. Well, enjoy the rest of the session. You will notice there's quite a few ERAs, and they've got their radiator grills actually taped up because they will run too cold in weather like this. Usually with race cars, you're always battling temperature, but actually it's too cold at the moment. We've got Ian here. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting team tactics. Ian, how was it?
Very slippery, but great fun. Yeah, it's...
Sorry, I'm just going to have a look. What's your setup? So you got throttle on the right, and then
setup, throttle and brake on the right, and just the change pedal on the left.
Okay, so they are actually in the right order at least.
They are, yes. We did have an Alta with a central throttle, which I had to change very quickly.
I don't think anyone's tried a central throttle and said, "Oh, I loved it."
No.
Right, well, enjoy the rest of the session. Let's carry on wandering down. It's all quite busy in here. Lots of important conversations going on, which we won't get in the way of. This is a fantastic helmet. We've been admiring your helmet. You look the part. How's the car going?
The car is going well. The car's going well. Now the driver needs to follow.
But do you know the circuit well?
I know reasonably well, but not with the puddles. That was not included last year.
But have you been round in the wet?
No, I haven't.
So is a baptism of fire?
Of water, yes, quite a bit. Yeah, it's nice.
Well, look, best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's see who else. We haven't got a green flag yet, so let's carry on. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. What are you discussing? The finer points of suspension geometry, or
discussing the drinks at Goodwood House last night, which is less critical and more enjoyable than driving through a lot of puddles. But no, it's very wet. It's very slippery. I'm driving a car, as you can see, with a very large supercharger between my legs, which means it's got a lot of power and a lot of torque, which in these conditions is exactly what you don't want.
And I can see you can see through the bodywork, so I guess you're getting wet legs as well.
That's the least of my worries, to be honest, actually. I'm not quite sure within the lower regions where the water's coming from at the moment, but, I won't ask those questions.
As long as you can see, you're all right.
I can see, yeah, and we're doing all right. The car's going very well. The circuit it's just a shame about the weather, because it is so slippery. It's just ridiculous.
Well, it's drying up, and you'll all be complaining there's too much grip later.
Well, I look forward to that happening, and I love your optimism.
Right. Well, thanks very much. Let's carry on and get a little bit further down the grid. You see, look, here's another example of the tape on the radiator. We have a green light, so that's everyone getting their engines started, so we're heading back out on track.
Thanks, Ed. Yeah, straight back on it, and 7 minutes left, and counting down to 6:46 already as they scream out onto the circuit. We've got a slow mover, though, just having to put their hand up, and everybody having to avoid getting out of the pit lane.
It's Michael Birch. He was one of the drivers who didn't get set a time, running Maserati 4CM. But he's hooked it up, so you can see he's always known as Birchicello because his helmet is a replica of Rubens Barrichello's helmet. He's raced with that for a long time. But gone with the plonk, but the good news is that has got going again.
Yeah, good to see him then getting out, followed by the Talbots, and as they all come screaming out of the pit lane then. So we will get this session back underway, but no less slippery and lots of puddles. It is tricky out there for pretty much every single car. The quickest lap time before the red flag was a 2 minutes 9.98 from Pat Blakeney-Edwards at the wheel of the Fraser Nash. That's with the Fraser Nash Fame Monoposto is the quickest lap time at the moment, 1.8 seconds clear of the next car.
It seems everybody's gone onto the track, with the exception of the driver who brought out that red flag, Joseph Otto Rettenmeier. His car is still being worked on in the pits. It looked relatively undamaged, his Maserati 8CM. But if you're standing out around the circuit, look for car number 17. Hasn't got long to come out, only 5.5 minutes remain in this practice session.
And just down the inside there, Mark Gillies in the ERA A-Type R3A on the inside of the Talbot. A little bit of racing action as they try and find themselves some space and get back up to speed with where the grip levels are, or more likely are not, on the circuit. Mark Gillies currently third fastest in that ERA, and found himself sometimes he's just ahead of toppers in the other ERA A-Type. That's the R4A though, the number 4 blazoned on the side.
Actually, it also appears that Julian Wilson, we saw him in car number 117 sitting in the pit lane, which is R7B B-type ERA. Let's hope he can get going. But Mark Gillies, third fastest at the moment, 3 and a bit seconds off the ultimate pace. It won't happen on this lap. This is the out lap. It'll be the next time around, and nobody too much in front. Big puddle on the exit of the chicane. Not too bad. Stays just inside it, so he can get the power down. But in behind, the Alta is going super sideways there. That was a case of power too early for Ian Baxter, but he's gathered it up.
Just about getting a little bit squirrely though on the exit as they head down towards Madwick and out through the right-hander of turn 1 towards Fordwater. This the Bloom, the ERA, or just gone away from it. That was the ERA A-Type in currently 4th fastest with Top Bliss at the wheel, 2:06.6, the current quickest time for that. Here we go then, first lap times in this restarted session with less than 4 minutes on the clock to go. This the ERA B-Type in black with the number 8 on the back. Baker currently down in 16th at the moment, looking to make his way up the order.
Yeah, that's Ben Baker in the Dick's Garage entry, but it's about not having anybody interrupt your form. Going through the pack is Mark Gillies. He's now got clear track in front of him. The clock counts down, 3.5 minutes remain. At the moment, Gillies is 3 and a bit seconds down on Pat Blakeney-Edwards' best time, but he is that pale green ERA number R3A, that's its designation. He's working it again through Lavant. It's 2 corners, it's 2 right-handers, and even between the first and the second. Huge puddle on the inside of the track at the second part of Lavant corner, but Gillies is wise to that. But if you get it wrong, there are twitches to be had. Let's take a look. This is the ERA GP2 going sideways and input. Oh, look at the bounce at the rear of that. It then starts to settle down again, but the driver tucked in behind is Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, so that would have interrupted his lap. He's the driver who's fastest, but he had to back it off behind the ERA that was certainly having problems.
Yeah, James Baxter at the wheel of that one, but lives to fight another day as we watch the Alta make its way through. Ian Baxter at the wheel and really ringing the wheel on that Alta as well, on a pretty decent lap at the moment, coming through the chicane. And there's that big puddle, watch for it. How big is it? Does he get all sliding and out of the corner just a little bit, but just manages to keep his foot planted to the floor across the line. And where does he go? Finds time.
Yeah, he moved up 1 position, but Mark Gillies moved up 1 as well. So Gillies, number 3, has gone up into 2nd place, and Baxter in the 61 Alta up to 4th. It's still Pat Blakeney-Edwards, his margin just over 1/5 of a second. But bear in mind, Blakeney-Edwards was interrupted on that lap, did the 3rd fastest lap of anybody, but he's determined to get below 2 minutes.
And that Fraser Nash traffic and any drama from any other cars making their way around the circuit across the line. That was the number 9 making its way, the ERA B-Type. David Morris just finding time and making his way up into 5th.
Yeah, 2 places gained for him, but now he's on his final lap. 1.5 minutes till the checkered flag will fall. Nobody's lap below 2 minutes, but Morris is really pressing on through the first part of Madwick. A lot of spray coming out of the rear of his car as he goes down this gentle slope towards Fordwater, but he's got traffic up ahead. One of the Maseratis being a little bit cautious, totally interrupted his flow. So for David Morris, unfortunately, there was nowhere that Marcus Nesius could go, and that's blocked him. But who's fastest at the moment? Mark Gillies.
He's going quick, fastest of anybody in that first sector. He is absolutely rapid out there at the moment. His quickest time is 2/10 slower than the fastest Fraser Nash of Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, but he can find the time with the clock counting down less than a minute. Just needs to keep it nice and planted round the right-hander, looking neat and tidy for that number 3, the ERA A-type R3A. Just the chicane to go, the repaired chicane from earlier. Then comes the big puddle on the exit of the chicane. Spews up all the water, and the car behind taking a big splash. But across the line for Gillies, can he topple Pat Blakeney-Edwards as he comes across the line? Will our timing screen update in time? That's the other question. We'll have to wait and see what he can make through. I don't think he's done it.
No, he hasn't, but he's gone through before the checkered flag has fallen. Very, very sideways. He's determined to go better still, but wasn't going to wait for the Maserati to get out of his way. Dived up the inside. Gillies on a charge. Good for second place. Will he go better? Quite possibly. Who else is on the move? Nothing quite happening for Pat Blakeney-Edwards. He's a whisker slower, but all it needs is a lap with no traffic. Either of these drivers could take pole position. How about Rob Hall at the BRM? He's just 1.8 seconds down and he just rattled past, but the checkered flag has fallen for him, so that is that for Rob Hall at the BRM.
James Baxter has just hopped up a load of positions as well in the ERA GP2. He's now up into 7th spot, still about 7 seconds off that fastest lap time, which is currently going to Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash. Mark Gillies doing everything he can to try and squeeze the lap time out of that ERA in the pale green, but just getting very squirrely out of that last corner.
Twitching, sideways, straightening it up, more sideways again in the next corner. Pat Blakeney-Edwards, number 21, Fraser Nash, Fane Monoposto is marginally quicker than Mark Gillies. Here's Mark Gillies behind him, sideways on the exit. Harry and I lean back in our chairs, throw up our hands. This is fantastic machinery being driven by the absolute top drivers of historic racing. Looks like Pat Blakeney-Edwards will not improve his time, but also Mark Gillies won't either, I don't think, or maybe he will, but it'd be down to 1/10 of a second at the very most.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to do this. It's been an admirable effort, though. He's still got a couple of corners remaining to try and squeeze out some lap time, but he's had a few hairy moments, so you can just see how hard Mark Gillies has to work. The 4-time winner of this event over the last few years. Just the chicane to go, little bit of traffic in front of him. As the rain pours down, I wonder, has he actually backed off a little bit? He's still going to push all the way to the line, and I don't think he's going to do it. The gap, 0.2 of a second, crosses the line, stays that way. He cannot improve. Pat Blakeney-Edwards with a superb first lap out. That was his first lap, a 2:09.98, and that ends up as the fastest in the Fraser Nash.
Yeah, but he did, Pat Blakeney-Edwards did a couple of other laps that were really, really at the sharp end of the field. Mark Gillies in the pale green ERA just in the background shot. Here's Pat Blakeney-Edwards, our pole sitter for tomorrow's race, but certainly those two were the class of the field. About 1.5 seconds further back to Rob Hall in the BRM, but those are drivers on tiptoes. But bear in mind, that session was interrupted. And so they had to go back up, get the heat into the tyres, heat in the engines, and still go for it with what they have left. 7 minutes to play with. 3 flying laps.
No, impressive driving, I think, actually, from the entire field to get back out there. And well, I mean, we can see it on our screens. If you're here at the event, I'm sure you can see it and feel it as well. The rain has not eased up, but it's a good top 3 finish then for Blakeney-Edwards, Gillies and Hall for the race later on this weekend. A good effort for Rob Hall in the BRM to get 3rd, but still, as you said, Bruce, 1.8 seconds off the pace. Although everybody then getting in a lap time, including Joseph Brettenmeyer, who was the reason for the red flag in that Maserati 8CM. He ended up down in 22nd.
And the car we're looking at there is Ian Baxter in the Alsa that won last year. And just before that, we saw the almost unseen in this country before, the Vanguard, car number 12, something very, very unusual. But the Fraser Nash Monoposto duking it out, but by the small margin of just a fifth of a second over the best of the ERAs, a BRM in third place as well. So a fantastic mix. The race is going to be quite something, but certainly in conditions like this, it was about keeping it out of the puddles and on the island.
Yeah, very, very good driving there. And, well, that Vanguard we saw a few moments ago, that low Hank Silver tubular car, one of 5 or 6, important part of Kiwi single-seat racing. But it was the Fraser Nash with Pat Blakeney-Edwards at the wheel who managed to keep it on the straight and narrow with 2 minutes 9.98, the fastest lap time. 2/10 clear of Mark Gillies in the ERA A-type, who was pushing so hard right at the end, but just didn't have quite enough grunt to find those extra couple of tenths. Well driven, though, from everybody in the field. Rob Hall in the BRM rounding out the top 3. The other out to 61 of Ian Baxter, 4th, ahead of a couple of ERAs in 5th with David Morris, all the way down to James Baxter in the GP2 ERA E-type down in 8th. The first of the Maseratis, the 4CM, Michael Birch getting that into 9th, followed by the D-type R4D ERA. Ben Fiddler rounding out the top 10. Then we didn't see much of the Parnell Challenger, but Duncan Ricketts at the wheel of that, finishing in 11th, ahead of Julian Wilton and Tom Hardman, 2 ERAs, line astern. The Talbot that we saw Dennis Bigioni in down in 14th, ahead of that Vanguard, Gareth Burnett in 15th. Then it's 2 ERAs, 2 Maseratis, and a Talbot in 20th place. And the last of the cars, the MG, the 2 Maseratis, the 8CM and the 6CM, and the MG K3, John Gillett, rounding out the field in 24th. Well, the rain was pouring down for the Goodwood Trophy for Grand Prix cars, Voiturette cars, historic racing specials of a type that raced between 1930 and 1951. But despite the rain, Bruce, that didn't deter the smiles.
The smiles were there. The nervous cackle of laughter from the drivers before they went out on the track. Where were the puddles going to be lined? It was a dry line-ish, but it was about getting the balance on these fabulous pre-war racers. And great to see the ERAs with David Morris pushing so hard. But it was Platt Blakeney-Edwards said, no ERA on pole today. It'll be my little Fraser Nash monoposto. The traffic was heavy. Mark Gillies, number 3, caught right in the middle. And then a rotation into the chicane from one of the Maseratis from the Rettenmeyer family. Brought out the red flag.
Indeed, that brought out the red flag, and then we got 7 minutes of running, but no one could topple Pat Blakeney-Edwards in the Fraser Nash fastest. Over to you, Grace.
Well, it's still pouring out there, and Grace and I found a little bit of shelter in this stable scene, and I can assure those watching it, it smells as authentic as it looks. Now we've got something we can both enjoy, cars and bikes. And if you're talking about success in those 2 disciplines, you can only be talking about the great John Surtees. And I think we just have to pause for a minute and realize what this legend did. In 1960, on his way to winning his 3rd in a row 350 and 500 World Championship motorbike race, he decides to go and race cars. He has his first race here and comes 2nd only to the great Jim Clark. 2 months later, he's a Formula 1 driver. 4 years later, he wins the World Championship for Ferrari, no less. Quite incredible, unthinkable in this day and age, and the man deserves celebrating, and that's what we're going to do every day this weekend of the revival. We've got cars and bikes that he competed on, and it's an amazing lineup, including the Ferrari 158 that he had pole position, fastest lap, and won the Italian Grand Prix in 1964, and of course that Cooper T52 that he had his first race here at Goodwood. And you've seen the bikes as well, Grace.
Yeah, it's just unfathomable to think that he's the only man to have won world championships on 2 and 4 wheels. So we're about to see an incredible parade lap that's going to celebrate his exceptional career. And it's also going to be incredible to see both cars and bikes out on the track at the same time. So there'll be a range of bikes and cars that are significant to his career. So we'll have 250cc bikes. So John was actually the rider of the world's first multi-cylinder 250cc bike. So we'll have a REG 250 that's going to represent that moment in his career. We'll also have 350cc bikes. So a Norton 350. will be out on track to showcase that John rode at the Isle of Man on a Norton 350, and he actually finished 4th in the Junior TT in 1955. And like you say, we'll also have 500cc bikes as well as sports and GT cars out on track too. So it's going to be incredible to see such the range of vehicles out there to celebrate an absolutely sensational career for John Surtees. So we best get up to the commentary box to check out some of those machines out on track in a moment.
So we're looking forward to the next stage of this revival commentary schedule, and it is the tribute to John Surtees, and the cars and motorbikes are now beginning to line up in the assembly area. A real range of machinery, of course, to celebrate John Surtees, and a man who has so much incredible history in the world of motorsport, the only driver and rider to win world championships on both 2 and 4 wheels. And I'm joined in the commentary box by a man who watched him in his early life riding the 2 wheels, and then drove for him when he ran his own team, John Surtees. So John Watson is with me, alongside me. James Hayden's with me too, so James can really tell us a lot about the bike history of John Surtees. But John Watson, John, it's lovely to have you with us. And of course, we're going to be seeing a range of machinery here that remembers John. Sadly, no longer with us, passed away a few years ago. He would have been 90 if we got to this stage this year. But, of course, we are celebrating 60 years since he won the Formula 1 World Championship with Ferrari, and we're looking at a couple of those cars from 1964. The one in front of us is actually a replica of that car, and the one behind, the one he raced and took the title with in America.
Yes, and that car is actually painted up in the colours of the North American race team, because the factory Ferrari team got a bit of a you-know-what up your you-know-where, and Ferrari was upset about something. So I will withdraw my entry for the cars for the US Grand Prix, but in effect they used the NAR team to run under the banner, that blue and white colours of NART, and John Surtees concluded his world championship. He is a unique motorsport competitor. I would never anticipate anybody else from the world of motorcycles transferring into 4-wheel motorsport, Formula 1, and winning championship in both disciplines. I think it's just there's such a big difference now between the 2 disciplines.
Now, James, we're seeing the bikes coming out, and he started at 16 years old. He started racing on bikes. It came from family as well, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. His father was his father ran a sort of a bike shop in South London. He was like a grass tracker, and in fact, his first race, he was only 14, won a grass track championship race with his father, and then probably got disqualified when the organisers found out he was just 14. But he was a real talent. You know, first came to notice of people in 1951 riding a Norton when he managed to keep with Jeff Duke at an ACU race at Thruxton. And then it was a couple of years later he became a factory rider in 1955, and he beat the reigning world champion Jeff Duke at Silverstone and Brands Hatch. And unfortunately Norton were just in a bit of a funny stage, so they pulled out and he signed for MV Augusta. We're now looking at his MV Augusta, and what an amazing, it just worked brilliantly. 1956, he won them the 500cc World Championship on that motorcycle, and that was MV's first ever 500cc championship. And then he went on to dominate. He won 7 World Championships.
Yeah, he did. I mean, amazing in both categories, in both 350 and 500cc. And we've got some lovely images as well of looking back on John's history, working way back to 1956 with the Dutch TT, and his first title year was 1956 on the 500cc bike, and it's lovely to see these images. He also took a win at Silverstone in the wet, funnily enough, a bit like we've got at Goodwood here.
Yeah, very much, and that's what you're looking at right now, and he was just a really naturally talented rider, and again, we're seeing him here at I think that's the this is at Assen, yeah. And you can recognise that corner still in existence. Some aren't on the MV, and he did 3 doubles in 1958, 1959, and 1960. He won the 350s and the 500s in the same year. Here you see him getting off to a terrific start on that beautiful MV.
This was his last win, I think, in Italy in 1960. His last 500cc win when he was switching from bikes to cars, of course, but he also competed competed in the Isle of Man TT and took a win, last TT win in 1960. So we're seeing a range of bikes here, James, right from the beginning of his sort of career on bikes up to the MV Augustas. And the MV Augustas, where you've got the red and silver machinery, of course, he was absolutely dominant. You were telling us, 7 titles in both 350s and 500s.
That's right, and in a couple of those years, he won sort of 32 out of the 35 races, and they loved him, and they gave him a great. The Italians called him a figlio del vento, son of the wind. That was his nickname, which I just think was brilliant.
John, you told me you actually saw, I mean, we're seeing some of his cars now, but you saw him ride motorbikes when you were a youngster in Northern Ireland.
Indeed, at the Ulster Grand Prix at the fabulous Dundrod Road Circuit, just over 7 miles, up and down hills around County Antrim. Fabulous racetrack, scarily fast, believe me. But what you realise was at the lower part of the circuit, when they start to climb back up through Wheelers up to Turnagaff, you could hear the howl of that 4-cylinder MV Augusta all the way up the hill, as opposed to the bump, 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 bump of the one long double knocker Norton engines, which were the bulk of the field at that time. And just also, it was the way that John rode the MV Augusta. It was just fluid. He seemed to be able to make the bike do precisely what he wanted the bike to do, not what the bike wanted to do to him.
Brilliant stuff. And then the way he switched to 4 wheels, and we're watching some of those cars out on track right now. And of course, those Ferraris, absolutely crucial. You're also looking at Team Surtees machinery, both Formula 2 and Formula 1, and we'll come to that in a sec, because you were, that one's not running so perfectly. The driver, unfortunately, rocking around a bit too much in the car right now. You raced Formula 2 and Formula 1 for John Surtees. But Ferrari, of course, 1964 was the season that he won the title, the Formula 1 World Championship with Ferrari, and he had a couple of wins that year. In Germany, he took victory with Ferrari, and it was a close battle that year, all the way through, in fact. Battle all the way through with Jim Clark in particular, and with Graham Hill too, that they were all battling all the way down to the end. But Germany was a key victory for John Surtees that year for Ferrari. And then he also went on to take a victory in Italy after that as well. Well, that was the German win for John Surtees, a crucial victory. And then in Italy, as I say, he then went on to take another victory, and he went on to win the championship that year, John. It actually all happened in the end in Mexico. He didn't win the race. It was a very close race. At one stage, it looked like Jim Clark was going to win the championship. He broke down on the last lap, and then John Surtees' teammate actually let him through on the last lap, and that was how he won the title.
And that was Lorenzo Bandini. Indeed. In the sister Ferrari. But that was teamwork, and teamwork is something we're familiar with in contemporary Formula 1 these days, and sometimes it creates differences of opinion. But certainly John Surtees, a worthy world champion, and there it is. This is coming through. Well, this is the Mexico City, the Grand Prix. You can see that Brabham, I think, or is that Lotus behind? I can't work it out. But that, I mean, how the circuit has changed, is seeing those images right now. That
was Dan Gurney who actually won it, but it was second on the right there. That was John. And by getting second, he'd won the title.
Yeah, and Dan Gurney, of course, driving for Jack Brabham at that time.
So there you go, looking at some of that. So the blue and white Ferrari, what an unusual livery that was. But it's because Enzo had fallen out with the Italian National Motorsport sort of organisation, and he said, I'm not going to carry Italian colours.
Well, I mean, to say autocratic is maybe being a little bit unkind, but it was an autocratic decision. But of course, the team then entered under the NART banner for the North American races. And okay, a blue and white Ferrari isn't quite the same as Ferrari Rosso Red. Nevertheless, it didn't make the car any slower or faster. It was able to carry on and give John that championship.
We're just seeing a few of the Team Surtees cars going back in already. It's quite a short run. We'll get a longer run tomorrow because there'll be a grid parade, and we'll get a chance to talk about it more. But just a quick word from you, John, because you were racing for his Formula 1 team in 1975, weren't you?
Yes, I got a call, I think, just before Christmas at the end of 1974, and John said, look, would you drive for me in 75? I'm going to enter a single car. It'll be a low-key operation. And I was delighted. I was over that happy to be given an opportunity to get behind the wheel of a Grand Prix car for my second season. And we had some good results, particularly in Great Britain in the Race of Champions, and also the Daily Express Trophy.
Second place you had, yeah.
Second place at Brands and fourth at Silverstone. And the best performance, I think, in a World Championship Grand Prix would have been in Spain at Montjuïc, the circuit in Barcelona itself. Wonderful street track, fantastic. And for some reason, the car just was very competitive. But inevitably, the might of the two-car teams, McLaren, Brabham, Tyrrell, Ferrari and others, just it meant that we were never able to get consistently good performances and put ourselves into a top 10 position.
And you moved on to Penske after that, and of course went on to your first win, and then your Formula One career really sort of built up from that point. And your relationship with John Surtees, good throughout?
One of the things John enjoyed doing was driving to events, certainly events in Northern Europe. And on a number of occasions I would join him, so we would share the driving. He had a lovely Mercedes 450 SLC, so I would drive for 3 or 4 hours, John would do the same. And we'd have conversations, and it wasn't always talking about springs, roll bars, dampers and whatever the aerodynamics of the day. It would be about food, maybe enjoying quality of life, other issues, which for John were equally important as was his performances of his team on the racetrack.
No, absolutely wonderful. And we actually saw John Surtees later on when the two of us were commentating on what was called A1GP. It was a form of motor racing that came along in the 2000s, and he was team boss for a while of that. He was also involved in the Buckmore Park kart track, so some people have started their careers in karting down there in Kent. So his involvement in motorsport throughout his life, of course, a very sad loss, losing his son Henry through racing as well. But John's career in motorsport, both through 2 wheels and 4 wheels and through so many other angles, have been a huge part of his life, of the history, and we're going to be celebrating that all the way through the weekend.
Yes, I think one of the big disappointments, I think, for many fans of John Surtees and motorsport fans in general, is that John Surtees was never knighted. He is unique in motorsport, motorsport champion on 2 wheels, motorsport champion on 4 wheels, yet he never received a knighthood.
That's right. No, he was CBE, wasn't he? But not a knight. So, yeah, but it's all part and parcel. James, it's going to be interesting. We're going to get to see a lot more of this as we go through the weekend, of course, and a lot more history of his amazing career.
Yeah, very much. And, the word legend gets used a lot, but, for a man like John Surtees, to be the only man in the world ever, or woman to have won, on 2 wheels and 4 wheels at the highest level, well, that's just, and as you say, maybe irrepeatable. So incredible. What a man.
We have seen a few Valentino Rossi quite keen on 4 wheels as well nowadays.
Yeah, it's not that people aren't going to try and people do it, but as you say, it's kind of hard to, it's a probably much more difficult way of doing it these days, I think.
I agree, yes, absolutely. The move on, you have to be specialist in whatever you're doing, whatever the sport is, actually. It's not just our motor racing. You have to be specialist from whatever you choose to do from a very early stage.
Well, I think the transition from a motorcycle on 2 wheels to a Formula One car on 4 wheels, in that time around the late 50s, early 60s, when John made that transition, the big difference was probably under braking, but fundamentally it wasn't massive, whereas today, the current MotoGP bikes, which are phenomenal, scarily fast, but compared to our current Formula One car with the technology that's going into them, it's a different world. And Valentino, he's racing in the series I broadcast in, has made that transition into GT racing. It's taken him a couple of years to get there, but of course Valentino is a lot older at making the transition than John was when he did so back in 1969.
I was just thinking that, actually, because he was 26 years old.
26, yeah.
And that's a good age, isn't it? Well, then, I mean, nowadays it probably, I suppose you'd say you want to be even a younger, but then 26 to make the switch was good. He was then 30 when he won the championship.
Yeah, very much, and he had plenty of time on his side. Obviously, he was really into cars anyway, loved his cars, so knew what he'd been doing, 7 world championships, and just adapted beautifully.
Brilliant engineer too. That's how he kind of started, was modifying bikes and then getting into building cars.
And he actually finished second in his second ever F1 race, which is incredible when you think about that now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, one of the things that happened in 1974 in a Formula 2 race, we'd gone to Hockenheim, and Firestone had produced a different tyre, a different profile of tyre. The tyre that we had been running on was a 15-inch rim, I believe, and the new tyres were 13-inch. So we thought these looked very sexy. Let's get a set of those, put them on the car, got to be better. And the car's balance was not particularly good. We got back to the headquarters in Kent and talked through what we'd done. until we put the new Firestones on. John went nuts. He said, no, you shouldn't have done that because the suspension geometry, the whole car is built around the 15-inch Firestone tire. And on it went and on it went, and he was still very, very heavily involved in the technical side and why you would have done something.
Oh, it's a fantastic story. Really lovely, John, to hear from you talking about John Surtees, having worked with him, having seen him as a kid, when you were a kid, seeing him on two wheels in Northern Ireland, and then to be a driver for him in Formula One. Lovely.
Well, you talk about legends. I mean, to see somebody racing when I was 12, 13 or 14 at Dundrod on an MV Agusta, and then some years later, into the early 70s, the reality is I'm going to be John Surtees' Formula 1 or Formula 2 driver. It was just amazing.
So let's just take a look back at some of the highlights. Of course, the MV Agusta, James, but we've got the other bikes that he was involved in, some of those ones that he made early changes on. As you said, he started off in on a Triumph Tiger, didn't he? One of the very early ones. The number 23 was his common number too. You can see there, in fact. And then he went into motor racing. First of all, doing his own thing a little bit with the Cooper Climax, and then with Lola, he was very involved with Lola. Went on to win the first ever Can-Am Championship as well in the United States. That was a major part of his career, so the number of titles and victories he had, and then winning that Formula One World Championship with Ferrari in 1964. Falling out with Ferrari, sadly, after that. The relationship didn't quite come together. It wasn't so much with Enzo, but it was with one of the other key members.
I think one of the key members of the team, there was a slight difference of opinion that might have extended beyond just being verbal. That was the rumour. It was never confirmed.
Well, we've got a lot more to celebrate over the course of the weekend for John Surtees.
We've just taken cover down here in the assembly area as the rain has just started pouring down, but that is not stopping the racing action going ahead. And I've been joined by Alice Powell, one of our commentators. Now, you'll be talking about the Fordwater Trophy that's coming up. Now, this is a race for production-based sports cars and GT cars. So what kind of machines can we expect to see in this race?
So we're going to see sports cars and GT cars, as you mentioned, between 1955 and 1960. So we're stood here, we're surrounded by the hugely popular MGA cars, the little 1.6 litre cars. We've got the special Le Mans edition car here that actually raced in Le Mans several times. Really popular. We've got Jaguars, Porsches, we've got Morgans. It's a really, really popular race, and it celebrates the 71st members meeting. So it's their held-in period, basically. So a lot of racing to go on. Some of them are open tops. They'll be hoping that the weather does hold off, because it's not particularly nice. Just down there was a Morgan that has fresh carpet just laid inside, and I really hope that the rain does stop for the drivers that are in the open tops. But this is going to produce some exciting racing.
Yeah, they are such beautiful machines. Now, last year it was a all Porsche 911 grid, whereas this year any manufacturer can enter this race?
Yes, you can, and you can see, as I said already, the popular MGAs are here in various different colours. The drivers I was walking through the paddock yesterday, really excited. Every single person that are racing in the Fordwater can't wait to get out onto the track. And like you said, variety. We've got the Porsches, we've got the MGAs, a TVR is out there as well. So there's a lot of variety of cars, which is just the pleasure of Goodwood Revival, and that's what makes the event so special.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see. Well, like you say, it's definitely going to make for exciting racing. There's plenty to look out for, and we're excited to see that it will get out on track, even though it's raining, and it's going to make for exciting racing. So we'll definitely be watching from the start line. Alice, you'll be heading back to the commentary box, so we'll see you there.
And the rain still pouring down. Hopefully Alice makes it back in time for the beginning of the Fordwater Trophy, which we are gearing up for. This will be for production-based sports and GT cars of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960. And ahead of us then, 20 minutes of official practice, which in other words is qualifying ahead of the race later on in the weekend, which will be a 25-minute race. And this really celebrates the spirit of the 71st members meeting, where enthusiastic amateur drivers were able to race their road-going sports and GT cars. So you had a Aston Martin DB2 and 4s doing battle against a Mercedes 300 SL Gullwing, a pack of Porsche 356s lining up as well, alongside a Mark 1 TVR Grand Tourer, a 58 Sebring 12-hour class-winning Ferrari, and even an X-Works Triumph TR2 Le Mans test car, all in the field heading out. And one important thing to remember about this weekend is, for the first time ever, every car entered for the Goodwood Revival will run exclusively on sustainable fuels, and we can find out a little bit more about what that entails.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Fordwater Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Well, indeed, for the first time, all participating vehicles then using sustainable fuels, with a focus not only to reduce carbon emissions, but also maintaining those performance characteristics required for this high-octane motorsport. And they are now getting underway, heading out on track then for the Fordwater Trophy. And coming in from the rain, I'm pleased to say, joining me, you saw her a few moments ago, is British racing driver Alice Powell. Welcome back, Alice. Excited for this one?
I am, and it certainly is raining a lot out there at the moment. It's coming down more and more and more from when I first went outside, but the cars are making their way on track now, which is great to see. We've got 20 minutes, so just under 20 minutes remaining of this session. As Harry mentioned, this is the qualifying session for these cars, so it all counts, Harry.
It certainly does indeed, and just things to look out for in the field that are going to certainly catch your eye. A couple of actually, it's the Austin Healey that I really want to get a decent look at. We're looking at the moment at Louise Kennedy in the 33. Now we cut away though. She was Louise Kennedy in the Lancia Aurelia. There she is. That engine number fitted to that Aurelia actually corresponds to one originally fitted to one of the Mille Miglia entered works cars of 1953, and that Aurelia winning the Modena Centro Ore Classic back in 2010 and 2014, driven and prepared by Louise and Jason Kennedy. So it's had some great success, this car, but it just sort of highlights, doesn't it, Alice, that the sheer difference and diversity that we're going to get throughout this field of Fordwater Trophy cars.
It certainly is. We've got Elvers, the Jaguar, so the XK 150's also got an XK 140. So the XK 150 is the successor to the XK 140. And we're celebrating, actually, XK engines here this weekend, so we will have a tribute to that. We've got plenty of MGAs. I was stood down by them a short while ago. Plenty of those, the little 1.6, a variety. We've got the Le Mans edition, the twin cams as well. So we've got a lovely variety. We've got the Sunbeam Alpine out there, which we were checking out yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, it was. If you get the chance, if you're here at the Revival today and across the weekend, just take a bit of time to have a wander around the paddock, because it really is a collection of cars on display. And on display there, some excellent, well, driving and saving from Paul Walmer in the Elva Courier. That big puddle is still there right on the exit of the chicane as we get a bit of traffic going in to Madgwick. That Elva there, the green car with the number 15, and a little bit something bouncing off one of the cars and actually rolling back onto the circuit.
I can't work out what that actually is. Hopefully it's going to clear. A car is going to collect it.
Oh,
well, actually,
that might have helped,
it.
Actually.
That's perfect. Guided it off the track, so a good spot from our camera crew there.
Some sort of bit of mechanical fibre. It does look like a gear. Let's see. Has it come off the Elva? Oh no, it's come off. Ah, okay. So that's come off the underside of the. Is that the 23? I think that might be It is the 30. So that was the.
Lancia.
That was Louise Kennedy's Lancia Aurelia. That's come off, and on cue then has pulled to the side. So we just saw that little, what looked like a gear, drop off from the underside of this Lancia Aurelia B20 GT, and now Louise Kennedy at the wheel having to pull to the side. How could a gear fall off, Alice?
Well, that's a good question. And clearly it has somewhere along the line. As she's climbing out the car now. Real disappointment. That did look like it at first. I was going to say, is that a gear? And I thought, no, surely not. But Louise is getting a helping hand to get over the barrier. There is the gear that's caused the issue, and these barriers are not easy at all. It's a big step to get over the tyre barrier, which are clearly there to stop any severe damage and cushion the impact of any cars going into the barriers. But we at the moment, there's no sign of any red flags, so it looks like they may just choose to leave Louise's car there on the side. And here's some of our little MGAs making their way down the straight.
Yeah, shame for that Lancia Aurelia. I mean, it's been raced from at least the 1970s, imported into the UK back in 1961, pulled up on the side of the road, then driver out and okay, and getting over the wall with the aid of the fantastic marshals here. But yes, we've got a couple of MGA twin cams out there, the 26 and the 27, Marcus Black and Mark Daniel helping each other out on the circuit with a bit of slipstreaming guidance as they also try and find some sort or create some sort of dry line, but that's not going to happen if the rain continues pelting down as it is. Now these are the twin 900 cars, one of the three Fitzwilliam race team MGA twin cams, which raced in period between 1958 and 1961, including some of the iconic races like the Nürburgring and Silverstone back in 1959. So we've got a couple of them over the board. We are seeing some lap times making their way around. The quickest at the moment is one of the other MGAs with Mark Ellis at the wheel, who has done a 2:16.575, 6.5 seconds clear. We'll make that 6 seconds clear now, because in the other MGA twin cam Le Mans, it's Anthony Binnington who has just come up into second spot and actually immediately been put back down by Ellis again, who is now back up there in the MGMA. So people finding time all of the time, Alice, and indeed it's now Tim Crichton who's gone right to the top of the times, a 2:11.6.
Yeah, and Tim Crichton actually in the number 7, Austin Healey. And when we visited this car yesterday, Tim was more than happy to, of course, chat to us. The car raced extensively at Goodwood in period, but it had some lovely new leather interior and also some lovely red carpet. And Tim was saying, well, hopefully this rain clears, because this is going to absolutely soak the car. So I'm really sorry to say the rain didn't clear, Tim, and of course he's out there in the number 7 as we're getting the number 2
again no roof
in the Elva. Yeah, that's Jonathan Playfoot going through the big puddle that's formed on the outside of the chicane. But poor Tim, his new red leather and also the red carpet that's freshly laid is going to be absolutely soaking by the end of this session.
It is a lovely interior, though, for that Austin Healey with the open roof and lovely wooden trim on the steering wheel. Currently, though, the rain not slowing him down. Fastest lap by 0.9 of a second, because we've got the Morgan, who is just slot into second place, just a second back. That's the Morgan +4 has just gone up into second. That's the ex-Le Mans car. We're currently looking at Tim Crichton, who has the fastest lap at the moment. You can see there the lack of a roof and that red interior Alice was talking about, with the wooden trim on the steering wheel as he gets a little bit out of shape. Got a bit of traffic ahead of him, but manages to get down the inside into the chicane. One of the MGs in front, even the front bonnet actually bouncing up and down, slightly loose. Crichton pushing. He's actually gone quickest of anybody in the middle set. This is a nice lap time from Tim Crichton, and he does indeed improve and extend his gap at the top of the field by over 3 seconds, a 2:09.372.
Yeah, Tim really experienced, more than 20 years experience of racing pre-war cars. He's also got experience in GT3 and TCR as well, multiple race winner and that record holder across numerous series. So clearly putting all his experience to good use here at Goodwood. Very rain-soaked Goodwood. We've got the 86 passing through shot, the Morgan +4.
Yeah, this is Charles Morgan at the wheel. Ex-Le Mans car, very successful in its day, being raced by Charles at the moment, who was actually the grandson of Henry Morgan, the founder of the Morgan Company. So still very much enjoying racing and being a part of his dynasty. That Morgan +4 currently in second fastest. The Elva is currently on screen at the moment and is going quick. Paul Woolmer, who we saw have a little moment earlier on coming out of the chicane, just getting a little bit tail happy. You can see that left-hand side covered up as he makes his way through. Going well at the moment is that Elva, currently in 7th and finding time. But Morgan in the Morgan +4 is fastest of anybody in that first sector. Let's see what the Elva could do then when it comes across the line. Woolmer does find time and goes up to 5th spot.
Yeah, I love the little Elvas and the Elva name. Do you know where the Elva name comes from, Harry?
Do tell me.
My French is not very good. Elva. That's French, obviously.
Ooh, car off into the gravel.
Yeah, that's number 2.
Speak of the Elva. That's an Elva Courier. And yeah. Speak of Jonathan Playfoot. Has he got it beached? Oh, he might have done. And that is going to be a tad frustrating. He's realised he's got it beached. We haven't seen, or we can see actually well from the tyre markings, where he's gone off on the edge of the circuit and found himself in the gravels. He's tried to reverse then.
Just locked up the front brakes by the looks of that. So Elva, it means she goes, and in she goes to the gravel, and sadly gets gets beached. Jonathan Playfoot, that's the end of his session. It looked like he was just about to escape, and then as soon as he got beached, that gravel's pretty deep down there, so unfortunately it's day done, and he knew quite quickly out of the car. Marshals who are doing a fantastic job. They are really out there in the rain. We wouldn't be here racing if it wasn't for the marshals, so a big shout out to all of them around the circuit. You can see them there, yellow flags are waving, heading down into, I think that's heading into Levant, so the cars will have to slow down because the yellow flags are out. But looking at our timing screen, Harry, I had to double take. Tim Crichton, 6.3 seconds now is the gap at the fastest time.
Blisteringly quick from Tim Crichton, as we just saw and are seeing Mark Gordon there in the Jaguar XK150, the second car in shot. There it is, the number one, the Jaguar XK150 FHC fixed head coupe. Replaced by the E-Type eventually, but Jaguar, and of course celebrating that XK engine this weekend here at the 26th Goodwood Revival, getting a little bit of traffic in front of him as he makes his way around. Currently 6th fastest, and that big puddle right on the exit really is causing a little bit of trouble. Walmer in front, currently 5th, then comes Gordon, so they're actually nip and tuck, fighting for times at the moment, and Gordon finds time in that Jag and makes his way up into 4th spot, but nobody can get close at the moment to that Austin Healey of Tim Crichton, 6.3 seconds clear of the field in that beautiful cream Austin Healey coming through the chicane now.
Yeah, personal best he's done in the first sector, but of course we've got that yellow flag in the middle, so he's backed up, just avoids the puddle. There we go, getting his foot down, coming out onto the main straight. So time's still improving, Harry, so there is still 7 minutes and 30 seconds left of this session, so plenty of time for those drivers to improve. I think that's Jonathan is back out on track, so they've obviously got him strapped back in and gave him a big push to get him back out, which is great stuff. So really good for Jonathan Playfoot to be back out on track, so he'll be able to continue in this session. And Sam Tordoff now has just popped up in the number 356, so that is the Porsche 356. He's jumped up to 2nd place, closed that gap ever so slightly. Ex-BTCC racer, 8 wins in the British Touring Car Championship. So people are getting closer, Harry, to Tim's time.
Yeah, 2.8 seconds now, the gap between Crichton and Tordoff in that Porsche 356. Austin Healey heads the field from Porsche, from a Morgan. Just giving you an idea of the brilliant variety that is the Morgan +4, currently in 3rd spot with the number 86 adorned on the rear of it. Driven by Charles Morgan, the grandson of the founder of the Morgan company, Henry HFS Morgan. Tim Crichton, though, topping the field. I mean, just coming back to that, it's great to see the Elva out there as well, though, and it's back out from the gravel. A couple of Elvas out there, too, formed by Frank Nichols back in 1955. Miles Poulton out there, he's a regular to a bit of revival racing in the Porsche 356. He is out there at the moment as well, and going fairly well. He's just got up into 5th spot, make that 6th because he's just been displaced by the Alfa Giulietta Sprint Veloce lightweight of Andrew Lawley, who's just popped up into 5th. But Miles Poulton going well, and then there is your traffic paradise making his way out. But that Porsche 356, one to keep an eye on. Recent barn find discovered in its period racing livery, and well, evidently unused since the 1960s, getting a new lease of life out on track, which is lovely to see. Currently 6th fastest behind that Alfa, which has just popped itself up into 5th. Still Tim Crichton fastest.
Yeah, it's a beautiful restoration there, and what a barn find that is. Miles Poulton, the entrant of the car as well. The original V-Screen 356 has been fully restored, being one of the first production cars made in Stuttgart. So there we go. It's been restored, looks fantastic, and so do our graphics, Harry.
They do indeed, don't they? The team do work hard, but that's telling us the Porsche 356 of Miles Poulton there, just making its way through the right-hander, coming up, though, to a huge amount of traffic in front, trying then to undercut and overtake, going down the inside of the chicane, getting a bit racy. This is not the race. This is just practice and qualifying. Here we go then, back with the Jaguar XK150. Mark Gordon, currently third fastest, but going quick at the moment. Tim Crichton, they're constantly finding more time. That's the time to beat in the Austin Healey. Then comes the 356 of the Porsche. That's Sam Tordoff at the wheel. That's the second fastest car, but this one is fastest on the straight at the moment, the Jaguar. Going quickly. Let's see if he can keep it neat and tidy through the chicane, thread the needle. Big puddle coming up. Don't lose the car in the rear. Actually manages to navigate that rather nicely with less than 4 minutes on the clock. Can the Jaguar topple Tim Crichton at the top of the timings? Not quite, but gets ever so close. 7/10 of a second.
Really good final sector. The 3.8 litre engine under the bonnet there, slightly more than the Austin Healey, which is under the bonnet of Crichton's car, 2.6 litre in the Healey. So a nice variety of engines. Has the pace, we can tell by our speed traps, to the Healey on the straight, but obviously you can see it's a much bigger car, so the braking distances will certainly vary, but a very good final sector, which actually propelled him further up the time. Sam Tordoff just having a little look. He's obviously stuck in that traffic jam somewhere. Gordon's done another good first sector, actually, Harry, much better than his previous. So, potentially, if he's not got any traffic, if he's not stuck in that traffic jam and has a clean end to this lap, we could see him really challenging Tim Crichton at the top.
Mark Ellis in the MGA has just gone up into 5th fastest as well. So it's a nice time from the MG, which raced in the 1955 Le Mans 24 hours, and also making its way up the list as well in our timings is the other Jaguar XK150 FHC of Andrew Keith Lucas, who has just popped up into 6th, though it's still Tim Crichton, the man to beat, and he's just extended his time once again, finding lap time with every lap around this Goodwood circuit is Tim Crichton in that cream Austin Healey, just making its way through the camera shot now. We're actually focusing on the car behind. That's a Porsche 356. Robert Barry at the wheel of that. Next, Jim Clark Porsche 356A, which he scored his first race win in. That's making its way around at the moment and is currently a little bit down the order, down in 12.
Yeah, the 357, you can see on your screen there, Mark Ellis, another one of our many MGAs, ex-Works Ken Miles car, raced in 1955 in the Le Mans 24 hours, a Works car, and finished 12th overall, and a definitely standout livery scheme there, getting sideways through the final part of Woodcote, coming into the chicane now. And a puddle starting to form just on the inside there of the chicane as he files through, avoids that big puddle on the exit. You can see just the nature of these cars, just trying to chase that throttle, Harry, and it's squirming all over the place. It comes across the line, no improvement at the moment, so clearly cleared the traffic. The 150 on the screen there, Keith Lucas, he is currently down in 6th place in another one of our Jaguar XK 150s.
Paul Warmer in the Elva Courier with the number 15 on it. We saw that a little earlier, really ragging the neck of that Elva. Has just found a bit more time, got himself back inside the top 10, up into 9th spot as, well, that Jaguar gets a little bit closer. This is the second of the Jaguars, Keith Lucas, who finds time within 4.8 seconds of Tim Crichton, down in 5th. In the other Jaguar, it is Mark Gordon, who is still sitting in that 2nd spot, about a second away from Tim Crichton. On their latest laps around, though, they're not finding too much time, so I think Tim Crichton might have done all he needs to do to secure his place, but he's been looking pretty mighty from the get-go with a 2:05.481 after 8 laps of running in these really tricky conditions. I'll tell you what, popping up into the top 6 as well is another MGA. It's the twin cam Le Mans. Anthony Binnington has just made his way up into 6th, so there's still lap time to be found in these closing stages.
Yeah, there is. Just looking further down, checker flag now is out. There's the number 86. Having a look at the time screens, not on a personal best at the moment. That's the Morgan +4, 2.5 seconds off the lead. So there you go, the final few cars starting to come across the line now as the checkered flag is out. And I would say, Harry, looking at our timing screens, our top 5 is certainly set at the moment. And it's Tim Crichton, 1 second clear at the top of the times.
An Austin Healey, a Jaguar and a Morgan, the top 3 fastest cars, as we see the other Jaguar of Keith Lucas still wringing the neck of that XK150 FHC, the FHC standing for Fixed Head Coupe, which was a bit of the precursor for the E-Type before that came in and replaced it in what ended up being one of Jaguar's iconic ranges over the years for the then British marque. Paul Walmer has just got himself back up into the top 10, taking the checkered flag in 9th, improving his lap times. Tell you what, Keith Lucas actually has kept it fairly neat and tidy in the last couple of sectors. He could challenge Tordov, maybe even the other Morgan, as he comes across the line. Let's see how he gets on. Finds a little bit of lap time, but it's nothing major that vaults him up the order. But a good effort from the second Jaguar there to get up into the top 5. But that is the quickest car of the session. Practice for the Fordwater Trophy ahead of the race later on this weekend for production-based sports and GT cars that race between 1955 and 1960. Tim Crichton at the wheel of the Austin Healey from the Serpent collection. Despite the open roof, despite the wet carpet, Alice, it's not slowing him down. 205.481, a second clear.
That wet carpet's going to certainly add a couple of kilos, I expect. And he showed us some fabulous pictures yesterday. This was raced by Chris Andrews at the members' meeting, 1958. Some incredible photos we got to see yesterday, so thank you for that, Tim. He gives a wave to the crowd. There's the number 1 car, which sits in second place, Mark Gordon.
Yeah, with the Jaguar XK150 FHC. I mean, such vastly different designs. You know, you look at the Jaguar, it's a bit bigger, it's slightly heavier as well, but that Austin Healey, a little bit lighter, a little bit more nimble, able to find that extra bit of lap time, but there really is not much between that Austin and Mark Gordon getting a great lap time out of the Jaguar with all the grunt of that XK150 engine. And then brilliant to see a Morgan up there as well, driven by Charles Morgan, the grandson of the founder of the Morgan Company, in the +4, getting up into the top 3, still pushing even to the very end once the checkered flag is flown.
Yeah, still trying to learn, still learning on the in-lap. So the Morgan +4 was a bit more powerful, slightly longer than the previous model. It's actually the youngest car on the grid, Harry. So 1961 this car is from. Still, as you said, getting it a bit sideways, going down the inside of some of the cars, but we'll be bringing it into the pits now. That is the end of the session.
Tricky conditions then for our Fordwater Trophy drivers, but all doing a superb job of keeping it on the straight and narrow. It was a shame to lose Louise Kennedy in the Lancia Aurelia early doors with what we think was a missing gear. He didn't get a lap time and had to pull over to the side of the road in the end. First of the Porsches, the 356 at the wheel, Sam Tordov, managing to get up into the top 4 as well, as we get a visual confirmation of how it all ended up, and it was indeed that Austin Healey. Tim Crichton putting in a superb lap time, a second clear of Mark Gordon's Jaguar XK150, and then the Morgan +4 with Charles Morgan rounding out the top 3. First of the Porsche, Sam Tordov in 4th. The other Jaguar was 5th, ahead of the first of the MGs, the A Twin Cam Le Mans, Anthony Biddington in 6th, ahead of Mark Ellis. Then it was the Alfa Giulietta Sprint of Andrew Lawley in 8th, ahead of the Elva Courier of Paul Walmer, and another Porsche 356, Robert Barry rounding out the top 10. The XK140, Reed Gom at the wheel, was 11th, ahead of Miles Paulton's Porsche. Then came a couple of other MGs, followed by the Porsche of Max Mintal, the Elva Courier of Ding Boston, Tom Peed. Then the first of the Aston Martins, Chris Mayhew, down in 18th, ahead of the Jensen of Mark Burnett, down in 19th. And the Sunbeam Alpine, which we got a quarter look of in the paddock, down in 20th, ahead of the Triumph TR2, Jeff Gordon, 21st. Marcus Black's MGA Twin Cam was 22nd, ahead of its sister Nicola Burnside in 23rd. Jonathan Playfoot 24th, and then it was the Aston Martin DB Mark III, the TVR Grand Tourer Mark I, and the MGA Twin Cam that round out the rest of the field. Well, let's take a look back then at all of the action from practice for the Fordwater Trophy for production-based sports and GT cars that raced between 1955 and 1960, celebrating the spirit of the 71st members meeting, where enthusiastic amateur drivers were able to race their road-going sports and GT cars. And out there, Alice, we had a huge range of fantastic sports cars, but some of them losing a few bits along the way.
Yeah, and sad that was an unfortunate end for Louise Kennedy. Pulled it off to a safe place, but there's a whole host of our MGAs. There's Jonathan Playfoot that did make a trip into the gravel, but great job by the marshals, able to get him back out. And then to Tim Crichton in the fantastic Austin Healey.
Yeah, in the end, that was the fastest by over a second for the Austin Healey, ahead of the Jaguar and the Morgan +4, the three quickest cars at the end of the Fordwater Trophy here at the 26th Goodwood Revival.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Huntington from back to Deval on the run towards the line. It's Huntington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes. Well, I'm here with the great Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, I remember speaking to you before your first ever race at Revival, and you were quite bemused by the whole setup here. Now you're part of the furniture.
I'm glad to be a part of the furniture. It is such an honor to be here again. This is an event that I hope to never miss. I always admired it from afar, racing in the States, but my NASCAR schedule never allowed me to be here in person, and just so thankful to be here and be a part of it.
And you're in some, well, you're in sort of familiar territory with a bit of old American muscle in that Galaxy in the St. Mary's.
Yes, the Galaxy in the St. Mary's event. It's my second drive in that car. My first year I was here with Gregor and drove that vehicle. I had a great performance and excited for another. And then I'm back in Sean Cobra's AC Cobra, the number 13 Red Cobra, my third year in that. And then the first time I will ever have been in the Stirling Moss race and have a chance to share a car with Dario in the number, I guess, 46 Aston Martin DB4, if I have all those letters and numbers correct. But just an exciting time. Really, really happy to be here.
Seeing those DB4 GTs in a row in the paddock, they're just gorgeous vehicles. The thought of them racing, and with two legends in the car, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, and our car has some amazing history. I think I was told Stirling won here in 1960 in that vehicle, so we've slowed down quite a bit after receiving that news. We were here testing a few weeks ago, and when they shared the history of the car, we backed it down.
And how come there's two pros in this car? I mean, you got through the rules, and it shouldn't it be a pro and an am, or have you just squeezed by the rules on that one?
Well, when you consider Dario's age and how long he's been out of the car, he's definitely an amateur.
I'll make sure we'll tell him that later. Best of luck this weekend. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, we are in Betty's Salon, and I am with Lisa George, who is the founder and creator of Betty's. So I think we should really call you Betty.
Why not? Let's go for it.
So this is a real hubbub of fun in here. All the ladies getting their hair done. So can people coming to Goodwood just come in, get a slot, sit down by the mirror, and have their do done?
They can indeed, yeah. Anything from 1940s, the 1950s, 1960s. Yes. Yes, busy, very busy, always busy.
What would you say your hairstyle is? You've got the victory roll on the front there.
I'd say probably more of a 1940s land girl look today. The weather's not great, so it's a perfect look for today. So yeah, nice little scarf, head scarf, little victory roll. So yeah.
It looks beautiful. And what would you say the ladies coming in here are normally getting? The curls, the pin curls?
I think every day, a lot of women come for each day and they try and plan their outfits and their looks, and they would normally do maybe a 40s, a 50s and a 60s throughout the whole weekend. But I think in general the 1950s waves are probably the most popular in Betty's.
It's really fun to see everyone coming in and then literally getting transformed, but also the space that you've created, it feels so authentic in here. How did you do it?
Many years, over the years, it's just become bigger and bigger, more and more popular. It's a bit like a tourist attraction here now for the ladies and the gents. The gents love it too.
Excuse me, I haven't seen any gentlemen getting their hair done yet.
They come and they sit, they watch, they come in with a beer or a coffee. Oh, they do. They enjoy the buzz and the atmosphere as well.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself down to Betty's Salon. Thank you.
Brilliant there to get a look at just what the Goodwood Revival is all about. A mixture of that glamour, style, not forgetting the competitive on-track action, celebrating some of the bygone eras. And we still have a packed schedule for you, just finishing the Fordwater Trophy there as some of the Lancia Aurelia gets picked up from its exploits, having what appeared to be a gear falling out from the underside and forcing Louise Kennedy to pull to the side. The mini course car has just been round as well, just checking those rain conditions. Harry Benjamin with you in the commentary box. Alongside me is the British racing driver Alice Powell. And Alice, I mean, these conditions for any kind of driver are tough, aren't they?
They are. It's such a fast circuit here. There's not much room for error, unlike some of these modern day Formula One circuits that we see these days. And you go on the grass and you really are going to be a passenger, unfortunately, heading into the walls. A lot of standing water we've particularly seen. The big puddle on the outside of the chicane. There's actually one building in the middle of the chicane as well. So really tricky, lots of standing water, lots of spray, but we've got a fantastic group of drivers here racing this weekend and certainly through today that will definitely give us a lot of entertainment.
Absolutely, and so many legends of racing here. Always brings out the very best from all of the eras of motorsport that we are celebrating, and including some sports car and touring car legends as well. And I think Ed has found one.
Steve, I know you racing drivers always want more power, but actually a Mini in this weather, you're probably rubbing your hands with glee.
Yeah, it's sort of probably the best car at the moment. Whether it will stay the best car for the race tomorrow or Sunday, I don't know. But yeah, it should be fun, shouldn't it? Nice and wet. So front-wheel drive, Mini, takes me back to 1977 and 78 when I used to race them.
They're a bit different to drive, aren't they? There's a different method.
They are.
That's Steve just getting a small smack.
So Bruno Sprengler came and tested it, and he said, whatever I've learned in my career, he said, nothing is any good for driving a Mini round here. So he's in at the deep end. But I'm sure by the end of the race he will have got to grips with it and be happy with it. But he's not that happy at the moment. He thinks it's horrible.
Well, I'm sure he will be happy, but look, enjoy it.
Thank you, I will.
I've just been chatting to Steve Soper, and he's in a Mini, and I think he's quite smug. Are you as smug as him with the Mini in the wet?
Well, they say they're good in the wet. Haven't driven a Mini for a couple of years with Nick Swift, but apparently they're really good in the wet compared to the others. I mean, we know in the dry we're not going to be competitive up the front. We're 2-3 seconds off the top guys, but in the wet, you never know. We could be mixing it up there, and we'll just have to sort of wait and see. But a real honour to drive the car with Jason, and hopefully we can get the car up the sharp end. Yeah, it'd be good. It'd be good fun.
And you're quite a few cars this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm in 3 now, so a bit of a late call to jump into this one, but a real sort of pleasure, as I say, and we'll see how we get on. Yeah, I'm in the E-Type with my brother in a minute, just after lunch in the Moss, and then in the Cobra with Jack in the afternoon in the TT race. So busy boy this weekend.
Now, I know with you professional drivers, you jump in cars. I mean, does it really just take a lap to get your head around it?
No, I mean, when I first drove the Mini in the dry, it took me a good few sessions to really get my head around how to drive the Mini, and they are pretty tricky. But once I got the hang of it and I got down to the time, you just come out with a big sort of grin on your face. So hopefully, it'll be the same in the wet. Just keep the power on and just hope for the best.
Amazing. Never lift.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers, guys.
Ed getting hard at work there. Umbrellas very much still up. The rain doesn't seem to be abating whatsoever, but that is not deterring our spirits as we look forward to seeing these cars head out onto the track. We're just gearing up for the part 1 of the St Mary's Trophy. It really sort of celebrates saloon cars' golden era, doesn't it, Alice?
It does, and it's certainly a highlight of the weekend. If any of you were here last year or watching the coverage, we had some fantastic battles all the way through the field, and actually one that stands out for me was the battle between Jenson Button and Jimmy Johnson, and they battled and swapped places for a majority of the race for the 4th spot. We had Tom Christensen as well. He came from the back of the grid to get a podium in an incredible drive, so this is a huge highlight. We have such a great list of names as well. We have Le Mans winners, Formula 1 winner, we've got touring car winners and DTM winners as well. So this really is one of the races to watch across the weekend.
Yeah, some of those names: Gordon Shedham, Andy Prew, Matt Neal, Rob Huff, Colin Turkington, Tom Ingram, Jake Hill and Andrew Jordan from the touring car world. But those heavyweights too from the World Endurance Championship joining us: Romain Dumas, Andre Lotterer, who we've already seen out there this morning, along with the likes of Andy Wallace and Darren Turner, not forgetting legends of motorsport like Emanuele Pirro, Jochen Mass, Frank Stippler, and you mentioned that amazing battle that we saw last year with Jimmy Johnson. Well, he's back. The NASCAR Cup Series 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson will be out there in that, what is rather big in the Ford Galaxy 500 with a lot of grunt in that Galaxy. So he's proved his stuff to be quite natural in low grip and high power historic cars. Let's see how he gets on. But of course, getting underway then, the official practice session. So half an hour on the clock or so, already timing down, actually just over 20 minutes for this one for production-based saloon cars between 1960 and 1966.
We just saw a shot of the Ford Galaxy go through the first corner there. It's massive, isn't it? It's so huge. We were in the paddock having a look, and if you do get a chance to go down in the paddock, you can see all of these cars. You can get up close and personal to them. And the Ford Galaxy, a huge American V8 weighing 1,500 kilos, 7-litre engine. So you can see all of those down in the paddock as the drivers, as you said, out on track at the moment. There is one of the Ford Galaxies. It's just huge, impressive machines. Very punchy down the straight, but it's not going to be fun to stop into the corners, especially in these tricky conditions, Harry.
No, they are absolutely magnificent machines. Though that car in particular, Gordon Shedden at the wheel, used to be a regular sight in continental rounds of the historic touring Sprint Car Championship. Finished 10th in the St Mary's Trophy back in 2003, even with badly failing brakes. From second place it fell down to at the end of the lap, but it's finding the water and is getting chased down by the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA of Andrew Jordan, who was really hounding the Galaxy, trying to find a way through. And just look at the sheer difference of design and style from these two Saloon cars over the years, as indeed Andrew Jordan does find a way through with the Alfa Romeo in front of that Ford Galaxy, which also gets taken by the Mini as well.
Yeah, we've got a couple of other American cars out there. We've got the Plymouth Barracudas as well, manufactured by Chrysler, small block V8 engines with a 4.6 Chrysler engines. We've got Jake Hill is in one of those, and Abby Eaton as well. Neither of those drivers have actually driven that car before, so what a cool piece of machinery they get to experience the reign of Goodwood here. And when we were speaking to one of the mechanics yesterday, he said we could have these Plymouth Barracudas, could be one of the loudest on the grid. So we'll listen out for that. And there is, right on cue, Jake Hill, and this particular car still has the radio inside, so hopefully he's tuning into Goodwood radio on the way round.
Oh, absolutely, and it's got that brilliant central panel as well, which is very reminiscent of a fighter jet with all the flick buttons, and you really feel like you were at you're in a cutting-edge bit of machinery that is not going to let you go without a fight, and particularly in these conditions as well. Jake Hill with a task on his hands, though, but that Plymouth Barracuda winning the St Mary's Trophy back in 2007 at the revival there, so making its way around. First lap times, though, on their way to be set, and currently it's looking pretty good. Still early days, though, but the Alfa Romeo Giulia is, with Frank Stippler at the wheel, is currently fastest of anybody in the first and second sectors, but still more times waiting to be done.
Yeah, there's the number 76 car, Alex Brundle, racing driver, who does a lot with historics at the moment, and also broadcaster alongside us in Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, and certainly a fast driver, 2016 ELMS champion, and knows how to pedal a car, whether it be a single-seater, a modern-day GT car, a historic car, including a Mini Cooper S, as he charges down the main straight. He's just lost top spot, though, to Stippler, 1.1 seconds behind now, and he's coming up behind is, what's that we've got in front of us? That's the 133. That looks like the, Alfa Romeo, who's in front of him, so he'll be chasing that down hard.
He certainly will, but time's coming in thick and fast. To the top, Alex Buncombe in the Austin Mini Cooper S. That car, one of only 4 Holman Moody prepared competition factory lightweights produced back in 1963 to start Ford's competition. This, though, is the current fastest, or was the current fastest. Slipped down to second, though, as Frank Stippler in that Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. Still more time to find, though, as these first lap times come in. This an ex-Auto Delta car with an aluminium floor. The car driven by the likes of Jochen Mass, who is here this weekend, but Frank Stippler at the wheel of it currently. But it's Alex Buncombe who is now fastest, a half a tenth clear from Stippler. Then comes Brundle in the Mini, followed by Bruno Spengler, actually, who's just popped his Mini Cooper S up into 4th spot, but a couple of seconds down on Buncombe's in the number 8 Austin Mini Cooper.
Yeah, Alex Brundle did have the fastest sector, first sector of anybody, but that's been snatched away by Alex Buncombe now, who you can see on your screen. So the Minis, they say, yeah, they're not necessarily going to be particularly quick in the dry, but they're certainly more nimble, lightweight in the wet. We've got a car off, that's the number 36 that's gone off the road, another Alfa Romeo Giulia.
Well, speak of Jochen Mass, he is, I believe, at the wheel of that, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, just making its way back onto the circuit. Nothing to worry about, just a little jaunt onto the grass just to see how the grip is out there. It's probably not as good as on the circuit, but even that's looking a little bit dicey. Alex Buncombe back to the top of the timings, though, 3.1 seconds clear of that Alfa of Stippler finding a nice gap there. On screen at the moment, you can see one of the other Alfa Romeo Giulias, Marino Franchitti, I think, at the wheel of this one.
Oh, I think it's Rob.
Unless that's changed,
13.
yeah.
I think it might be Rob Huff in the number 13, and he is the.
Oh yes, you're right.
2022 World Touring Car champion, making his way down the straight now. He actually had a really good race in this class race last year. He was in a Jaguar, chasing down our eventual race winner, which was the Dumas and Shepherd car. So he had a fantastic race last year, and that looks like that could be one of our Galaxies in the pits. And I'm getting in my ear that it could be Gordon Shedden, who was actually going around fairly slowly, wasn't he, Harry, on the first couple of opening laps, as Alex Buncombe again sets fastest of anybody in that first sector. But Gordon's back out on track now, so whatever issue he has is rectified, at least for the moment anyway, as he bleeds back into turn one. A little bit of traffic behind him, but it's good to see him back out.
Certainly is. Tom Ingram's just found some time in his Ford Lotus Cortina and got himself up into 12th at the moment, just behind Emanuele Pirro. Neil Yarni currently rounds out the top 10. Just some of the names in this field is amazing. And looking towards the back, you've got the likes of Christian Horner, Nicholas Manassian, Andre Lotterer, Marcel Fassler, Jimmy Johnson, Gordon Shedden, former Formula 1 driver Jean-Eric Verne down there as well in 26th spot. He's at the wheel of the number 22, which is another Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. So just a huge selection of names that are drawn to the Goodwood Revival to race it out in some of these fantastic saloon cars in this, the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul. Part 1, we'll get part 2 as well later on this afternoon, where we swap out the driver and then we get the aggregate time for the racing start position. There is Tom Ingram in that Cortina with the 136 on the side, currently 12th fastest with a 2:01.2, about 10 seconds off Alex Buncombe's pace, which is still the fastest in that Austin Mini Cooper S, and he is almost 3 seconds clear of Bruno Spengler.
Yeah, so a big gap in actually. Tom Ingram's having a great battle in the British Touring Car Championship at the moment with Jake Hill, as he's going to slide his way down the inside of the Galaxy, being driven by Gordon Shedden, who's on his outlap. But Tom fighting hard at the wheel, heading down into the chicane. Let's have a look to see if that puddle is still present. Not as much on the apex there, but I can guarantee you it's going to be on the exit here. Actually, it's been cleared quite nicely with the group of 29 cars that we have out. And you can hear the Thunderbird, the Galaxy, when it goes past our commentary box, shakes it. You can really tell when you've got one of those V8 cars storming past. There on cue is Jake Hill, who I was just mentioning having a great battle this year in the touring cars with Tom Ingram. So he's actually chasing down his British touring car rival. He's going to try and clear Gordon Shedden, and Jake at the moment sitting in 7th place.
Yeah, just set that lap time actually that Jake Hill improved up to 7th, getting a nice tow from the Galaxy in front. I'm not sure how much that'll be helping him as he has to peek out from behind the spray and powers his way through. This, though, is the 32 car, which is out there at the moment. Emanuele Pirro in one of the other Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint cars, GTA cars, with less than 9.5 minutes left. Pirro currently sitting just outside of the top 10 in 11th at the moment, about 10.7 seconds down. But the gaps are, the gap from Buncombe to now Steve Soper, who's just popped up into second, just less, 2.9 seconds. Then comes Stippler in that Alfa Romeo. Brundle is holding firm in fourth ahead of Rob Huff, who rounds out the top 5 as Emanuele Pirro comes into the pits.
Yeah, so big gaps here, and just having not too many people improving on the first sector of this lap. Rain still coming down, and as you said, some big gaps. Alex Brundle, he also runs Brundle Motorsport, so he'll be hoping to try and make his way a little bit further up the order from where he is at the moment. We've got the Jordan car, the 241 there. another Alfa Romeo Giulia. So actually, these are quite a popular car. We've got quite a large number of these racing in this category this weekend. Andrew Jordan showing off his drifting skills there, and hitting a rather large puddle on the exit of one of the corners there, and you could just see that the movement that these drivers are having to deal with, even some of them down, especially the particularly large V8 American cars snaking down the straight, and even Andrew Jordan there in the Alfa. What you normally would be up the Levant straight, a normal flat-out corner actually turns into quite a handful in several of these cars. He's just going to clip the grass as he heads into Woodcote. Leads his way out, some big puddles on the exit of Woodcote there, into the chicane quite nicely, and well, if any of these were planning on going to the gym later, they certainly don't need to. It looks like it's quite a workout, just trying to keep these cars on track.
Andrew Jordan then across the line, currently down in 8th, fastest in that Alfa Romeo. Finds time, puts himself up one position at the dispensation of Jake Hill, who falls down to 8th. A couple of driver changes happening. We will see both drivers get in at this session. Bruno Spengler has gotten out of the, well, it's currently the second fastest car in the Mini Cooper S, and Steve Soper has popped in for the final 10 or so minutes, already down to 7. Stifler's holding firm in 3rd, ahead of Brundle. Andy Priu has just got himself up into 5th spot in the Ford Galaxy 500s. Making his way around ahead of Humphrey, Jordan, who just made that lap time around, and Hill with the Cook, with Neil Jarni getting out of the BMW 1800s and handing that over to his co-driver now, who is out there on the circuit in these last 6.5 minutes left. I mean, Alice, as a more experienced driver, what do you say if you've got a less experienced co-driver? What advice are you giving them with these conditions on the circuit?
It's tricky, you know, because some of these will have a lot of experience. You see Christian Horner clipping a puddle on the exit of Woodcote Corner. He was meant to actually be in one of the BMWs, but that's not running at the moment. There's been a late change, so he's out in the 55 Mini. But just to try and keep it on the road, plain and simple, you know, especially with these big, large engines that some of these cars do. You know, you want to sort of fold through the corner and then bleed onto the throttle. It can be quite easy to have a stab of the throttle and then you're around. So we see a nice shot here of some of the Mini Coopers. Christian Horner's down in 19th place at the moment. He could have at least brought the weather from Monza with him. It was much warmer, much drier there. And up behind him he will have Rob Huff, who has dropped a couple of places now, was in 5th place, now down in 7th place. Is he going to have a look to go down the inside before he gets to St Mary's? Yes, so Rob Huff clears Christian Horner, and then on the screen there is the number 19.
Yeah, Christian Horner, though, down in 19th spot, just ahead of John-Eric Verne and Jimmy Johnson. Now, that is a lineup, isn't it, further down the field. One of the other, Plymouth Barracudas out there with Abby Eaton at the wheel. Alice, you know Abby fairly well, don't you? Good racing driver. She was looking forward to getting into this Plymouth.
Yeah, she was having a seat made yesterday. She's teamed up actually a few times and raced with Alex Brundle in the host of his cars. So she's had experience of historic racing, races a Holden as well. She's been racing that, and that's run by her dad. So she was out in Zandvoort racing that. She's been at Brands Hatch as well. Never driven this car before. She just moved up into 12th place now. So she was definitely looking forward to going out there. At the moment racing in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB Championship, so still currently racing. And then we have another one of our Plymouth cars, and well, you can just tell by the nature of how that car is going around the corner that is Jake Hill behind the wheel. He's come up to the back of a couple of one Lotus Cortina. Well, I think that is also a Gordon Shedden that we can see on our screen now, which is holding up Alex Bunker.
You can fit the Mini in the boot of the Galaxy, couldn't you? That's the sheer difference inside, as Alex Bunker weasels his way past the Galaxy. That is the fastest car at the moment out there, the Austin Mini Cooper, making its way around with a 1:54.68, the fastest lap time, 2.9 seconds clear. Abby Eaton taking over the Galaxy further down, did pop it into 12th. That huge 4.6 Chrysler engine, 1,400 kilograms, one of the loudest here, compared to one of the smallest cars here as well, certainly in this category, with that Mini Cooper making its way around. Quite a sea of minis actually out there.
Yeah, looks like we might have a Mini in the gravel. Hopefully not in the wall. There's a big gravel pit there. There we go. Is that the number? Did I see 76?
You did
on the
indeed.
side there. So
that's Alex Brundle.
Yeah. So Alex Brundle, who actually had set his personal best lap on the previous lap. Didn't set a personal best first sector, but did top the speed traps, and then unfortunately for him went for a sail off in the gravel, but luckily he's got back going again. Looks like no damage, so well done Alex, you kept it out the barriers, so he's able to continue with just over 2.5 minutes left of this session.
The St Mary's Trophy practice session underway ahead of the racing to come later on this weekend. We'll have part 2 later on. This for production-based saloon cars that race between 1960 and 1966, and at the moment, well, just had an off for Alex Brundle, but he
Looks
is
like
pushing out there, and I think he's enjoying it, as you say, in that Mini. His quickest lap time at the moment, his 5th fastest, just over 3.5 seconds off the pace of Alex Buncombe in the Austin Mini Cooper S, making its way around. That was actually, well, the quickest car was actually found in a junkyard about 8 years ago. Highly rusted, almost, well, in a complete state, really. Lovingly restored over the last 4 years to exactly its original specifications. Effectively known as Rusty for its position when it was found all those years ago. That's currently the fastest car, Alex Buncombe in the number 8. That's the 2nd fastest car. Steve Soper now at the wheel, making its way through your pictures as it heads uphill, just avoiding a potential crash with the Ford Cortina there.
Yeah, you could see they were both desperately trying to get on the throttle. Is that Gordon Shedden running slightly wide at the first part of St Mary's? I think it was. So it's, at the moment, he's not having the best of times in the Ford Galaxy. Let's have a little look. Just ran a little bit too wide. Oh, and he's lucky. I think there's Alex Brundle that gets covered in mud and grass by the Galaxy, but luckily he was able to get it stopped. So good job, Gordon Shedden. Otherwise, he would be sailing quite quickly into the barrier. He's down at the moment in 23rd place. He's got Rudhoff coming up along his right-hand side at the moment. Huff is still in 7th place. The gap has closed down, though, Harry, a little bit at the top. It was over 3 seconds between Buncombe and 2nd place. That's now Steve Sober. He's 2.9 off now, but just having a look, Alex Brundle set personal best in the first sector. Looks like he might have caught some traffic in the middle sector. Prio in the number 83, he set a personal best in the first sector, so people still out there improving even though the rain is falling.
Marcel Fassler has just got himself up into 12th spot in the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1, just ahead of Nicolas Manassian as the Galaxy slows right down and comes into the pit lane. Andrew Jordan is first to take the checkered flag down in 9th. He will not improve. Alex Buncombe is in the pits. He will not go again because I think he's done all he can, and right at the very end, a spinner and off the track for, I think that might be Charlie March in the 176. That's the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA, one of the many Alfas in the field, just pushing all the way to the very end and finding the grass and finding the wrong way around.
Yeah, checkered flag is now out, so we've got an Austin Mini Cooper, a Mini Cooper, Alfa Romeo Giulia, a Plymouth Barracuda, and then Brundle rounding out the top 5 in another Mini Cooper, as March did a great job to avoid the barrier. Luckily saved, I would say, from the tarmac there. But there is the Buncombe number 8 car that's been wheeled back in pit lane. 2.9 seconds is the gap, and that is our driver that will be starting on pole position for this first part of the St Mary's Trophy.
Yeah, mega quick from Alex Buncombe in Rusty, that Austin Mini Cooper S, found in a junkyard 8 years ago and lovingly restored to its current form. And that car, lightweight and fast, doing the job. Bruno Spengler did the job in the Mini Cooper S, which Steve Soper, now at the wheel of, drives across the line to cement that second place position. And the other Alfa Romeo, as Steve Soper was doing so well. Does he keep it out of the barrier? Yes, he does. Went for a slide and a play in the grass, and has had his fun and is now making his way tentatively back onto the circuit.
They look like they go across the grass quite nicely as well. So good stave there, Steve. You could even hear the crowd gasp as we were in the commentary box, as we get one of the Cortinas is getting a little bit size. I think they just treat this in-lap after the checkers bag as just a little bit of fun, getting a bit sideways, drifting, having a replay of Steve heading through and having his little spin. There we go, nicely does it, great shot, good capture by our camera crew, and makes its way, and actually really lucky that it was able to keep it out of the barriers.
Right at the very end, sliding through the grass, just making sure it was still wet out there.
I always like to look at the crowd in the background as well and see what expressions they are pulling as well. And they've all got smiling faces, even though they're standing out and braving the rain, which is fantastic.
Certainly was. And for Soper and Spengler, they'll have to settle on this occasion for second fastest, behind Alex Bunkum's fastest lap time, a 1:54.68. Further down the field, the likes of Christian Horner, ahead of Neil Yarney, ahead of Darren Turner, ahead of Jimmy Johnson, not ahead of a former Red Bull junior, John-Eric Verne. I'm sure there'll be some heart taken from the Frenchman down in 16th. Great to see him enjoying the Goodwood revival. Has a great friendship with Andre Lotterer as well, the Le Mans winner, who finished down in 26th spot. Jochen Mass, who had an off early doors, down in 29th and last, as the cars make their way towards the pit lane now to bring to an end the St Mary's Trophy Part 1 practice session. You know, you said they have a laugh and they're just enjoying it, having fun on that final lap. I don't think that's true. I think they have it all throughout.
Oh, well, of course they do, and they're highly competitive as well. A lot of professional drivers out here, and it's actually interesting when we were talking to Alex Bunk, but I'm going to let you actually go through the practice times first, Harry, before I make my point.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Alice. Alex Bunkum, indeed, the fastest at the Austin Mini Cooper S, a 1:54.68. Ahead of another Mini Cooper S of Steve Soper, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. Frank Stimpler was third fastest, ahead of Jake Hill in the Plymouth Barracuda. Brundle was fifth in the other Morris Mini Cooper S, ahead of Rob Huff. Andy Prio in the big old Ford Galaxy 500, down in seventh, ahead of Anthony Reed's Morris Mini. Andrew Jordan was ninth, and Josh Cook in the BMW rounded out the top 10. First of the Cortinas, Tom Ingram ahead of Marcel Fassler. Nicholas Manassian in the Jaguar Mark II was 13th, ahead of Abby Eaton, who also had the Plymouth Barracuda to contend with. Two more Alfa Romeos in the hands of Emanuele Pirro and Jean-Eric Verne, the top 16 ahead of the other Jaguar Mark II. Christian Horner, a last-minute change of car into the Mini Cooper S, 18th fastest, ahead of Matt Neal and Darren Turner in the Ford Anglia, 20th. Jimmy Johnson returning for another bite at the cherry at the wheel of the Ford Galaxy 500, 21st, ahead of Tony Jardine. Gordon Shedden was 23rd, ahead of Charlie March, who had a spin right at the end. Marino Franchitti was 25th, ahead of Andre Lotterer. The Ford Cortina Mark I, the Jaguar Mark II, and Jochen Mass's Alfa Romeo rounded out the field.
So Ed fantastically caught an interview with Alex Bunkum, and he was saying that these little Mini Coopers, which are locking out our front row, and we have a few of them in the top 5. As we can see, that's the start of the session there. A nice variety of cars trying to show off their car control on these slippery conditions. Alex said we won't be the strongest in the dry, and we are expected, if you're going to go by the weather forecast, which is probably going to be totally wrong anyway, some drier weather. So that's going to be a really interesting start to the race, which is later on today.
Yeah, it really has been raining hard so far, but that is not deterring our star drivers in this field, celebrating saloon car racing's golden era with some amazing machines, the likes of the Ford Galaxy 500, finding its way off the road at certain points. And indeed, Bruno Spengler and Steve Soper really pushing to the limit. Steve Soper right at the very end of what that Mini could do, second fastest it had to deal with. But no one could topple Alex Buncombe in the Austin Mini Cooper, fastest of anybody by 3 seconds.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Rain still coming down at the 26th Goodwood Revival, but we are straight back at it with our next bit of on-track action for the Madgwick Cup practice session getting underway, 20 minutes and counting. Now this for sports cars of under 3 litres that race between 1955 and 1960. Alongside myself, Harry Benjamin, in the commentary box. I'm now joined by Bruce Jones. Still wet out there, Bruce, but we are getting the action thick and fast now.
Yeah, very kindly. I mopped up most of the puddles with my shoes and trousers when I was out there, but the drivers are doing precisely that on their outlaps. They're removing a bit of water from this circuit. Quite a few of these drivers, of course, Harry, have already been out in other machinery today, so they've got half an idea, but the rain is coming, it's going. But these are light, nimble sports cars. As you said, under 3 litre. The next session is for the big bangers, the Whitsun Trophy. You go about it with more modern cars in a very different way. But again, it's about precision, it's about finding a flow around this, a flow, that's the operative word today, isn't it? But some fabulous machinery. But as we can see, there is still precipitation.
Certainly is, but yeah, it is under 2.5 litres. First time in 7 years the lineup features cars with that engine capacity. Back in the original era, well, it was a club-type race that would run regularly throughout the season. John Cooper's central seat mid-engine T39 bobtail dominated the category when it arrived on the scene back in 1955, but soon the Lotus 11 became well, the weapon of choice, really, winning at Goodwood in class victories at Le Mans and Sebring. So certainly some fantastic machineries coming to the fore, including the likes of the Lola Mark 1 that came to the fore in the 1950s.
Yeah, some of these cars just hit the ground running, and the Lola was particularly one of those. So look for small, light and nimble. Number 77, it's one of the few centre seat sports cars in this event. That's a Cooper. The T39, apparently I'm just hearing it's named Hot Lips from its puckered up front end, little taping around the radiator. There's somewhat masking the pink lips on the front of number 77. So one of the Cooper bobtails, and that is racing around. It's a works car actually from 1955, and it's Felix Goddard at the wheel. There we are, Hot Lips up front.
Yeah, one of the first T39 making its way out on track at the moment. That GoPro hanging on for dear life that's attached to it. I'd like to go look at the footage of that after this, making its way through the right hand of the rear end, just stepping out slightly, but no messing about, straight onto the pace, as we'll see the first lap times come in shortly after they make their way around. Some with trepidation, some not.
Yeah, and again, a chance to look at some of these cars being nimble, but definitely those that were out in earlier sessions in other machinery got an advantage in this early stage. But others just sort of trying to find their pace. John Clark, so much experience. He's just going through in another bobtail, T39. That's car number 8, just going to the second part of St Mary's. You turn to the right to start with. So important to get your car into position for where you go over the crest and then drop into the dip on the exit of St Mary's, because if you get a little bit of movement from the tail of your car, you're not wanting to haul it back into line, you want to feather it back in line, and particularly when it's wet, it's so much harder. Your natural sort of empathy with the car is to jerk it back on line. You've just got to wait, particularly on a wet track.
You certainly do, don't you? As we switch to the Miles Griffith car. That's the Lotus Climax 11 LM150 322 was actually the works entry in the Le Mans 24 Hour back in 1957 with Colin Chapman out there on track at the moment. Slightly different design on the rear, you can see, with the bulge on the rear, but a certain spectacle out there.
Yeah, a lot of people just think of Colin Chapman just as the founder of Lotus, creative genius. He was a very, very quick driver, wasn't averse to hopping on board any of his cars, his Formula 1 cars, and banging in a lap time, and the drivers having to go, right. And that's why he loved Jim Clark so much, because Jim could always beat him. A lot of other drivers had to really work at it. But Miles Griffith, so much success in the race. He won in a Lotus 11 like this one in 2017. That was the second last time they visited. 2 years ago, he's back and won this event in the Kieft 1100. Back in the Lotus 11. He is supreme in these. Not yet at the top of chance. Now he is. 2 minutes, 0.3 seconds. Early days, first flying laps on the board. He is now fastest in number 9.
Yeah, with well, less than actually was fastest, as he's immediately displaced as they keep on coming. Nick Finborough in the Lola Climax Mark 1, the car that won the very last race at Goodwood in period, once owned by an MI5 agent as well. Goes to the top of the timing screen. He's 3/10 clear of Griffiths' car.
Yeah, very, very impressive lap. But it is about an element of caution. Car 22 in the top 10 at the moment, and that's another of the Lola Climax Mark 1s, and that's the one we were just talking about. No, sorry, beg your pardon. It's just moved down the order a little bit. That was Nick's car. But to tell you what, Nick has changed his number. He was 22, he's now 57. I'm not as confused as I was a few seconds ago. Phew.
Panic over, but the times are now coming in. It is Finborough who is fastest at the moment in that number 57 Lola Climax Mark 1 from that number 8 of the Cooper Climax, the T39, one of the bobtail cars out there. Found well, a good, excellent example, really, of one of the original rear-engine sports car out there. So brilliant to see such a vast array on option, but it's pretty tight at the top as more timings come in for the moment. Andrew Hibbard up to 3rd.
Yeah, top two cars covered by a third of a second. Miles Griffiths fighting back around the first part of this lap. He is considerably faster than Nick Bimber. So expect the number 9 Lotus to go back to the top of the charts. Number 11 comes through. Michael Hibbard in third place at the moment. Again, a lot of spray for all these drivers. But when you look at these cars that compete in the Magic Cup, there is no waste material on them. Effectively, they're as light as they could possibly be, and that was the very ethos of everything Colin Chapman did with Lotus. And Lola likewise, the Eric Broadley designed cars, super light, super nimble. And the weirdest thing, just behind the Lotus 11 we're looking at now is a Porsche, and it suddenly looks quite large, and it isn't really, it's just everything else is there. It is the rear-engine Porsche going through the shot. It's about being nimble though, light. Can you balance it in this rain? Well, that's absolutely what the drivers are trying to do.
That is the crucial question, as that is your quickest car making its way through. Miles Griffith in the Lotus Climax 11, just passing a couple of cars on his way to a much better lap time by the looks of it, finding more and more speed. Miles Griffith actually just gone to the top of the timing screens, 2.7 seconds clear out in front.
Well, he was in fastest in all 3 sectors, but traffic is nobody's friend, and for a couple of Maseratis at the back of that pack, but anyone else in one of the quicker cars coming through, they will be frustrated, but they're going to bide their time. 12 minutes remain. 5.27, as I said, one of the Maseratis in the field. That's Adrian Sakari. That's an A6 GCS.
One of the factory Maserati that competed in the Mille Miglia back in 1954 and 55. A very original example, just at the back, coming through there at the rear of the field, where we've got this traffic and almost going side by side there. But winning out is the Lola Climax Mark 1. Billy Bellinger at the wheel of that, the first ever Lola built at the front of that little gaggle of traffic, as we go back to the 11 car, currently sitting in third, still trying to find themselves a little bit more space out on track. You can, I suppose, get a little bit of a tow, but at one point it becomes a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, it does, but what we're seeing, Harry, is just the progress they made. The cars in the middle 50s were still quite, not industrial, they were at the moment, but the rate of progress with the Lotus Evans, then the Lola Climaxes coming through, the Mark 1s, they got smaller, they got lighter, they were easier to manage around a circuit, and mysteriously they became quicker.
Always what the Lola at the head of the field just nearly had a little bit of a moment, the rear end stepping out, well caught for the time being. But the fastest lap time, we're into the 1:57s, and then it's a couple of seconds back, really. So time's trying to be improved upon, with 10 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock remaining of this session. Another one of the Lotus Climax 19s, Jakob Holstein at the wheel. If you see these in the paddock, they are noticeably bigger than some of the other cars. They sort of stand, I think they stand out, it might be the pale green that also stood it out. But amongst the cars it was with, it certainly stood out, I thought, this one.
How's it standing out in terms of times? Well, it's not at the sharp end of the field. It's a midfield runner at the moment. But the target time, 1 minute 57.215. Harry, to your eye, is it raining slightly less than it was a while ago?
Yeah, I've been up here for so long now, Bruce, that I just presume it's raining constantly hard. That's how I can see it. And our commentary box windows, unfortunately, are slightly tinted, so we can't get a real check. Although maybe it is a little bit lighter.
I'm thinking it is. The front runners are their times improving? Not at the moment, but actually what's happened, the top handful of drivers, the last 2 laps have been caught in traffic. I think once they get clear, there is still time, just under 10 minutes remain. Car number 29 pressing on one of the great little Lolas there. That's Keith Arler's car. That was actually driven, oh, it's Bellinger, sorry.
I think so. Oh no, perhaps not. Just coming through our screen, but Bellinger was.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Currently 6th fastest with 2:04.8, and has kind of maintained at the head of that field. And one of the cars having to dodge its way through and cut the chicane. Fed up of that traffic was in Doug Lish in the Climax 17.
Yeah, but that was a real benefit of experience there. He realised what was happening and thought, I will go down the escape road. That is why it's there. So Billy Bellinger is, in fact, a late substitution. We always get at the revival and other meetings, you get driver changes right at the last minute. So we will try and keep on top of those, I will promise. But right now, this gaggle of Lotuses and Lolas doing exactly what they're made to do, to be balanced around the corners. They don't have a lot of power, and again, a bit like later in the Glover Trophy when we get the 1.5 litre Formula 1 cars, it's about keeping the momentum flowing.
Nick Fimbra just made his way through to the head of that pack, finally unleashed. Currently second fastest is Fimbra in the Lola Climax, the number 57. This at the moment is the number 12, the green Maserati, Joseph Rettenmeier. This is the A6 GCS. Joseph Rettenmeier had a little bit of an off earlier on, found his way into the barriers at the chicane. No harm done to him. He's back out in this session for the Magic Cup.
Great looking car, but obviously in period that will not have been racing with a roll hoop above the driver's head, but for reasons for safety it's been adopted. Doesn't improve the lines, but it certainly improves the safety. The Maserati behind, you can see, he's got a different approach. The roll hoop is rather higher above the driver's helmet, but just behind the driver. This one, the whole way across the car, number 12 there, Joseph Rettenmeier, getting very close to the little Cooper Climax T39 bobtail in front of it. But again, their sort of pace is not the pace at the very, very front of the field, because that's still Miles Griffiths, the number 9 Lotus, 1 minute 57.2 seconds, still nearly 3 seconds clear of the best of the rest. But for the others, it's about survival on the track, and maybe, just maybe, they can pick up their times towards the end of the session as they get clear track in front of them. But a lot of the drivers simply trying to keep out of the way of the real hot shoes as they come through.
Yeah, keeping out of the way of the Maserati was Barry Cannell's Cooper Climax, another one of the bobtail cars out there. But well, since those initial lap times, nothing massively gaining. Andrew Hibbert a little bit closer to Fimbra ahead of him, about 9/10 between them, currently in third.
Right, the car I want to pick out is number 14 here. It is the Regio. Haven't had too much of that. And Malcolm Harrison, well, he's got the whole gaggle of Maseratis et al. In front of him. So just as he was picking up his pace, I'm afraid he's going to be a little frustrated. 8th fastest. He was one of the few people to improve in the last 2 laps. But the driver, a new driver in second place, car number 77, has suddenly started to show its hand. That's another little Cooper Climax bobtails, Felix Goddard. It's the mid-blue one. So he's now second fastest ahead of Nick Fimbra, 2.5 seconds off pole. But let's see, is there going to be an improvement on this lap for Malcolm Harrison in the Regio? Well, he was obstructed by traffic, but he's got a lot of time to gain, even to go up from 8th to 7th. And it almost matches his time, so he would have improved but for that traffic, but he does need to find 6 seconds, a mere 6 seconds to go from 8th to 7th, which shows, Harry, how those at the very front of the field really put down a supreme job in their Lolas and Lotuses.
Certainly did, and the most supreme of all still is Miles Griffith in that Lotus 11, still fastest of the lot with a 1:57.215, 2.5 seconds the gap that Miles Griffith has over the rest of the field as it currently stands, but still pushing out there, even trying to gain a little bit of a slipstream from that's the number 11, that is De Silva, looking quick actually. It's well, there was a change of driver there. It's Andrew Hibbert now at the wheel, who was third, has fallen down to 4th, currently fastest of anybody in the speed trap, making his way through the second of the right-handers. 5.5 minutes on the clock, and this Lotus 11 was a Team Lotus car at Le Mans back in 1958, where it did finish down in 20th, but it was the only Lotus to finish, and well, it's certainly been rising itself through the ranks in terms of being purchased and being raced in some historical events over the years. But across the line, can Hibbert find any more time? I don't think he can. He was fastest in the speed trap, but couldn't carry that all the way through the lap. Stays 4th fastest.
Yeah, slightly compromised to start to this lap. What have we got left? 5 minutes left on the clock. Had to change his line approaching Madgewick, but he's got clear of the traffic. This is a car, when you talk about the only Lotus to finish at Le Mans, what people forget, in the 1950s, very few cars finished. I mean, whole works teams could be wiped out before nightfall with little mechanical problems they wouldn't have now. Yet then, it wasn't flat-out racing. Now at Le Mans, it is a flat-out sprint for 24 hours, and the mechanical reliability is gobsmacking. It's astonishing.
It's almost a shock if you retire these days, isn't it? It's I mean, it's still one of the biggest issues, but nowhere near to what it was back in these 50s and 60s era of cars that we are currently, well, celebrating out on track at the moment in this the Madgewick Cup practice session. We're looking at sports racing cars under 3 litres that race between 1955 and 1960.
Well, this is an interesting one. Car number 41. It's a Lister Maserati, an unusual combination. You think of Listers with the big Jaguar and Chevrolet engines. This is a smaller version, obviously. Earlier days, smaller engines in the mid-1950s. Fred Martin died. Great racing family, entered by Pendine historic cars. And again, he's just trying to pick his way carefully around the track and make progress where he can. But he's good for 5th at the moment. He's 7 seconds off provisional pole, so he's probably done as much as he can. But again, this lap was compromised going past the Porsche into the chicane, but neat and tidy. And again, great to have this variety. And back in the 1950s, you had the constructors, and you could sort of choose whichever engine you wanted or could afford to put in the cars. So you had the sort of variety you do not get now. So it did keep it interesting, and in the interest of a lot of races there, they all seemed to fail in time because mechanical reliability was just what it was then. It was not where we are now.
No, absolutely, it certainly is. I think the rain is actually starting to come down a little harder as we take a look at the number 2 car, the Elva Climax, with Valerio Leoni at the wheel, currently down all the way down in 25th at the moment.
Now, think back to your French lessons at school, Harry. Do you know why the car is called Elva? Elva, she goes.
She goes, yes. Oh, we had that one earlier.
Oh, did you?
We did.
I'll
we
withdraw
did.
from the office. I was outside getting my trousers wet.
I can't take the credit for that one. That was Alice Powell. She
paid attention in French.
She paid attention. She was in French class. A stars all round.
But super nimble. And again, these great little British constructors at the time. Elva, Lola, Lotus, Cooper. It was the small companies, the constructors, that worked out if you can sell cars, make a car that people can afford to go racing. That is a good business model. Much, much harder now, but really interesting days for sports car racing. This should be a better lap for Malcolm Harrison. As I said, he was a long way back from 7th place. Will he improve on this lap? He had clear track, and that will certainly give him an advantage. But he gains 3 and a bit seconds, so he still stays in 8th, but he's making the progress required. But Malcolm has raced pretty much everything in historic, so, you know, that is why he's getting the best out of this car.
So still finding time out there then. So even with the rain continuing to pummel down, still able to find a few tenths of a second in every sector around this, well, just over 3.5 kilometre track here at Goodwood for the 26th year of the Goodwood revival. Currently, well, what's this? The number 8 coming across the line at the moment. This is John Clark's Cooper Climax, one of the other bobtails in the field, currently down in 11th.
It's not running the way you'd expect it to. He was certainly missing a gear change. He was coming out. I wonder if he's got clutch problems. So if you can't get up through the gears when you're going past the pitch, you're just going to not have the momentum to carry through. And the way John would normally drive, it would be quicker than that. So I hope whatever is a slight problem can be sorted for the race tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, all the way almost 17 seconds off of the pace of the quickies car, but only 3 tenths, nearly 4 tenths back from the car in front of it, which is the other, that's Marshall Bailey's car, Cooper Climax T39, which currently rounds out the top 10 with less than a minute left to go then, and still pushing hard out on track is Ian Dalglish in the Lotus Climax 17. Currently, he is 7th fastest, found a bit of time on that lap, but not enough to catapult him up the order.
Well, he's got one more chance. The checkered flag will come out in just over half a minute's time, so this is his final lap of this official practice session. He is picking up time, but he needs to find another second and a whisker more to move up one further position into 6th. So at the moment, 6th is held by the number 29 Lola with Billy Bellinger on board, the Arles family car. Malcolm Harrison continues to press on the pretty little Regio there, but you can see there is more and more raindrops hitting the lens of the camera. This is the final corner, Woodcut sweeping into the chicane. Out of the chicane we go. Look out for the puddle. Here it comes, the bottom of the street. No, steering wide. Very wise.
Very wise indeed. And then coming across to the checkered flag, but almost a bit of aquaplaning as he comes across the line. The car just sliding out from underneath him. Harrison does improve his time, stays in 8th spot though in that Ford Mark 3 with Malcolm Harrison at the wheel, taking the checkered flag down in 8th as it is out, and nobody really massively improving at the moment. And for, well, the class of the field, really, this navigating the conditions superbly.
Yeah, and navigating a Maserati, can't say that very easily, but that's Miles Griffiths. He's been able to get around everything, set the time early on. He's spotted where the puddles are. He's steered clear of them, but 2.5 seconds clear of the rest. There will be an element about he was prepared to push harder than some of his rivals, because everyone's aware they do want to have the race tomorrow. The race should be in the dry tomorrow, so fingers crossed for that. But just interesting to see, Harry, the way these light, nimble sports cars have worked their way to the front of the field, and the cars a few years older with a bit more avoirdupois, a bit more, you know, kilogrammage. little harder to drive.
Absolutely, but certainly is Miles Griffiths, the class of the field in the Lotus Climax 11 LM 150 with a 157.215, 2.5 seconds clear of the 77 of Goddard, Felix Goddard's Cooper bobtail, and indeed then in third of the 57 the Lola Climax Mark 1, Nick Finborough rounding out the top three.
One thing I think has been supremely impressive today, it's been raining since the circuit opened this morning. As the last few cars are coming to the checkered flag, people have by and large stayed out of trouble. We've had the odd loop around, but I mean the potential was there for everybody to be spinning, but driver's briefing clearly entered their crania and has been absorbed, and certainly some good runs. Felix got up pushing, he's still second at the end. Will he improve on that? No, he wouldn't, but that is a car that'll be starting the middle of the front row. We go 3x2, 3x2, etc. down the grid when we get to the racing. And Harry, we're going to have racing this evening, 6:30, the first of the races of this revival, the 26th revival.
Yep, not long to wait then, and we really do hope it starts to clear up slightly, especially if you're here for this fantastic event. But either way, we are experiencing some fantastic racing later on into the afternoon and the early evening, so there is plenty to stick about for, just to admire some of these fantastic cars, especially the sleek designs and the variety. The Lola Climax Mark 1, Nick Finborough there on your screens, third fastest at the end of that, over 2.5 seconds back, but a decent effort from the Lola, which will race it out for a podium position, for a win maybe later on this evening.
Yes, and in period, of course, like cars like the Lola Mark 1, the Lotus 11, etc. They raced in club races, but they also competed in the Le Mans 24 Hours, the whole spectrum, and that it was a rich time for sports car racing in the 1950s, and it certainly put it was the bread and butter for a lot of manufacturers, and certainly for Colin Chapman et al. At Lotus, for Eric Broadley at Lola. It put the money in their pockets so they could then build the single-seaters, which was sort of what they wanted to do as they advanced. And then Lola, of course, at one stage was the most successful motor racing constructor in the world.
Yeah, really came to the fore, did Lola, with that Mark 1 in the this was late 1950s, really, and still standing the test of time as Finborough makes his way through the chicane, navigates the puddle, but at slow speeds now into the pit lane to bring an end to official practice for the Madgwick Cup, but racing it out later on this evening. A 25-minute race we will get. As we take a look at the official confirmation of the timings, it was Miles Griffiths fastest in that Lotus 11, a 157.2. Clear of the field, really, from Felix Goddard's Cooper Climax, first of the bobtails, and that Lola Climax Mark 1 we were just talking about. Nick Finborough in third, ahead of Andrew Hibbard. The Lister Maserati in fifth with Fred Martin Dye. Then came Billy Bellinger, Ian Dalglish, who was pushing that Lotus Climax 17, ahead of Malcolm Harrison. Another bobtail of John Clark in ninth, with the Lotus 11 rounding out the top 10. Timothy Bailey in another one of the T39 bobtails, 11th, ahead of the first of the Elvers, the Mark 5, James Owen 12th, and then more Lotus Climax action, followed by Elva, Lola, and then Lotus Climax of Amory Garil in 16th. The Cooper Porsche special car down in 19th, Cameron Healy ahead of Oliver Crosthwaite. Another one of the Maseratis, the A6 GCS, Adrian Sucari in 22nd, followed by the other two Maseratis. A little bit further down the field, Joseph Rettenmeier ahead of Carlos Silecki, 25th and 26th. The Porsche 550A down in 27th, ahead of an Elva Climax and the Keith Climax of Hugh Atthorpe, 29th. As we take a look back then at the Madgwick Cup practice session, this for sports cars of under 3 litres that raced between 1955 and 1960. The rain still very much a factor here, but cars pushing straight from the off.
Light cars, small cars, nimble cars, not a lot of power for all of these cars. 2.5 litres and under. We had the mix. We had the Coopers, we had the Regio, we had the Lotuses, the Lolas, all fighting it out at the front, and some great drives early on. Andrew Hibbard really pressing on, but the driver who was working his way to the front was in the number 9 Lotus. It was Miles Griffiths. He's won this event twice before. He's all out to do it again. Can he? He'll be dry tomorrow. Let's find out. But this was the Magic Cup.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
It's lights out!
The journey of a craft maker is far from simple.
I think my craft is an art form.
The moments when you got so close, the moments that set you back, but also those moments when you got back on your feet, time and time again.
People often say to me, this is impossible. But for me, nothing is impossible. This is what motivates me, keeps me climbing.
It's about that strive for perfection in all areas. And I think it's just like asking yourself every day, how much do you want it? How much are you willing to give? And for me, there's just no limit to how far I'd go.
What does it take? Craft. That's what it takes.
Adrian, it's obviously quite damp. GT40s aren't too bad in the wet, are they?
I don't know, I'll find out. Be the first time I've driven here in the wet. I've been lucky, so we'll find out.
But I mean, you know this car well, don't you?
Yeah, I haven't done very much racing over the last few years, but yes, I've driven this a lot over the years. Yeah.
You know when people who are involved in the sport love it, because you've got a rare weekend off, and both you and Christian are here racing.
Yeah, well, you could say it's a busman's holiday, but I don't feel it's like that. It's just enjoy the atmosphere, driving these old cars. It's a fabulous experience.
And what else? Are you driving anything else this weekend?
Yeah, the E-Type in the TT. Sharing with my son Harry, so that'll be fun.
Yes, how's that pairing working? I mean, you're used to dealing with difficult drivers, but surely that one works.
We'll find out. I'm not sure it'll be any different, actually.
Well, look, enjoy it, and the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, one of the greatest Formula One designers of all time, there, Adrian Newey, speaking just a few moments ago to Ed before he is now out on track in one of the fourth GT40 as we get the Whitsun Trophy underway. Official practice. They've got 20 minutes already down to just over 16 minutes. Now this is for sports racing prototypes that race between 1960 and 1966. So if you want a bit of noise, a bit of colour, a bit of speed, you come to the right place.
You left out one vital word, Harry, there in the description. Unlimited. The sky is the limit. We can't really see the sky today. It's the right foot that's the limit. Too much skiddage. Well, car number 23, right to the edge of the circuit there. Jeremy Cottingham, the Ford GT40, he shares with Andrew Smith, run American team. The Scuderia Bear carries a little bear on board it, but that certainly would have been a moment to put the hairs on the back of the bear's neck up at St Mary's, but got it back going. We were talking of Adrian Newey. There's his white GT40 with the red stripe. That's car number 5. Still waiting for the first flying lap to come onto the board. It should be, I would suggest, Fred Shepherd. He was leading the pack around. Here he is, the AC Cobra, working super hard, but somehow keeping that in a straight line and keeping his foot planted. And that's number 11. It's a recreation car driven in the film Spin Out. Let's hope he doesn't live up to the title, by Elvis Presley, no less.
Crosses the line. First lap time on the board, a 2:05.940. Cottingham can't beat it. 2.5 seconds back as we've got one of the GT40s off track.
Ludovic Caron, beautiful in that dark blue livery. Something under the car there. Is it the exhaust hanging down on the right-hand side as we look at it? No, it's something, it could be a marker of some sort he's got under there, but I think Ludovic might have to report back to the pits. Don't think he's hit anything, but he might have collected something, and you can hear with him backing off that big Ford motor just popping and banging as he works his way back. But as we've discussed many a time, Harry, it's wet on the circuit, but it's even wetter out on the grass verges.
Indeed, and I think if you go out onto the grassy verge, you may well clip one of the advertising hoardings or the brake markers. Let's see what the excursion was for the GT40, just driving off the road and onto the grass.
What happened between the start of St Mary's, where you go to the turning to the right, the front of the car was washing away, and then there was no way he'd get it back in line to take the left-hand part, and so Ludovic drifted out. Right, the fastest lap at the moment is now suddenly down to 1:55, almost flat. It's car number 69, and it's a driver who's had huge success, Nick Patmore in Tom de Grey's car.
Yeah, he certainly does. In the Hamill Chevrolet SR3, they built 2 of those SR3s back in 1965, and good to see Nick Padmore. Of course, I think he has the lap record around here in an Arrows Formula One car back in 2020.
Well, he had it for quite a long time in a Lola T70 Spider. Now, one of the early days of Can-Am, the McLaren M1B was the car to have, but you also had the US SRC. It was the Road Racing Championship, and they had huge success there. And James Davison, well, there's a special story about James Davison. A, he can drive these cars very well. B, he won in this car last year. Oh, sideways, four-wheel drift into and out of the chicane. Oh, got to visit the pits. Fred Shepherd's had a little rotation in front of him, but I don't think that was anything to do. But James Davison has a really strong connection with this circuit because it's his bloodline that goes back to fellow Aussie, previous generation of his family, Tony Gaze, who convinced the March family to turn the thing into a racing circuit. And actually, we just had a track map flash up in front of us on the screen. That's not the line on our map that James Davison is taking. And then we had Fred Shepherd. Again, it's just running a little bit wide, getting up on the painted curbing. Many drivers had the excuse of it was slippery on the painted curbing, but round they go. We talked about the fastest driver, Nick Padmore. He's in the car in the background, the very, very deep dark red, or purple if you want, Hamill. And as you pointed out, one of just 2 cars, super rare, but always competitive here at Goodwood.
Yeah, again across the line for Nick Padmore, still a 1:55.0, currently propping up in second fastest is car number 144, James Davison in that McLaren Chevrolet M1B, and we really are getting a cacophony of noise. I mean, you won't get them quite up to 170 mile an hour on the Lavant Straight in the wet, but certainly in the dry, that is where you can experience some of the highest speeds that these cars can get up to around this Goodwood track, as the 144 does indeed do the fastest first sector, so pushing hard.
And that that's impressive, because bear in mind how sideways he was coming out of the chicane, so he couldn't get the power down. How's that? The floating graphic above. This is sort of the absolute cutting edge of television at the moment. So if anybody says who crashed the car, you can say, well, it was you know, and you can see what he was driving. But a great innovation. But again, James has been very comfortable with these conditions, and he's found a Lotus T70 right in front of him. And that's Ian Simmons splashing around, trying to keep out of the way, but sometimes you simply can't.
No, and then he gets balked as well, coming into the chicane, the number 12 there, Marcus Black, in the McLaren Oldsmobile in front of him, so rather losing quite a lot of time then in those that last sector really, but there is time in that car for Davison to find, and it is tight. There is just over half a tenth of a second at the moment between Nick Padmore and Davidson's machine, the 144, making its way through the screen now.
I would be happy just to watch James Davison for the next 11 minutes and 20 seconds, because he has been sideways at every single corner. Now, a car trying to play fight back is this one, the lone AC Cobra in the race, French Shepherd on board, getting a drenching. And when you look at these cars, you think, oh, the poor lambs are getting a little wet from above. No, it all comes up through the floor pan, up your trouser legs, but right now you can't concentrate on that. And Fred Shepherd pressing on. He really needs to get past Ian Simmons' Lola T70 Spider. Now, we looked at the M1B McLaren that was being driven so well. This is the Forerunner, this is the M1A, and this was right just at the point where McLaren started to make money for the first time, but he realised there was a customer car market, and if he got developed cars that could win races, that put money in the pot to finance the Formula One team. And this one, Miles Griffiths, we've just seen him in the previous
busy man
race, very busy. He's hopped wet from one car to another. He's in Julian Bronson's M1A, the last of the M1A, so it should be the very best of them. And that was raced in the States, supplied by Carl Haas, who had such a rich history, but he had a lot of fingers in a lot of pies and put a lot of drivers in a lot of cars. And Joe Starkey was the driver who raced this one in period, car number 44.
Miles Griffith at the wheel then, managing to just about keep it turned in. You can see how hard he's working the steering wheel. This car came third back in the Goodwood members meeting in 2022 in the Gurney Cup, so he can get that onto the podium positions as Brundle actually hops up into third spot. Alex Brundle with the Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider, who has popped into third, but crossing the line then, the 144 has another bite at the cherry. James Davison in that McLaren Chevrolet now fastest of anybody by over 1.8 seconds. Will Nick Padmore respond?
Well, it's one of those 11 out of 10 driving performances. He's really hanging it out. You've got to be super, super confident. And clearly James just loving. I mean, he comes from a family, generations of racers, but he is the most exuberant of the lot. He clearly loves Goodwood, but I haven't really seen a Can-Am car driven with this level of fury for a very, very long time. He's just got absolute attack.
Full send coming through the right hand with just over 9 minutes remaining, and it was full send down through the chicane as well for Davison. Did he have a brush with the inside barrier? Oh, that's as close as you want to get it. I think there was a bit of a kiss there, but one for luck, and off he goes to the fastest time of anybody, as the number 29 now has just popped up into third fastest. Ollie Bryant in another one of those T70 Spiders now into third, just ahead of Brundle.
Yeah, but as he does that, James Davison, we're looking at him super sideways at every corner in the 144 McLaren M1B. He's now 1 minute 53.227, and he's improved in the first sector. He's stretching his advantage, and even more fearful for the rest of his the opposition. There is nobody immediately in front of him, but such is his pace, he's up to half a minute quicker than the slowest of the drivers in this field. But he should be able to complete this lap. He's got down at Woodcote, the final couple of corners. He should. Oh, guess what? He's been very quick through the second sector as well. Will he go beneath 1 minute 53? Quite possibly. Shortest route around the lap? Pretty much.
Out of the final chicane then, and you're getting a little bit of aquaplaning down the main straight, managing to hold it clear as he crosses the line, improves his time, and does indeed a 1:53.0, almost the 1:53 dead. 2 seconds now the gap between him and Padmore.
You know, that is actually phenomenal, not just in terms of the speed as he goes around to the outside of the Crosley around Madrid. It's the fact he's so consistent. Unfortunate moment there, Ian Simmons has gone for the side of the circuit in his Lola.
Oh,
it's the Mecom racing car. That's Jeremy Cossingham has got the tail around on the number 23 Scuderia Bear Ford GT40. That was the one that had a untidy start to the session, but he presses on. one muff, off it goes around the field.
Indeed, one of 7 GT40s I think that we've got on the circuit during this Cup, where of course Goodwood extensive testing and development of that car was done here, with Race Albadori driving one to 2nd place back in 1965. So a rich heritage and history of the Ford GT40 around this Goodwood motor circuit, usually going the right way around the corner and not backwards, nearly into the barrier. Did he actually touch it, or is it just a trick of the lens?
Well, I tell you what, any moment when you get the tail coming around with you at Woodcut is scary, but when the tarmac, which is in place, there used to be gravel down there, and so many stoppages, the cars would spin and get stuck. But anyhow, luckily, just luckily for Jeremy Cossingham, kept it clear. Alex Brundle hadn't had too much sight of him. At one stage he was up to 3rd fastest, he's 4th fastest at the moment. It's got to find half a second to go up to 3rd. So you do that time around. No improvement, but he's got clear of traffic. He just went past the Lotus of Katsuaki Kubota in the background, bright yellow. That's somewhat further down the charts in 16th overall. But I would suggest there's enough real estate that's clear in front of Alex Brundle for him to press on yet further in miles towards Polton T70. You know, he's been looking at the giant screens and thinking, if James Davison can hang the tail out, then I can do the same.
Brundle pushing to the maximum, and that Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider, that car supplied new to the US for John Cannon and ran in the Sebring 12 hours back in 1965, and many other prominent Can-Am races with a fair amount of success as well. Brundle at the wheel, currently 4th fastest as he peeked out from behind all the 19 and nearly finding the grass, picked the wrong way round, but just about avoided any kind of collision. That's the Lotus Ford in yellow, and not really allowing Brundle a way through.
Well, you could say Katsuaki Kubota ran just in a straight line. He did, but the track is kinked there, and if you're on the right-hand side from the driver's point of view, as you're heading down towards Woodcut, it goes from about 3 to 4 cars width to about 2.5, so your bit of the road disappears. And I think with the spray coming out from the Lotus 30, Kubota didn't see him. Honest mistake. And as you can see, looking at 97, was that 99? Sorry, I beg your pardon. That is 97. That's Andrew Waring's car, driven by Adam Sykes. A lot of spray from everything. This is another one of the M1A McLarens.
That was totally rebuilt 5 years ago from a wreck, pretty much, but has been brought back to life and now raced regularly in historic events and being brought here on display at the Goodwood Revival, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, drawing a lot of envious looks, all these cars lined up in the paddock under their rain covers, thankfully, and their little sheds. But when you go down to the collection area and all these sort of anything from 4.9 to 7-litre V8 engines fired up, it's magnificent. It sucks the airs out of your lungs.
And action replay shots of the 29. Ollie Bryant at the wheel, currently 4th fastest as Brundle has just got up into 3rd. But Bryant there really ringing it at the rear end, stepping out, running out of roads, keeping it just about on the tarmac.
Well, he did very, very well there, because I think it's Chris Wilson up in front, if that's the Attila Chevrolet. Yes, it is the Attila Chevrolet. Sort of was drifting towards the exit of Madgwick, which is precisely where Ollie Bryant was thinking he might place his car.
Well, lives to fight another day, but at the moment nobody is able to match the quickest car of the session at the moment, which is, well, James Davison in the 144, the McLaren Chevrolet M1B, currently fastest by over 2.3 seconds with just over 3.5 minutes remaining.
Now, a car we haven't seen too much of because it spent a little bit of time in the pits, just come out, it's Roger Wills in the number 2 McLaren M1B. This is a car that actually went to New Zealand with McLaren engineer George Begg, and he slightly modified. He became a McBegg, as you combine his name with McLaren. But Roger Wills, popping and banging, he comes out of the water. He hasn't got a lot of time left to go, 3 and a bit minutes. But at the moment, Roger's down in 13th place. That is not where you find a normal Roger. So hopefully, if there's a problem, it's been fixed. Hopefully, he can make up ground. But as he comes up across Ludovic Caron, he's going well, but he's not in the top 10.
No, not at the moment. Top 10 currently rounded out by the number 96. That's John Spears at the wheel of one of the other McLaren Chevrolet M1Bs. Quite a few of those in the field, but that one is the one that's running out, just topping the top 10. As once again, getting sideways, Davison still pushing for that ultimate lap time. He's got 2.3 seconds clear over the 2nd fastest runner at the moment.
But what he's done, apart from entertain us royally, is he's done 3 laps within about 4/10 of a second. So he's not just quick, he's absolutely on it in terms of his precision. And he's worked out the best way to hit the chicane. The best way to get around the circuit is to put the tail out. Not a lot of drivers would dare to do that in the rain, but he's got sufficient confidence in the handling of that McLaren M1B to do so.
Certainly has. Ollie Bryant as well, trying to step the rear out on his T70 Spider. But this is Davidson, who, as we cut away just a few moments ago, nearly found himself in the wall. Indeed, that was a bit of a harder hit than last time around. He is pushing for every inch of tarmac to try and squeeze every single tenth out of the lap around this Goodwood motor circuit. He's got to be careful he doesn't overdo it. He's consistent, and that'll prove well for the race later on. But the last thing he needs is to push that little bit too much with just a minute and a half left of this practice.
Yeah, I really wonder, Harry, if the car's owner, Bradley Hoyt, is thinking, oh, my word, I wanted you to get it on pole, but have caution. Like Matthew Word just going around in the Oldsmobile engine Crosley, little car from Northern Ireland.
And straight off as well, one of the other
Adrian Newey.
GT40s, Adrian Newey, and has he got himself beached as well? That's the question.
I think that could be a red flag because he's put it out into the gravel at St Mary's. Did the front just not turn in? Absolutely so, right in front of the Crosley, which complicated matters for the Crosley driver, but for Adrian Newey, all he would have seen is where we're looking from, which is the bank on the outside of the circuit, so his eyes would have been wide. Sorry, it's a separate moment for the Crosley going around there, but Adrian Newey, rather fortunate, but it would have been a moment where his heart would have either accelerated or stopped. I'm not sure which.
Yeah, down in 11th at the moment is Adrian Newey, but I wonder what that will do. I mean, it has brought out the red flag, but we've got less than a minute left on the clock anyway, so I wonder if they will bother getting anything restarted.
And what happened just as that happened, we had a sighting of car 29, the Lola T70 of Ollie Bryant. That moved ahead of Alex Brundle up into third position, but there was no questioning who was fastest in the session. In the end, 2.3 seconds clear. James Davison in the number 144 McLaren M1B. Give him a wave. That was a supreme performance every single lap. Not just entertaining and quick, but also so incredibly close to his next best laps.
But that consistency as well will bode so well for the race later on.
And he's made the lap marginally shorter by shifting the exit of the chicane wall back by about a millimetre.
Well, they've managed to give Adrian Newey a push. He did bring out the red flag, and race control have said the session will not be restarted, but at least Newey is out, and as the gravel absolutely falls out of the back of that GT40, he'll make his way back to the pits.
So again, despite really, really tricky weather and track conditions, apart from a little rotation here or there, the driver's doing a very, very good job, particularly once we go to fields like the Whitsun Trophy, where they've got so much more power. You've just got to be super cautious. The tyre marks across the wet grass tell you it all. Car 69, the Hamel ends up second fastest in the hands of Nick Padmore. As we said, 2.3 seconds down on James Davison, but he went very well, as Nick does, around the Goodwood circuit.
Yeah, and a little wipe of the water away from his helmet. Visibility out there can prove a little bit tricky, especially if you're caught up in traffic, though we saw so many were in the early part of this practice session. But Nicholas Padmore there in the Chevrolet SR3 ending up second fastest, just over 2 seconds adrift from Davison's, and then Ollie Bryant lining up in third in the 29 Lola Chevrolet T70 Spider.
And one little bit of bad news for James Davison's opponents and rivals. In fact, his final lap before the red flag was actually faster than any previous lap until that red flag fell. It matters not. He's got pole in his pocket. He's entertained us. He can go and drive in the paddock. That was a fantastic run.
That really was a fantastic bit of noise, colour and speed from the Whitsun Trophy. Seeing an amazing collection of sports prototype cars that race between 1960 and 1966. So hopefully we'll be in store for some rather excellent racing a little later on. But it was the McLaren Chevrolet F1B at the wheel. James Davison, who was fastest and could have gone quicker were it not for the red flag right at the end, ahead of Nicholas Padmore's Chevrolet, and Ollie Bryant rounding out the top three. Alex Brundle was putting in a good showing as well in the other T70 Spider, finishing fourth, with Miles Griffith straight back into action in the McLaren Chevrolet, rounding out the top five. First of the GT40s, Jeremy Cottingham in sixth, ahead of Adam Sykes. Fred Shepherd, who was quick at the start in the AC Cobra, ending up eighth ahead of the Attila Chevrolet Mark III. Julian Draper and John Spears rounding out the top 10. Adrian Newey with an off right at the very end, bringing out the red flag in his GT40, ended 11th fastest, ahead of another GT40. The McLaren Oldsmobile, Roger Wills, 13th. Then it was another GT40, a T70 Spider, and we saw Kubota having a little bit of traffic issue with the Lotus Ford in 16th, ahead of Justin Mears, Matthew Ver, and Keith Allers, with Marcus Black in the other Oldsmobile McLaren 20th. And the final two cars, two Lola T70 Spiders, Marshall Bailey and Ian Simmons, 21st and 22nd. Well, and what a cacophony of noise it was for the Whitson Trophy for sports racing prototypes between 1960 and 1966, and they wasted no time, Bruce, in getting up to speed.
Puddles, grass, curbing, spinners, but nothing seemed to stop 144 and James Davison, his McLaren M1B. Great run by Nick Padmore to keep him honest, but he ended 2 seconds behind in the Hamel. But just look how close to chicane the Australian star did. He's won this event twice already, and he's certainly looking hungry for more. Spins around the circuit, but really nothing got hit, which is good.
No, not at all. Quite a few GT40s out there, showcasing the history that they have with this Goodwood motor circuit. But round and round the cars went as they pushed to the limits. No harm done, though, to the majority, with Adrian Newey finding himself beached right at the very end, bringing out the red flag. He did later get a push back out on track, just finishing outside of the top 10, but no one could match the Davison car, the McLaren Chevrolet M1B.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
coming up, we've got one of the most beautiful and glamorous grids at the Revival, the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, named after the late, great Sir Stirling Moss, who sadly passed away in early 2020. But the race has been run here every year in his name. Apart from last year, where we had the Ferrari-only Lavant Cup, which ran in its place, but this year it is back. And actually, this year they did have a special memorial to Sir Stirling Moss, which, David, you had a very special invite to as well, didn't you?
Well, I was very fortunate to attend. It was an incredible celebration of the great man's life, and it was at Westminster Abbey. Everybody was there in attendance: Jackie Stewart, Damon Hill, Nigel Mansell. And it was just, you know, it was mournful, but it was also such a great celebration of such an extraordinary life. And outside of the Abbey had his race-winning 1955 Mille Miglia Mercedes. Absolutely incredible day.
Yeah, like you say, such an extraordinary life. It was great that they could do that. So today we've got practice for the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. So pre-1960s 3-litre GT cars, what kind of beauties will we see in this race?
Well, fittingly for a race named after Sir Stirling Moss, it is one of the blue ribbon events of the Revival. Tomorrow night, 5:30, so sort of going into the dusk. It's a 45-minute two-driver race, and it's some of the most glamorous, let's say expensive cars of the whole weekend. You've got cars worth millions of pounds going at it tomorrow. You've got E-Type Jaguars, AC Cobras, but look out for that Ferrari 250 GT driven by Tom Christensen, and also Dario Franchitti and Jimmy Johnson in a gorgeous Aston Martin DB4 GT. They'll be ones to watch.
Yeah, like you say, it's not just the cars that are glittering. The driver lineup is also just as sparkling. So last time that the race ran in 2022, we saw the likes of F1 world champion Jenson Button take to the line. But this year, we've also got IndyCar drivers, NASCAR, Le Mans car drivers, just to name drop a few championships you may have heard of there. So it's definitely a race to watch out for. For now, we'll get to our commentary box, who's about to start the practice.
Yes, we're looking forward to the cars coming out onto the circuit. And in fact, looks like the gates are just beginning to be opened up as we are ready for this qualifying session. And as you both mentioned, the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy, one of the great events here at the Goodwood Revival. We've got a little bit of a delay, apparently, before they come out onto the circuit. Let's go down and join Ed.
Jolly, you were out this morning in the wet, so really you're a seasoned hand ahead of this practice session.
I definitely don't think a seasoned hand. I mean, I've been lucky to drive this track a lot of times, but today is especially wet, and it was an eye-opening experience in the GTA.
It never gets any easier, this circuit, does it?
No, and it changes. It's a living and breathing thing, you know? You think, oh, I know how to do it in the wet, and you go out, and it's a different type of wet, and then you go out another time, it's another different type, and different corners, you know, act so differently, and it's a learning experience every time.
Now, I mean, the Revival is always celebrating the same era, but it's so different every year. You guys must be so proud of what it all looks like this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. We've got an amazing group of cars, and, you know, a lot of fun things. I was driving the Myers Manx Parade this morning, which was amazing fun, and they've done an incredible job with their new stuff, and it was just, yeah, awesome to see all these new things that we kind of dream up every year.
Well, look, keep doing it, thank you.
No, it's such a pleasure. Great having everyone.
Well, let's see how things go once they actually get out onto the circuit in these rather damp conditions. But there are some beautiful machines due to come out onto the circuit. We've just got this little short delay before they're coming out on the circuit, but it won't be too long. But the mixture of Aston Martin DB4 GTs, Ferrari 250 GTs, some star drivers as well, as we've been hearing. And I think it could be a fantastic mix just to see who ends up getting up near the front end for the grid for the race.
I know, again, as Grace touched on, it's such a highlight of the weekend. And as you said, we've got a little bit of a delay here. You can see the rain falling harder. I'm sure every time I go outside, I think it's easing. And then I come back into the commentary box and it comes down even more, Ben.
Yeah, well, let's go back down to Ed. He's got a chance to catch up with a few people.
Dario, Jimmy, fantastic to see you both. The wonderful thing about Goodwood is the Pro-Am driver lineup. What's going on here?
Well, with his advanced age and as many years as he's been retired, he falls into the AM category, ironically.
I also see that you've got your British racing driver's boots.
I do. I've lived in London now for a year, and my wardrobe has completely changed. And when I made the purchase of these wellies, I had no idea how long or how often I'd be wearing them.
He's also got into the European thing of wearing a race suit that's 3 sizes too small for him.
But you've been having a sort of very in-depth conversation, a lot of tactics going on. What were you discussing?
How to start the car, where first gear is, no, but pretty basic stuff really. Window wipers.
Yeah, window wipers.
I think that was about it, yeah.
So all the important stuff. But Jimmy, you'll probably enjoy this more than a Ford Galaxy in the wet.
I hope so. Although I did enjoy that. I didn't look at the stopwatch. I have no clue how qualifying went, but I had so much fun. To drive that car, to be sideways the entire lap was quite fun. I do expect this car to have a little more grip, and we'll see where it goes.
So if we rewound kind of 20 years and someone said, oh, you'd be sharing a car with Jimmy Johnson, you probably wouldn't have put a DB4 GT at Goodwood, would you?
No. The first time we met was at Daytona when I introduced Jimmy to the delights of dairy milk chocolate, and from then we've been great friends. But I didn't expect. We've done Spa 6 Hour together last year, so we've done a few things now, and we're looking to do more. We're supposed to do Spa 6 Hour this year together with Marino, but unfortunately Jimmy has some commitment in a NASCAR or something.
Well, look, guys, enjoy it and stay on the black stuff.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Lovely to hear from both Dario Franchitti and Jimmy Johnson, both in a factory car driven by Stirling Moss in its period. How suitable that is for this Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. Well, we get a bit of onboard action straight away, which is fun to see.
All cars out there at the moment. Actually, I say that's still peeling out of the pits as they fly through that puddle, and I think we're riding actually on board with Jimmy, and I love these inboard camera shots because they got the wide eye. You can really see he's getting sideways already, and this is only just an outlap. So much car control these drivers have behind the wheel of these incredible machines. So we've got 10, 11, 12 cars on track. They're still coming out, Ben, of the assembly area, so hopefully our cars that went out at the very start aren't going to catch those still filtering out of the pits.
Lovely to be riding on board with his 7 times NASCAR winner from 2006 to 2016, and a man who's been at Goodwood just the last couple of years, but he's absolutely loving being here and enjoying getting out in a variety of different machines. Man who's won a Daytona 500 a couple of times in the past, but all those championships with NASCAR, and up there with the very greatest NASCAR races in history, like Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt, those sort of people. So we've got the onboard camera with him. We'll be keeping an eye on that, but we've also got plenty of other machines to be keeping an eye on in this Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. Such a wonderful collection, as we can see. Just heading around now, the number 17 heading around, and that is the Vincent Gay Joe Twyman Ferrari 250 GT. And then we've got one of the Aston Martins, the 46 car, and that is the one we were just looking on board with. Jimmy Johnson driving that right now. Let's see who's been getting into a little bit of difficulty. This is the Austin Healey 3000 Mark 1. Richard Walmer and Joseph Wilmot, they're sharing this. What a wonderful bit of sliding and control there.
Yeah, and you can see actually the standing water down there has already started to increase. So there's usually a big puddle waiting for them on the outskirts of this corner, and I really love these slow-mos. Great job to the production team and our camera crew that are braving the rain. There we go. There's the puddle I was talking about. But back underway, back going, not in a straight line. Still, and I can't imagine that many of these cars, is that going, I think that's the first part of St Mary's. He drifted all the way round from start to finish.
That's lovely to watch. The control on the Austin Healey is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And of course the Austin Healey was a wonderful machine in its period. It was successful both on track and off track, on sort of rally style as well, but yeah, some lovely control with it here. Front engine, rear wheel drive, of course, and with that balance of weight you've got, that is just perfect. It's wonderful sliding. That's a great view. And
actually this was one of 5 work rally cars prepared for the 1961 International Rally season, and one of only 2 to survive, so actually it's kind of used to going sideways.
Yeah, built for rallying, and therefore it's perfect in these conditions. But look, it is being chased by Jimmy Johnson now in the Aston Martin. I don't think that's going to be sliding in quite the same style. Let's just watch them as they come up through Madgwick Corner. Let's see how sideways the Austin Healey is, but you can see compared to the Aston Martin, look at that. Not quite full opposite lock, but getting pretty close. We go on board with Jimmy and we get a wonderful view from on board the Aston, but he's about to actually go past, although he's on the very slippery bit there, so he wasn't really able to. He was through some puddles. Whether he's going to now come back to the inside, it's actually quite demanding, isn't it, to try and find a way past?
It's crazy how, certainly in historic cars, a simple corner, Fordwater's never a simple corner in historic, but how much more difficult it is as they just come up to a little bit of traffic through the middle of St Mary's, but how much of a corner it really becomes, and that, is, of course, is down the back on the Levant straight as well. There's a kink down that straight, and how even more of a corner it becomes, but it really looks like they're having a good on-track battle here. Jimmy fighting with the wheel, but no way near as much as the 146. So I just think it's just out there to just drift round by the looks of it. But Jimmy's gonna get his foot to the floor in the Aston Martin now.
Whoa! As you say, he put his foot to the floor, but he spun the rear wheels and only just saved it. Had to give it a big lift. Looking at another replay of before that, where we're looking at just how sideways Austin Healey is going. Beautifully driven. And then he got into a real wheel spin himself.
Yeah, here we go. Is this going to be the replay? But loads of standing water out there. But I was just about to say that the Aston Martin that Jimmy is behind the wheel of at the moment was raced by Jack Sears on Park and Brands Hatch back in the day, finishing first both times. Let's have a look. I wonder if there was a bit of a puddle. I think there was a puddle that he caught there. There's the kink at the Levant straight, which usually you could near enough take flat in the dry, depending on what car you're in, of course. But a real challenge then when you're racing in the wet. But he's managed to clear the traffic, and he's on his way again.
Yeah, and he has set the fastest time already, so he didn't manage to do it on that lap, of course, because he was so busy trying to get past the Austin Healey, but he's managed to now go fastest. Second fastest is that E-Type, very beautiful Jaguar E-Type that you're looking at there. That is currently second fastest, number 22, and that is the Chris Buncombe, Alex Buncombe pairing. Both of them very experienced here at Goodwood, lots of great success, and they're sharing this rather beautiful Jaguar E-Type, and they're currently some way off that top time that has been set by Jimmy Johnson, the gap 5 seconds, but we're still in the very early stages of this, and I'm sure some of them are being a little cautious at this point.
I would say so. Apart from Jimmy, he's just set a fastest lap overall, so he's got a good gap of 5 seconds at the moment. But like you said, many of them, I'm sure, look at the spray though, Ben, that's kicking up down the back straight. You can just catch the rain lights from the rear end of the car there. So we've got a whole group of cars heading down into Woodcote Corner. Looking on our track map, it looks like a swarm of bees, all nice variety, and this is what makes Goodwood so special. Certainly the revival, the wide range. We've Ferrari 250, Jaguar E-Type, we've got some Cobras in amongst that pack there as well. Very, very special.
Yeah, it is beautiful collection. And that E-Type that we were looking at, we're just looking at Rory Butcher now, number 5. And Rory Butcher, of course, great touring car talent, and he's now just trying to put together a decent lap or two. He's got a bit of traffic up ahead, currently 9th fastest in the overall run, and he's finding himself down the inside as they go into Lavant, and just trying to nip past the number 14 car of John Hugenholtz, which Emanuele Pirro will be driving later, and I think Pirro will be putting together some pretty rapid laps around here, no doubt. But for now, Rory Butcher's managed to nip past. Whether we're seeing any improvement, we are seeing actually, yeah, 1 or 2 improvements in times coming up now. Nigel Greensall's popped up into 2nd position now in the number 3. There you are, looking at the AC Cobra, number 3, Nigel Greensall, the red. Oh, and that's our top man gone off. Jimmy Johnson's gone off and hit the back. Oh, you're on board with him. That's Lavant, and he's had a spin, and he's done some damage. Let's have a look, Alice. Let's see what went wrong.
Oh, so we've just caught, that's a heavy hit to the rear there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just gone off through the kink at Fordwater, which we were talking about before, weren't we, Ben? A real challenge. He's just turned in maybe slightly late. He's having a little look, praying, please don't hit the barrier and do any damage, and that's a heavy hit. He was always going to be a passenger as soon as he got onto the wet grass. So frustrated and angry with himself. You can see trying to fire up the car. Hopefully he will have got it moved, but there is heavy damage to the tyre barrier here, so I'll be
he's got it going.
So he has got it going. I won't be surprised if we see the red flag at some point. He's going to have to creep it back to the pits, but as you said, Ben, he's at the top of the times at the moment, had a great gap, so that's come down now to 2.7 seconds, but it's that rear end not looking particularly pretty, certainly like it was before.
It's a shame, isn't it, when you think a car like that that's worth millions and it gets damaged again. But what I love is the fact that the owners of these cars are actually quite prepared to let some of the greatest drivers in the world get out there in wet conditions here at Goodwood, and yeah, they'll take the risk, you know. And Jimmy obviously deeply frustrated with himself, but everybody makes mistakes, even the very top drivers in the world, when you've got conditions like this particularly. And we'll just take another look at this. As you say, it was through Fordwater and just smacked into the barrier. There is, as you say, some damage to the tyre barrier, so whether they're going to want to do that. Let's have a look at the onboard. Oh, the reaction from Jimmy, look at it.
Yeah, hugely frustrated, because as you said, these cars are worth millions, and it's painful for them, but they're owned by, all these cars are owned by fantastic people who, like you said, want some of the best drivers in the world to take them round the track, and it's inevitable in these kind of real tricky, slippy conditions to have an off, and there's no runoff here at all. So if you are going to go onto that very, very wet grass, you'll be heading for the barriers quite quickly, as the 146 now doesn't seem to be doing as much drifting sideways. Well, as I said that, on the exit of St Mary's 2, he gets a little bit out of shape, but he's just coming up to this gaggle of cars, which is a massive gaggle of cars, into the bank corner, and this is going to be a challenge for him to get past all these cars. Continues to show off the drifting skills. I mean, certainly if it was dry, he wouldn't have any rear tyres left by the end of this session.
It's beautifully done, though, and as you said, as it was created as a rally car, that certainly helped in these conditions to be able to act in this way. So Nigel Greensill is now fastest on a 1:53.9, faster than Jimmy Johnson, who, as we've seen, has had to bring the car back to the pits. And we're going to see, this is now the fastest. This is the fastest now, Nigel Greensill we're looking at right now. And I wonder whether Dario Franchitti is going to get a chance to come back out in the Aston Martin that Jimmy went off in. We'll have to wait and see on that one in a little while, but that's got to be a plan. We've still got some time to go in this session, of course. Nigel Greensill now 2.3 seconds faster than anybody else. The Jimmy Johnson Franchitti car into the pits now. Third fastest currently is the number 68 of Chris Ward and Gregor Fiskin. That's the Shelby Cobra. So another of the Cobras that are going very well in these conditions. Very powerful, of course, but not so easy in the wet conditions to keep the balance going. Now, Dario's getting on board, so they're obviously checking the car out the back, and maybe it's all fine to go.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it fairly square on at the rear, didn't he? So hopefully it's not done any huge damage. Dario has taken a little look of the mirrors, pulling out into this extremely narrow pit lane. So he's sped away, so the team would have had a little look over just to check to make sure everything's okay. A little play with some of the dials that are available to the driver in the car.
It's lovely that Dario Franchitti and Jimmy Johnson are sharing this car. As he said, they've got a good relationship. Of course, both of them winning so many championships in America, with Dario Franchitti, 4-time IndyCar champion and 3-time winner of the Indy 500. Of course, single-seaters in America, much more his thing than NASCAR for Jimmy Johnson. But both of them having to adapt with different types of cars, and particularly this one. And poor Jimmy now is out of it, but he'd still set that very good lap time. So we know this is a competitive car. Let's see what Dario can do with it.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. The number 2 car just flashing up on our screen, which is the Martin O'Connell and Steve Brooks car in the Jaguar E-Type. It's got the black and orange flag, the technical flag, so that car will be coming into the pits. But just having a look, Ben, there's no one really making big improvements on our timing screen. As you can see, look at from our pictures here, how narrow the pit lane is. And when we have the races like this one, where you have to make those driver changes, it can get pretty busy and congested down there. And we're getting a great onboard shot of
Tom Christensen.
Tom Christensen, getting in with the help of a mechanic. Often people say, well, why doesn't the driver strap themselves in. Why are they just being lazy? It's so difficult with a hands device and a helmet on to strap yourself in, particularly in a single-seater. So he's getting a hand there from the mechanic. It's a quicker process as well, just having a little saying, I need the wipe of the windscreen there. You'll sometimes see people put fairy liquid on the inside of their windscreen if they haven't got any other anti-fog products available. Just put a film of fairy liquid in and it stops it steaming up. So Tom wanting a wipe there, firing the car up now.
So it's fascinating to watch as they're just showing it through the starting process. Just coming into the pits now as well is the Cobra. So yeah, let's just see how this all goes. Nigel Greensall has set the pace in this session, but let's go down to the pits now as Ed is with Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy, it looked like you were a passenger there. You hit some static. Jimmy, it looked like you were a passenger there. You hit some standing water and then not much you could do.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened. From one lap to the next, the track had changed, and after having 3 or 4 laps out there, I thought that the track was in a stable place, and then I came around, and with the additional rainfall, there was a puddle there that got the best of me, unfortunately.
But you were going so well beforehand.
The car is lovely. It is such a well-balanced, good driving car. I just hate that I put a big scratch in the back of it. So Dario's out there now. It doesn't appear that the car's damaged, and he's out there now lugging along. So just got caught out by some standing water.
Well, Jimmy, nice to see you're all right. Good luck in the race.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, it's good to hear from Jimmy, and he's very straightforward. But Dario Franchitti is, as we say, and we've just seen Rob Huff go fastest. Rob Huff, number 7. There it is, the E-Type. So a great lap there by Rob Huff, who's gone fastest in the car sharing with Richard Mines. And Rob always very, very rapid, of course, back in British touring cars nowadays, and has won a couple of British touring car races this year. Championship-wise, he's probably not going to be contending for the outright series, but it's great to see him winning once again, and he's going very rapidly in the E-Type.
He is 3.8 litre. You can see snaking all the way up the straight. This car actually has had a lot of fantastic history to it, as do all the cars, but in particular in 1967, 21 wins, and 17 of those consecutively with 6 lap records in just one season. So this car, even back in the day, was one that was racking up wins and fastest laps and records. There's a black and orange flag now for car number 1. That's the Tom Christensen car, the Ferrari 250 GT. So that'll have to come back into the pits as the number 22 snakes across the line. Actually, the Bunkum car there did go faster than anybody in the first sector. Not a bad middle sector as well, but I think must have caught up some kind of traffic in the last corner.
Yeah, just missed out a little bit in the chicane, but not 4th fastest, so sorry, 3rd fastest. So that's a good effort. The Bunkum car going very, very well indeed at this point. 3rd quickest, so fastest is the Rob Huff E-Type at the moment. 2nd fastest, Nigel Greensall with the AC Cobra. And 3rd fastest now, this number 22 E-Type, the Bunkum car. Behind then, in 4th place now, is the Jimmy Johnson Dario Franchitti machine. Dario's done a 1:58.5, so he's in the mix, not quite there yet. Down to another good one here. This is Darren Turner, number 110, and Darren's put in some good a couple of good laps already. He is up into 5th place now. Just been pushed down a little bit, but he's on a good lap right now, so I think he might well move back up again in a moment. We've just seen Gordon Shedden's done a decent lap as well, but rather lovely number plate, 2 BBC on the number 110 Jaguar E-Type.
Yeah, it's Robin Sturgis, so one of the Sturgis Jaguar Leicester, and actually in 1962 it was one of the most competitive Jaguars, this one. 10 wins, numerous podiums, racing international and club level as well. And Darren Turner's now behind the wheel. A little bit of traffic, but he has moved up a place, Ben. He's now up into 6th place, but he's getting a bit heavily compromised at the moment at the end of the first sector.
I love the way it's got 3 windscreen wipers, but actually, and the car in front of him's only got 1, but 3 windscreen wipers, but actually it's steaming up quite a lot. The view is not great out of that window, is it?
It's not, and you try to sneakily, you shouldn't say this, but loosely lean forward, wipe the windscreen. I wonder at some point he will have to pop back into the pits. 10 minutes of the session remaining, but it certainly looks like his vision's quite hampered. He's actually wound down the window to try and get some air to come in. But Darren, a hugely experienced driver. Rob Huff, just looking on the timing screen, fastest of anybody in the first sector, but looks like he's not had a great middle sector. He's in amongst quite a bit of traffic. As I say that, he jumps up to the top of the time, so he actually, if he clears the traffic in that mid-sector, could go even faster. But the Bunkum car, the number 22, has set pretty much matched the first sector of Huff, so we'll keep a little eye on that one.
It's quite fun seeing Darren actually in an E-Type this time. Of course, he's very much an Aston Martin man for all his career, winning at Le Mans with Aston Martin in the GT1 categories in the past, but he's out in the E-Type here, which is great to see. Rob Huff, as you say, still fastest at this point. Number 7, still on the top of the table, just 3/4 of a second faster than everybody else. Just seeing whether Darren's going to be able to put this lap any quicker than he's done already. It doesn't look as though the sector times are quite going to improve anything just yet. Behind there, you're looking at another one of the Aston, or a couple more of the Aston Martins. In fact, number 33 car just coming through. There is the second fastest machine, the Alex and Chris Bunkum E-Type.
I think this might go fastest. Ben, we'll have a look. It's a good middle sector, good first sector. Let's see if he improved, and he does. Half a second clear now of Huff. That was not personal best for that car in the last sector, but certainly did an impressive first 2 sectors. But now going to have a little bit of traffic as they enter turn 1. Huff, though, has set an almighty middle sector. He's the first to dip in the 45s of that sector, which is the longest sector on this track. So we'll wait for him to come through the final sector, and I expect, if he gets no traffic, he should steal the first place off the Bunkum car, who's just navigating the traffic.
Yeah, and having a few wobbles, I have to say, dealing with it well, but it's not easy. Oh, mind the curbs. You don't want to hit the curbs too hard in these conditions, but actually dealt with that well. He's correcting it extremely well, but he's getting into quite a few little tricky wobbles.
Correcting it so much as he's knocked his indicator on.
Oh dear. OK, well, let's have a look at what's been going on for the Corvette through the chicane. Number 20. Oh, on the grass, that's what happened. Not ideal for the Alan Letts Peter James Chevrolet Corvette C1, but thankfully just running a bit wide and then coming back on again.
Curse of the commentator. It looks like Huff got a bit of traffic in that final sector, wasn't able to improve and say traffic. He decided to go on the grass, follow the path of the Chevrolet.
So he's going to have to try again, get a bit of a clear space. Let's see whether that works. Lovely to see the Chevrolet, though, out there as well. Not always the most competitive of the cars in this category, but nonetheless a beautiful machine to see. And of course Cobras as well. This is a very distinctive one, and the 822, this is the Andrew Jordan Tom Hartley Jr. Dragon Snake, as it's called, and currently this is gone up to 3rd fastest now, so, and it looks as though it could be on a better lap again. Let's go back down to the pits. Ed is with Richard Myers.
Richard, I'm sorry to interrupt. Rob seems to be going pretty well in your car.
Yeah, I mean, Rob, he gets in the car and he turns the magic on, and yeah, there he goes again. Right? It didn't even take time to warm the car up. His first lap put it straight onto pole at that time. He's obviously, we're back down to 2 now, I think. But yeah, amazing.
And do you think you're going to be as competitive in the drive?
I think the Cobras are looking faster. We were at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago, and they were remarkably, a few seconds faster. So, but Goodwood's Goodwood. I don't think we'll be miles away.
What you need to do is keep Rob up tonight with telling him stories, and it'll slow him down.
Yeah, that's maybe the answer. But no, it's actually these conditions. I think tomorrow is going to be nicer, which for us is probably a disadvantage, because I think we would prefer it to be like this, because then I think we're quicker. We've got a good chance against the cold.
Hi, Richard. Well done.
Okay.
Thanks, Ed. Great to hear from Richard. Their car currently still second fastest, with Rob Huff putting together some good laps, but it's 0.4 of a gap at the moment. We've got a black and orange flag for car number 1, and that's the Tom Christensen car. We saw Tom was out in it. There you are, looking at it, and that has got a black and orange flag, so not quite sure what's going on there.
He's had that for a few laps. He's choosing maybe not to either see it or he can't see it. Maybe steamed up inside a little bit, and behind him now he's got the 822. I think it's Andrew Jordan in the AC Crover Dragon Snake. This car, the Dragon Snake, actually, in the hands of Bruce Larson, had a lot of success, a multiple US national champion. And the number 7, the Huff car, still trying to pinch top spot of the Buncombe car, the number 22, but unable to do so at the moment. No real personal bests as it stands at the moment, Ben, really on our timing series. I just wonder if the rain is coming down even harder and worsening the track conditions out there.
It's also interesting, as Richard Mines was saying to Ed, how in the wet conditions it often helps the E-types. They've got good balance in these kinds of conditions. We've got 2 E-types now running first and second, with the first to the Cobra's third, and off the track has gone the number 73. That's the Jaguar, another Jaguar E-type. That's the Max Girardo Charlie March car, which has gone off. Doesn't look as though it's hit too hard, but...
Very steamed up inside, though, isn't it? You see, as soon as it stopped, it really started to steam up. There's a lot of standing water, so we're going to have a little catch of a replay now, and that is the number 22, so that is the Buncombe car that nudged the tyre barrier. That looked like, to me, turn 1. And here, I'm guessing we're going to see a replay of the 73. We've seen quite a few people have a little bit of a lock-up. You can see those front wheels all locked up, just praying to stay out the barrier. And just about stopped just in time.
Yeah, that was a bit lucky. I'm surprised it didn't come off the brakes at the last moment, just trying to get a bit of a turn, but the grass is so wet, probably wouldn't have made much difference anyway. But yeah, that has got away without damage, so good news. Currently, it is down in 17th position, that car, and still in immaculate form, thankfully. Just the 2 windscreen wipers on that E-Type. But the Buncombe car is still the top car, 4/10 faster than anyone else. Nobody seems to be putting together much faster laps. We're on board with Tom Christensen. I noticed the black and orange has disappeared now. Let's just have a little look on board with Tom. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, lovely control.
Oh, what car control that was. I was thinking that's going to go round, but managed to hold it and managed to save it. Let's just have a little listen in, shall we, Ben, to how tricky, and we'll even listen to some of the wheel spin down the back straight.
Fascinating, getting a lift through what is usually an easy flat-out kink there on the straight. But in these conditions, you can't really be flat out anywhere, can you?
No, you certainly can't. A lot of spray, a lot of standing water that can catch you out. As Jimmy Johnson said there, track just seems to be changing all the time, and it is absolutely lashing down of rain out there. The number 4, the Shedden and Young car, another Jaguar E-Type, quite a few of those, as something come slightly loose at the top of there. The number 1 that we were just seeing, he was just adjusting the belts, was Tom Christensen, heads across the line for another lap. No one really setting the world alight at the moment. Some drivers opting to come into the pits.
Yeah, it's
one car's down in 13th.
I'm surprised a little bit that this car, which is one of the great all-time classics, the 250 GT SWB, they made a perfect wheelbase, 2.4 metres, making the chassis balance almost perfect in its day, and with the V12 Colombo designed engine, the 250 GT SWB won Le Mans in 1960 and in 1961. So it was, oh look, you're getting contact there at the chicane, just a touch, nothing too heavy.
No, that tyre barrier is seeing a lot of incidents. I wonder if our camera's still down there, some that was placed on top. Interesting with the with the Ferrari 250 GT. It's a car that Stirling Moss drove to TT victory in 1960 and 61, so certainly a successful car for Sir Stirling.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what we're doing. We're enjoying the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy with some of the cars that he, or types of cars that he raced in. Some of them are actually cars he did race in, as we know. And at the moment, it's still on top, the number 22 E-Type of Alex and Chris Buncombe that has set the outright pace. There it is, it's back in the pits now, and the checker flag is coming out in just a few seconds. So, and nobody's setting any better sector time, so I think, yep, it looks as though that pole position is well and truly sorted for them, for the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. That will be the final race tomorrow. That's going to be tomorrow evening's race, race 8 of the whole schedule, and so therefore we will be seeing that E-Type on pole position.
We certainly will. Just having a look at the Cook and Fiskerweight car is set. Not a bad first sector. The number 58, that is the Aston Martin DB4 GT, one of about 4 or 5 that we have out at the moment. So let's keep an eye and see if they can move themselves any further up the order. But quite a few of the drivers have collected the checkered flag at the moment. There is the number 58, a fairly decent first sector. We're just going to wait about to find out the middle sector time and see if they can move themselves in 8th place further up the order. And an improvement then in the middle sector. It's not fantastic, but it's certainly an improvement. They're at the moment just over half a second off the Shedding and Young car, which is in 7th place as they head through Woodcote, and then they'll go through the chicane. Look at the standing water on the exit of Woodcote Corner. And then this is the shortest sector of the lap, which effectively is the part of the Levant Straight, Woodcote and the chicane. And they'll come across, cut the timing beam. Will they move any further up the order? They'll collect the checker flag at the same time. Yes, they jump ahead of the Shedden car and into 7th place.
Yeah, I think that's Josh Cook in the car at the moment, so that was a good lap by Josh Cook, because nobody else really was doing much improving towards the end of that session. It was pretty slippery out there. So Josh, who of course is very much a British touring car racer in the past and still these days, 18 wins to the end of last year and doing a great job once again, but not quite the outright pace of Rob Huff, in fact. Now, that's interesting. What, has he just done that on that last lap?
I think he has.
Rob Huff has just snatched it. I didn't see any sector times.
He's not put any of his sectors, his personal best sectors together. He's set all yellow sectors, which doesn't mean it's personal best, but he's still managed to jump ahead of the Buncombe car. So a last gasp there by Rob Huff.
There it is, number 7. Rob Huff has suddenly snatched it by 0.171 on that very last lap. And as we were telling you, we didn't see any particularly rapid sector times, but he got them all perfect. They were all right up at the top end. And so Rob Huff, another touring car star, has taken that pole position. Well done. So it's E-Type 1 and 2 on the front row for the race tomorrow evening. And then we've got the first of the AC Cobras. That's going to be the Andrew Jordan car. That'll be starting from 3rd place. And then Nigel Greensoul's going to be in one of the lead cars as well, another of the AC Cobras. So we're going to have 2 E-Types up front, chased by 2 Cobras. That will be really interesting depending on weather conditions, because the E-Types, as we have seen, have the advantage in the wet. And we have seen that in the past here at Goodwood as well, actually, with the balance can be just that little bit more controllable. I saw Andy Prio earlier today. Andy, he'd done a fantastic job in a car like this in wet conditions. But in the dry, if we get dry tomorrow, it might be that the AC Cobra's power might help.
That's right. I'm going to say if we get the dry weather tomorrow. Still showers about tomorrow. But I never really believe the weather apps these days. It's just look outside and it's certainly pouring down with rain. But well done, Rob Huff. Pulled it out the bag the very last stages of qualifying. He's going to come back into the pits, and I'm really looking forward to the race tomorrow. 45-minute 2 driver, and that is 5:30 tomorrow.
As you said, this is a car with tremendous history. Dick Prothero racing it in the early 1960s. It had all sorts of important results, and yeah, it was one of the great successful machines in the 1960s. Went on to different owner, Roger Mack, and then he had the car and took his first race at Silverstone with it. So it has a lot of history, this car, and it's got the fastest time of the day so far in the wet conditions here today. Well done to Rob Huff and to Richard Mines, who will have that to play with in the race tomorrow evening. Let's have a look at that outright order then. Jaguar E-Type 1 and 2, the Huff Mines machine on top from the Alex and Chris Buncombe car second, then the two AC Cobras, Andrew Jordan with Hartley and Greensall and Spears with their AC Cobra, then another E-Type, and then we've got a little bit of a mixture. The first of the Aston Martins, Josh Cook putting in that very good lap towards the end there, has set the 7th fastest. The Jimmy Johnson Dario Franchitti car has ended up in 9th, and Darren Turner set that 10th fastest time with his Jaguar E-Type. So outside the top 10, we've still got another mix. We go a few more of the Ferraris. The Tom Christensen Ferrari that we were watching quite clearly, that is currently in 13th place. The Emanuele Pirro Ferrari, 1 place behind, so great superstar drivers. Berman is behind as well, another of the Ferraris. And, of course, the Austin Healey's as well, we've been keeping an eye on because they've been very, very entertaining. Actually, the most exciting one to watch was down in 20th place. That was the number 146, the ex-rally car that was putting in such a great show when we were watching it in the early stages of that run. Further down the order, you've got the Chevrolet Corvette, a little bit further down. That's sort of what we expect. Porsche 9356 Carrera, we didn't see that much out on circuit. The AC Ace, that's down in 24th place. They don't have quite the pace to run up front, but it's still lovely to see this mixture of machinery in the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from the qualifying in those very tricky damp conditions. We certainly saw a few moments for everybody involved. There's the Porsche actually just nipping out on the exit, which we didn't really see much of. But yeah, this sliding with the Austin Healey was just one of the best bits of the early stages of this session.
Yeah, the Healey showing off the drifting skills, and then we had the Aston Martin trying to find its way through. That was Jimmy Johnson, and you can just see snaking all over the road. We had the benefit of the onboard there too, heart-in-mouth stuff. And the 146 once again showing off how to drift around a very wet Goodwood circuit. And then unfortunately, Ben, we saw the Aston Martin, Jimmy Johnson, hitting the barrier and spinning around several times.
I think you can actually see that the Aston is a more nervous machine in the wet. It's reactive, and it's not like watching the Austin Healey, which is very controllable, and the E-types, which have a real stability in the wet, and it's very fascinating to watch. The Cobra's not bad, and we saw some pretty impressive car controls with the AC Cobra, but it was this number 7 E-type being driven by British touring car star Rob Huff, who set the outright pace, and he'll take it from pole position tomorrow evening.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 seas.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
To talk about Revive and Thrive, we are in great company with Dominic Shinea. So fill us in, where are we now under this tent? We've got some metalwork behind you, which I know is your thing.
Yes, absolutely. Well, hello and welcome, first of all, to the Revive and Thrive workshop. This whole area is basically, we've filled it with craftspeople doing all different things, whether it's marbling, gilding, metalwork, sign painting. We've got all different things going on, live demonstrations, and this is the chance at Revival for you to roll your sleeves up and have a go and get stuck in.
Well, you have rolled up your sleeves and you've gone full Western this year, haven't you? Ready to go.
Exactly, yeah. And lots of other people are doing the same thing as well, and actually getting stuck in, getting covered in paint, having a go, block printing. And I think that's what I'm trying to do here, trying to inspire people to try something new, get and have a new experience with something they may have never seen before, and actually experience some of these amazing crafts.
Should we look at this sign painting? This is right next to us anyway. Oh, hello.
Look, Dave, hello. So this is Dave Smith. He's a reverse glass gilder. Flip that round for us. So he's been working on this amazing piece of glass, which has got acid etching, gold leaf, and now he's just filling it back in with colour. And this was actually created last year by over 100 people that came down and actually had a go at applying the gold leaf themselves.
And have you tried anything new yourself this weekend, a bit of sewing and stitching, or is that something you've already got in the locker?
Not quite sewing and stitching, but something I am looking forward to trying. At 4:30 this afternoon, we've got paper marbling. A live demonstration of paper marbling. I cannot wait to give that a go. I'm so excited about that. That's why my sleeves are rolled up ready.
No, I do want to talk about these outfits, the rolled up sleeves. Where's the horse? Is it out back?
Yeah, exactly, I wish. Yeah, I've got 3 different outfits ready to go. They're all vintage, so they're all from America. Actually, I've got them all in America a while ago. They get more and more elaborate throughout the weekend, so yeah, watch this space.
It's cowboy today, horse on hold. You'd probably be in a classic car instead.
I just need to learn how to do the lasso thing, don't I?
Dominic, thanks so much for showing us around.
Thank you for coming.
I bumped into none other than Steve Plater in the Drivers Club. Now, Steve, you're no stranger to Goodwood Revival. 2024 this year, how are you finding the event so far?
Grace, good to see you first of all. I would love to say it's fabulous to be here, but of course we're not being treated very kindly with the weather. We've had practice this morning, well, practice and qualify in all fairness, but it's just it's more the case of you're riding somebody's pride and joy, so get out there and ride it as fast as you can, but without taking any risks.
Yeah, and you're riding Norton Manx, so how are you finding that in these conditions especially?
Manx Norton, I've never ridden the bike before. It's actually one that used to belong to Sam Clues and Peter Hickman, so it's a good piece of kit. My teammate is a guy called Glenn English, who's a fair pusher, a good guy. So it's great in all fairness. I rode it this morning and I came back in and said to the guys, look, it does everything it should do. I'm not pushing very hard. I'm quite happy and that'll do nicely, yeah.
And obviously you've been riding in the wet today. I might be showing your age a bit here, but is that what you used to do on the Isle of Man back in the day? We obviously don't ride in the wet anymore around the TT course, but being a 2-time winner yourself, how are these conditions compared to what you would ride back in the day?
During the war, it was... No, yeah, of course I'm used to riding on the roads in wet conditions, but you know what, Goodwood circuit it's a fabulous place to be, but it's very fast. People don't realise how fast it is until they've ridden it. So you can't really afford to make many mistakes. Grip levels are fairly good here. They do a great job of looking after the course because obviously you've got vintage cars racing as well as bikes. So they keep on top of the conditions the best they can. But grip levels are quite good. I'm finding it's okay at the moment. But hey, this is practice. It's not racing. And when the light goes out and you start pushing, that's when you tend to find the places with less grip.
Watch this space. Well, I know you're not camera shy, so we'll probably see you a bit more over the weekend, but good luck for the racing, Steve.
Thank you.
Welcome to Goodwood, the spiritual home of British motorsport. And the epicentre of this motoring paradise is the Goodwood Road Racing Club. From the thrill of the Festival of Speed to the charm of the revival and the exclusivity of the members' meeting. The club grants you privileged access to events that really set Goodwood apart. Not to mention a host of splendid enclosures where you can kick back and relax. Look at this chap, enjoying some shade. Joining the club also works for your wallet, with special prices for your event tickets. This gentleman has managed to save enough to buy himself a spiffing new suit. With the GRRC, you won't just experience the best of Goodwood, you can even embark on extraordinary journeys across the globe. And enjoy exclusive access to social events, track days and tours with people who share your passion for motoring. These ladies and gents are having a smashing time. So, what are you waiting for? Embrace the spirit of adventure, the thrill of the race and the camaraderie of the GRRC. Join the fellowship today and go further with Goodwood.
Revival's official charity partner for 2024 is St Wilfrid's Hospice, which for 35 years has been providing palliative care for people with terminal illnesses in both West Sussex and Hampshire.
I think every patient we see comes with a very different story, a very different medical history, and we take a lot of care and a lot of time to really pull out the history that that patient has, what's important to them, what their background is. It's really about them as a person and their family, because we're here to support them as well as their loved ones.
We can build up a strong relationship, and for many of our patients there will come a turning point where they're not well enough, but we know them as a person by that point, and I think that makes a huge difference, not just for them but also their families.
There's always smiles, there's always laughter, there's always a degree of happiness around, even when we're working in such a difficult sort of area.
Sadly, most of us know of someone in need of this support, so I am confident the Revival will make a significant contribution to such an important charity. So please do all you can to help us support such a good cause this year.
Michael, you're used to sort of these 500cc engines with only two wheels, so really this should be a walk in the park.
Well, they don't fall over by themselves like a bike, admittedly. These things are amazing to drive. They're tricky, but they are good fun, and it's the purest form of car driving. It's like a kart. I love it.
And I don't know whether it's the same in the wet, but in the dry, is it a real slipstreamer?
I've never driven one in the wet, so I can't answer it. It's the best. It's like driving a go-kart. You know, it's got a solid rear axle, so you basically just steer it from the rear and hope for the best.
And just never lose momentum.
And never lose momentum. Foot down the whole time. Yeah.
Well, look, enjoy it.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks, everyone.
Well, here we go then, getting ready for what is called the Earl of March Trophy with the 500cc championship cars. The 500cc championship introduced in 1948, and of course that was the same year that the Goodwood track became part of motor racing. It was also the same year that Stirling Moss had a first full season in motor racing. He'd done a bit of racing in other bits and pieces through his father, but it was his first full season, and 500cc was a big part for Stirling Moss too.
It was for a host of drivers, whether they went on to do anything greater later in their career. It was a stepping stone, it was a chance to go, it was a chance for people to sort of get the thrills again. After the Second World War, a lot of people had lived on the adrenaline and they needed something, an outlet. And with manufacturers or constructors, as we'd call them, popping up everywhere, single cylinder, motorbike engine, it was a cheap way to go racing. For a lot of people like Stirling, as a first toe in the water. Tiny little cars. Let's go down to someone who's not tiny at all. His name is Ed Foster.
Harry, these cars race together quite a lot. What's the form? Who do we need to look out for?
So you need to look out for Tom Waterfield, George Shackleton, and there's a few other, Alex Wilson, and there's a few other rain demons in there. I can't quite remember which ones, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting result, I think.
And how's your car in the wet?
Well, I've only raced it once in the wet, and that was after we just rebuilt it and took it on the track after 50 years. And it went rather well, so we'll see.
Fantastic. So what's it like? Do you get understeer, oversteer?
It's quite balanced actually now. It used to understeer bad. So it's quite interesting because it's got a Jap engine in it, a bit more fragile, but really big torque band. So wet, it should pull nicely. So yeah.
Do you try and get a toe off anyone?
Well, yeah, I've only raced here once, and that was 6 years ago, so I'm going to be trying to follow some of these quick guys. I don't know how well that's going to go, but...
I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Harry Painter there, who's out in one of the Cooper, the Mark 7s, but we've got a massive collection of different machineries as we get the practice session underway for the Earl of March Trophy, the 500cc. Formula 3 name came to it after a couple of years because that name didn't actually start right from the beginning in 48, did it?
No, exactly so, but over the decades since then, Formula 3 has largely been a trainer formula, but right here and now, it's sort of risen up the ladder a little bit as we have more junior categories, but sort of every shape and size. The only defining element, they have to be tiny, and drivers are likewise, and all makes... didn't you toss up? You started tossing up how many constructors there were in Formula Junior, and it was phenomenal. This went through until the early 1960s.
Absolutely. Well, there's on the 500race.org site, I was looking, and they've got 250 cars and makes documented, but they've also got this big, long list of other ones that they want more notice about, because they know there are a lot more than that. 250 different makes of 500cc car. It's amazing how many people, you were saying post-war this was a crucial thing, so many people developed their own cars, made them, and then went racing them.
I didn't really have a name.
No, that's right.
So we had some of these, one to look out for, not because it's going to be the fastest, but because it used to race on ice racing circuits, the FE. It's a totally different concept. The only uniting element, the cars are small, they have a motorbike engine in the back, largely Nortons. We mentioned Harry Painter was talking about the others as well. We got also Jap engines in quite a few, and just remember Vincent, of course, in the Trendberth. We'll come to that later. Right, we're told to look out for Tom Waterfield. He should be in front of you. Harry Painter, just there he is, coming down to Madrid, the first corner. You can see how much the driver is, or Mr. Rider actually, up in the wind, the race overalls flapping around, and that's not the only thing flapping around.
That's not quite right. That's the engine cover, which has flapped off. And that is not great news. That's on the number 23, so that's George Shackleton, who actually is a winner here in the 500s before. He won the Don Parker in 2021, and he was mentioned, George, as one of the rapid drivers. Let's have a look here. Well, it was already off as he came to the chicane.
Well, that will not be helping, but right now it's about getting the balance in these cars, and with George Shackleton tipped as one of the faster runners in wet weather in particular, maybe he can make good of this, but he might have to be called in, because that, you feel with the wind hitting it from the front, could come off rather than loose any moment now. So I'm sure for George Shackleton, I won't presume he can feel it, but pressing on, still waiting for the first... this is the little car with eyes and teeth. It's the Koozie, JB Jones. It's not a well-known constructor, but JB Jones adding a little bit of mirth with his car as it works its way around the circuit.
Yeah, and JB Jones, secretary of the 500 Owners Association, so he's a big part of the organisation of all the events. And they go to a lot of different events. Many of these drivers and owners of their cars, they have events in the UK, but also across Europe too. They have a busy summer, don't they, if they want to?
They have had for about 30 years, with Duncan Rabagliati very much at the sort of forefront. But again, like-minded build here, so someone's taken a little moment to check out how wet the grass is, and we'll be trying to hook it up all over again and get on track, but very wisely looking to see who's coming around the bend next. Car number 56 by the looks of things, which would doesn't exist, so maybe 55. Let's go down one. It's the Petty Norton, owned by Tina May Petty, but driven by Gordon Russell. Gordon will put that behind him. No damage done.
He's circuit secretary, so another one of the team who knows everybody out there pretty much. So yeah, all out on track, and as you say, very much the motorbike engine, but with four wheels, and that's what 500cc was all about. The Norton, very strong, and it's so fascinating. What fascinates me a little bit is how it was. Nice little bit of opposite lock here. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, this is Harry Painter. We heard from him beforehand. So yeah, pressing on, but importantly staying just within the painted curbing, because that would have the car whipping around. These are small, these are light, but they will turn on a sixpence.
They will indeed, yeah. So did notice that the black and orange flag has gone out, by the way, for the number 23 car with that engine flat. so that car will definitely be coming into the pits, I would think. Fastest time, Waterfield has done that so far. Tom Waterfield, who mentioned earlier, there we are, number 60. And Tom Waterfield, a winner earlier this year at Castle Combe. He's had other victories in 500cc's, although Alex Wilson in the 2024 500cc championship, he's been actually doing a lot of winning so far this year, but Tom here is always very competitive.
Well, just to give you a guide how competitive, he's fastest by a whisker under 4 seconds of the best of the rest, which is Harry Painter in the blue and white Cooper. The next fastest driver is the driver with the flapping bodywork, and he is fully 21 seconds down on the pace. But George Shackleton could bring his number 23 Cooper in, hopefully have that bit either removed or taped back down and go out again. But for everyone else, they're just trying to find some pace to put on these cars. But for Tom Waterfield, clearly completely in control of his car, just ready to press on, hitting the puddles through Woodcote, but keeping the car bend in a straight line.
Yeah, doing it beautifully at this stage. Let's see whether he's going to make a better lap on this one. Might well do, because Tom has done a better sector time. He's getting past some traffic quite easily and about to go over the line. And we shall see. Oh, yeah, it is a quicker lap, 2:05. Just looking back at a little bit of beautiful control as well. Look at that. Superb balance. Oh, somebody else not quite getting the control as accurately as they hope. That's John Chisholm in the Arnott's Jap with it. So that's got the Jap engine, the JAP, and the engine which was well used early on particularly, but they do say the Norton engine is a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, and I'm hearing various drivers that they think the Jap's a little more fragile, but just that Arnott that John Chisholm went for a spin, it was driven by Ivor Webb in period, Ivor the driver, as who's known, and as someone said this morning, 5'3" tall and 5'3" wide.
Fantastic, very, very
how cruel.
Talented driver, though, very talented. These are beautiful little machines, so whether you've seen them for the first time or whether you've seen them for many years, they're very entertaining. One of the things, a good friend of mine's been doing some mechanic work on them over the weekend, and we were talking about, is that where the driver's feet are so far forward in these, aren't they? I mean, they're right to almost on the nose section that you can see. That's where their feet are.
They are. When you go along, it's a bit like a tall person looking at a car, a Dodgem car. You think, how can I possibly fit in? But these drivers do fit in. And again, caution is really the byword at the moment, except if your name is Tom Waterfield. Fastest by, he was 5 seconds clear, but Harry Painter is starting to fight back. And we've got someone going terribly, terribly slowly between the first and second part of Lavant. Just about hit the big puddle, that's the biggest puddle on the circuit. There he is, on the inside of the second part of the Lavant corner. So when people want to be going a little bit tight there, they go wide. They go one out past it. That's the number 13. That's the Larkins. That's the slowest car at the moment. It's Mike Dudeman's car, and we've got someone even slower. Is that George Shackleton having pulled off without bodywork sitting
Absolutely,
up?
yeah, he has pulled off. So that's a little bit unfortunate. He's actually seen it now, and of course he couldn't really spot that earlier on, because although he's got the mirrors on, it probably didn't really quite show up very well. So he's now just trying to get out of the way, unless whether he can drive it back to the pits. It would be nice if he can. It's not actually snapped off. I mean,
I'm amazed.
Yeah.
Well, he's in 6th place at the moment. He's 18 seconds. I'm not making this up, but he is going to pull off. He would have liked to have got back and got out again, but at least he got a banker lap in and among all those. Everybody else trying to avoid the puddles where possible, avoid slower drivers likewise, but it's a Tom Waterfield masterclass. 2 minutes 5 seconds. Here's a car with a little bit of race livery on board. It's carrying the colours of Guernsey, I think. It looks like Alex Wilson's car.
Yeah, it is. That's right. Cooper Norton, Mark 10. And actually, that's a very rapid machine. He's currently 3rd. He's not quite up at the top end, but Alex, as I mentioned, has had quite a few wins this year in the number 99. We were looking there at the number 76, Finlay McIntosh. That's another Cooper Norton, actually. And looks as though that's a bit of a recovery for Andrew Turner in his Cooper Jap. Looks like he might have just had a little bit of a mishap.
Appears to be racing in what you presume is the racing colours of Sweden there, yellow and blue, but popping and banging. You know, this is the case with these engines. You really wanted to keep them right up on the edge. Oh yes, there we are on the exit of St Mary's. Little plume when he hit the grass at the edge of the circuit and then tried to accelerate. Did you just see how wet that was spinning around? And spinning is the operative word across the track. The other side, waved yellow flags. Marshall's doing a great job there, because when you turn into St Mary's, you can't see what's happened on the exit, and it goes into a dip as well. So it's not a place you want to spin, but people do.
It's amazing, isn't it, when you look at the layout of that machine as well, is the fact that, you know, the driver is sitting up so high. We see his shoulders, his arms sort of almost dangling out of the cockpit there. Fantastic, lovely view.
you just really feel they've just got to get the balance. They can feel the balance through sort of all their controls, through the steering, through their backside, through the feet on the pedals. Nobody getting close to the front two runners. But what's happened, we just looked at the number 99 Cooper Norton, as we're looking at JB Jones's Kuzi, and that is closing in. It's now 10 seconds down, so it's closing in, but not yet anywhere near the front.
That's an attractive car. Chas Reynolds. Now, this is a Kieft, Jack. Now, Kieft, of course, was quite a key part of the 500cc's, and Kieft, an experienced campaigner and designer who went on to other things. So that's in pretty good. It's an interesting-looking machine, isn't it? Look at the camber on those rear wheels. Particularly one of them. I wonder if they're both the same, actually.
Optional extra, but it's, again, all the cars and bikes that have been out today, you just really want to get to the paddock and look at them. But these ones, you come away with an element of disbelief. People will race these, but they're exactly what they were required to do at the time. You can have really close racing, tiny cars, but everything is there to see. And some of the suspension setups, as you touched upon, Ben, very interesting indeed. Some worked and some were ideas that were never mimicked, so that would probably tell you all you need to know.
Well, lovely view, and there we are, looking just up ahead, the number 12, down in 26th place, up the car just up ahead, Duncan Rabagliati, who is the historian for 500cc. He's been a part of the 500 Owners Association for many, many, many years.
Yes, he's banged the drum, and it has, as I said, been going for, if I say 30, it'd be more than that, but years. But he gives a lot of people a lot of fun, and he has an amazing selection of Formula Junior cars across the sort of various eras of the category, because by the end, in the early 1960s, they were very much like little Formula 3 cars, effectively, at the end.
It is fun seeing, when you're looking at the list on the screen, if you are, that you've got a G. Russell in 10th place. I have to say it's not George Russell. It is Gordon Russell, he's pretty rapid. He's had a second place here in the Earl of March trophy here, actually, in 2019. He finished in second place on that occasion.
Well, very timely you're mentioning him. He just popped up into fourth place overall. He's getting closer to Alex Wilson, who's sitting there in third, so holding the position on the outside of the front row provisionally. Just over 2 minutes remain in this official practice session. Track actually looks like it's drying out a little bit. Now, this is a great looking car. Car number 68, it's the Heiser, which Jay Heiser raced in period, but Michael Russell, we saw him sitting on board, but it's getting closer to a sort of more of a junior single-seater look with a sort of chisel nose on it. But again, among the Formula Junior cars, when you get up close, that looks even smaller.
This was a later car, though, wasn't it? As you say, 1959, by which time 500cc had dropped out a bit in the UK. It was still being raced elsewhere in Europe, and I think that's why this one. But as you say, this has got that look of the later versions, really. But what fascinates me, and you also see the drive doesn't sit quite so far forward as some of them. What was fascinating is that many of these were Coopers. They started winning with the Coopers with the engine behind the driver, and yet they didn't, when they moved up to the next levels of single-seaters, they actually put the engines in front initially. They were then the first to go back and put them behind the drivers and start winning world championships in the late 50s, early 60s. But yeah, it's fascinating that they'd run the 500cc's with the engine behind, but then initially went front engine.
They were constantly just looking for an advantage, and someone's gone a little bit wide. Car number 7 there, that's Nigel Chalice. Yeah. He was down just outside the top 20, but he's called it today. In fact, we're very nearly at the checkered flag. The session, because of the various stoppages today, had been shortened from 20 to 15 minutes, but it's been more than enough time for most of the drivers to get in probably 4 or 5 flying laps, but they will know that if they can believe their weather app, tomorrow shouldn't be these conditions. So there's an element of just surviving what you're doing out there.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. But yeah, as I say, with the Coopers, they didn't manage to learn to go to put the engines behind the drivers with a sports car initially, actually, funnily enough, and then working with Jack Brabham, they soon learned that putting the engine behind for a Formula 1 car was the way to go, and of course they went on to win the championship in 59 and 60. So, lovely to watch these 500cc's. As you say, the checker flag is just about to come out. No one's got anywhere near that pace that Waterfield set right early on in this session. So Tom Waterfield, the 26-year-old, is all set, I think, and he may go faster now.
Yeah, first sector fastest of anyone, second one fractionally down. Here he comes out of the chicane. Oh, skirting with the huddle, the curbing. That would have put the car a little bit back online in many ways. It would have slowed it, but his target time, 2 minutes 5.288, 2 minutes 4.7. So yeah, he had a point to prove, and there he is, 4.4 seconds clear. The checkered flag has fallen, but still the majority of the field to come round. But he was on top of that practice session from the very moment the cars went out through that first puddle out of the collection area.
Absolutely, and beautifully done. He's had a third place in the AFP Fame Trophy here at the members' meeting in 2022. He's had pole and fastest lap in the Don Parker race in 2021. I'm not quite sure what happened in the race because he was very rapid in qualifying for that, but he's certainly taken pole with the Cooper Norton Mark 8. As you're just looking there at Harry Painter, who we heard from just before this session began in his Cooper Mark 7, that's a slightly earlier one, the 1953 machine. He goes across the line, and Painter is second fastest. That lap was not an improvement, but he will be starting on the front row, in theory, with Tom Waterfield. So we'll see the battle between them. Third fastest is this one that you're looking at, the number 99, Alex Wilson, who's had quite a few successes this year already in the current 500cc historic championship that's going on. So we'll see how he gets on. Actually, in Austria as well, Alex's son is Chris Wilson, and Chris, the dad, took the win in the first race in Austria earlier this year, and Alex took the race win in the second one. So the family have done pretty well this year.
Certainly have, and in fact, Chris, I'm just Marcus Pye just notifying that is not in his regular Martin Norton, but in his son James's 1948 Cooper, so one of the very, very early models.
Yeah, that is early, actually. You're right, the Cooper Jack Mark II, so that's a very early version of it, and that's rather lovely to see. So Chris Wilson, who's had success in various different machines here at Goodwood over the years, actually was the with Andre Lotterer, was a winner of the RAC TT here in 2019 in an AC Cobra, but this weekend back out in the 500cc's. Interesting to hear from Marcus. It's not one of his regular ones, it's an earlier one, but it's lovely to have that history of Coopers from that 1948 period, because of course that's what we're celebrating here in a way, is the start of the 500cc championship. And it was the start of Goodwood, it was the start of Stirling Moss, as we said. So it's lovely that he is actually driving that 1948 Cooper.
Yeah, and also, Ben, quite frankly, a lot of people who would have come to that first race meeting at Goodwood might have thought, I've never seen these before, these are fantastic, I want to get out in one of those, and they most certainly did.
And Moss took a win, didn't he, in the 500cc class, and it wasn't the first race of the day, but he took a win. And so, yeah, being at Goodwood for him was a great experience.
Oh, it really was. And you just realise that how many people sort of their careers were spawned, not just people racing cars, but also people building cars, and also people just working on them. It gave a lot of people a lot of purpose after the Second World War. Sounds a little bit patronising, no, but it really was the case.
No, it really was. And I think this category, as you mentioned earlier, the 500cc category, it gave a lift to so many people who struggled through the war for all sorts of reasons, and you know, so much to deal with, and so many of them were mechanical experts, got into engineering and decided to either create their own or develop one or work on one, and ended up with all these incredible different names. And while the Cooper name we all know, and you look at that list there of we've got a Cooper's actually first, second and third fastest, but you've got some names in there that you just would not know, the Hayter, the Smith Buckler, the JPS Norton, and there are so many more names. Of course, here in the UK, the Cooper is the sort of more common collection, but around Europe there is an amazing collection of these 500cc early single-seaters based on motorbike engines, but with drivers doing their best right up front. So that is the order then. Tom Waterfield with that big advantage in qualifying over Harry Painter, Alex Wilson in third from Michael Russell, Richard de la Roche in the fifth ahead of Andrew Turner, Stuart Wright, George Shackleton had that little problem with the engine cover, Andy Rayner ninth, and Richard Kelly in 10th place. Outside the top 10, Gordon Russell from Simon Frost and Chris Wilson, and John Chisholm. Some other names there. I love the JB Jones Cousy Triumph. That's a great name. And then Peter Cumlin in the Effie Jap TT13 down in 19th place, and Xavier Kingsland in the Erskine Star Ride Norton Mark III. Lovely. Duncan Rubagliati, the man who's been such a big part of the 500 Owners Association, he's down in 21st place. And a few more of the lovely names. The Flash Norton Special, Roy Wright down in 25th place. Another rare one, the Iota CB2 Jap, that's down in 29th with Mike Wood. And Mike Doodman down in 30th place. So that's what we're going to be looking forward to. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then in these very tricky conditions. Actually, yeah, we saw a few spins, but nothing too major, did we?
No, not at all. Honey, I Shrunk the Cars in the rain, but these were cars that really performed. Harry Painter, one of the quick drivers from the outset, wasn't too concerned about the puddles, but for George Shackleton, bodywear malfunction.
Absolutely. These tiny, narrow tyres, of course, not giving a lot of grip in the wet, but not overly powerful, the 500cc engines, and these drivers having a lot of fun in controlling them wherever possible, especially Tom Waterfield, who set the pace, and one or two had little offs, but were able to get back on again once they had sorted themselves out.
So Harry Painter was pressing, but all along Tom Waterfield had one still in the bag, and he was able to deliver at the end to get on pole position by, get this, 4 full seconds. So it's Cooper at the top, Tom Waterfield, the driver who's taken pole position in a job very well done.
Been quite life-changing, really.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
What a day we're having. The rain is coming down, but the revival spirit is certainly up. Now, David and I have been joined by one of our race commentators, Harry Benjamin. Thanks for joining us, Harry. Out of the commentary box, actually gives you a chance to show off this new jacket that you were telling us about.
I know, this is the talk of the town, I hear. I'm David Green inspired. I got the David Green 30% discount as well, so it goes a long way. Although in the rain, it does show up the raindrops, so that is the one downfall of it. But, you know, you live and you learn. It's It's my first revival, but I'm loving every minute of it.
Yeah. Well, you're looking good in it, Harry. Now, for me, the racing certainly hasn't disappointed, even though the rain has been coming down. Personally, a highlight for me has been the Sussex Trophy. The grid at the end, the top 7 was split by less than a second. It was amazing. But for you, in the commentary box, you've seen loads of racing, so what's been a highlight for you?
Yeah, I mean, the rain really isn't slowing anybody down, is it? I mean, I'm a little bit biased. I'm going to say the Whitsun Trophy, which is the last race I actually commentated about an hour or so ago. Sports prototype cars for sort of the early 60s, 1960 to 1966. Absolutely wringing the neck around this Goodwood motor circuit. We've got so many, there's about 7 Ford GT40s as well out there in that one, including the likes of Adrian Newey, who actually had a bit of an off at the end. But it's quite nice because the GT40 is a bit of a history here as well. The first GT40 sort of tested and developed here at the Goodwood motor circuit, so it's nice to see them back out on track here. But also what was super fast was the McLaren M1B, fastest of anybody, the Can-Am car, mighty. It was almost like it wasn't raining. That was how quick they were driving. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been in and around the Goodwood site, David. What's been a highlight for you?
I've just loved having a look around as usual. Walking through the paddock is normally one of my highlights on the Friday morning. Just seeing who's turned up, seeing which cars have turned up for this event. And it's just extraordinary. And as you say, Harry, the cars, they're really going for it. It might be raining, but it's not slowing anybody down. And you know, the next cars on track are going to be really fun as well. As we're real petrol heads here, so we like to celebrate drivers and we like to celebrate cars, but we also like to celebrate engines. And this next engine, the iconic straight 6 XK engine, is celebrating its 75th birthday, and it was still in cars right up to the 80s with the XJ6 Jaguar. But that's just the end of the story, really.
Yeah, well, we're about to celebrate, as you say, 75 years with the parade, but you can't really say Jaguar without saying XK after it, can you? That's how iconic it's become. And I love the background story as well, that one of the co-founders of Jaguar, Sir William Lyons, really challenging their chief engineers to, coming out of World War II, come on, let's build the next powerful beast. What's going to power Jaguar forward into the post-war era? And they came up with one of the most powerful engines that I think the automotive world has seen. We're going to be seeing E-types, D-types, C-types, XK120 as well, the Mark II Saloon out there. And not forgetting sort of on the racetrack as well in more recent times, still a bit historic, but powering Jaguar to 5 Le Mans wins as well. So it's a spectacle. 75 years is going to be a treat for the eyes and the ears.
Absolutely, and you know, an incredible engine, and its first showing was in that 1948 London Motor Show in the gorgeously elegant, one of the best looking cars of all time, the XK120, as you say.
Yeah, it certainly was beautiful. And like you say, not just on the road, but on the track as well. So we're in for a treat for plenty of different vehicles that we'll see on the track in just a moment. They're getting lined up for their one-lap parade. It will certainly be a spectacle for all Jaguar fans out there. Let's get to the commentary box where we'll see some of those vehicles.
Well, yes, looking forward to seeing some lovely machinery from a key era. The XK engine, the 75th anniversary celebration of the engine from Jaguar, the XK engine first used in 1949, and which became such a major part of Jaguar's history from the XK120 and right on through into the 70s and 80s. It was still actually in the production cars into the 80s and into the late 80s, early 90s really, before they stopped actually producing it for cars. But on the racetrack, it was fantastic as well, Bruce, because it was a big key part to Jaguar's success at Le Mans in the 1950s.
Look, it competed between 1949 and 1966 in competition. You think about those early ones, the XK120C, which became known as the C-type, and then the D-types, and then the E-type. So to go right across one decade to the middle of another. But I tell you what, there's one person who probably knows almost more about racing historic Jaguars, and Ed has caught up with Gary Pearson.
Gary, we're celebrating 75 years of the XK engine. There are a few people that have probably driven as many XK engine cars as you.
I know, I'm a lucky so-and-so.
But tell us, why is this engine so good? Because I think it ran for about 43 years.
Oh, it was phenomenal. It was conceived during the Second World War when they got Jaguar very, very, very clever at picking great engineers. And I think they conceived this when they're on Firewatch above the factories in Coventry during the war, and they employed phenomenal engineers post-war from the aircraft industry as well as the best guys in the motor industry, and the engine was powering XJ6 Saloon cars into the early 80s or something. You know, what a phenomenal engine.
And it's so successful at Le Mans.
Was it won five times? Yeah, it just and with this one, you know, with the disc brake car, they're innovators. You know, the whole thing that Jaguar did, I think, as a package, what they did in racing in the 1950s was just phenomenal, and the way that they were then sort of smart with a very good design to keep reinventing that design over the years and growing up to the 4.2 litres and everything else. And it's just you start off, if you're going to build a good hi-fi, you start off with a great amplifier, don't you? And then you can add to it, and you've always got a good product.
Well, I mean, enjoy your parade. You're getting a little bit more cheeky track time out there to practice.
Yeah, we don't know what the wet setup's going to be like, so we're having a little stab in the dark in this.
Excellent, enjoy it.
Thank you.
So here we go then. We're getting cars out representing those 75 years of the XK engine. And as Gary was telling us, it was such a great engine right from the beginning. Tantamount to a Grand Prix engine of the 1930s, I gathered. Six-cylinder, as he said, 3.4 litre with twin overhead camshafts. And it was extremely well put together. 7-bearing crankshaft. So, you know, a lot of reliability. Bruce, we've seen some of the cars now that it came out with. And was so successful with out on track right now.
I did like that analogy. You start with a good amplifier. That absolutely works for me. But Jaguar, great things coming out of commentary, and they kept it flowing. And here is Her Highness Queen Elizabeth at the factory in Browns Lane being shown. Just imagine, these cars were very special in the 1950s. This was a time of renaissance, and she was there to witness it. And also, famously, very interested in her cars all her life.
Absolutely right, yeah. And it was, as you say, this was a key time because they'd already taken several Le Mans wins, but not all of them by this point. But they'd really built up the factory, building more and more machinery. And that engine was a key part because it was a part of the XK120, which became, they thought when they originally created the XK120, well, that's a bit of a special, but the support they got from people who wanted to buy it was massive, and the XK120 took off. And then, of course, it got developed, the XK140 and the 150, and then we got to the C-Type, which was effectively a racing version of the XK120. I mean, people say lots of bits were different, but it was effectively.
Well, it was entirely that, and I think even their success at Le Mans really caught them by surprise. Not as much as the popularity of the cars, but it really is. The 1950s was Jaguar's decade there. Victories in 1951 with the C-Type, 53 with the C-Type, but then 3 wins for the D-Types. We're looking at one of the C-Types there, still to my eye, one of the most beautiful cars of all time. There is not a patch of that car that is not streamlined, attractive, but even better than that, it was competitive. And that's why Peter Walker and Peter Whitehead had so much to celebrate in 1951. 2 years later, one of the most famous stories, Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolt taking victory in a race they didn't think was going to do. But it's a treat to see these cars. They just look right. And of course, they begat the D-Type that followed. But the whole point of this thing, all with that same XK engine.
Absolutely right, but you were talking about that Le Mans success, and 1951 was the first time that the C-Type took victory, and it was the two Peters, Peter Walker and Peter Whitehead, 1951. In fact, they had I think they were all running sort of 1, 2, 3 at one stage, but there was a minor problem on the other two that broke them down, and they had to run the revs a bit lower on the lead car, ended up winning.
It's just fantastic looking at the shots there. The Mulsanne Straight, the trees are only about 4 feet high at the side of the road. How the landscape has changed, but by finding you didn't press on 100% in those days. It was about making your car last to the finish. The starts 51 followed by 53. The largest engine cars started at the front of the Le Mans start, and then the quicker ones had to work their way through, and the C-Type was very, very good. And again, fabulous aerial shot, looking at the cars blasting down the ligne droite des Unadières, the Mulsanne Straight as we call it, and the pits. There's no pit wall, Ben. You could go straight across the track.
Yeah, and that was a great win for Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolt in 1953, but they were first, second and fourth, so it was a remarkable weekend. And it was, as of course, fascinatingly, Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolt got a little bit drunk the night before because they thought they'd been chucked out of the Le Mans race. They were only told right near the start that they actually were going to be doing it. Everything was okay.
A lot of black coffee and orange juice was poured into the pair of them, and illustrious event. But then the C-Type was followed by the D-Type, and the glory kept on coming, and it really was a case, as you said, if they finished so many cars in the top 5 positions, that was win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and Jaguar just had the most fantastic decade. Then, of course, the XK engine went into saloon cars as well, and it really did give them an appeal across not just beautiful cars, but beautiful cars with the sporting heritage with that shared engine. So this is why the XK engine was so important.
Sterling Moss loved the C-Type, and funnily enough, I was looking through the other day that lovely book by Doug Nye, Sterling Moss, My Cars, My Career, and the C-Type. He absolutely loved it. You know, he loved the feel of it, and he felt that it was competitive on all types of tracks, whether they were road circuits, which of course in those days were a key part, or whether it was Le Mans. He felt the D-Type later on was actually great at Le Mans, but it wasn't great. It wouldn't have been good. There weren't so many road tracks then, but the C-Type he adored.
You know what, and the state of some of the surfaces they raced on, you needed a car with compliant suspension, and I think the generous nature of the C-Type was great. Seeing some XK non-C-Type models coming through here. You can see the 2 coupes with the hard top, then the D-Type starting to follow. But Jaguar also put its engines in lots of other cars. So we're not just seeing the C-Types, the XKs, the D-Types and the E-Types. We're seeing Coopers out there, HWMs, et al, and of course Listers ran them very successfully, and Tajeros as well. But the D-Type, to a lot of people, I love the C-Type, but with that dorsal fin set at an angle behind the driver's head to improve the aerodynamics is just something for a lot of people, is the car. But then, like the launch of the E-Type, rocked the racing world, it rocked the sports car world, and Enzo Ferrari, no less, described it as the most beautiful car in the world.
Absolutely right, and there's some beautiful E-Types here that were very competitive. There were some special racing E-Types that were built by Jaguar, and yet it was, as you say, it was the D-Type that sort of dominated Le Mans. It had that was a 3-time winner of Le Mans, the D-Type. The E-Type was more of a kind of customer car again, and it was an incredibly successful customer car, and you got some beautiful versions of the E-Types here. This is the pale green version from 1953. The E-Type, and absolutely beautiful mix of machinery, but all powered by this key XK engine that we mentioned that first was introduced in 1949, and that became a key part. Okay, the E-Type did move on because initially it started with the XK engine. Ultimately, they did go to a V12 engine later on, but it had been a major part of, for many road drivers, being absolutely what they loved.
It was, and of course the ones we're getting to see on the track, we don't just have the regular E-Types, we have the fixed head coupes, we have the lightweights, we have the semi-lightweights, and we have the low drag coupe. Always, even though it was a very sleek car to start with, aerodynamics were becoming more and more important into the early 60s. The car still looks exquisite in any shape, but like so many cars, the very first model of E-Type or other great cars is the purest.
That one there you're just looking at, that's the first of the 7 E-Types built by Jaguar for racing. It had a first race at Alton Park, which was won by Graham Hill, funnily enough, that E-Type, because although the E-Type did not compete in so much in things like Le Mans, it didn't compete in those, but they did do some very successful work in some of the more sort of national styles of racing as well. So that was very impressive to see. And here at Goodwood, actually, there's some good history of E-Types racing. The Goodwood TT in 1963, it was competing. Peter Lunsden was one of them. Jack Sears, Roy Salvadori, they were all competing. Didn't actually win. I don't think they ever won the TT, did they? It was always Aston Martin.
They were always in the mix. I mean, Aston Martin just had the most remarkably magical run here in the 9 hours, and the TT to follow, but with Ferrari in the mix. But Jaguar, hugely popular, not just for people to race, also for people to arrive at the race and watch on from the spectator areas.
Yeah, absolutely. So they were key. Now, so you see those cars are now starting to head back in. We will see a longer version of this display over the course of the weekend, and if you're a Jaguar fan, I'm sure it's been lovely just absorbing some of those different cars powered by the XK engine. And as we mentioned, that XK engine was also used in a lot of road cars as well, and it went right through into the 70s and 80s. Cars like the Mark 10, the 420, the Daimler Sovereign, and in fact it was one of the Daimlers, it was the Daimler DS420 carrying on till 1992 with some of the road cars. Very, very impressive. And it was used, that engine was also used in some combat vehicle reconnaissance machinery. They changed the size of the XK engine quite a lot throughout the course of its history. 3.4 litres initially, a 3,400cc engine, but it was a 3.8 to 4.2, and then smaller versions of 2.4 and 2.8 were created later on in its career. And it was always very popular and developed extremely effectively. As you mentioned, other race companies like Lister, HWM, the Cooper Car Company, and Tejero, they all used those XK engines too.
It was a classic of the age. If you had an engine you wanted to put in a car, you could. And you had someone making a sporting car, and it was the ideal engine, and it was readily available. You'd grab it with both hands. But for Jaguar, the XK, it's just been a phenomenal part of their history.
It has. So we've been enjoying watching some of those cars out on this rather damp circuit earlier just now. But the mixture of machinery with the XK power, basically the six-cylinder straight line that would produce so much effective power, reliability, lovely sound as well. Not a noisy engine, very smooth, a good torque. So it really was an engine that everybody loved dealing with. In the early days, it was capable of about 160 brake horsepower on. Fuel in those days was not a very high quality fuel, and they were able to obviously pick up that power quite a lot, especially when they were racing them at Le Mans race, competing with well over 200 horsepower and going a bit beyond that as well.
And the E-Type looking pure, 3 windscreen wipers, very much the way to go on a day like this. But the XK150s, the 140s, the Mark 1s and 2, elegant but with that exquisite engine, the XK, 75 years of glory.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, I'm now with Narissa at the sewing studio. Now there is a hive of activity going on behind us.
We're very popular, nothing to do with the rain.
Is it embroidery that you're teaching? It's sewing? Is it the basic skills? We got more advanced in there?
So we've kind of got a little bit of everything going on. The feedback that we've gotten every year is that people just want like more. So we're doing drop-in sessions this year. We're doing chicken scratch embroidery. If you want to know what that is, you have to come over. Needlepoint, we're doing Bargello, and then we're also doing English paper piecing. So we've got a wealth of vintage-inspired crafts that are just drop-ins that you can try. So you can go home with a love for a new vintage craft.
Well, rain or no rain, I'm sure it's popular all the time because you've been here many years now, I think.
So this is my 4th year, which actually, speaking to some of the veterans of Goodwood, doesn't really feel like that long, but I just love it here. And I'll be honest, as long as they'll have me, there's no way I'm not coming back every year. So, yeah.
And turning out in a beautiful dress this week as well. Tell us more about this.
So this is a dress I made myself. It's in a pattern that it was actually a vintage pattern, but they resized them. The pattern brand Simplicity is like a classic brand. So I made this, but then I also made it with a bigger skirt because there's lots of lovely food vendors here and I wanted to have space for snacks.
Very well thought out. And you've given yourself some pockets.
I have, yes. My modern technology is hidden away in my pockets so that no one knows.
And so why do you think that people are finding it so enticing and almost addictive to be doing this sewing here? Even I want to get some thread and needle going.
I think there's a couple of reasons. I think there's such a want and a need for people to learn how to mend or how to use those vintage skills, because if we don't, they're going to be gone. They're going to disappear with our grandmas, and we don't want that. But also there's a nice, quiet, mindful space where people can just come and relax. I often forget that this is actually a car festival, but actually I think it is really nice to have that time out where you can just come and have a moment for your mind.
Well, Narissa, a little pocket of peace that you've created here. It's time to make, do and mend, and I think I need to get some stitching going. Shall we? Thank you.
Well, here we go. The car's already heading out for the Richmond and Gordon Trophy now, which is a lovely look back at Formula One cars from the early 1950s, from 1952 up until 1960, when they had 2.5-litre engines. But what you're seeing is that absolute transfer between front-engine Formula One cars that were winning races, winning championships, and the switch to the rear engine, mid-engine, rear engine, however you want to call it. Mid-engine is the proper name, really, because the engine normally sits just in front of the rear axle rather than hanging over the rear axle like a VW Beetle. So mid-engine is the way that Formula One was developed in the late 1950s, particularly through the Cooper company that did such a fantastic job. They started actually with a rear-engined centre seat Cooper sports car in 1955, and then in 1957 Jack Brabham scored a point with a rear-engined Coventry Climax T43 Cooper, and then as we went into 1958-59, then of course it was the mid-engine cars. 1959 Jack Brabham world champion with 2 Grand Prix wins, and then again world champion with the Cooper T45 and the T53. The 53 was the one he did most with in 1960. So it was front to mid-engine, and Alice, that's what we're kind of enjoying. You see quite a difference in shape, don't you? So, you know, the mid-engine, some of the mid-engine cars really quite low with the engine behind the driver. Some of the front-engine cars quite tall.
Yeah, lots of different shapes and sizes out there, particularly the Aston Martin DBR4 with that exhaust down the side is pretty large. And you have some of the smaller ones. I'm really looking forward to see the Lotus 18s out there as well, which is actually Colin Chapman's first rear engine design. We've got a Connaught C-Type out, Maseratis are out there, a Ferrari 246, Cooper Climaxes as well. William Nuttall is in a Cooper Climax, and he was a winner the past couple of occasions of the Richmond and Gordon trophies running.
Yeah, we're just looking at Lotus Climax. Actually, was just going through the number 11 car, and there we're looking at the Cooper Climax. This is the T53 lowline that I was sort of talking about. This was crucial because the T53 was part of Jack Brabham's, major part of Jack Brabham's championship in 1960. So this is basically the last year of the ones we're looking at, 52 to 1960. And I'll tell you what, this is also an extremely competitive car because the driver of this car, Will Nuttall, has won this event before. He won it last year in this car. The previous year he won it as well. So he was third in 2021 in the Richmond Trophy. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one. It's a great car with a top driver as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as you said, winner of the past two. At the moment, though, it's the number 2. It's very early in the session, I must say, but I do like looking at my sector times. It's the number 2 that has set the purple sector in the first sector and is the top of the times at the moment. That is the Andy Willis car, the X-Hill car. And Graham Hill actually finished in this BRM 5th at this car at the 1960 Goodwood Trophy, so we'll try and catch a glimpse of that at the moment. But we're following William Nuttall at the moment as he gets so sideways, trying to get on the gas of the 2.5 litre Cooper Climax. And actually, I'm quite surprised at the amount of standing water that's dissipated at the moment. It's fairly humid outside, but that's going to be certainly well greeted by the drivers out there for this Richmond and Gordon Trophy.
Yeah, lovely to see. And this was such a successful car in 1960. Jack Brabham won the Dutch Grand Prix in a T53. He won the Belgian Grand Prix and the French Grand Prix. Then went on to win the British and Portuguese races as well. It was a fantastic year for him. Bruce McLaren had a win with the T45, and so it was a brilliant weekend for the Cooper company. And they went on for their second title. Now the Scarab, this is an interesting one. You were talking about this earlier, Alice. This was the front-engined Scarab made by effectively ordered by an American guy who decided that they wanted to create something effective. A wealthy young man, Lance Revenbow, who was the sort of man who put this structure together. But they were a little bit late getting this car ready, and in fact it ended up as a front-engined car competing when the rear-engine cars were more competitive. It first appeared at Monaco in 1960, for example. So
yeah, but it wasn't very successful, to say the least. It only competed in 5 F1 Grand Prix. As you said, this car made its debut in 1960, and this actually is chassis number 3, which was the spare car, and it was until 2011 it had been on display at the Donington Museum. Since 1964, but now it's back out racing, and I believe only 2 surviving Scar Grand Prix cars in the world. So what a pleasure it is to have it here at Goodwood.
Here's another British manufacturer of Formula One at that period. This is BRM. Now this was the P48, and this one's being driven by Andy Willis, who is another competitive runner here. He was second the last 2 years to William Nuttall, actually, funnily enough. So it is the same battle, I think. They are first and second at the moment in this list, but they're the other way around than they have been the last 2 years. But it is the BRM P48, and that was the first mid-engined BRM car, in fact. Graham Hill finished third in one in the 1960 Dutch Grand Prix and the Belgian Grand Prix as well. He almost won the British Grand Prix, but spun out with a locking brake in the BRM. But here we are. This is going to be competitive throughout the course of this weekend. Let's just see over the line if there's any change in lap time. Not at the moment. Still a bit of a gap.
Potentially.
Oh no, yeah, it has just changed. It has just changed.
A pretty decent lap. We've got a little bit of traffic at the end there. We've got the number 22 coming out and just about avoiding the puddle, the exit of the Shane. That's another of our Cooper Climaxes. Charlie Martin behind the wheel of that one, heading down the main straight now.
Yeah, just got back up to 4th as well, so that's good.
Times keep on changing. It's the Levant and Boxgrove Motor Club that are the entrants of this car, and Charlie behind the wheel.
So Andy Willis ahead of Will Nuttall at the moment, with a very narrow gap, just half a second between them currently. And also good to see going well John Spears, who's one of the older drivers, but he's always very, very experienced and very talented as well. He's out in various different machines that he owns over the course of this weekend. As we're just keeping an eye here on Charlie Martin, as you mentioned, in the number 22. This is the Cooper Climax T53, and as we've already been talking about, Cooper Climax T53 was a very, very successful car in its time in 1960 with those mid-engine power, providing plenty of balance and lots of speed. So these conditions are not going to hurt him too much, and they are all running pretty well up the order at this precise time. Still got plenty of time in this qualifying to go. We've got just over 12 minutes to go for the Richmond and Gordon Trophy. And the race itself will take place on Sunday morning at around 10:30. So they get a bit of a day off tomorrow where they can enjoy what everybody else is doing.
They'll be hoping for a little bit nicer weather as well, won't they? And interesting, actually, the T53 is a bit more lower and slimline than the previous T51 with the double wishbones, coil springs, telescopic dampers as well. As William Nuttall had set a really good first sector and must have caught some traffic in the middle and final sector. So still stays P2 at the moment. Looks like he's getting waved through there.
That's the Maserati 250F.
Yeah, number 24.
Yeah, lovely to see the Maserati 250F, because that, in the earlier period that we're talking about, was incredibly successful. Maserati 250F won 8 Grand Prix during its period and helped Juan Manuel Fangio to his title in 1954. And 1957 it helped him too. The 250F Maserati, and we've got a few of them out here, they really were an incredibly successful Formula One car in the 1950s, but that was when it was front engine time, not rear engine, which is when, as we've seen, the BRMs and the Coopers started being so successful. That was a bit of a dive down the inside on the water.
That was very brave, even going onto the grass, on the curb, just trying to clear the traffic. So Andy Willis knows that the track's going to improve. We've got just over 10 minutes of the session remaining, so he's desperately trying to clear this traffic. And I'm just looking at our map tracker that we have in the commentary box here, Ben, and there's like 2 little groups, and he's just cleared one, the larger group, must it said. He's still got a little bit of traffic in front of him of a few cars, but he's got past a big chunk of them, so we'll keep an eye to see if he's able to improve on his time. Half a second clear at the moment of the number 4, Nuttall Clark.
Yeah, well, let's see how this develops as we continue on here. Still got a lovely mix of machinery with 10 minutes to go. And Willis is still the fastest with this half a second advantage at the moment over Will Nuttall. Let's just see if, I don't think we're seeing any particular improvements. I think a lot of it on those early laps is you don't get too much traffic, but once you start going quickly. Now here's an interesting machine, the car number 3. This is the Aston Martin DBR4. Now, as you can see, that was a front-engined car, and yet this didn't come along until 1959. And again, a bit like we were talking about the Scarab, because Aston Martin were very focused on Le Mans racing at that time, endurance racing, and it would have been competitive in 1958, but it was out of play by 1959, because then the mid-engine cars were the ones. It was raced by Carroll Shelby and Roy Salvadori, the DBR4 Aston Martin, but they did not get the success in Formula One they'd been hoping for.
No, and actually this particular car that we're seeing at the moment was reconstructed with the majority of its original spares and parts from the original cars, and I believe only 4 cars are in the existence of the majority, which are used for of course, historic racing. So we're lucky enough to have one of these racing around. You can see the exhaust filing through along the driver's right-hand side there, and just curving over the top of the rear wheel out the back.
Yeah, so it's fun to see that. It's a bit further down the list, down in 20th place, the David Wenman Aston Martin DBR4, but it's a rare machine, a car that didn't have the success in its period, but that switch from front to mid-engine really hurt Aston Martin pretty bad, and it was part of the reason they just weren't able to be competitive. So, number 2, still fastest here. Andy Willis is still putting together some good sector times, but nothing improving particular. John Spears has improved slightly in his first sector, but he's still down in 3rd position at this stage, and we'll see whether that shifts at all over the remaining nearly 8 minutes of this qualifying session. There's our 2nd place, Will Nuttall, having had those couple of victories in the last couple of years here. Let's see whether that's going to continue as well. And then just in the background there, you've got the number 62 machine, Thomas Clareth in the Ferguson Climax. Now that's a really interesting machine, the Ferguson Climax P99, because that was a 4-wheel drive Formula One car, and you can actually just see that there are drive shafts at the front, and that was something that Stirling Moss actually competed in himself. He won the Gold Cup at Oulton Park in 1961. but unfortunately it was a project that that closed down. But it was unique. Of course, it was front engine, but it was four-wheel drive, and it did actually take a victory in an F1, not championship, but in an F1 event. Lovely to remember that. And Stirling Moss, another part of it.
Yeah, and actually quite a nice fact about this car as well is it was fitted with anti-locking brakes. They weren't allowed to use it in competition, but they were used for the high-speed test purposes. So a really interesting little car, the Ferguson Climax P99, with a top speed of around about 150 mile an hour. Won the Gold Cup, as you said, Ben, driven by Sir Stirling Moss.
Yeah, so it's great to see it here. It's a little bit further down in the order, down in 19th place at the moment. So yeah, it's still good to see. Now, this is John Spiers, who is currently in 3rd place, and yeah, a veteran racer who we see out in all sorts of machinery over the course of the weekend. He's sharing with Nigel Greensall in a couple of other of the events this weekend. But John doing a great job, and he's had success as well with this car quite recently, actually, John, which is lovely to know about. And he's 3rd fastest currently right now. But yeah, it's all coming together pretty well for him with all his experience. He won the Pre-66 Formula 1 car race at the Silverstone Festival just a couple of weeks ago, from 13th on the grid. Oh, and there, off track, is the number 38 machine, and unfortunately that is Richard Wilson who's gone off.
Yeah, the Ferrari 246, the final front-engine car to win an F1 World Championship, just has found the extremely deep gravel, and so this was also known as the court case car, because the car was ordered and the soon-to-be owner decided to change their mind, and as a result the car remained half complete until 2005, and it's trying to get now pushed out of the gravel by our wonderful Marshall team. That gravel, as I said, is really deep. We have seen quite a few cars being pushed out of the gravel this weekend. You can see a shake of the head from Richard Wilson. Is probably thinking, no, unfortunately, Marshall team, you're not going to be able to get me out of the gravel. We've just got over 4.5 minutes of the session remaining. Oh, they might. We've got some very strong Marshalls down there, Ben.
You're right, and it's great history, as you say, because it was the last ever front-engine car to win a Grand Prix, this version of the Ferrari. Mind you, it was at Monza in 1960, and there were no British teams there then. None of the mid-engine British teams were there because there was a bit of a fallout about whether they wanted to run the banking. They were running the banking on the Monza track that year, and the British teams didn't want to do that, and Ferrari took the win. They took a 1-2-3 actually with the front-engined Ferrari 246 like this, but it was the last front-engine car to win in Formula 1, and it's lovely to sorry to see it in the gravel track, lovely to see it here at Goodwood, but it's not damaged. They'll be able to get going again.
But we did get a nice shot of how low the exhausts are on the left-hand side of that car, which is pushed out of the gravel. Now, this is our current, because the positions have swapped around. William Nuttall has now jumped to the top of the times, 0.4 of a second clear, 55.168 of Andy Willis, who's been demoted into P2. Doesn't improve this lap, had a whole host of traffic to navigate, but it's certainly, times are dropping, and looking at our timing screen, there's a lot of green sectors flashing up, a lot of personal best lap times being set, and there we go, 34 now is on its way, heading down into the chicane.
Yeah, John Spiers still in 3rd place with the number 34, having, as I say, that victory at Silverstone just very recently, a brilliant victory for him. There was some problems for other people a little bit, but even so, to have won it from 13th on the grid, that was absolutely remarkable. And he's in his early 70s now, John Spiers, so just brilliant what he can do, and he's 3rd fastest at the moment. The number 99, Scarab, is currently in 9th position, so that's going okay. Mark Shaw doing a decent job with the Scarab, and just inside the top 10. 10th place currently is Manuel Elikabi in a Cooper Climax T51. That's holding on to 10th place right now. Just 2.5 minutes to go. You can see the bit of flicking around that Mark Shaw is coping with.
Snaking down the straight, and I love that some of the drivers still try to, even to the to the top of the helmet will have the goggles on, so an open face helmet. They try and stick with tradition, and actually it's that helmet, I'm sure, is on purpose, deliberately painted to go with the colour scheme of the car. There is our current leader, who actually, Ben, has set a very impressive middle sector, so I won't be surprised if he improves on this lap and possibly break into the 154s. We'll have a little look now at the car, just waiting for that front end to grip on the exit for chicane. Then he asks for a little bit of throttle, and you can see that wiggle, that snaking continues all the way up the straight, and he does 154.3, so deep now into the 154s.
Yeah, that's put him 1.2 seconds ahead now of Andy Willis, so he's really getting us together, and the track is getting a little bit quicker, not rapidly drying out, but it is getting a little bit faster, and Will Nuttall has taken that top spot a bit further his way. John Spears still in third. There is, and we've got a little bit of a spin for Katsuaki Kubota, and the Lotus that he is in, the Lotus Climax, is just about to get underway. Lotus Climax 18, that was a very successful car for Lotus. Scott Chapman's first mid-engine single-seater with the 2.5-litre Buggy Climax FPF 4-cylinder. And yeah, they had some good success. First Formula One win was in his Ireland at Goodwood here in 1960 in the Glover Trophy, beating Moss in a Cooper. And that's what actually kind of encouraged Sterling Moss to ask Rob Walker to buy a Lotus 18, and then he went on and won Monaco a month later. So, big story. Sterling Moss also had a Lotus 18 to play with. So we keep coming back to Sterling, don't we?
Yes, we do. We do. But he's got great history. And Mark Shaw now is has improved last time round, and he looks set to improve again. He jumped up from 10th to 7th. Let's see where he can move up now, up into 6th place. So the Scarab, okay, didn't have great success in F1 racing, but it's certainly doing a good job at the moment here at the Goodwood Revival today. Yeah, definitely. And it's superb that they're doing plenty of events, historic events with this Scarab. This American background with the Offenhauser 4-cylinder 2.4-litre double overhead cam engine, 230 brake horsepower, canted over in the frame. It's really tilted over that engine to try and get the front end quite low, which of course aerodynamically they weren't into downforce at that point, but they were certainly into trying to reduce drag as such. Pulled over number 6, Michael Birch, in the Connaught B-type. That's a slightly more rare one as well, the Connaught, the B-type from the mid-1950s. The team that was created by Rodney Clark and Kenneth McAlpine in Surrey, and they started out with sports cars and then developed the B-type with the 2.4-litre outer engine and some pretty finely streamed bodywork. And it won the Syracuse at the end of 1955, driven by Tony Brooks. First Grand Prix won by a British driver in a British car for 31 years when they took a victory. So Connaught had great history in Formula One, but as you mentioned, Will Nuttall has held on well with that final lap that he did. Yes, very well, and he actually did set a personal best of anybody in the first sector last time round. Wasn't able to improve on his time. The previous lap was enough to secure him pole position for the race, which will take place on Sunday morning. A car in front of him is pretty rare too, the JBW, by the way. That was just pottering along just up ahead. They're slowing down now at a slightly different looking machine, but that car with the red stripe, that's the JBW, created for Brian Naylor by his chief mechanic for 1959. A bit of a connection with Cooper as well, but it was a separate machine. Now there is number 2, and so Andy Willis has had to settle for second fastest, 1.2 seconds away from Will Nuttall, but I think we could be in for a good battle between them again, as we have seen here. And then John Spears in the older front-engined machine, the number 34 Maserati 250F. There it is, the classic Maserati 250F that had so much success through the 1950s with different drivers, particularly key for Juan Manuel Fangio. And it was a well-loved machine for fantastic balanced handling. 29 of the 250Fs were made eventually, but of course eventually defeated by the mid-engined cars, and yet that's qualified third fastest ahead of a lot of mid-engined cars. So well done to John, who once again has done an excellent job. Yeah, has all the drivers. They've all collected the checkered flag now. Some actually were in the pits prior to the flag. But as you said, Ben, we're going to have a really exciting battle, I feel, between Nuttall and Willis tomorrow. 1.2 is the gap, but it's all about getting the start off the line. They don't do a staggered start. The top two, I think it's the top three actually, will be lined next to each other on the front row of the grid. So they will have the number one driver, the pole position driver, will have the inside line going down into turn one. But it's whoever reacts well to the flag, not the light. So we have an old traditional start here with the flag, a flag start.
Indeed, yes. And in fact, it is on Sunday morning, that one, because they get to play on Sunday morning with the Richmond and Gordon Trophy, so 10:30. So that's it's going to be an interesting one to see how that all goes. But we are looking forward to an entertaining race, front versus mid-engine Formula One cars from the 1950s into 1960, and it's William Nuttall who has set the pace with the Cooper ahead of Andy Willis in the BRM. And then the Maserati of John Spears, very, very effective in third place. Charlie Martin with the Cooper in fourth, ahead of Eddie Williams. Mark Shaw in the Scarab put in a couple of good laps towards the end. Richard Wilson, Rudy Fredericks, Tom Dark and Joachim Volken in the Lotus 16, interestingly. The Lotus Climax 16, the front-engined Lotus, quicker than some of the 18s, the rear-engined machines. That one ended up in 10th position. So that was good performance indeed. 11th place for the Cooper of Manuel Elikabe, Cameron Gillis and Brad Baker with the Maserati 250F. The Kieft Climax, a rare car, Nigel Batchelor in 14th position. And then we've got the Lotus Climax of Katsuaki Kubota, who had that little off. He ended up 16th fastest. The Connaughts, the relatively rare Connaughts, the C-Type in 18th, Michael Birch with the B-Type that we saw pulling off. That's ended up 20th fastest. And then a few more of the cars down towards the lower end of the grid. We've got the Ferrari 246 Dino that we saw go off into the gravel. We saw Marshall Bailey's JBW just briefly as well with the Maserati power. That will be starting from the back of the grid. An opportunity to just look back at some of the highlights from the Richmond and Gordon Trophies qualifying event for the 2.5 litre Grand Prix cars built in the 1950s up until 1960, and Will Nuttall and Andy Willis were having a tremendous little dice. Mark Shaw with the Scarab also putting on a good show, but it was nice to see that the track was getting a little better as we went through the session.
Yeah, it was. The track was just starting to evolve with the rain easing, but that didn't deter drivers from pushing the cars to the absolute limit. Some getting ever so close. The number 18, the Lotus Climax, and then we had the 38 that found the gravel, the final front-engined Ferrari 246 finding its way into the gravel. But it was William Nuttall then that will set the pace during this session.
Yeah, an excellent effort by him, and we can be on for another fun race when they come to it on Sunday morning at 10:30.
to hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
David Gandy, it's lovely to meet you and great to see you here at Goodwood Revival.
Thank you.
How are you finding the event? Have you been to Revival before?
Yeah, I won't tell you how many years I've been coming to Revival because it would give away my age a bit, I think. Yeah, many years, Goodwood Festival of Speed and Revival. One of my favourite weekends of the year, so happy to be back.
Yeah, brilliant. And of course, with your modelling career, you must be impressed with Revival's Revive and Thrive initiative. Have you been over to have a look at what's going on over there?
Yeah, I was doing a talk there for 45 minutes of boring people with what I was talking about vintage fashion. And of course, it's bringing two things of my passions together, which is vintage cars and racing and fashion and vintage fashion. So it's an amazing weekend that I absolutely adore.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you weren't boring people whatsoever. I'm sure it drew a crowd. Is today your only day here, or will you be here across the weekend?
Unfortunately, yeah. Now, my number one job is a dad, so I have to... they're not quite old enough yet to bring to Revival. I'm sure they'll be here one day, hopefully in the pedal race. I mean, that's my aim as... my dream as a dad, to have both kids in the pedal race, of course, and maybe me racing one of the cars as well. So, I've raced here a couple of times, been fortunate enough, and today's just a bit of work. But even in this weather, it's still a spectacular event.
Yeah, well, that will be awesome. We'll look out for that pedal race for your children in the future. But you mentioned vintage cars being a passion of yours.
Sure.
There's plenty of those about here. Yeah. What are the cars that you've been excited to see out on the track?
I mean, I think it's one of those events where you can tell people, and I think if you're not a car fan, you can appreciate the racing that's going on here. If you know, and when you're seeing sometimes 60, 80 million pounds worth of cars going into a corner racing 3-inch off the bumper. It's astounding when you actually tell people the worth of these cars, they're being driven, how they should be driven. I'm a big believer, I've got a collection, but I'm a big believer that you're kind of restoring and keeping and racing these cars for other people, not just yourself. So to see cars being used how they should be is the keeping the glory of what Goodwood is about, and of course the same with the fashion. Everyone makes such an effort, and it's just lovely to see. It's a real festival, and sort of like you're immersed into this, sort of going back to the 40s and 50s, which is quite hard to explain to people until you're here, but it's a spectacular event.
And like you say, there's lots of elements where you can really appreciate the beauty and craftsmanship that goes into something, whether it be cars or fashion.
Yes, exactly. And people talk about, we're banging on these days about sustainability, responsibility, and all these things, and that's what everyone is doing here. Keeping cars on the road. They've been around since 1950s and 60s. For everyone to enjoy. I know the expense of that, of course, and it's the core of sustainability, and so is wearing clothing that is vintage and tens of years age, and it's such a sort of important message to give people as well, and it's just sort of thoroughly celebrated over the weekend here.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you here, David, and hear you speak about the event as well. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Out on track at the moment, we've got a practice session for the RAC Club TT Celebration, one of the big events of the weekend. And they're out for a practice session now. They go out again for a qualifying session tomorrow in the morning at 10 past 10. So it gets them a little bit of experience to feel how the track is feeling and what it's all going, and then the race itself will be at 2:30 on Sunday. And we have an absolutely wonderful mix of machinery that is heading out on track. Our track that is getting a little bit drier. We've got just over 20 minutes of this session to go.
Yeah, and this is always a highlight of the weekend, along with the St Mary's. Of course, all the races are highlights, but this particular one for the drivers that we have out racing as our AC Cobra, the Bobby Verdon Rowe and Andre Lotterer car, the Snake Eyes car. It's become known in America when it was owned by Dr. Jill Weed, who came up with the novel, the very impressive, should I say, livery car. Goes through the second part of St Mary's. Early laps at the moment. Not many have set competitive lap times, but the 94 sits in 5th place at the moment, 5 seconds off the pace, but I expect that to change quite quickly.
Absolutely right, and it's going to be a great mix with Bobby Verdon Rowe and Andre Lotterer, both very good drivers, and Bobby, who's had this car for quite some years now and is always very, very competitive with it. We've got some star drivers, very much so, in this RAC TT as well. No surprise. Let's just run through some of the names. People like, for example, Jake Hill and Rob Huff, who've both been quick already here today. Gordon Shedden, Emanuele Pirro is back out, as is Darren Turner. They're sharing cars, of course. Tom Christensen's back up again. We saw Tom earlier on. David Brabham will be competing in one of the AC Cobras. Romain Dumas, another Le Mans star. He's in one of the E-Type Jaguars. Dario Franchitti's back out as well. He's in one of the AC Cobras this time. Tom Ingram, of course, the British Touring Car champion, is still in the battle for a title again this year. Tom will be in one of the cars as well, so we shall see how that goes. He's in the TVR Griffith, actually, along with Mike Whitaker. That's going to be an interesting mix. Actually, it's just going through. Number 86, just seeing it on the right, being passed by the E-Type of Richard Kent and Alex Brundle. So Alex Brundle in this car.
Looks like it could be Richard Kent from the helmet.
Right.
Unless Alex Brundle's helmet's drenched. He's been a busy boy so far today. He's been in several classes, and one of them, when I was watching this passing by, he was getting rather drenched in one of the classes. So potentially could be Alex behind the wheel, but I think it's Richard Kent. But the E-Types seem to be particularly strong, don't they,
yeah,
Ben, in these wet conditions. Maybe not as strong as some of their other competitors in the dry, so not surprised that we see a few number of E-Types up the sharp end at the moment. Doesn't mean that they can't continue to be up there, but certainly these favoured conditions. We've got the Cobras and the E-Types at the moment are filling the top 6 spots. We've got two of the E-Types, the rest are Cobras. So those two manufacturers and types of cars are certainly enjoying these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, and we shall see how it all develops when we get further into it all. So now we've got some onboard action as well, which is always fun to enjoy. So this number 17 is our onboard. So Frederick Wakeman is currently in it. It's a car being shared with Tom Christensen, and it's the Lister Jaguar Coupe. Yeah, there you are, seeing it from the outside now. So that is the car. This has had some pretty successful runs here at Goodwood in the past, this Lister Jaguar Coupe, and both Fred Wakeman and Tom Christensen can be very rapid. Of course, Tom is an absolute superstar of Le Mans, but Frederick Wakeman is pretty rapid himself. So this is a car that I think we're going to have to keep a close eye on throughout the course of this qualifying, just to see how competitive it can be. Initial pace at the moment, early on, has been set by the Alex Buncombe Jack Tetley AC Cobra, and going off the number 100, that is the Tejero EE Ford, one of the more rare machines. Ashton Fatemi, Steve Soper's also a part of the team.
St Mary's, that looks like... No, it's not actually. It looks like it's out of the first corner and skating. That's the correct side to spin. Well, there's no correct way of really spinning, if you, but that's the better side to spin off, because of course you have the barriers on your left-hand side from driver's view. So good job, that was on purpose. Just looking at the rain is starting to come down a little bit more then. Yeah. The Buncombe Tetley car, number 24, has just set personal best of anybody in the first sector. So This is number 77, I believe, that we're running on board at the moment. It's it's a Jaguar E-Type lightweight, the Roman Dumas and Gary Pearson car.
Yeah, Gary Pearson in the car at the moment. Gary's had a lot of success here at Goodwood. He's one of the most event winners at Goodwood over the years, and even as age builds up a little bit, he's still always fun to watch, and always a very talented driver as well. And of course, Roman Dumas, who's going to be alongside him in this Jaguar E-Type lightweight low drag coupe, could provide some amazing performances. Now I've got another car off, trying to identify which one that is. Ah, it's the Cheetah, okay. It's the Cheetah Chevrolet, it's the Duncan Pittaway car Abby Eaton is sharing as well. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate that it has come to the side of the track just before the chicane. There it is, ooh, with some bashes on it too.
Yeah, that's on the exit of Woodcote Corner, gone in a side impact into the tyre barrier there. You can see the marshals are trying to get the door open. Red flag has come out, a lot of tyre barrier damage there. So gone sideways impact. Maybe there was a puddle on the outside there. I didn't actually catch a look to see if it's still there, but it looks like they've either tagged the gravel. Duncan Pittaway steps out of the car now. Abby Eaton's not driven this car, I believe, so she unfortunately won't be able to get a go. And no, just very strange, just maybe a little bit too much throttle, avoided the grass and the puddle. You can see it's bouncing. You can see the marshals are taking cover quite quickly. They know what's coming, and a big side impact into the barrier. But the tyre barrier certainly did its job.
And the cameraman doing his job by not moving at all.
He wasn't phased one bit. Well, that's, you know, you get the best shots that way, Ben.
Indeed. No, cameraman, I'm always very impressed with the way they can just stay where they are and take the shots. I bet he's got some pretty impressive pictures. Actually, Duncan's still managing to smile. Of course, he's a big star of Goodwood. We see him out in various machines over the course of the various Goodwood events. But that's a great shame because the Cheetah's quite a rare machine. It was an American-built machine created by Bill Thomas in the States, who worked with General Motors. And it was developed for track use after originally being not really built as a race car. And it runs with a Corvette engine. Fiberglass bodywork, and that fiberglass bodywork looked a little bit damaged, I have to say, after that.
Yes, and it's chassis 001, and it's the first of only 2 aluminium-bodied prototypes built in 1963. So you're saying it's rare? It certainly is, and sadly that bodywork's got.
I think it is aluminium bodywork, actually. Yeah, there is some fiberglass on the original sort of design, but I think you could sort of see the way it was bent. It definitely looks like it's more the aluminium bodywork on it now.
Tom Christensen, he's another driver that's been busy, along with Alex Brundle, Jake Hill we've got out there as well, Andre Lotterer. He's getting strapped in now, down in the pit lane. See, seat inserts were changed over, and some drivers, we're halfway through the session at the moment. A very old school helmet there, Ben, with almost like, well, I've never really seen a helmet like that, so I don't know how best to describe what the purpose for the sort of bit in the middle was, unless you do.
Well, it was just a design, really, but it was earlier on that they were doing helmets like that, sort of 70s and 80s, I think, that they were doing the helmets like that, 1980s. And Tom obviously likes running with one of his older crash helmets. Let's go down to Ed Foster in the pit lane.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. We have the tricky conditions down here that some drivers have changed and others haven't. So forgive me if I ask a driver how it was and they say, I've only just got in the car. But look, let's plough in. We've got Ollie Bryant and Jake Hill here in previous winner. Ollie, everything going all right with the car?
Yeah, it was great. Just first time I've been in the car with the roof on today, so it's quite nice not to get quite so wet. But yeah, I just did a couple of laps there at the start, get it all settled in, check it's all feeling all right. It's not run since the race last year, so yeah, just everything was perfect. And then I saw the yellow at the chicane and thought I'll come in and let Jake do the rest of the session because he's not driven it before. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
Excellent. Well, look, I'm going to have a chat with Jake. Cheers, Ollie. Jake, just been hearing you haven't driven this before, but it's just another day in the office for you, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I've done about 10 minutes in it a couple of months ago. Ollie very kindly let me have a drive of it, which I just fell in love with the car. So yeah, but this will be the first time in the wet, most definitely. And you know, we just got to see how we go. We just got to feel it, look after it. I mean, you know, this thing's the real article, so you got to look after these old girls, and ultimately we need to do the best job we can. But feeling confident.
Excellent. Cheers, Jake. Look at that. A touring car driver say we've got to look after a car. Here we got Steve Soper here. Let's just edge in. Got a bit of checking. No, don't worry at all. Steve, have you driven this before?
No, just sat in it first time.
And what are your initial thoughts?
Well, it feels really nice here in the pit lane. Comfortable. I can reach everything.
Perfect. What do you ask the owners of these cars before you get in? Is there a kind of checklist of things?
Goodwood's always you get invited to drive these lovely cars, but unfortunately you don't see them until you turn up on the day. So I haven't asked for anything. Just I'm delighted to be offered to drive this, and this is a very special, fantastic history. Jackie Stewart won races in the 60s in it, so I'm honoured to be let loose in it, but it's not a Mini. I need to remember it's not a Mini.
Bit of a master reset. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right, let's mind the door. Let's not break that. Through you come. There we go. Thank you very much. Let's cruise on here. We spoke to Huffy earlier, so we'll leave him in peace. Let's get a bit further down the grid. We've got Harry Newey here. Adrian's jumped out of the car. How are we doing? You right? Mind the battery down there. Harry,
how you doing?
How are you getting on with your teammates? I've heard it's been a sort of fractious relationship.
Yes, there's obviously competition. No, all good. I mean, it's a special moment for me. I'm not sure about him, but for me anyway, because I grew up watching him racing here in this car with, Martin Brundle, with Bobby Rahal, with many others, stood just up there, and to be sharing with him for the first time is very special.
But I mean, you've driven this a fair bit, and you're so quick at it. How is it in the wet?
It's the first time I've ever driven it in the wet. I just went out then and came straight back in. I got to the second corner and it was red flag. So I might be able to tell you after the session.
Right. Well, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, that's Harry. Adrian. We've got team talk there. Let's crack on. Sorry. It is very neat down here in the Goodwood pit lane. Something you can't appreciate on TV is how narrow this is. Obviously, two-driver race. There's lots of other two-driver races over the weekend. And when cars are coming in for the driver change, especially left-hand drive cars, because their doors open into the oncoming cars, which is far from ideal. Let's have a chat to Tom. Your face before you went out in the TVR was one of wonder, excitement, and a little bit of fear. How is it now?
You've summarised it perfectly. The fear was definitely worthy. There was definitely right to be slightly cautious. It was lively, yeah. It was good. It was a way to get the blood flowing through the veins. That's for sure. So it was it was good. I said to Mike, he knows the car a lot more than I do. So as well, so he can be fairly confident with going out and sort of pushing on a little bit more. The circuit doesn't feel too bad. The standing water doesn't seem like there's too much of it. It's just slippery, but we know this place remains slippery. It's not news to any of us, but it's always a bit of a surprise when you're going out first time and green to it that your wheel's spinning in every single gear possible.
When you speak to Mike, Mike's sort of co-drivers for these events, no one has ever described this TVR as beautiful in the drive, but you did. So, you're one up on most people.
It was stonking, I'd go as far as saying. It was very, very nice. It was interesting in the wet would be my one-word description. It's funny because you think the corners are the scary bits. It turns out actually the straights are quite scary as well.
Everything.
Yeah, the whole thing. I feel quite safe now though.
Excellent. Well, look, you should work for TVR PR department. Well done. Let's crack on down here. Mind your backs. Right, who else have we got? Is that Darren? Yes, it is Darren. The Darren, I've been told you are. Darren, have you literally just jumped in the car?
Yeah, so I have no idea what it's going to be like when I'm out there. I was out in the Jag E-Type in the Sterling Moss earlier and could work out that it's pretty slippery out there. So I'm going with that same mindset that it's going to be a handful in the Stingray.
Yes, I was going to say, although you haven't been out and you don't know what it's going to be like, it is a Stingray and it is in the wet.
Yeah, so I've driven this before, as in raced it before, and it scares the living daylights out of me every time I drive it. But it's always been in sort of dry conditions, so I'm guessing that sort of level of how much fear I'm about to have is just going to go up tenfold right now.
Fantastic. Well, that's what we live for, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm sort of saying it as if I'm not about looking forward to it. I am really looking forward to getting out there, and I think I've just heard we've got something like 8 minutes left or something. So it's not much time to get used to these conditions, but it still will be a lot of fun.
Cheers, Darren. Yes, one of the worst bits as a racing driver is this sitting, waiting to go out. As soon as you... Sorry, guys, this has got a massive selection of people. Yes, one of the worst bits is waiting in the assembly area before you go out on circuit. It's just, time moves so slowly, and as soon as you leave the pit lane, all those worries go, and you forget everything. I recognise this helmet. It's an Alex Brundle. Have you literally just jumped in?
Yep, literally just jumped in under the red flag. So I'm told we'll have 8 minutes to the checker. Yeah, good.
So, but you've been out quite a lot today. It's, I think the word is challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, somewhat challenging. Depends what you're in. I think we're in the right thing for these conditions, to be honest. It's about as good as it gets in TT land for the rain. So, yeah, I mean, some stuff. I've done sessions today where I didn't make it to full throttle at any time. I'm looking at you, Lola Canham car. But this should be really good fun.
Surely in the Mini you were almost flat. I mean, what wonderful weather for a Mini.
I mean, the Mini, there's just 10 bar of extra brake pressure and you drive it exactly the same. No, you still have to send that one in. And I didn't outdo myself in the Mini today. So I need to go and have a look at some data, I think.
Ooh, don't mention that dirty word.
Only fifth. Well, but I'm having a great day despite the conditions. I hope everybody else is too. And it's a shame about the rain, but even still, it's always great to be at Goodwood.
Cheers, Alex. Let's leave that shot, keep him dry. Excellent. Right, onwards. We've got a Piro here. I guess you haven't been out yet, so you can't really tell me much.
I am the senior Piro, not the junior. Now, junior was out and he enjoyed it very much. This is a very, very nice car, slightly underpowered, but beautiful handling. So I assume and imagine in the wet it will be very, very nice.
I'm sure it will, and your son got on okay.
Yeah, he liked it. Was first time with this car, and he came out with a great smile. And yeah, everything is wonderful. I am sorry for the people out there because it's raining, but you know, hang on, it will be sunshine sooner or later.
Cheers, Emanuele. Exceedingly warm in there. Right, here we got another couple of cars. How did you get on? How was it?
The most fun I've had in a long time, maybe ever. It's so nice. It doesn't have a huge amount of power, which is probably good in this condition. It's so balanced, nice to slide, really amazing.
Well, well done. We've just been told, actually, I don't think the session is going to restart, and we are fast running out of cars down here.
Understand that, Ed. Yeah, understand it totally, and it's a great shame to hear. But this is a practice session, not an actual qualifying session. So although quite a few drivers are going to miss out on a chance to play with their cars here today, because this session is now not being restarted, they will get a qualifying session tomorrow in the opportunity to understand how these cars feel. That actually is going to be tomorrow morning at 10:10 for the qualifying, which will then line up the grid for the race on Sunday. But it's disappointing, Alice, isn't it, that we didn't get a chance to see some of the drivers that haven't been out yet in those cars to go and have a play. But we've got to get through some more qualifying, and then our first race of the weekend coming up this evening, the Sussex Trophy.
Yeah, so we've still got racing to look forward to, plenty of sessions still left for the rest of the day. But it is a shame, as you said, Ben, for those drivers that didn't quite get to set any laps. Alex Brundle was one of those that we saw there. Ed was talking to him. He was ready to go out. Only 5 laps were set, and that was Bunkum. He managed to cross to before the red flag came out, so only a small number of laps being set by these drivers. As you can see, heading back now, they'll go through the assembly area and back into their paddocks.
That's right. So, as you say, it is a practice session, so they're missing out on some useful experience with the cars, but it is not going to affect the grid. This will not line up the grid. The order that we have established here today, although it gives us some indications, it does not establish the grid. So let's just have a little look back. There were some highlights. It's just a shame that we had a car off, and in fact you can just see it over on the left-hand side of the picture there, the Cheetah, that unfortunately did go off later. But the AC Cobras having fun out there in these damp conditions, but as we were hearing, the E-Types were working very, very well, very effectively as well, but it was the usual sort of battle between Cobras and E-Types to try and set the pace.
it was, and actually the E-Type's working very well in the rain, and the last several Royal Automobile Club TT celebrations have been won by either an AC Cobra or one of the E-Type Jaguars. So certainly a popular car, and here was what caused our red flag and then ended the session. Duncan Pittaway in the number 58, unfortunately causing that red flag, which was the end of the session for the TT cars.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
To hear them start and then
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see it Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, here I am with the winners on the first day of the best dressed. We have got Sistine, Adrienne and Alexandra. And Sistine, I'm going to start with you, third place. Congratulations, beautiful blue color. Talk us through your outfit.
Sorry, what?
Talk us through your outfit.
Yeah, it's a 1916 dress outfit. It's inspired by Jackie Kennedy and Queen Elizabeth. And yeah, I love it. It's really nice, and it's hard to find some colors to match with my hair, so I'm glad I found it.
It goes beautifully with your hair. I'm loving the accessories, the wonderful hat, the pillbox bag and the gloves. Stunning, a well-deserved third place. And Audrine, wow, a 60s goddess.
Thank you. I was inspired by Jackie.
And tell me about this jacket. It looks one of a kind.
Actually, my grandma is a seamstress. I mean, she was a seamstress and she made the outfit, but a long time ago. So it's like vintage, like proper vintage. The hat is actually, I got it from a vintage store in Covent Garden. It's called Blackout Vintage. Yeah.
And everything has come together just perfectly. Congratulations to you. But the biggest congratulations of all goes to Alexandra, best dressed. We see it here, an absolutely divine number. Talk us through it.
Yes, my suite is 1940, the shoes too, and the hat is a halo hat, French, because I'm coming from France, and I'm very proud to win. Thank you very much.
Bienvenue, félicitations.
Merci, merci, tout à fait. Très contente d'être là, very proud to be here in Goodwood. And tomorrow is sun. Yes, I hope so.
Il y aura du soleil, on espère, we hope. Okay, merci beaucoup, congratulations.
Au revoir.
Bisous. Well done, everyone.
Well, lovely to see some of the best-dressed action down on the ground with Imi Barkley there. Welcome back to the 26th Goodwood Revival and a change in the commentary box. My name is Harry Benjamin, and alongside me is Bruce Jones, as the rain unfortunately has come back, but we will be getting underway shortly with some more action from the Glover Trophy, Bruce. Looking forward to 15 minutes of action, slightly reduced now, so we can make sure we get everything running for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's all to make sure the first race of the meeting kicks off at 6:30 sharp. So 20 minutes down to 15. But the good thing about the Glover Trophy race is a lot of the drivers of these 1.5 litre Formula One cars from the early 60s know the circuit very well, know their cars very well. You know what? It's about the first time we've looked the long shot from Madgwick down towards the cars leaving the pits, or they will soon be, and there aren't obvious puddles. There's Martin Stretton, who knows a huge amount about historic cars. So he'll be one of those drivers who'll be able to dial in very, very quickly indeed, driving Malcolm Thorne's car. So look out for that one. That's Lotus BRM. Quite a few BRM engined 24s alongside the regular Climax engined cars. And again, Harry, it shows the sort of diversity of the way people went racing in those days. And great to have people from all around the world coming to compete in this event as well. And Joe Colasacco is one of those who's coming across to drive the Ferrari to the 1512. And he did say to me yesterday, it's not so good in the wet. And I said, oh, your race is on the Sunday, you should be all right.
Exactly, but got to get through today. And this is for 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. The race between 1961 and 1965. So we really are celebrating really the last fastest Formula One machines to compete at Goodwood in period. Of course, never held an official F1 Championship race, but really became home to that non-championship Glover Trophy race that allowed teams and drivers to test out their cars ahead of the season start, as we do get the action on track now.
Yeah, one of the I think it was the second car out of the pit lane. It's car number 1. That's Andy Willis, who was last year's winner in his BRM P261. Dark green was the work colour with the sort of orange noseband. There's another one just coming through the first corner. That's car number 50, which is likewise, it's Philip Buhofer in another of the P261s. But we've got Lotuses, we've got Coopers, we've got Ferraris, et al. But these cars super pure. But the one you really want to have is the Lotus 25. That was the year that was launched. Lotus launched the 24 for the customers and then brought their own. There was one slight difference as the customers looked in. They said, where is your space frame? Oh no, we've got a monocoque. Others didn't even really know what a monocoque was, but it gave the car this incredible rigidity, and Jim Clark did the rest. He'd have done the rest even you'd put the car in back to front.
Well, that's what stands this trophy race out, doesn't it? These cars sort of ushered in a new generation of tall-tired, low-slung cars as well, with that long cylindrical shape. Less power and torque, though, compared to the 2.5 litre that came before them. But, of course, that meant weight. Massive factor, which is well what prompted Colin Chapman to go with the Lotus 25, the first F1 car built with that monocoque chassis for purpose built.
Yes, and just to explain, the others are all made of light tubing. The lighter the better, with clad with the lightest metal bodywork they could. But cigar shape was the sort of description of these cars. But then in 1966, 1.5 litres, out you go. 3 litres, we're going back to power. The cars didn't look enormously different, but the way you see these 1.5 litre cars driven, Andy Willis, one among the best, discovered the first puddle and then the deepest puddle in the space of no time at all, but he didn't drop his car. So that BRM P261, last year's winner, just before the end of the lap. That'll be a big intake of breaths for Andy Willis, but he survived that one.
He certainly did. The last P261 built using the centre exhaust engine as well. And as you say, 2023's a winner. We've got some former winners here as well in the form of Joe Colasacco is back with a Ferrari 1512. That's the number 13. Look out for that. Martin Stretton we've already seen out there as well in the Lotus BRM. That's the number 24. But also we've got really a titan out there as well with Andy Middlehurst, an 8-time winner in the Lotus Climax 25. That's in the number 25 as well. So ones to watch out for across the weekend.
So here's a replay. Andy Willis, last year's winner, supreme control, until he just runs a little bit wide at Woodcote. Sort of under control, but now it's time to find the lake. 1, 2, 3, kaboom. But he kept it going. Very, very smooth indeed. A lot of other drivers might have panicked to that point. The last thing he wanted to do was lift off, but he's still going around, still actually setting the fast first sector of anybody. Now we wanted to see number 25, Andy Middlehurst, in John Bauer's Lotus 25. It was Clark's winning car from 1963. The helmet is a tip of the hat to the world, to that dark blue with the white visor, exactly as Jim used to race in the period. That magnificent Scottish farmer who just seemed to clean up. He was acknowledged by all his rivals of the creme de la creme at the time.
I know this is a fascinating story as well. The shakedown run for this car, its first race in almost 40 years was at Goodwood last year. Since then, it's had a run second to Monaco and won its class at Silverstone this year as well. So brilliant to see that out on track in those iconic green and yellow Team Lotus designs. Just getting a little bit of a kick on the rear there. So very much still damp and wet out there and trying to find themselves a bit of a gap on track so they can really start to put their foot down. Of course, important to get as much heat as you can in these tyres and retain that heat of the engine as well in these cooler temperatures.
Yeah, and lots of flag waving from the marshals. The blue wave flag means someone faster is coming through, so Andy Middlehurst will see a lot of that up ahead of him, then he'll get past others. But first lap on the board, Andy Willis, the driver who had a bit of a splash, 1 minute 55.3. That is the marker, and that's from one of the quick guys. What can we see from Andy Middlehurst here? The number 25, Lotus 25, super smooth through the chicane. And again, just the 1.5 litre engine, there's not a lot of horse. You've got to keep it smooth, and Andy is fantastic at that. He only waiting for that time to come up on the board, is refusing to issue, goes into third place. That's 7 seconds off the pace of Andy Willis. So Willis absolutely flying at this point.
Yeah, the closest to get to Willis within 3.7 seconds in these early stages is Mark Shaw in the Lotus 21. That was a Works Team Lotus car built for Jim Clark to drive in the South African series. That's currently second at the moment.
Now, not all Lotuses are green, believe it or not. This is a red one. It's Franck Triad. I know it comes as a massive shock to you there, Harry, but this was in the colours of Scuderia Filippinetti. So they, customers bought Lotus as well as the Works Lotus team. And Franck working his way around in that. That's an ex-Joe Siffert car.
Yeah, indeed, making its way around at the moment, but it's still no one troubling Willis at the moment at the top. I tell you who's just slots. As we say, there's another red Lotus, so you say, well, no, it's not even a Lotus, it's actually a red Ferrari. It is the number 13, of course, a former winner. This is the 2018 winner with Joe Colasacco at the wheel. This is the Ferrari 1512, Lawrence Oriana's car, making its way around in that iconic Ferrari red.
Yeah, that was a really fabulous car in period, and their joy when they won the race a handful of years ago. But Joe Colasacco doesn't get to race this too much, Monaco here, but in the meantime he races against much younger competitors in Formula Ford and Formula Ford 2000 in the States, sometimes 5 races in a weekend, so he keeps fit that way. But Andy Willis looks like he's going to improve on his first flight lap. What's his second one? He takes off 7/10 of a second, 1 minute 54.8 seconds. Only 15 minutes for this curtailed practice session, and Andy Willis is absolutely making the most of them.
Yeah, a gap of over 4 seconds now to the 99 car of Shaw, which is currently sitting in second spot in the Lotus Climax 21, and then third is the number 4. That's the Lola Climax of Ben Mitchell, the first ever F1 car made by Lola. Of course, John Surtees is Lola, celebrating Surtees across this weekend too. And as I say, that actually just been displaced as Mitchell down to 4th with another cracking lap from the number 25 of Andy Middlehurst in the Lotus 25.
Yeah, well, that number 99 Lotus 21 with Marshall going very well. Ex-Clark Works car, then it was sold to South Africa. South Africa had a fantastic Formula 1 series of its own, and a lot of cars would race in the World Championship and then stay on down there, and this certainly was one of those, run for many years for Ernie Peters.
It'd be nice to bring back a few more non-championship Formula 1 races, don't you think?
Yeah, sort of January, February, South Africa would work for me in the climate. Unusual little car is the Gilby. This is being run by Era Motorsport for Kyle Tilley. They're sort of like a wedge nose, if you will. But the Gilby, great car, I thought, designed by Len Terry, who designed so many fantastic racing cars. It seemed shorter than all of the others, but it wasn't a great success, but certainly good to have around. And Keith Green, who used to run one of those, but a fleeting time in Formula 1. But we're talking about non-championship races, and that was the sort of race that the Gilby normally used to appear in. start money.
Well, and a little bit different. We were talking about the cigar kind of shape of these cars. A little bit different, this one. A bit flatter, a bit more sort of platypus style on the front nose as well. So just subtle kind of design tweaks going on across the eras of these 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars. As we take a look, currently sitting in second, but going quickly is the number 4 of Ben Mitchell in that Lotus, and flying along nicely.
Yeah, he was running in the LDS Climax last year and came home in second place in the Glover Trophy. This year, something different. Richard Smeaton's Lola, Bowmaker Racing, run for Bowmaker by Reg Parnell. Back in period, Roy Salvadori, Chris Amon, Mike Halewood all had a crack in that. And then, like quite a few other cars in this field, he spent a lot of time in the Donington Collection, which was at the time the world's largest collection of historic racing vehicles.
Yeah, and well, taking part in his first race really since the late 1960s. So this Glover practice session at the moment with, well, where is the time going? Just under 6.5 minutes. A slightly curtailed session, was supposed to be 20, down to 15 to make sure we can get our first race of the day done on time. The Sussex Trophy, that's coming up later this evening. The Glover Trophy taking place on Sunday, that race.
But what's so good is we've got 3 different constructors in the top 3 position. We've still got Andy Willis in his BRM, number 1 at the top of the charts. Number 4, the one we're looking at now, a Lola in second place, Ben Mitchell, and Martin Stretton in Malcolm Thornton's Lotus is third quickest, covered by 3 seconds now. An improvement last time around by Ben Mitchell. He's now to within 1.4 seconds of pole. He's getting closer. We've only got just under 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and they've kept it all nice and neat and tidy so far, but it's fantastic. It's BRM who leads from Lola, and then the Lotus BRM of Stretton. Then we've got the Lotus of Shaw, followed by the Lotus Climax 25 of Middlehurst. As I say that, the Cooper Climax, the number 14, has just popped up into 6th place, about 5 seconds off of the fastest time so far.
Still waiting for Andy Middlehurst to show his hand. Multiple winner of this event, the number 25 Lotus 25, but the best Lotus is this one, car number 24, ex-Reg Parnell racing car, raced by Chris Amon in period, but Martin Stretton. Just look for that dark helmet with the bright green flashes around it, and it doesn't seem to matter what you put Martin in. He is very quick indeed, but what is not his friend right now is all the traffic going past the camaraderie. Racing white and blue Lotus there. He's in a much newer Lotus, that Lotus 24, but it will affect the end of this lap for Martin Stretton and presumably the start of the next one as well.
And it will also get a little bit of traffic as well in the form of the number 20. That's Teffion Salisbury in the Lotus 18, the winner of the 1961 F1 Monaco and German Grand Prix. Sterling Moss at the wheel of that back in the day, but just slightly finding a bit of a slow line through the final chicane. But now Martin Stretton is released through Madrick and can get cracking to try and find. Well, he's got 1.8 seconds to find to get up to second, and then a further, 3.2 seconds to try and do anything about that number 1 spot at the moment, which is currently going to the BRM P261 with a 154.8.
Yeah, it's really quite harsh. Anybody's in a car from 1960 or 61 when the Formula started, the progress was so rapid. The cars that came in from 62 onwards were just on another planet in so many ways. So all you can do is compete with the equipment you've got. Richard Wilson here in, again, one of the early cars, 1962 Cooper T60. It's Bruce McLaren's Monaco winner, hugely illustrious. And of course, Bruce McLaren had just so much success, not even in his own racing career, but you look at where McLaren is now and where it's been for the past 6 decades.
Bruce, I wonder if you know the answer to this. Why do they call this period of Formula 1 racing one of the most romantic eras of Formula 1? Why is that?
It was before social media, Harry.
Yes, easy answer then.
No, I think the drivers all went from circuit to circuit. They'll be doing a sports car race, they'd come to a Grand Prix, they'd do a non-championship Formula 1 race. Oh dear, now Shaw was having to work his way up the inside because he's 4th fastest at the moment. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt myself, but that was a little bit of a tight moment there. But Mark really pressing on very nicely. And when you've done 3/4 of a lap and it's all going rather well, you don't want to have to back off. And in fact, he's the fastest. His is the fastest car through the speed trap in the first part of the lap. That's the approach to Fordwater corner. Is there an improvement? Yes, there is, up to 3rd place. 2.4 seconds off the ultimate pace. Just shows how good that lap was from Andy Willis right at the start of the session.
Yeah, but Shaw would have been held up a tad, so there is definitely more time to be had from his 1:57.2 last lap around. About a 2.4 seconds off. Another second to find to Mitchell in the number 4. But that 19 99 cruising along nicely in the Lotus, trying to catch up then to the Lola and the BRM, which are currently sitting 1 and 2 in the timing screens with just over 2 minutes remaining.
I think for a lot of drivers in this field, the ones at the front, they already knew the cars. They've probably been here in the years past when it's been wet as well. For those at the back, it's about just being neat and tidy and not dropping. When you only got 15 minutes, you probably just want to get a feel for the track. And as you can see, we're still getting spray kicked up from the treaded tyres, but certainly it's about as dry as it's been all day. So the times will come for the really quick drivers, and for those who are just a little more cautious, that's fine.
This fantastic Glover Trophy that we're getting to witness here, the practice qualifying really ahead of Sunday's race, just over a minute and a half remaining. This race being run every single year since the Goodwood revival first came about back in 1998, and you go back further to its origins, which it evolved into a non-championship Formula One race in 1955, and that's really what we are celebrating, those 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars between 1961 and 1965.
Right, we've got 4 different constructors in the top 4 positions, because car number 14, Richard Wilson at the wheel, has just he's taken his Cooper Climax T60. That was the one Bruce McLaren used to win at Monaco in 1962. Later a works car for Tony Maggs. That's gone into 4th place. So it's BRM from Lola, from Lotus. From Lotus, and now, of course, Cooper as well. Best of the rest is Martin Stretton, pushed down to 5th place. Just under a minute remains. Mark Shaw still pressing on. That was his best lap, so he's getting close. He's got to find a third of a second, maybe 3/10 to do to get up into 2nd place. Andy Willis, at the moment, with a 1 minute 54.8 second lap, is looking very good at the front of the field.
I want to see what Andy Middlehurst is doing as well. Currently down in 6th. Stretton pops up into 4th in the 24 Lotus BRM. Middlehurst still down in 6th at the moment. Will be coming round to do another lap again. Should be able to do it, but at the moment it is the 14, this time of Wilson, the Cooper Climax, that we are seeing on screen right now, which is finding the time. Is it enough though? Fastest first sector belongs to that 99 of Martin Shaw in the Lotus 21 with a blistering first sector. Just over 35.5 seconds he's done it in.
With all his success, I keep looking to Andy Middlehurst to improve from 6th place. He's lapping incredibly consistently, but at the moment he's nearly 4.5 seconds, 4.8 seconds down on the ultimate place. At the moment, down in 5th place is Richard Wilson. Car number, the checkered flag is out, so he'll be taking that now. Will he improve on this lap? He certainly should. Can he rise from 5th place? Just wait. No, he obviously got a bit of traffic early in the lap, just coming up across the tail of number 29 there, which is Nick Fennell, former winner of this race, but today not at the sharp end of the field at all, down in 17th place.
Well, Joe Colasco has just put in a lap time to go 11th fastest in the Ferrari 1512, so couldn't quite break in to the top 10 as the checkered flag is out. And Willis does take the checkered flag fastest in the BRM.
However, we've got Ben Mitchell on a massive charge. He's 2nd at the moment, 1.4 seconds down. Surely he can't take Richard Smeaton's Lola Mark IV to take pole position. Or can he? Let's not count him out. He's still got the 2nd and 3rd sectors of this lap to complete. Mark Shaw goes across the line. Another good lap, but no improvement. Stays in 3rd place.
So we look then to what can Ben Mitchell do in that number 4 Lola Climax. There it is, finding the time fastest. We're trying to catch up to what was the fastest time from Ben Mitchell. Shaw takes the checkered flag. Mitchell coming through. We wait to see what he can do through the chicane. Fastest of anybody in the first sector. Traffic behind, doesn't need to worry about the number 5. Middlehurst has popped up into 5th at the end, taking the checkered flag. Through the chicane then, just a couple of meters left to go. The puddle that was there is massively diminished. What can Mitchell do? Can he find the pace? Can he topple Willis for that top spot across the line? No, he can't.
Yes, he can.
Oh, he can.
1 minute 54. He's clear by 1/4 of a second. That was a fantastic.
Almost tight.
I held my breath in because he was compromised. Charles McCabe in the number 5 BRM tried to keep out of the way, and I thought, oh, it's put Ben on too tight a line going into Woodcote. But that was an exquisite lap. Andy Middlehurst finally suddenly found about a 1.5 seconds to move up to 5th place. But Ben Mitchell will be delighted with that. And for Andy Willis, his first flying lap was the one that sat there until what? About a minute and a half after the checkered flag had fallen. and alas for him, he'll be starting from the middle of the front row, but hats off to Ben Mitchell, they're fantastic lap for him.
Right at the bitter end, thought traffic might have bothered him through the final chicane, but 0.2 of a second is all it took for Mitchell to find his way to that P1 spot. Ben Mitchell in the Lola Climax, topping the times then for practice qualifying in the Glover Trophy. Ahead then of Andy Willis in the BRM, it's Lola from BRM, then Lotus BRM in the Stretton, getting third, Shaw clinching fourth in the Lotus 21, and Andy Middlehurst rounding out the top 5 in the Cooper Climax the Lotus Climax 25, and then Wilson, the Cooper Climax T60, just behind in 6th. Well, got a bit frenetic there at the end, didn't it?
Well, it did. I mean, 3 drivers in the top 6 improved their times on the last lap. Ben Mitchell taking pole, Martin Stretton, look at him there in the Lotus 24, number 24, going up to 3rd place, and Andy Middlehurst gaining a position, but more importantly, a couple of seconds. Do not count Middlehurst out. He's got the experience, he's got the form, but Martin Stretton, great job right there at the end in the Malcolm Thorne's Bredge Parnell Racing Lotus, so he's pleased with that.
Yeah, fantastic effort as well. I wonder, has the rain as well slightly eased up, looking a little bit brighter? We can't really look out of our commentary box windows because the windows are tinted, so we're a bit of a disadvantage on that front. But certainly very impressed that, well, pretty much all 30 drivers keeping it on the straight and narrow in that session. So that's always brilliant to see. And these fantastic Grand Prix cars, 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars, ranging from 1961 through to 1965, really being put through their paces, and it's not even race day yet for these guys.
No, they gained the experience of the track conditions today. By Sunday, hopefully rain will be something that happened on Friday, and they'll have a dry surface to play on. But again, a little bit of caution from some, not from Andy Willis. He was straight onto the pace, straight through the puddle, straight over the curbs, but it wasn't to be enough in the end with that lap from Ben Mitchell. There he is, car number 4 going in. So Lola take the pole.
Indeed, and you can see, just saw there John Surtees' name written on the side. Of course, John Surtees taking that car in his Formula One days. Surtees being celebrated across the weekend. And let's get official confirmation then of how it all ended up. Ben Mitchell fastest in the end, took it by just under 2.5 of a second. Lola Climax, then the BRM of Andy Willis in 2nd, followed by the Lotus BRM, Martin Stretton 3rd. Then it was the Lotus 21 and the Lotus 25, Mark Shaw, Andy Middlehurst rounding out the top 5. The Cooper Climax of Richard Wilson was 6th, then another Lotus 24 with 2 Lotus Climax 18s of Nick Taylor and Andrea Stortoni rounding out the top 10. Dan Collins couldn't quite sneak into that top 10 position. The Gilby of Carl Tilley finishing in 12th. Joe Colasaco's Ferrari 15-12 down in 14th in the end, so lost a few positions in the dying stages ahead of the Cooper Climax. The Lotus Cosworth and Nick Fennell down in 17th with the Cooper Climax T56, the Lotus 18 and the Lotus 21-24 Frank Triard P20. And then towards the back of the pack, the likes of the Derrington Francis of Jason Wright, the BRP BRM of Kurt Delbane, 24th. More Lotus action of the 24, the 18, down in 27th of Klaus Bergs. Then the Brabham Ford BT1 for Tom de Gresse, the Maserati of Danielle Saladoni, and the Lotus BRM rounding out the field. Well, let's take a look back then at these beautiful 1.5 litre Grand Prix cars celebrating these machines from 1961 and 1965. A race that is as old as the Goodwood Revival and older. Truly remarkable to see these cars in these tricky conditions, giving it everything, Bruce.
Yeah, the cars look right. The only real puddle was on the exit of the assembly area and on the approach to Woodcote, and the drivers soon learned the dry lines, and great to see some top performances as well. Just this incredible array of constructors getting close to the action at the front of the field, and we did have a mix. The top 4 positions at one point, 4 different constructors, and it was a question who was going to deliver pole position. Was it going to be BRM driver number 1? No, it wasn't. We thought it was, but right at the end, Ben Mitchell came through in the ex-John Surtees Lola to take the fastest time. So it was tricky. They kept the cars on the island. We got a cracking grid ready for the Glover Trophy race.
Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Huntington from back to devour the run towards the line. It's Huntington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
As the official luxury cruise partner of Goodwood Revival, visit our spacious cruise ship at Gate 2A as we celebrate the romance and glamour of luxury travel. We'll capture you looking your very best. You can chat with the crew and enter to win an unrivaled VIP experience with Regent 7 Seas Cruises aboard the world's most luxurious fleet. Come on board and discover why Regent is the best luxury cruise experience on the 7 Seas.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Glamour, style and competitive racing action make up the Goodwood Revival, the 26th year of the Goodwood Revival. Harry Benjamin and Bruce Jones with you, guiding you through the next action that we are straight into. Cars out on track for the Freddie March Memorial Trophy practice session. Now, these are cars in the spirit of the Goodwood 9-hour races from 1952 to 1955. So really recapturing that spirit of those endurance races which brought night racing back to the UK.
Yeah, they did. It was day into night, and it didn't seem to matter what the form book was saying when you arrived here for a good 9 hours. Jaguar normally tipped to win them. Aston Martin picked up all the spoils, and quite a few Astons in this race, and certainly it's a fabulous array of cars out here. Car number 2, Ferrari 750 Monza, looks absolutely fantastic. We're still getting a bit of spray being kicked up, but by and large this is the driest the circuit has been since the first cars and bikes went out this morning, and we are heading towards a 1-hour race to bring Friday to a conclusion. It may yet be on a dry track, and that was what was forecast all day. Ha! How we laughed in their faces.
Well, we'll hold our breath for that one and hope it comes to us. But yes, still a little bit of spray being kicked up out onto the track as we see Tazio Otis in the Ferrari 750 Monza, just getting a little bit out of shape, but holding on to it for the time being. But you mentioned those Aston Martins, some stunning DB3s to watch out for this weekend as well. So look out for those who did indeed take the spoils. Really humbled Jaguar back in the day.
Yeah, HWM, Hersham and Walton Motors, there is one of their fine vehicles. They went to Formula 1 as well, but really it was sports cars that was their métier. And Jonathan Turner, his car being driven by, it should be Gregor Fiskin, just looking to double check that that is the helm in car number 64. Yep, indeed. Well, it looks like a different helmet, but it's on our timing screen. It's Gregor Fiskin. Still waiting for that first flying lap to go on the board, but for most of the drivers there, going onto that pretty much now. They're just trying to work out where the grip is. It's in the paddock.
It certainly is, and getting a little bit of a toe there from the car in front to makes with a hand gesture, showcases that he's going to stay to the side. So nice gentle racing there in these early stages while they all try and figure out where they can go on the track. The 77 just in the background there of Nick Jarvis in the Allard J2X.
Driver change there for once. I called up Scott Morvan, you know, fantastic Formula 4 driver and GT driver since, really pressing on at that. We knew we'd have some cars going sideways. In fact, we rather love it, but that's Richard Woolmer in another HWM. This is an unusual one with a Cadillac engine, but look at that car control in super slow-mo. He got it straight, it wanted to twitch again, he adjusted the steering, but just keep the lock as straight as you can. And I think at the 4th or 5th time of asking, that car was straight again. Good job.
Yeah, nice work coming out of the chicane. You're right, you can tell that it has dried up significantly from earlier in the day because that huge puddle and it slowly dissipated.
It was worth it because that's the fastest car with one flying lap on the board by 3 seconds. A brilliant job from Richard Woolmer in Matthew Collins' HWM. C-Types very much in the mix. We're celebrating 75 years of the XK engine. Just astonishing. But it was 17 years in racing from 49 to 66, and the C-Types were the ones that really put it on the map, and that's Tiffany Dell pressing on and no doubt just loving every second. He's raced in every single one of the 26 Goodwood Revival since it opened, and still if you go down to Thruxton he'll give you a lap the way you look out the side windows.
Good old Tiffany Dell. The car actually originally purchased by world champion Giuseppe Farina as well, so it's got some amazing history in that. Part of the front grille as well, just taped up slightly, as Tiff really manhandles the steering, the back end kicking out, making his way nicely around the right-hander, but having to work hard at it all the way around.
Well, he's 3rd fastest, but Richard Woolmer so far clear, 3 seconds clear at the end of the first flying lap, and just banged something through the first sector that is, again, to be quicker than everybody else all over again. But can Tiffany Dell pick off Gregor Fiskin? Well, that's his target. Tiff has always raced in an orange racing helmet because his family background was powerboat racing, and powerboat racers wear those helmets because you could be spotted if you go into the drink, and it stood the test of time for Tiff.
Certainly does. Currently 3rd fastest though. Richard Woolmer is the fastest in that Cadillac in the 38, a 1:57.114. Let's see what Tiff Liddell can do coming out of the final chicane. Run to the line. About 5 seconds off the pace for the time being. Can he improve his lap time? He does indeed find time, and he pops himself up into 2nd.
Yeah, I think the real target time is to go below 2 minutes. Only Richard Woolmer has managed that. Now, a really unusual car here just doesn't look right in this mix. It's the Ford Thunderbird Battlebird. Just out the back of the shot, we've got Bill Shepherd at the helm of that, but we're looking at car number 64, one of the many C-Types, and it's just great having here. Gregor Fiskin was 2nd, back to 3rd, now back into 2nd place. He's 2.3 seconds down on Richard Woolmer. But Richard, just thought I'm checking, has Richard pulled off the circuit? I'll have to look at the moving map. Yes, I think he's stationary.
In the 38.
Yeah, just before St Mary, between Fordwater and St Mary. So he's done that time. He's going to have to, A, hope his car is fine, maybe just order combat for the moment, and B, will stay at the top. But what we want to look for, the driver who's gone into 3rd place. This car is in 2nd place. Gregor Fiskin really pressing on in Jonathan Turner's HWM Jaguar, but Scott Morvan was dragooned in at the last minute in place of Nick Jarvis in the fearsome Allard J2X, great big Cadillac engine car, and that is up into 3rd place, just a whisker ahead of Tiffany Dell.
Yeah, and then it's the number 24, which currently rounds out the top 5. Nigel Webb in the one of the other Jaguar C-Types out on track, about 5 seconds off the pace at the moment. Just behind him is this car. This is the number 25 of Matthias Silecki in one of the Aston Martins out there. The DB3 S, of course, as we mentioned. I think Jaguar was always the firm favourite back in the day of the 9 hours of Goodwood, or for that endurance-type racing. But these Aston Martins humbled them and really took it to their rival on every single occasion. And on this occasion, crosses the line, goes up 1 spot for the Aston Martin, up into 5th.
With all the success that Jaguar was having through the 50s, 5 Le Mans wins, Aston Martin's owner David Brown was green with envy, but 1959 they finally nailed it, and it's great to see the DB3Ss. Of course, it was the DBR1 that took that victory for Carroll Shelby in period, but the driver's still pressing on Harry, still getting the tail hanging out, and great to see. Loads of ground clearance, of course, quite handy if you go bouncing off over the curves here, and anybody going right out to the edge, there's every chance you go a couple of millimetres too far and go for a bumpy ride. And in the background of the shot, still pressing on very hard indeed, but that's our fastest driver. He's gone to the top, 1 minute 55.8 seconds. I was looking for him in 2nd place, but he's gone faster than Richard Woolmer. But as we said, Woolmer's car, stationary, it hasn't gone into St Mary's, or maybe it has gone into St Mary's, but not in the way he wanted it to.
No, we haven't seen anything on our screen, but perhaps may be a glitch, but he is At the moment, stationary on our track map, but Fiskin then fastest in the 64 that is currently on your screen now. That's the Jaguar making its way through. Then comes the 38 of Richard Woolmer. That's the Cadillac. And then up into third now is the 77 of Scott Malvern. Last minute driver change coming in there. And that's in the Allard J2X, followed by the 99 of Bill Shepherd in the Ford Thunderbird Battlebird.
One thing has been puzzling me, because I wasn't entirely sure it's Gregor Fiskin in the car. I was looking for a helmet with tartan on it because he's a proud Scot, but we're starting to think it might be a driver who's quite illustrious in touring car circles, the sort of guy who'd inveigle himself into a car like that. It may just be Jake Hill. It's certainly being driven with Jake Hill like aplomb, but let's wait and see. So it's car 64 we're looking forward to get a close-up of the helmet, but right now we're still looking at Richard Woolmer. Oh, he's going again. Okay, good. Back up to speed, and his last lap 1 minute 58, so he's bang on the money for second at the moment, but the clock is counting down, 4 and a bit minutes remain. So whatever was the glitch, the car is going again. And bear in mind, his time that stands was his first flying lap, so the pace is there in the car. He's surely going to go faster unless there is a technical malady.
I think it's a glitch because the number 2 is now registered as stopped out in the exact same position.
Okay, and in fact, Woolmer has done the right number of laps. He's on 5 laps. He should have been on 2 if he'd come to the side of the circuit. So please put up with us.
Yeah, and again, so the 38, we see it stationary, but then we see it on the screen, and it is definitely moving. So with just over 3.5 minutes then, Woolmer trying to close that gap of 1.2 seconds to Fiskin, who currently has the fastest time in the 64, so 1:55.861. It's the Freddie March Memorial Trophy practice session.
Now, of course, almost all the cars we look at have got beautiful, all-enveloping bodywork, but when you get a chance to look at the car that's third fastest, it's car number 77. Scott Malvern brought in to drive it. It's the Allard J2X. It's one with cycle wings. So, now here is a car that we think may... our timing screen has alerted itself. They are listening to Alice Powell, who was the person who spotted that, and so Jake Hill on the move.
Right down the inside as well of the 6 car, Joseph Rettenmeyer in the Maserati 300S. So bye-bye Fiskin, and hello Jake Hill, who's been in the car all along, and what was fastest now just been docked down to second now, because that is a mighty gap time.
Well, no, I tell you what's happened there. I don't think...
That's a cut the chicane.
Richard Woolmer has improved by a mere 12 seconds. Let's just keep our powder dry. We've got 2.5 minutes remaining. By God, the track is really drying out.
That would be something, wouldn't it, from Richard Woolmer? But it does say at the moment he's got over 12.5 second gap to Jake Hill. We'll see if that rectifies itself, or if indeed he's cut the corner somewhere. But a little bit of traffic though for Jake Hill coming through the chicane. Has to thread the needle, works that steering wheel. Out the exit, the 74 gets out of the way. That's a little lower down the field. Hunt at the wheel of that 74 car. That's the one of the other Jaguars, Martin Hunt at the wheel. So Jake Hill released from there, and to try and hunt down, well, 12.7 seconds.
Yeah, well, off you go. Actually, a pair of HWM Jaguars. The one we're seeing driven with the tail hanging out is the second fastest car. That's Jake Hill. The other one was a similar one, but again, subtle body differences. These cars almost, they weren't quite unique, but you could sort of ask for changes in body shape according to where you're racing. Do you need more cooling, etc., etc.? But still waiting to see a realistic time from Richard Woolmer. I think a 1 minute 43.1 seconds is quite remarkable. But Jake Hill isn't hanging around to find out if it's right or wrong. He's trying to make sure that he can take pole position in his own right.
Fastest of anybody through the first sector for Jake Hill. At the wheel of the car we look at now on your screen, the 64, coming up to a bit of traffic in the form of the Aston Martin, just ahead of it, but managing to keep it neat and tidy, and keeps it around the outside. Yes, the Aston Martin does get out of the way, and Jake Hill continues on his way. Fastest in straight line as well in that first sector.
Yeah, and it was also great to see the manners from Carlos Silecki there in the number 25 Aston Martin. He could see Jake Hill coming up, and he made it very clear with his indication, Matthias Silecki in the car. It is Carlos's car, but he said, right, go that way. Slight deviation had to come for Jake Hill, but he's really getting that to flow beautifully, that HWM. And his time is now at the top because Richard Woolmer's lap of 1 minute 43 or whatever it was has been taken away from him.
Yes, I think that's reality now, but I wonder if Hill can improve even more as he comes out of the chicane towards the finish line. He will just get another lap if he so chooses. 10 seconds left to go. Does improve his time. A 1:53.565. A 3.2 second gap to Woolman, who's now back down into second place.
Yeah, but what? Oh, now I want to see the Allard. You've got like the baby Thunderbird, but this number 77 is just a beast of a car. You know, you had to absolutely get this by the reins and just hang on. You had to show who was boss. Easier said than done. But certainly some of the drivers like Patrick Watts, who've driven these mighty Allards from all the way from Clapham, but with big American motors under the bonnet, you've got to be brave and you've got to really be committed.
That Allard taking the flag in third place. Tiff Nadell slotting in behind in fourth, and Shepherd in the 99 rounding out the top 5. Jake Hill, was he pushing? He's getting balked by a bit of traffic there. He doesn't need to push. He's fastest by over 3 seconds. As the checkered flag is now out, so making his way just behind the 24 of Nigel Webb in the Jaguar C-Type.
Yeah, look, I mean, Jake has absolutely backed out. He's got the job done by just over 3 seconds, so he'll sort of know that. But, you know, like all racing drivers, he still wanted one faster lap. Faster, faster, and faster, please.
Just nudging the nose out from the other side of the 24 and keeps his foot planted. Jake Hill, I'm not sure he really wants to come in at the end of this lap. He's loving life out there, quickest of anybody, and having a bit of racing action as well on the final inland. But he should come through the chicane and then either take the checkered flag or peel off into the pits, whatever he prefers, as he makes his way into the final part of the lap around this Goodwood motor circuit. But fastest of anybody then in that 64, which we thought was Gregor Fiskin. No, Jake Hill. Making his way through.
Well, he does go around one more time. I thought he knew in his heart of hearts when he'd have taken the checkered flag that was a lesser lap. Yeah, it was 5.5 seconds off his best time, but he would have enjoyed that. We enjoyed that. And he was a conclusive pole position setter.
HWN Jaguar then topping the times from HWN Cadillac. From an Allard J2X, with Scott Mulvin doing a great job, having really not had much time or even been on the entry list a couple of hours ago. The first of the Jags, the C-Type, Tiff Nadell getting into fourth, and then that Ford Thunderbird Battlebird with Bill Shepherd rounding out the top 5. The Aston Martin DB3S, Matthias Selecki, one to watch out for in the race on Sunday, starting from 6th ahead of the second C-Type of Nigel Webb. The Ferrari 750 Monza of Tazio Otis in 8th ahead of Joseph Frettenmeyer's Maserati 300S, and Gary Pearson's C-Type rounding out the top 10. Moving on to the second part of the field, headed by Ben Cousins in the Jaguar C-Type. Then another Jag, the XK140 this time, Rich Wilmot in 12th. 2 more HWN Jaguars lock out the top 14 before we see another Aston Martin DB3S. The Fraser Nash Le Mans replica, didn't see much of that out on track. Cliff Gray finishing in 16th ahead of the Fraser Nash Mille Miglia. Another Aston Martin, John Ure in 19th and 20th, Cooper Jaguar. 2 Jaguars, a D-Type, a C-Type, then a T33 and a C-Type, and a D-Type of Jonathan Turner rounding out the 25-strong field. Recapturing the spirit then of the original Goodwood 9-hour races, which brought night racing to the UK for the first time back in the early 50s, celebrating the Freddie March Memorial Trophy for cars between 1952 and 1955, and they were loving life out there, Bruce.
Well, the Goodwood 9 Hours, famous for having drama from start to finish. This, very much the same. The drivers were told it's a dry track. They went out, they found it was nothing of the sort. The puddles weren't as deep, but some of the pace was becoming phenomenal, and certainly Richard Woolmer really got going early on in the HWM Cadillac. But then it was the mystery driver, if you will. It was a driver we thought for a while was Gregor Fiskin, but it wasn't. Oh no, it was Jake Hill, the number 64 HWM Jaguar driver. He chose his moments, he hung the tail out, but he did a phenomenal job. But in the end, 2.8 seconds was his margin, with a late charge there from Richard Woolmer to try and close the gap. But the British touring car racer did a fantastic job. He'll be on pole position for the Freddie March Memorial Trophy race when it comes around.
Well, I'm now with the best dressed men of today. We have Charles, we have Ryan and Alan. And Charles, let's start with you in your wonderful tweed number, 3rd place winner. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So how was the inspiration for the outfit? How did that come about today?
Well, the inspiration came from up there this morning. Normally I would be wearing a 3-piece suit, but I just looked at the weather and thought tweed's going to work, and breeches work even better because all I've got to wash tomorrow morning is a pair of socks, no matter how muddy I get.
Well, it's all in the detail because even the socks are looking very revive and thrive, aren't they?
Well, I've had this outfit for the best part of 20 years, and I use it on a regular basis in the countryside. So it's just practical for the day.
Well, it's worked wonders for you today. Congratulations. And Ryan, also in a tweed number. I'm loving the hat as well.
Thank you. So what I've worn is basically what I'd worn at Goodwood during the 1940s and 50s while racing, spectating, etc. So a bit more relaxed fit to what the Brits are used to in the 1940s. But in the 50s, come with the more relaxed sports jackets, the slacks and the flat caps. A lot more easy to get along with.
Well, it suits you very well. You look very comfortable in it, and the judges have taken note. 2nd place, well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And to our winner today, the best dressed is Alan. Oh, we've gone all Western. Yeehaw!
Thank you. Yeehaw indeed. Yeah, so I mean, I'm mostly into the sort of the 1950s style. I thought, right, this is a perfect chance. You know, it's got the Western theme this weekend. I'll dust off the hat and the boots. A little bit muddy, although perfect for the rain though. And yeah, you know, how often do you get to put on sort of in a cowboy hat?
The cowboy hat is fitting you perfectly, but I'm also really loving, what do you call this here, the boulot?
The bolo tie, yeah, and a little Western shirt detail. Again, all from 1950s, apart from the bolo tie. But yeah, I tried it. The 50s suit and the 50s shirt is all you know, and the boots and the hat as well. So I do try and keep in the era.
Well, all 3 of you are really adding to the atmosphere here at Goodwood Revival. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing what you bring out for us over the weekend. Well done.
Fantastic work, Imi. Absolutely fuming. Why was I not entered for best dressed? That's a
because you have to be dressed well, Harry.
That right, Alice Powell. That's enough from you. It's Alice Powell in the commentary box alongside what should have been best dressed, Harry Benjamin, guiding you through the next session, which will be the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 as they head on to the track. Now, this is for production-based saloon cars that race between 1960 and 1966. Now, all went well earlier on, pretty much, for Part 1, when we had our professional and our celeb drivers doing battle in the first part of the practice qualifying session. So this now sees cars owners taking over the driving duties. So it will be still all to play for because we'll get an aggregate result from this as well to set our grid for the racing action coming up. But lots on offer, Alice Powell, in this session. Some beautiful cars, all celebrating, of course, that steep history of saloon car racing.
Yes, production-based saloon cars of a type race between 1960 and 66. So this is the 2nd driver practice session, as you mentioned, Harry, for the non-professional drivers, but I still reckon we've got some pretty good drivers certainly in here. It's a shortened session, unfortunately, due to running slightly behind, but as you said, we've got some great cars. We've got the Plymouth Barracuda, we've got some Mini Coopers, which are really nippy this morning in those weather conditions. Ford Lotus Cortinas, Alfa Romeo Giulias. There's loads of fantastic cars, and the Ford Galaxy 500, which you'll hear it before you see it, but when you do see it, it is a massive beast of a car. It is huge, and this potentially could be one drifting right into shot, nicely on cue. Well done for the production team. That is the Shepherd car, the 92, and yeah, just look at the size of that.
Yeah, those 5-litre Ford Galaxy 600, definitely ones to keep a lookout for. Also, the 2 rather unusual Plymouth Barracudas, one of which is owned by Duncan Pittaway, the man who tames the beast of Turin at Goodwood every year. So certainly a lot on offer there, but we will run through the runners and riders as we get them, and we can bring you an on-board as well. This, the 92 car, making its way, little bit of traffic as well, making their way out there. Oh, this is the Ford Galaxy 500 making its way through the chicane as well. And just they're gearing up for the first proper flying laps. But they are certainly going to have a little bit of traffic in their way. Phil Shepherd at the wheel of this one. Phil Shepherd, and making his way, trying to dive down the inside. Bill Shepherd, I should say, sorry. Bill Shepherd, I should say. My apologies. Around the right-hander, just trying to find his way through this huge 5-litre Ford Galaxy 600, trying to weave its way. You can just see the size difference as well, as the American muscle power makes its way through one of the Jaguars there, just on the right-hand shot of screen. But headlights then coming on as the light starts to dim, but I think we are seeing the sky starting to clear. Not many of the windscreen wipers going, so I think if there is rain, it is very light indeed, as the 92 continues to make its way around.
Yeah, and at the top of the times at the moment is the Ward in the number 124. That's the Jaguar Mark II. So he's top of the times at the minute. Very early stages, of course. We have a whole gaggle of cars actually making their way through the back corner there. That is Lavant Corner, and then we'll head down the straight. So all just trying to sort themselves out. Just under 11 minutes remaining at the moment. You can see how tight it is. Lotus Cortina to the right-hand side of the onboard car there. They're just trying to feather, and it's whether you go through the gap. The number 48 has just about left room. That's Richard Butterfield in the Jaguar Mark II. As they'll head down, and then we're going to have a norm. This is usually quite a tricky braking zone in the dry, let alone be it in the wet. And the number 8 car, which we were riding on board with, goes down the inside, the Stanley car. I believe this was the fastest car in the first session earlier on today, so we know this car can go around pretty quickly. As a misshift of a gear potentially coming out of the final corner there, and just going past one of the big Ford Galaxies, and that was our 92 that we were touching on earlier. And unfortunately for the little Mini, it's definitely not going to have the straight line speed of the Ford Galaxy, Harry.
No, not quite. It was Alex Buncombe who was fastest in this, in the part 1 of the St Mary's Trophy. Jason Stanley at the wheel now, the Austin Mini Cooper S, side by side with the Galaxy. And yeah, who has got the grunt? Well, it's the Ford that is making its way forward, but under braking, the Austin can slide down the inside and takes the position. Don't worry, it's not the race just yet. They're just practicing and qualifying, but 9.5 minutes on the clock, and they are not wasting any time indeed. First laps are coming through though on the board, and it's Ward in the 124, which is currently the fastest time out there, with 1:56.236 in the Jaguar Mark II.
And that was a really nice onboard with riding with Bill Shepherd there. We can see him heel and towing, heading down into. I think that was it Levant they were heading down to, so he was giving a little bit of a heel and tow. Here's our Jaguar coming across the line.
Yeah, this is the current fastest car, Chris Ward, at the wheel of that, making its way through and really getting the rear, stepping out of that. Nick Swift is currently second in the 76 car, just a few seconds off in that Morris Mini Cooper S. Well, actually, no, so say 0.6 of a second. It's
set of fastest overall,
and going quickly as well. It's Overington who's 3 seconds adrift, and Swift crosses the line and finds the time and goes fastest to 1:56.154, less than 1/10 of a second, splitting the top 2 cars at the moment. It's a Morris Mini, which is currently fastest, back to the 124 Jaguar of Chris Ward. A lovely little shot there. Was that a drone shot? Lovely. 8 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so times will keep on changing. Just having a look. The fastest final sector is held by the Mini Cooper S of Ben Colburn. He is sharing the car. There we go. Sharing the car with Christian Horner, who is slightly further down the field. At the moment, Ben is in 4th place. So these Minis still working pretty well in these drying conditions. Still a bit of standing water, but the majority of the large puddles that we see, we're catching out some people going down the straight, let alone on exits of corners, has cleaned up ever so slightly, which is always good to see. That's the 214 by the looks of it. Harry, that is a Matthew Holm in the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GT8, a popular car in this type of racing. Cute little coupe, 1.6 litre engine, and that weighs around about 700 kilos. So one of the lighter cars, comparing that to the weight of the Ford Galaxy, which weighs around about 1,500 kilos and has a 7-litre V8 underneath it. So great variety we've got out here, Harry.
Bruno Spengler's just gone 6th fastest in the Mini Cooper S. The Mini Cooper S, just displaced Max Chilton, who is now down in
that's a pro driver.
7th. Yeah, former Formula 1 driver, and the man, well, very different machinery to the McMurtry he takes up the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed with the hill climb record. So slightly different this time around in the Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Car off the track at the moment, that is the Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. I think, is it Matthew Moore at the wheel of that in the 22? No, it's Rivaz. It's Rivaz instead. So just finding the grass, and Francois Rivaz back onto the circuit.
Yeah, so just able to avoid any drama. 1-2-4 has set fastest overall of anybody in the first sector, and getting it sideways. Listen to that lovely sound of the engine, just about keeps it off the grass on the exit, heading up the slightly uphill Lavant Straight, and then we'll go appear back into view for those at Woodcote Corner. Just avoiding a little bit of traffic there, which clears out the way. Really tricky braking zone. You're turning and braking at the same time, and you can see he's going to run sideways, use all the road on the way in, and then drift style all the way out on the exit into the final chicane. A personal best in the middle sector, a few tenths, 4 tenths should I say.
And we saw it off earlier though, and that's the same car, the 22, the Alfa, that has found the barrier this time around. That would have slowed down the effort from Ward here as he comes across the line, and he would have had to lift off massively through that final chicane, and I believe that has cost him time as well. So Swift holds on in the Morris Mini by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. So Ward will have to try it again. Red flag though out, because there is extensive damage. Not the first time that barrier has been knocked out of the way, but for Francois Rivaz in the Alfa Romeo, that looks like it might be an early bath.
Yeah, it's just under 5 minutes of the session remaining, so I wonder, got front end damage there. They're quite soft, those barriers. Well, they're almost like polystyrene, but I'm not entirely sure what they're made of, but they're not as if you're hitting a tyre barrier, but it has got front end damage you can see there, and a little bit of tape stuck to the front left wheel. With just under 5 minutes of session remaining, I wonder if they will get this session underway again. We've seen a few, due to the weather and running slightly behind schedule, we have seen some of the sessions that don't have much time left cancelled, but at the moment it's Nick Swift in the number 76 Mini that leads the times, 3.5 tenths ahead of Ward in the Jaguar Mark II, which we can see on screen now, and just coming up on our timing screens that this session will not be restarted. So unfortunately, Harry, this is the final order for the St Mary's Trophy Part 2 official practice session.
Yeah, and it's the Morris Mini of Nick Swift, fastest in the end, but what could have been for the Jaguar had we not had the incident and the red flag for the Alfa Romeo. Nothing between these two cars, and that is the aftermath of the barrier, and the reason we have the red flag and the reason the session will not be restarted. This is not the final session of the day, it's the final practice session, but we will have a race to round things off for the day. The first race of the Goodwood members meeting in 2024, I should say the Goodwood Revival, the 26th year of the Revival. Race 1 coming up next. The Sussex Trophy will be out in force, but we'll have to repair some damage done first of all. But sneaking in as well to the top 3, we had the 55 car making its way up there with Colburn at the wheel of that one. sneaking into the top 3, but covered by 1.1 seconds. And then Shepherd in the 92, Bill Shepherd, managing to get up into 4th with the number 8, the fastest car in the first part of the St Mary's Trophy, this time with Jason Stanley at the wheel, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, so Swift, I wonder if he's having a little look if there's a timing screen down there, having a look to check out where he is on the timing screen. The number 6 car of Max Chilton, just in front of him, down in 7th place, 3.6 seconds off Swift's fastest time. As the marshals, a big shout out to every single one of them for sticking out the rain. Of course, you fans out there too, it has been some awful weather, but just in time for the Sussex Trophy. Looks like it's starting to, a dry line is starting to form in areas of the circuit. Still quite slippy out there.
Certainly is. Just casting an eye down the field. Duncan Pittaway, we mentioned that unusual Plymouth Barracuda to look out for. Down the order a little bit though. Pittaway finishing in 14th as the Goodwood marshals get to work, and it's not the first time they've had to do that today. It probably won't be the last that we'll see of them throughout the weekend, doing a spectacular job. And, well, exciting to get the first race shortly underway to round off a damp first day at the Goodwood Revival, but the weather forecast does look like it is going to improve for the rest of the weekend. So we can all cling on to that for dear life.
Well, you've just jinxed it now, so well done.
Thanks, Alice. Appreciate that.
I never trust the weather forecast, but yes, it's hopefully going to be better. But the racing, whether it's bright sunny skies like it was last year, or we've had the rain that we have this morning, it'll still be fantastic racing across the entire weekend. And we have got some great racing coming up, and we'll have a race after this session as well.
And well, this is how it ended for the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul Part 2 practice. Nick Swift fastest in the end, but could Chris Ward have challenged had it not been for the red flag right at the end? The Morris Mini getting the better of the Jaguar Mark II. Then Ben Colburn in the Mini Cooper S, the top 3. Bill Shepherd in that huge Ford Galaxy 500 getting into 4th ahead of the Austin Mini Cooper S of Jason Stanley. And Martin Overington as well sneaking into the top 6 ahead of Max Chilton's Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Joel Eriksson out there as well, the Jaguar Formula E test and reserve driver in the Jaguar Mark II in 8th ahead of Bruno Spengler, and Gregor Fiskin in the other Ford Galaxy 500 rounding out the top 10. 2 Alfa Romeo Julius Sprint GTAs in 11th and 12th before the first of the BMWs. The 1800, Tom Sharp in 13th. Duncan Pittaway's Plymouth Barracuda was 14th ahead of an Alfa Romeo. 2 Ford Cortinas are up next, Sean Lynn and Nick Jarvis, before Richard Butterfield, Niall McFadden and Tim Crichton in the Ford Galaxy 500 rounding out the top 20. An Austin Mini Cooper and a Ford Galaxy 500 head up the next sheet ahead of the Ford Anglia of Michael Sheraton, another Plymouth Barracuda of Dwight Merriman. 2 more Alfa Romeos, Rivaz Francois, the reason for the red flag at the end ahead of Matthew Moore and Christoph Stahl, and 2 Alfa Romeos clearing the rest of the field. Mike Hilton and Christian Van Lanschot, 30th and last. Well, let's take a look back then at part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy for production-based saloon cars that raced between 1960 and 1966. We had part 1 earlier on in the day, and now it was time for the other drivers to take over. And it really was, Alice, a bit of a marker set down early doors by the Jaguar Mark II, but the Morris Mini also finding time before, sadly, at the end of the day, the red flag brought out early doors for the Alfa Romeo, which already had an off and then found the barrier right at the very end. So that prevented the Jaguar Mark II trying to get above and beyond the quickest car out there. This man, Nick Swift, in the end, finding the quickest lap time, 3/10 clear of the field to end the St Mary's Trophy action for the day.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
There's a Lee Miller to see you.
Beautiful.
Only non-military access for women.
We're getting ready, aren't we, for the invasion of Europe?
I'm heading to the front.
I'd stay away from that window. They got snipers.
Bad things do happen to some of us girls. Once you've seen it, you never unsee it.
Lee. Only in cinemas September 13th.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Well, I'm here with Jeff and Tracy Jane, who are so immaculately put together. I had to stop you. Tracy Jane, let's start with you. What a beautiful outfit.
Thank you, thank you.
Can you tell us how you put yourself together? Every detail has been thought of.
It has. I usually start a year before to get the hat, the gloves and everything sorted. This is actually a suit I've had previously from America. The fur I found in a charity shop, which I was quite happy with. The hat is original. Did pay a little bit more for the hat than hoped for, but pretty much, yes.
And you complement each other so well. Jeff, talk me through what you've got here, and I've noticed your pocket watch already.
Well, that's my is my grandfather's watch, which I do carry for these events, complete with chain and etc. The suit it's probably not original 50s, but it is very close. And it's a fabulous fit, and as you say, it's selected for today because we work together, obviously, on what we're going to wear, and out of our wardrobe, and Tracy's huge wardrobe, we normally get there.
And do you know what I think? Finishing off the look with a hat is just so elegant, don't you feel? I really miss seeing that in our modern day.
I love a hat. I've got quite a few hats at home, about 50. Stacked strategically in bags and boxes, yes.
And we were just chatting earlier, you are local to Goodwood, so this is your stomping ground here at Revival.
It is indeed. We live 10 minutes away in Cocking, so lovely little village, and it would be really rude not to turn up, wouldn't it?
And coming here year on year then, what does it mean to you to enter this magical land?
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's like a step back into the past where you can enjoy past glories, fabulous motorsport, absolutely love the racing and the cars, and the general atmosphere. It's just great.
Sums it up quite well, doesn't he, Tracy Jane?
Yeah, he does indeed. It's just beautiful, and there's so many lovely people, and the costumes, and it's just marvellous. Absolutely lovely.
Well, an absolute pleasure to see you both here, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Look forward to seeing your other outfits. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Goodwood sets the standard. On September 18th, 1948, Goodwood Motor Circuit hosts Britain's first professionally organised post-war motor race meeting. At the 2023 Goodwood Revival, the Fordwater Trophy was the first historic race in the world to run on sustainable fuel. And now the 2024 Revival, all cars will race on sustainable fuel. Another significant first for the Goodwood Motor Circuit. Goodwood, racing green.
Yes, last year saw 30 sustainably fuelled Porsche 911s put on a show for the Fordwater Trophy. But this year, the whole of the Goodwood Revival entry list, cars and bikes, will be ran on sustainable fuel. That is a monumentous moment, David.
It's an incredible achievement, and everybody involved should be very, very proud. It's not just a big moment in historic motorsport, it's a big moment in motorsport general. to keep all these cars, these beautiful cars that we love watching, on the track in a sustainable way, it's just got to be a good thing.
Yeah, and still competitive. And we're about to see the first race of those sustainably fueled machines get underway with the Sussex Trophy. So let's take a look at our race explainer to give you a taste of what to expect in this one. It's so good that we get to see a race underway on the Friday. I'm excited for this one, and if practice qualifying is anything to go by, David, it's going to be a good race.
It's always great to get the first race underway, and on a Friday they're just peeling out the assembly there behind us. We have some fantastic cars. It's going to take us into the night. It's a Sussex Trophy, first race of the Goodwood Revival. We've got some great drivers, some great cars. We've got people like Tom Christensen in 13th on the grid. He's going to be trying to come through the pack. I just spoke to Dario Franchitti there. He's in a Lister Jaguar flat iron. We have the Nobly. The flat iron's a little bit lesser known, but he only drove that car this morning, as is the way with Revival, and he's so excited to get out there and get on there. But he's just loving it, and as is everybody else. The headlights are on. They're excited. I'm excited. It's going to be good.
Yeah, certainly. And there's some definite names out there to look out for, like you say, Tom Christensen. Just some other ones to note as well. Qualified in 4th is 3-time Le Mans winner Andre Lotterer. So he's definitely one to look out for. But the commentators might be able to clarify this, that I think maybe one of their laps was disqualified for exceeding track limits. So that will be interesting to see. Q4 definitely fighting for a podium position, but also qualifying in 2nd was 3-time British touring car champion Gordon Shedden. Now that's definitely ones to look out for the race. So we'll get to the commentary team who will be able to talk us through this one.
Well, we are looking very much forward to getting some racing underway here at Goodwood, and the Goodwood Revival, the first race of the weekend, the Sussex Trophy. And yeah, we've got some on board as well. So on board with Joe Macari here, as he will be one of the contenders taking on this 1-hour race with 2 drivers per car, of course. So looks like we're going to be seeing a track that is going to be drying out. He shares that with Andre Lotterer in car number 3. So we shall see how that goes as we go throughout the rest of this race. And it is a bit of relief in the background, Alice. You can actually see a little bit of blue sky in a few places.
I know, we had to double take, sat here in our tinted window commentary box, but it's great to see that the rain has finally stopped. It's looking very busy down there on the grid as I look out my commentary box window. The drivers are just making their way onto the grid, and appreciate every single one of you who stayed and braved the weather all day. But I promise you, the action you are about to see with the Sussex Trophy is going to be worth the wait and worth the rain.
It is indeed, and as the lights are on already, we shall see as it gets a little bit darker just how this is all going to operate. But it's going to be great fun to watch. You've got a lovely mixture of machinery, of course, here for the Sussex Trophy. Cars, including some of the great sports car machines from Ferrari through the Lotus 15. We saw plenty of Lotus 15s doing very well in qualifying, but it was also the Lister Jaguars that have really qualified very near the front end. Now, on board there with Ollie Bryant, he's a little bit further down in his Lotus on this one than sometimes. He's down on the 4th row of the grid. But with the changing conditions, we could be in for some very different results as we go through the course of this race. Be very interesting to see how that all works out. And the Lotus is definitely quick. I mean, we've got a Lotus on pole position with several Listers then around. One Lotus on the 2nd row. But the Listers are proving to be very competitive here this weekend, no doubt about it, as we have seen many times. Lister Jaguar, the team created by Brian Lister in Cambridge, back in that period of the 1950s. Early sort of 1950s was when they started racing the Bristol cars, and they adopted some of the Jaguar engines as we were talking about earlier with the celebration of the XK engines. So cars moving up onto the grid now, and this gives us a little bit of an example of how that lineup is going to look. And you can see definitely the track surface is a little drier. There'll be a few damp patches around maybe, but generally it's going to make the racing a much more fun in a way, because when it's wet you tend to get them all spread out quite quickly because of the vision and the difficulty of finding a dry line. Hopefully we'll get into some good racing here.
Yeah, we will. Slightly easier for the drivers to get these cars off the line compared to the conditions we had earlier, as some people are just trying to spot out their grid spots. The marshals doing a great job, and also the mechanics as well, giving a wave as you try and pick out the grid spot you need to line in. So we see our front row is already sat there. Second drivers poking their heads into the cockpit to give their final words of advice, final words of good luck before we'll get underway. An hour long, as you said, Ben, high quality machinery, boasting some of the very best prototype and production sports racing cars of a type that raced between 1955 and 1960.
Well, there's the car on pole position. It's the car being shared by Stefan Jobstel and Andy Willis, and they set that pole position time earlier on today. It was not a huge advantage. So we shall see how that goes. But alongside the car that will be shared by Gordon Shedden, although Shedden is not actually starting it for the race, it is going to be Saif Hassan who starts the car on the middle row, and John Spears is going to be starting on the outside of the front row. Joe Macari, we saw him on board the number 3 car just a few moments ago, of course. That's the Lister Jaguar Nobly. And we shall see how this all pans out as we go through the rest of the event. But it's so we gather Rob Hall is actually going to be driving the number 5 car from the start, because interestingly Rob wasn't on our list originally for the entry for this one, shared with Andy Willis. So I guess it's Rob Hall who's going to be, well, it's Rob apparently who's going to be starting the race with this number 5 car. And we'll see how it goes from that pole position with Saif Hassan and John Spears alongside. Lotus on pole position, the beautiful, delicate little Lotus there, the Lotus Climax 15, which was very effective in the wet conditions. Will it work quite so well when we get into some slightly drier conditions here? That's going to be an interesting one. But of course, the Lotus 15, it was a developed version of the 11, the Lotus 11, which had also had success. Mainly didn't have wins at Le Mans, but it did have a lot of success in other forms of sports motor racing in the 1950s. And it was the first sports Lotus to have independent rear suspension with the Chapman struts. Gearbox was rear mounted as well, and very, very effective. So we'll see plenty of those Lotuses, but it is the Lotus that is on that pole position. 30 seconds until they get the green flag to get a real sense of how the track is for the start of this race. So they've got the green flag lap, come around back to the grid for the start, and it's a little bit of a slow getaway for Saif Hassan from the middle of the front row, but it looks as though all the cars are moving off the grid okay.
Yeah, just about managed to pull away as they streak through now, gently through the first corner, getting themselves up to temperature, maybe getting a little taster of what the conditions are like out on track there. These clearly very high, well, they're very difficult to get off the line, to say the least. So don't be surprised or alerted. We see a few drivers really pulling away so slowly, because they are not the easiest pieces of machinery to get off the line. As we see drivers trying to build tyre temperature out there at the moment.
Absolutely. So we shall see how they develop and how they get a feel for the track as well. Down towards the back, you've got a few different cars. The Cogger Ferrari number 117, that's the one that's actually starting right down at the back. Tiffany Dell is in one of the cars down towards the back. He's in the number, he'll be in the number 8 car. I don't think he's in it right now. John Saunders is starting from the back in the Lister number 8. You can just see that right at the back, that very distinctive front end nose to that machine. We've got a few of the D-types, number 7. You can just see that coming through there. That's the car shared by the Pearson family, Gary Pearson and John, in their Jaguar D-type long nose. So you've got this the Jaguar D-types, the Lotus Climax 15s, the Lister Jaguars. Number 22 just nipping through there. That's lovely to see. That's the Julian Majoub, Alistair McKay Sadler Chevrolet, which is a very rare machine, but it's lovely to see it back in racing condition once again. Created by a USA engineer, born in Canada, in fact, began building race cars in the 1950s and worked with John Chigero as well, and he created this this Sadler sports car, and they used a Chevy V8 small block initially as well, and so one of the first race cars ever to use the Chevy V8. So let's have a look at the starting lineup then. And on that pole position is the Lotus Climax. Alongside, we've got a couple of the Lister Jags, and then on the second row, again, it's a combination of Lister Jaguar versus Lotus Climax. Further down, again, the Lister Jags showing good pace in the damp conditions earlier on. Another Lotus down in 9th place. Ollie Bryant's a part of that. He's had a lot of success here, of course, at Goodwood over the years as well. Keep an eye out for some of the drivers later in the race. Tom Christensen, for example, he'll be in the car that's starting in 13th place, car number 11. Nicolas Minassian, he's in the car that's starting from 15th position, so some superstar sports car racers. Johnny Molan, he's in the Lotus Climax 15 that is starting from 16th position and right down towards the middle of the field, down to 19th place. We've got the number 14 car of Nick Fernborough and Oliver Crosthwaite. And then down towards the back of the grid as well, as I mentioned, we've got a few different machines down there. The Sadler that I mentioned, number 22, the Skega Ferrari and the other Ferrari 250 TR, and then at the back the Lister Chevrolet Nobly, which Tiffany Dell will be a part of during the course of this race, but he is not actually starting this race. It is being started by John Saunders. So there we go then. We are all set for the first race of the Goodwood Revival in its 26th year, this most prestigious historic motor racing event, really celebrating the first period of Goodwood motor racing after World War II. And here we are in 2024, ready for the very first race of the weekend after a challenging day in the wet. Now we're getting slightly better conditions. We're getting ready to go racing. The flag waves and the race is underway. It's an excellent start from pole position by Rob Hall, who's got away very effectively. A bit of a poor start by Andy Wallace, a bit further down the field there by the looks of things to me. But they are getting down into the first corner at Madgwick, trying to work out where the dry, where the wet, what line to be on. And so far, so good. Everybody managing to stay on the tarmac, which is the crucial part. Well, what a good start by Rob Hall, who's taken that pole position, got away well, and has got the advantage. But there's a good battle going on behind. John Spears is now up into second position, number 88, under threat from the number 24. That's the Roger Wills, James Davison car. Roger Wills driving it at the moment, and Roger, I think, is going to squeeze past.
Yeah, lovely move, and Roger started in 5th place. He started on the second row. We got a drone camera showing us a great shot of them filtering through the second part of St Mary's. The 88 running slightly wide. We've got our onboard car now, giving us a great view of attacking the Spears and Greensall car as they come into Levant Corner, and everyone keeping it nice and clean, nice and calm and steady for this opening lap so far then.
Yeah, absolutely, and missing out a little bit, Saif Hassan, who started on the front row, number 17. He's dropped back a little bit, but we've got others moving up, and this number 1 car particularly started down in 9th place on the grid and now charging up, and I think Ollie Bryant's in the car at the moment, in fact, and making up a good bit of ground and really gaining up amongst the front runners and going to be into the battle for the lead. Oh, off has gone the Sadler that I was talking about. What a shame. The number 22 car, is it just stuck on the grass now with the wetness, or they're trying to get it out of the way, but it's not quite working, as meanwhile, could be another pass. No, it's not a pass a second just yet, but Ollie Bryant really pushing on hard in the number 1 car. A little bit of slipping and sliding. You can see it's still not dry, and you've got to be challenged, and here comes the number 24, Roger Wills. Roger Wills coming down the inside to take the lead. Yes, he's managed to do it.
He slides down the inside into the first corner, so Lotus Climax 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Lister Jaguar, the 88, there you just saw in the background, is in 4th place, so we've got a very good battle. You see that the number 1 car, the Smith and Bryant car, our on-board car now, sails down the inside as they've made their way through Fordwater. Next up will be St. Mary's, which is the fast right-hander, then quite quickly into the left-hander.
Signing hands up, that presumably means there's a yellow flag in that area. That's normally a driver indicating they've seen the flag. I couldn't quite spot it, but there's no flag here, so perhaps presumably they're still back to full racing in another part.
Yeah, I think we've just got the yellow flags. I'm sure I saw them here on the outside. That will be where the Majoub car, the number 22, there's the green flag now, so back underway. They can go full gas again. You can see the number 1 shining the lights down on the Hall car in front. The gap across the line. The 88 now sliding down the inside, and we have a safety car, Ben. So safety car is going to halt these overtakes for now. However, our timing screens are saying it's a safety car, but looking for the drivers, they're still trying to make moves.
He's given it back. Sensible. He's just seen the flags and the board, the SC board, and he's realised, oh, I can't overtake. So he backed off. That was well played. Won't get any kind of penalty for that, I am sure. So leading is Roger Wills. As you say, it's a Lotus mix of leaders at the moment. They are suiting these conditions absolutely perfectly. The delicate, very pretty Lotus Climax cars, not as powerful as the Lister Jags, but the Lister Jags, despite getting off the line, they just haven't really been able to deliver the power with the slipperiness of the circuit. So the safety car, a rather beautiful safety car, E-Type Jaguar, ready to take them all along at a sensible pace and gather them all together while they do some car rescuing. Now, we've got a chance to look back at the start of that race with a bit of onboard action. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, so a great launch off the line. See, some of them around didn't get the best of starts, and already this car is up to P2. A lift of the throttle, just trying to feather through the traffic. There is the number 17 car, tucking it down to the inside. The 88 is gone, that you can see up front. Got a really good start. And then just trying to make sure you take a risk if you go around the outside, but really lovely done, lovely stuff. And you can just see the constant corrections that these drivers have to make in these wonderful bits of machinery through Fordwater there, which is a much tougher corner in these very slippery conditions. A bit of jostling for position as we head down into the first part of St. Mary's. The 88 gives room, very sensible. The Spears and Greensaw car gave room. And then you can see the underset just starting to kick in. And you go for throttle, and it's squirms all over the place, but the Smith and Bryan car all over the back of the Lister Jaguar. And there, unfortunately, is Julien Majoub's car. So I wonder if something's broken there, because he was just having to turn the wheels of that of his car to get it in, to get it to turn instead of using the wheel. Maybe, but they're getting it into a much safer position now. So this is the cause of our safety car. We're not sure, Ben, how he's ended up there, what happened, if there was contact with another car, but huge disappointment so early on in the race.
Yeah, it is a great pity, and it's a lovely car. He wasn't very far up the grid, but it is in a safe place now, so hopefully we won't be under safety car for too long. That onboard that you were talking through was wonderful, and Ollie Bryant, who is in the number 1 car, from the start, so he started in 9th place, and he was almost challenging for the lead by the end of that lap, of course, but effectively, but then we had the safety car, he had to back out. So it's been a very rapid move up the order, and we should be in for still a very entertaining race once they get up to top speeds again. Up front, Rob Hall, who has that commanding point, but not by very much. Well, he had that commanding point early on. He's dropped back down a little bit. So at the moment, that leading car of Roger Wills is doing a fantastic job, but I think he's going to come under a lot of pressure, Roger, from Ollie Bryant once we get this race back underway. A few cars down towards the back, and here we go. We are back to racing. Safety car in. We're on to green flag. So now we're straight back into it, and it is Roger Wills in the white number 24 leading the race, but not by very much, from the green number 1. Both are the Lotus cars that have been so impressive in these conditions, I have to say. And Ollie Bryant's putting some more pressure on.
Yeah, he's going to be under a lot of pressure. Is the 24, the Wills and Davison car that come through Fordwater now. See constant corrections being made by the drivers behind the wheel. Is he going to have a little look? Is he going to be brave enough to go down the inside? It's a very risky move, but no, thinks better of it. And we'll have to wait now I would say, going up the bank corner as they go through the second part of St Mary's. Our drone camera catching some fantastic shots. So here we go. Is he going to have the pace to just sneak it down the inside, or is he going to wait for the even longer back straight, which will head down into Woodcote corner? Yes, thinks better of it. Takes a little bit of a wider line to get the cut back through. He'll slip right behind in the slipstream of our race leader.
Yeah, let's see if he can make that work, because it was this area that he was lined up to overtake before we got the safety car out. He's not as close as he was that time, in fact. And Roger Wills has done a good job of holding on, getting a good exit as they come down the straight. This is always a challenging place to try and overtake, because you've got a double apex right-hander as you come down into Woodcote. Can you find a way past? Trying around that outside line, but it's a bit of a tricky one. Ollie Bryant looking for the space, but very nicely driven by Roger Wills up front. Is there a line into the chicane? Not quite. So again, Ollie's going to have to wait. Can he get a good exit? Early on the power on exit. And in fact, Roger Wills had a bit of wheel spin, had to control it. In fact, they both got wheel spin, and it shows you just how slippery it still is.
Yeah, it's slippery as a snake as they head all the way up the straight here. You can see how difficult it is to keep these cars in a straight line in these conditions, just going up the main straight, so through into Magwick corner now. I'm really enjoying this onboard. We're going to see how hard these drivers have to fight. Where he's just biding his time, Ollie Bryant, waiting for the best opportunity. There's still 51 minutes of the race remaining. Of course, it's a two-driver race. They will come in at some point to make the pit stop, but he's looking very close now. But he's going to brave it round the outside, heading into St Mary's. He's going to make it stick. I think just about. Great move by Bryant.
Oliver Bryant has taken the lead of the Sussex Trophy. That was a lovely move round the outside, and as much as it's been pressured and it took a little while to find a way past Roger Wills, Roger could not fend him off at that stage. So Ollie Bryant has taken the lead. Now, are they going to stay together? Are they going to continue to pull away a little bit from the opposition? John Spears is currently in that third place in the first of the listers, the very smooth-shaped Lister Jaguar. But let's have a look at this move once again that you were talking about, Alice. And it was a very quick run through Fordwater. And then as they come down towards St Mary's, he's got that perfect outside line, brakes a little bit later, and he's able to take the line into the first part of St Mary's before the left-hander.
Yeah, you can see just desperately trying to give it some squirts of throttle to get it round. So he's already stretched his legs a little bit at best of anybody in the first sector. A big improvement in the middle sector as well. And you can see getting out of shape coming through the exit of Woodcote, but gets it stopped. Our poor tyre barrier there on the right-hand side of the drivers has seen many collisions throughout today. There's the number 5 car that was our pole sitter. Unfortunately, no more. Has fallen slightly further down the order, down in 4th place at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving out a little bit, but maybe still in the battle to a certain extent. 6th place is the number 17 car that later on will be taken over by Gordon Shedden. And that could see some big changes, of course. 8th place, the number 23 car that Andre Lotterer will be driving later on as well. So that potentially could be a real front runner. And then we've got a little battle going on there, as coming through is the number 26 car, and that means that is an engaged Nicolas Minassian being the starter of the 26 car, the very experienced racer Nicolas Minassian finding a way past the Pearson D-Type. Gary and John sharing that one today. So that is a good game for Nicolas Minassian, but how much further can he go? Meanwhile, this is also a little bit of an attack going on right now for the number 23 car. Johnny Molan was a part of that, but it is actually Barnaby Grimes who's starting the race in the 23 car. Johnny Molan will be taking it on later on, and there you can see the pressure is still on as he tries to find a way past, but it's proving to be a little tricky at that section. But now as we come down towards the right-hander, Lavant, and then onto the straight, that's when there's going to be a good opportunity.
Yeah, and now we have the long, slightly uphill straight that goes into Woodcote corner, so they'll be looking to time their moves to perfection as the 17 gets a little bit out of shape, and flying on through does the Lotus Climax, the smaller, lightweight, more nimble front engine power compared to the Lister Jaguar. the Knobbly, which gets its name from its distinctive and I would say odd curved design. And there, going into Woodcote Corner, our great graphic there, the Grimes and Molan car. And now there's a little bit of a queue starting to form behind the number 17. And the next car to come up behind is another Lister Jaguar Knobbly. The Lotterer car is going to have a look now to try and make their way forward, but they're under pressure from a Lotus Climax, the Manassian and Wood car.
Yeah, and that is Nicholas Manassian, who's now putting the pressure on him. He's going to the outside as they head down towards Madgwick, and that's a pretty straightforward pass, in fact. So that's another place gained by Nicholas Manassian. He's now up into 9th position in the number 26 car, having started somewhat further down the field. So it's going well for Nicholas at the moment. It's a question of how much further. They started in 15th position. So now getting himself up into 9th is a good gain, but there's still a bit more work to be done here. 6 laps completed. Remember, this is a full 1 hour race. We've got 46.5 minutes still to go. We're not quite into the pit lane opening period just yet. We've got another little bit of time. It's 20 minutes into the race before they'll be starting to come into the pits for the driver changes, and that of course will be crucial to it all, and it can often be a real case if you get a safety car period at a time when drivers also want to make the change, so that can completely affect the outcome of the race. This is now the battle for 2nd place, however. This is looking pretty close because Roger Wills, who was the earlier leader in number 24, is coming under more pressure again from John Spears.
John Spears was 1 second quicker on the previous lap. You can really see how much that gap has closed down through Woodcote Corner. The large puddle that was there earlier on has disappeared now, come through the final chicane, and it's going to be all over the back of Wills. As you said, Ben, pit stops will be coming soon, but one thing, if you do catch a safety car, it's great if you time it right, but it's a very narrow, very small pit lane, so it's quite difficult, especially if all majority of cars come in at the same time. There's not enough room for all of them, so you have to time it well, otherwise you'll be waiting for a while. But we go back now to the battle slightly further down the order.
Yeah, that's right, and just seeing how this all goes as Macari now in the number 3 car. We've got the onboard with him. He's currently running in 9th place, but coming under a bit of pressure now from the number 54, which has moved up very, very effectively as well.
Jarvis, the Malvern car.
Yeah, that's Nick Jarvis.
Its way through.
Yeah, Nick Jarvis is making the progress through according to that anyway, and making some good moves up the order here. Still some wobbling, it's still pretty slippery out there. There's still a lot of control to be done. I'm surprised we haven't actually seen more cars falling off the track than we have.
Yeah, so they're all doing a great job. We're at this greasy stage, aren't we, where you expect the track to continue to dry lines to be formed, but it just seems to then take its time. So extremely slippy conditions. Don't rub wheels, boys. They keep it nice and clean through that part of St Mary's, then into the second one with your Brave. You're going to send it down the inside there. So the queue that was only 3 cars behind the number 17, the Salmon Shedden car, is now got certainly more than 3 as they're all jostling for position. This is a fight for slightly further down the order. It's a fight for 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, it's good fun. Mark Donner is in the number 41 car. He's sharing that with Alex Brundle, who will be taking on a little bit later on. Meanwhile, Nick Jarvis is in the number 54 Lister Chevrolet, and he'll be taking that over, passing that over to Scott Malvern, who's another rapid racer too. So lots to look forward to here. The racing going on between cars right now will continue with different drivers. Still got this battle for 2nd and 3rd, and in fact it looks to me as though they're getting caught a little bit from behind as well by the number... Oh, right, it was the back marker they got past. So it is just these two who are battling for the 2nd place. It's still close between them. Yeah, it was the Ferrari in the background that they had just managed to get past. So the actual next place car is quite a long way back. It is still the number 5 car right down at the back that was on pole position, that Rob Hall is currently driving. But John Spears, in his 70s, he's doing a lovely job in the number 88 car here, really keeping the pressure on in that Lister car that was with a bodywork designed by Frank Costin, brilliant designer in those years, a very smooth, aerodynamically stylish car, the blue and white machine, and well, he's using the toe as well to try and get a little closer and battle harder for that 2nd place.
Yeah, this battle's going to continue for a few more laps. So the number 88 was over a second quicker, but now they've caught up to the back of the number 24 in the Lotus Climax. Unable to find a way through, and the pace has dropped off by over a second. We've still got this battle raging for, I think that is now, we're still 7th spot. They're going to have a little bit of traffic further up the road eventually, so they've spread themselves out a little bit, but still plenty of opportunities to come the way as they try and all make their moves further up the order. Gap at the front though, Ben, 8.4 seconds at the moment, so a large gap. Times aren't really improving out there as traffic is still starting to get out of the way, certainly for our top 3 drivers who've have come across traffic already.
Yeah, you're right, but not too many incidents, thankfully. We did lose Majoub's car. They got it out into a safe place, of course, early on in this race, but looks as though most of the other cars are still running. And we're going to get into some more racing, of course, once they start coming into the pits and having a battle. Oh, as I mentioned, just as I say, not many people have gone off. Well, there you have got a car off. It's the Ben and Justin Mayer's machine, the Cooper Climax T49 Monaco. And thankfully, the car's okay. Justin is actually at the wheel of it at the moment.
Exit of St Mary's, was that? I feel like it possibly was, but managed to, as waved on by the marshals, managed to get itself underway. Here though is our race leader, 8.2 seconds up the road. Not setting personal bests at the moment, but as you can see, got a little bit of traffic to deal with. Ollie Bryant doing a great job. He's coming through Woodcote now.
Yeah, doing a very good job, as you say. Those lap times are pretty effective. The others are not far off now in terms of lap time, but the lap time a little bit earlier on was very good to sort of build up that advantage that they've got. 9 laps completed, and we're nearly at 40 minutes now to go. Plenty of time to go. There's a lot that can still happen here, and of course any instant safety car periods, the pit stops can often go a little bit wrong as well. They have to keep to. We are going to see people starting to come into the pits pretty soon, because the pit lane will be opening in a few seconds' time. It sort of depends when you get to the line. You're not quite going to be able to come in yet if you're one of these battling for second place, but behind, I think there will be an opportunity. Yes, pit window is just opened, so there you go, pit lane open, and we will start to see a few cars now heading into the pits, and perhaps handing over to the professional drivers that haven't started some of these.
And this is what's really good. Sometimes sometimes we have got some of the more professional drivers starting in the cars, but others we wait to see the professionals turn up, and the 88 getting a little bit out of shape, still chasing down second place driver. 9/10 was the gap as they crossed the line. There we go, number 24 holding second place spot at the moment. That looks like it might have stretched a little bit more than 9/10 of a second, that they've navigated some traffic. And here we have our first of the pit stops. That is the number 23 that's coming in. That is the Lotus Climax car.
Yeah, and Johnny Moll's about to get in, so we'll see how Johnny gets on. And as you said, we're watching a few of them all heading into the pits now as well. And Alex Brundle ready to go, as you say, in the number 41. That's going to be fun to see how he gets on, because that car was in that top 10 group, very much a part of the battle. And also coming in with our onboard camera, an opportunity now for a changeover. This is fun to watch from the onboard camera, isn't it? Almost getting knocked out of the way.
And you can see, actually, a great shot of how tight and narrow this pit lane is. Gordon Shedden hops into the car now, so we're getting a good host of drivers coming out. So if their non-professional drivers have fallen back slightly, this is the opportunity now for the professionals to try and make their way slightly further up the order. Shedden springs to mind, Lotterer springs to mind, Alex Brundle as well. He'll be looking to try and make his way back into the top 10 as some of the pit stops are complete, right on cue. They come out of the pits, and Bryant, so our race leader, Ben, he is into the pits just trying to look for his team, and it's so compact there at the end of the pit lane. There you go, watch out for your teammate in the team waving you in. Stops, there's a seat insert that will slide in as well. and the co-driver sometimes opts to help strap the driver in. They're not the easiest things to get out of, but there we go, a change now.
Okay, so, but is that?
I think that's Ollie Bright going.
That's Ollie getting in, isn't it?
Getting
That is
in,
Ollie.
yeah.
We'd heard that it's not. It's Ollie getting in now. Ollie
The
Bright.
confusions of the helmets. Which
Yeah, the helmet colours are virtually the same, aren't they? But it's Ollie. I wonder if that is an Ollie Bryant helmet actually that's been borrowed over. So I think that's right. So in fact, that was a very, very impressive performance from his teammate, who's done a great job to get to that point, hasn't he? Really, really good. And it means that Ollie Bryant's now got a much, much better chance. So Andrew Smith, who did the start of that race and has come in quite early, and now handing over to Ollie Bryant, this is a huge opportunity for them to take the victory. So Ollie now in the car with very similar crash helmet design.
That's what's thrown us, as it looks identical. So the number 24 has now taken over the lead. 36 seconds the gap. That's the 72 going off at part of St Mary's. So just managed to avoid the van. It's the Cook and Cottingham car a little bit further down the order. They currently lie in 21st place.
Let's have a look, see how it happened.
Just going to lose the rear, I'm guessing, going into... Oh, that's a very scary place to go off, and especially when you're going to spin back in front of the traffic. The number 9 doing a good job to avoid, and the 72 doing a good job of not sailing back into the oncoming traffic. Whether that's talent or luck, I'm sure. We'll say it's talent.
Wonderful, wonderful stuff. So we shall see how that all comes out. But also, you can see Tiffany Dell just joining the track in number 8. That's not one of the front-running cars. That was right down at the back from qualifying. But good to see Tiffany Dell back out there. Johnny Molan, number 23. He's really putting some performance into the little Lotus, though. And as he's chasing after the number 41 car that is now Alex Brundle. So you've got two very, very talented drivers here, as they have made their pit stops, but of course there are plenty that have not made their pit stops yet, and the race lead at the moment belongs to number 24, which is the Roger Wills car that started up front, near the front, and was the leader early on in this race. That car is still now back in front, not having made a pit stop, but you're seeing some vital battles that could decide some key finishing points later on. Alex Brundle just here protecting from Johnny Molan. Wider line for Alex. Is he looking for a bit more grip on the outer line as they went through Lavant? And now onto the Lavant straight, where can he go to full throttle as early as he would like? I doubt it. It's all a bit tricky. And even the kick left, slight uphill here. You've got to be a bit wary. Flat out through here in the dry, so straightforward. In the wet, not so easy.
No, it certainly isn't. But Alex has been in various different types of machineries this weekend. He's spent a lot of time on track, but a well-known racer, huge amounts of experience and extremely fast as well. So he's back in the number 41, as I said, dropped down slightly further down the order outside the top 10. So he'll be looking to make his way further up, back into the top 10, but he's under a lot of pressure from the 23, and he's going to be under pressure all the way down the straight into turn 1.
Johnny Molan had a bit of an off earlier on today qualifying. There was a problem on the car, actually, I gather, that something went slightly wrong, and there was a bit of damage done. They've repaired that front end, though. They've done a good job with it, and he's going just as quick as ever. There is our race leader, so you can see there's nearly a lap difference, but that's because this car has not yet come into the pits to swap drivers. So the white number 24 car is still leading this race, but hasn't made a pit stop yet, as these two are fighting further down the order. They're actually fighting for what is currently 11th place, but of course that will change considerably once we've got a few more coming into the pits. There are around 6 cars in the top 10 that have not yet made a pit stop up front.
6.5 minutes remaining to make that pit stop, as still Brundle under huge amounts of pressure from Molan. Alex will be soaking it up like a professional, heads up to Lavant corner, gets the car stopped, doesn't feel the need to defend. Molan's having a look down the inside. Alex is fully aware that he's there. Cuts back across, maybe on a slightly better line was Alex, going on the outside, being able to straighten the car up a little bit on the exit. Can see that Alex Brundle constantly fighting the wheel all the way down the straight. So this kink now, which is usually a fairly simple kink, is much tougher when you've got these slippy conditions, as Alex is very good, more comfortable on the brakes down in Woodgate. We've got the 72 has got more issues, so I wonder if there's an outstanding issue on that car. You can see they've just fired it back up, still in 21st place, further down the order that they would have liked, but back underway. Let's have a little bit, we're getting a replay now of an overtake. So the 54 braves it on the outside and makes a lovely move as they then file their way. And actually the leader's now in, Ben.
Yeah, okay, so this is going to be a crucial stop. Let's see how this goes and how it'll change it for Roger Wills, who has been leading this race. He had an initial advantage, dropped away a little bit in that initial run, but now Roger is jumping out, and it is time for James Davison to take over, and James Davison will have the opportunity now to fight hard, but we're going to be perhaps into a different... Oh, look at this! Had to go out wide there, Ollie Bryant, because it was all getting a bit tricky going into the chicane. He does make the move on the exit. This could be for the lead, effectively, now that the other car has stopped. This is for the lead, and Ollie Bryant is in front and has now got the lead of the race, but my goodness, had to cut across the grass and managed to get away with it as Davison now comes out, taking over from Roger Wills in the number 24 car. So that's where he comes out. You can see the gap now. He's come out in that third position. Quite a big gap to the top two that have gone past.
It's around about 14 seconds. But Bryant, who definitely is in the car now, the lead car, the number one, set at 1:49.3. So setting fastest laps overall. We're going to get a little replay here, Ben.
Yeah, let's see how... In fact, Manassian's in the lead car of these two. He hasn't pit stopped yet. Oh, he just felt, oh my goodness, I've got to cut across because I'm almost alongside. It was quite an intelligent thing to do in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see the car turned it. Yeah, it was his only option really. That gap was closing quite quickly, so to avoid contact, and we're going to get the onboard. You can see just thinking about it and thinking those reactions, a little bit of shake of the head as well, but a good idea to cut across the grass. Let's see if he gives a little look. No, focuses his head straight on down the road.
But he did take it straight away. If I was him, I might have just backed off and waited, because you might get, told you've gained an advantage by cutting across and then overtaking. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Minassian will come into the pits pretty soon now, because the pit window is still open, but not for a great deal longer. But this is the lead car. So Ollie Bryant, having taken over from Smith earlier on, who did such a great job. Andrew Smith did a really good job in that early part of the race to take the lead. And now Ollie Bryant's got a pretty big advantage, because the next car that has actually made a pit stop is well, we'll see what it is. It was being shown as 13 seconds behind. We'll see actually a bit more accurately this time as the leaders come over. And in fact, Nicolas Manassian is coming in this time. So from second place, this will obviously drop him down the order.
Yeah, I'm sure the track limit brigade will be on the blower complaining about that one, but Manassian's in now. Wood will step into the car. 20 seconds is the gap then, so that's a large gap. The Wills Davison car will be hoping for a safety car at some point, and that's still a possibility with 29 minutes of this race remaining.
James Wood taking over the car from Nicolas Manassian now. So James Wood, we'll see how he gets on for this second half of the race. But of course, Nicolas Manassian is the true talented driver who got the early stint in that number 26 machine, the Lotus Climax 15. So we shall see how that develops. There is our race leader, and Ollie Bryant, who's had plenty of wins here at Goodwood over the years. He's now got, as you said, a 20-second advantage. He's in a very, very strong position indeed, the way this has worked out. So he's just lapping lots of other cars. He just needs to stay out of trouble now and make sure nothing comes from the stewards after that incident. There's certainly nothing being reported, and it looks as though he's in good form. What we might have, of course, is a bit more of a battle for second and third, although there's a bit of a gap right now. We'll be keeping an eye on Nigel Greensill pace, because he's currently in third place. That's the second place car you're looking at now, number 24. And currently now in that car is James Davison. The gap between Davison and Nigel Greensill, as they went over the line last time, was 12 seconds. We all know that Greensall can be very rapid, but I have to say Davidson has just done a pretty decent first stint as well, so this is not going to be easy for Greensall.
Greensall, though, has set a very good first sector, matching the pace of Bryant out in the lead, and he's done a decent middle sector as well, so we could see this gap close down. Remember, we've got traffic that's going to come into play here, so keep an eye on that. Shedden is setting good lap times. We've still got a few cars that need to make some pit stops, Ben. We've got the Pearson, the number 7 car, Birch and Stevens, 21 car that's still due to come in the pits. And then the Baratti car, the 77, that is the final car in the top 10 that's yet to make a pit stop, and a few others outside the top 20 that need to come in as well. So majority of the pit stops have been done, but we've got some great battles slightly further down the order. It's very congested going into Woodcote Corner.
I tell you what, though, James Davison's a very talented Australian driver in that second place. So I think for Nigel Greensall to catch him is actually going to be very difficult.
The 26 just put, sorry Ben, the 26 just put their hand up. That's the Manassian Wood car. So I think they may have come into the pits, maybe something not gone their way during the change, maybe a belt slightly loose. So let's have a look, but still more drivers coming in to make the pit stop. You see the mechanic just popping the head in there to see if there is an issue and heading round. Maybe they feel like there's a puncture, or maybe they're pulling out some bodywork. Maybe there's been some contact that we've not seen.
Yeah, maybe, as you say, the driver's obviously concerned about the feeling of the car, having taken it over from Nicholas Manassi, and James Wood is definitely not happy. Meanwhile, our race leader is still Ollie Bryant, having taken over from Andrew Smith in the whoa, big slide from behind there. The number 6 Jaguar almost getting out into trouble. Chris Ward, that is. I mean, Chris is a huge talented driver, but he got into a big slide then.
3.8 litre engine wiggling underneath too much loud pedal, and the number 11 as well in a Cooper Jaguar T38, also snaking its way down the straight. So here we go, Ben, and that's some car control right there. That's heart in mouth stuff. I'm sure that the heart rate has definitely increased. It's certainly increased ours, that's for sure.
But he knows he's got Tom Christensen behind him as well. But Chris is hugely talented, plenty of historic racing success over the years, lots here at Goodwood. And look at the control is wonderful to watch. Now, well far behind is Christensen, not far. You're watching two highly talented drivers on tricky conditions in these beautiful cars. That wonderful number 6 Jaguar D-Type long nose, and being chased by Tom Christensen in the Cooper Jaguar 38, the T38 from 1955, the D-Type also from 1955. So they are cars that were very much competitive with each other in the 1950s in the major sports car racing. In the 1950s, sports car racing was almost as, if not more important than Formula One at that time. Sports car racing was a huge deal. And so for the likes of Jaguar and for the likes of Cooper as well, and many of the other manufacturers, it was vital. For Jaguar particularly, of course, because they were selling so many road cars to be successful in sports car racing, which they were. But it's lovely to be able to enjoy this. Further back, got a battle for 7th place. Gordon Shedden is currently in car number 17. And of course, Gordon now trying to make up a bit more ground. And right behind him now also is Scott Malvern. So Scott Malvern's another talented driver. Great Formula Ford experience from his younger years, lots of victories. And then into other forms of sports car racing. Oh, he's put a wheel on the grass there, Malvern. Managed to get away with it.
Yeah, desperately trying to get through the traffic. This can be where you can gain some time on those that you may be chasing down, or open a gap from those that are chasing behind you. So just trying to navigate the traffic as cleanly, as quickly as possible. Much easier said than done, of course, but he is chasing down the number 17, so hoping that the traffic's going to play into the favour. They've got the 21 in front, that it actually is slowing down, but still part of this race. That's not traffic. My apologies, but Malvern having a look down the inside. He's going to be very brave to send it into Woodcote Corner. No, thinks better of it. I wonder if he's going to try down into the chicane, a bit like we saw Bryant do earlier on. So, again, thinks better off it, going to sit and he's going to wait for this slightly uphill main straight into turn 1, Ben, but you can see constantly, desperately, Scott Morvan trying to get his foot flat to the floor, and he's not going to have quite enough to challenge into turn 1.
It is fun to watch this, a really good battle between the two of them, and both in different Lister cars, slightly different design, but from that period. Gordon Shedden in this ex-Ecurie Marston Gregory car from the 1950s. Into the pits there is the
Pearson car.
Pearson car, yeah, so...
Making their routine pit stops. I don't think that is any trouble as the Shedden and Scott Morvan battle continues.
Yeah, Scott Morvan is still keeping that pressure on, isn't he?
He is,
not
through the first part of St Mary's.
It's not easy for Gordon Shedden to hold off Scott at the moment. We'll see whether he's going to be able to do it. Scott's actually competing in the 2024 Michelin Le Mans Cup GT3 with Porsche, in a Porsche at the moment. Huge amounts of karting and Formula Ford success, as I mentioned, including the Walter Hayes trophies, the festivals in Formula Ford, UK champion, lots of British GTs, and thoroughly enjoying his time in historic racing now.
I'm just chuckling at Scott, desperately trying to get on power to get a good exit up the straight. And Scott Morvan in the Lister Chevrolet is still one of the very few Listers with the original Body 1. So one of the very few Listers that raced it in that period with either Jaguar or Chevrolet engines. This, of course, got a Chevrolet underneath. It looks like that gap's certainly opened up, so maybe Shedden actually has set a personal best in that middle sector that was over a second quicker than Scott Morvan, but 26.
Still in trouble, isn't it?
It's still got some trouble. Now, they were pulling just having a little look. There's nothing seems to be rubbing there because the mechanic was pulling the left-hand side of the bodywork, but he's doing the right thing, putting his hand up to signal to the other drivers behind that he's coming into the pits. But the Smith and Bryant car, 33.9 seconds last time around.
That's
was
astonishing.
the gap. So stretching the legs and actually done a personal best middle sector, personal best fastest last sector as well, and nearly matched his best overall as well.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable for a lead that they've got. It's looking great, comfortable. Let's have a look at a moment. So it's an advantage to get past two cars in this little battle.
Alex Rundle on the right-hand side there.
And then a chance down in towards Madgwick Corner as well.
Brave on the brakes.
So, very, very nicely done indeed.
I love these camera shots. What great camera shots we've got. One looking forward, one looking behind. We're back on board now. As you can see, coming over the crest, onto the brakes, trying to get the car stopped, trying to get the car rotated, and then the long level straight, slightly uphill now. Here is the tyres scrabbling the grip. Small kink, which is a tough corner, especially in the wet for these historics, and then on the brake where you've got to get the car nice and straight. It's braking and turning, and now I'm having a look at the timing screens, Ben. The Spears and Greensall car is looking to charge down the number 2 car, and they've just set fastest overall of anybody in the first sector, which is 0.4 of a second quicker than the Wills and Davison car, which is in P2.
Okay, so that is something, a battle for second could be coming along anytime soon. We were just watching Andre Lotterer on that onboard that was making those moves, gaining places and doing a fantastic job. So that was good to watch. Number 41 car that we've been watching, Alex Brundle, still having a good play at the moment. Is he going to be able to fend off Chris Ward? We shall see. Number 88, this car was running well early on, and now Nigel Greensall in it is catching up for a battle for second place. So when they went over the line last time, he was 4.7 seconds behind the second place car, number 24. But I think he's already gaining a little bit more, as you say, because he's doing some very rapid sector times around the lap. New fastest first sector of anybody, and that gap has come down a little bit more 24 just going over the line. You can see in the background slipping and sliding a little bit on that lap, but he's got it down to 3.7. It's not as though it's miles every lap, but he's gaining bits and pieces, isn't he?
Yeah, so the gap's coming down. Traffic again can come into play. You can hopefully catch it right on a straight, and the driver kindly lets you through, or you can get stuck in the middle of the corner and you lose precious time. But the track's certainly improving. The Bryant Smith car's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.215. Green sectors are pretty much all that's flashing up on our screens at the moment. Spears and Greensall car just lost some time, 0.8 of a second in that first sector. Again, caught up with traffic, but a majority of the drivers throughout this field, Ben, are setting personal bests. So that just shows cars are clearly getting lighter, less fuel, but also track conditions are improving.
They are improving, but quite slowly. That's what throws me a little bit. They haven't improved very quickly. It's taking time, but yes, gradually, with more going around. In theory, you should be getting a drier line all the time, but these narrow, pretty hard tyres that everybody uses always makes life a bit challenging. So you've got a good little battle going on here between 16 and 41. So you've got Marino Franchitti versus Alex Brundle in this particular little battle. So number 16.
Brundle getting a little bit compromised with some traffic there. He's managed to make his way back up into top 10, just set a personal best last time round, chasing down the Franchitti Patmore car. So he'll be 1/10 of a second was the gap across the line. So he'll be chasing as they're heading up to St Mary's.
Yeah, that number 16 car is the fairly unique Lister Jaguar flat iron. It has a very unique look to it, but as you say, being chased hard by Alex Brundle right now in the number 41, the Lister Jaguar. Slightly different shape, of course. Oh, and he gets a bit of a slide, but sorted out nicely, Alex Brundle, and continues the battle.
Great car control. He's in one of only 12 original cars built in 1959, and this car has been continuously raced since 1960. As slightly further up the field, Shedden makes his way through past the 72 that's had a couple of excursions. So just passing a back marker, getting sideways, getting on the gas, and the 72 will slot in behind.
Where is Molam's dropped back a little bit more than he was earlier on. Johnny Molam, number 23, has definitely dropped back a little bit compared to where he was, but yeah, they're still coming over the line. So there's the race leading car of Ollie Bryant after Andrew Smith's great first part of the race, great performance, and handing over to Ollie, who's done a very similar job and setting rapid times. There's a battle right in front of him, so he's got to be a bit cautious here, because when you're into somebody else's battle.
Sorry, Ben, this is the Grimes, Molan and Macari Lotterer battle that he's having to split up. So he's already lapping up the order, so he's already lapping 7th and 6th place. Very impressive.
Yeah, Johnny Molan must be thinking, oh my goodness, how can I be being lapped on this at this stage in the race? We've still got 14 minutes to go, but yeah, sounds like, Johnny, you're being lapped right now by the race leader. As we're taking a little look here at the James Davison, Roger Wills machine. James in the car, and he's still doing a good job of holding that gap, but it's down to 2.2 seconds, the gap between himself and Nigel Greensall. Two talented drivers. This could go all the way to be a battle all the way to the checkered flag here, couldn't it?
Yeah, and I think it will be. I think the number 24 got compromised in the last sector with a little bit of traffic. So we're back to the battle between the 23 and 3 cars, as the Lotterer Macari car has a little look down the outside going into Woodcote Corner. That would have been very brave stuff. Thinks better of it. Ollie Bryant still trying to navigate some of the traffic. He's got ahead of him the number 8 car, which will be lapping for the second time round. That's the
Tiffany Dell.
Yeah, Tiffany Dell and Saunders car, and it follows nicely through there. The Grimes phone a car and goes, thank you very much. And unfortunately, the number 3, the Lotterer Macari car, gets stuck behind.
Yeah, Andre Lotterer, you're on board with Andre. He would have been a bit frustrated there. It wasn't Tiff's fault. Tiff was keeping out of the way, Tiffany Dell. But Andre Lotterer, because of where he met him, he couldn't really do anything else, so he lost a little bit of ground. But Andre Lotterer is still putting a lot of pressure onto Johnny Molan. Meanwhile, here's Nigel Greensall, and he's done another best first sector of anybody as he's continuing to just chip away the gap for second place here. There you are. That is the battle for second place we're watching right now. The leader has a massive lead over these two, but this fight for second could go all the way to the flag. 12.5 minutes to go, and for the moment, Davison is holding on. Let's just see what the gap is as they come over the line this time. It's down to 1.6 seconds between them.
It's coming down. It's coming down. Lister Jaguar Costin versus the Lotus Climax 15. The Costin, which is the more aerodynamic counterpart to the Lister Nobly, and we've got several of those out on track. Lotus 15 Climax, lightweight, nimble, but it's about to come under a lot of pressure. And another good first sector from the Spears and Greensall car.
It's lovely to see this. This car, the number 24, you're looking at great history. This is a very early Lotus 15. And funny enough, it was raced by Bruce McLaren and by Sid Jensen here at Goodwood in the TT on the 13th of September 1958. Isn't that amazing? And now it's got history. It was sold to Australia. Huge race history in Australia. And it's lovely to see it back here at Goodwood and, well, in a battle for what is going to be potentially second or third, a potential podium finish anyway. But Nigel Greensall is still keeping that pressure on right now. So, back on the board with Lotterer, and Lotterer's now got a chance to get Johnny Molan, number 23, that's Johnny Molan. Both of them are coming up behind a car that's being lapped. Oh, a couple of cars being lapped, in fact, and that's costing Lotterer a bit of space.
Yeah, Lotterer's not lucking in with the traffic here, is he, Ben, at the moment? But he's managed to navigate it quite nicely, or the best he can. Gordon Shedden now has set the fastest first sector of anyone in the race. So he's trying to chase down the Jarvis and Malvern car, and the gap there actually 1 second. So that's why he'll be setting purple sectors. Back to the battle for P2. Looks like the gap's sort of stabilised. 0.8 of a second, so it's come down ever so slightly. Still 10 minutes of this race remaining, so plenty of opportunity to have a look. Is he going to have a look?
Interesting line he's taken. He's trying to find a different grip on the inside, and it seems to be working. Nigel Greensall may have a chance, but on the exit, in fact, Davison just about holds on.
Yeah, just about does enough through Fordwater now. A little kiss of the inside curve there, and getting a little bit out of shape, and then they'll bleed down into the first part of some areas.
Nigel Greensall is still putting the pressure on, but it's so tricky in these damp conditions. In some areas, he's got fantastic pace, and he has just set a new fastest lap on that previous lap. But you could see that James Davison's doing a brilliant job as well. Off has got number 81. That's the Mike Malone, Ben Cousins car. Oh, that's a great shame. And this might, of course, cause a safety car period, mightn't it?
That this could, and the gap, the Bryant car, which is over 40 seconds, he's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:46.486. This will really heavily cut his lead, so we'll keep you updated to see whether the Malone and Cousins car can get out of the gravel, because this will really bunch up the field, and we've got some close battles. And actually, Ben, to say that the times are fairly similar, with everyone sort of trying to navigate some traffic, and when they lock in. But look, this gap is as close as it has ever been heading down the main straight.
Yeah, and at the moment, James Davison is having to work very hard. We're just seeing Nigel Greensall using a slightly different line this time out of the chicane. He's still going to try that inside line once again. So, is Davison going to stay around the outside? No, he can't this time, because Greensall has taken it. Greensall has gone into second place. I'm not sure. Can James Davison come back? He's having a go at it. But I think Nigel Greensall made an absolutely perfect move. He's got a bit of traffic to kind of help him out here as well.
Yeah, and it has helped him out. The number 21 to just shut the door, non-intentionally, of course, on the number 24. So he had to feather out the throttle, a little bit more traffic. I'm just looking. I still think the 81 is stuck in the gravel. Here's a replay. Really brave stuff, but full of confidence on the brakes down into turn one. Managed to keep it, to get it stuck, keep it up nicely on the inside. And actually, I'm just hearing in my ear that the number 81 has just got out of the gravel, so we won't be seeing a safety car, much to Bryant's relief. 42.9 seconds is the gap at the front now.
Yeah, he still does have fastest lap, Ollie Bryant. As you say, it's a bit closer now in terms of the lap pace, but here we are with our race leader, and he's still setting some very rapid laps. This driver and car, what a great combination, and brilliantly done by Andrew Smith earlier in that first stint of the race as well. It's been a good combination, and it looks as though the Lotus Climax 15 is going to be taking victory in the first race here at the Goodwood Revival this weekend. But we've still got these great races going on between some other top drivers as well. Nigel Greensall now having, let's just, yeah, we've got a little bit of on board as well with our race leader. So this is a fun view. And you can just see that there's still quite a lot of work going on the steering wheel.
Yeah, there is. And I'm just looking a little bit further down the order. Lotterer last time around was only 0.8 of a second behind Molan. That's a battle for 7th place, and I'm hearing in my ear that he has just got past him, so we've got a change of position for 7th place. Lotterer making his way up. He's in the Lister Jaguar Nobly, making his way past the Lotus Climax 15.
Here we go then, this is how it works. This is the onboard view of Andre Lotterer, and that was partly traffic, I think. Maybe Molan had to give a bit of a lift, I don't know, but it looked a bit like it.
Yeah, and the extra power there from the Lister Jag to able to boost his way past.
Always tricky when you find traffic at just the wrong moment and you have to lift off and you've got someone behind you who has a clear run on full throttle pretty much. But this has been some great racing between the pair of them. As you say, this is fighting for 6th position, so there's a little switch there. Lights on, lights important now as the sun has dipped away more and more as we go into evening here at Goodwood. And a day that has seen a lot of rain, but thankfully a little bit drier for this final stage. But not a track that's got easy by any means, and we've seen them all slipping and sliding around.
And now, best first sector overall for Scott Mulvin. He's chasing down Gordon Shedden. That gap was 1.1 seconds going across the line. I can tell you now from the sector times it's going to be much closer than that. We'll try and pick them out at some point. They'll be coming into sector 2 shortly. So throughout the field then we've got some really good battles going on. Lotterer has opened the gap between Molan now, so he's in a little bit free air. There's our 3rd place car, the Wills and Davison car, which has just dropped 3.3 seconds off the Spears and Greensall car. So that gap, and here we go. So this is the number 17 is Gordon Shedden. Behind him is the 54, Scott Mulvin. So that gap has come down significantly. Scott's all over the rear of Gordon Shedden and Lister Nobly, and then we've got Mulvin in the Lister Chevrolet Costin. And you can see the gap. Scott Mulvin a little bit more confident on the brakes there as they're sliding around, desperately scrabbling for grip as they cross the line now. Just over 3.5 of the second. Flames spitting out of the back of Scott Mulvin's car. He does his down chains, feathering the throttle through. So this battle raging. 4 minutes left to go, Ben.
Yeah, indeed. And you've got Chevrolet power in the second of these two, Jaguar power in the first. So in theory, the car behind has that more horsepower from the Chevrolet engine. But it's getting that power onto the track in these still slippery conditions, which is not easy. So it's helping him close up a little bit, but then getting onto the power in the right places, not overdoing it. That's a challenge. But I have to say, Scott Malvin's been driving a really good race here, and he's putting Gordon Shedden under, as you say, some pretty serious pressure. This could be a change before we get to the end. Only 3.5 minutes to go. No doubt about the race leader, though. Ollie Bryant absolutely, totally in control right now, and it's further down the order that we're keeping an eye on some of these close battles. But again, it's lovely to watch talented drivers in older cars showing us just what they can do. And you see so much more sliding, so much more car control with these older cars than you tend to see with modern machinery with downforce and big slick tyres.
Yeah, and the traffic's going to play a little bit of a part too. The plane spitting, costing, benefiting ever so slightly there. The number 9 doing its best job to get out of the way. There we go, the plane spitting right on cue as they drift through Woodcote Corner. There is our race leader, 45 seconds is the gap. Just cruising round, just keeping it on the road, navigating the traffic, trying to stay out of trouble. And it's been a fantastic drive from Brian and Smith, both putting in an absolutely stellar stint. We've still got 2.5 minutes left to go, so I hope no commentators curse, but he's making his way across the line once again to take another lap, and not a personal best lap, but still very competitive.
Yeah, it is a good time. Still does some 147s, but others are in those 147s. And in fact, both Malvern and Shedden were, this lap wasn't quite so quick because they had a bit more traffic to play with, but the previous lap they were in the 46s. Not quite as rapid as Bryant had gone a little bit earlier, but very close to his time. They're coming up to pass another machine. That's the number 68 that they're going past. That is the Cooper Jaguar T38 of Manuel Elizabe and Tazia Otis. They're a bit further down the order, but it's always lovely. Whatever you're out in one of these classic, very valuable sports cars from the 1950s that provide such entertainment up front, but also for those drivers, bringing cars that have great history to the Goodwood track and we can enjoy whatever their position they're in. It's still a real joy for us to take him on board. We're still keeping an eye, though, on this one. Gordon Shedden versus Scott Malvern. Gordon's doing it all just about enough at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. So he's got a little bit more the legs down the straight, maybe getting slightly better exit, but Malvern a bit more comfortable on the brakes, and that would make sense. The Lister Costin is more aerodynamics compared to the Knobley that Shedden is in. And they've got, however, Ben, I just saw up the road, they've got a whole host of traffic to overtake, which they will catch in the middle of this lap, if not at the start of it. But Scott Malvern's particularly close, ducking in the back. Is he going to have a look down the inside? He's very good on the brakes. Is he brave enough to have a go? No, Gordon Shedden covers it nicely, but they will have this traffic in front of them. You can see it there. Yeah. They're in their own battles as well. And Ollie Bryan will come across. So this will be the final lap. So very interested to see how this Shedden and Malvern battle will turn out. And there we go, they're in amongst the traffic already. Yeah, and it's still very, very close between them. So is this going to make a change? As Gordon Shedden, number 17, is holding on to this position right now from the number 54 that is so close to Scott Malvern. But Scott Malvern's looking for any opportunity, and if he can get the traffic to work his way, there could be an opportunity to snap past and gain the place. Okay, it's not for a podium, but it would still mean a huge amount to pass a driver of Gordon Shedden's tremendous history, multiple British Touring Car champion, of course, and always very rapid here at Goodwood, whatever he's in. And Scott Malvern's thoroughly enjoyed putting him under all this pressure. And he's still there, but he still hasn't quite found a way to get past. More traffic coming up ahead, but remember, the race leader is on his final lap here, and we're going to see that checker flag come out very comfortably indeed for Ollie Bryan shortly. Right, down into the end of this lap. They will get one more lap as well because the leader is behind them, so it's not quite over between these two. It's got close. Scott Malvern's just set a personal best for anybody, so fastest overall in the middle sector, but Gordon Shedden's going to be compromised along with Scott Malvern into the chicane. They're going to be nose to tail. Gordon Shedden will be saying, please, please move out the way, whereas Scott will be saying, no, great, hold him up, stay there. This is an opportunity to try and make a move. Just having a look, Rowland and Lotter have traded places once again. So that was 7th and 8th, but here is Ollie Bryan, Ben. Coming up towards the line as the checker flag comes out. The Sussex Trophy has taken victory by Ollie Bryant and Andrew Smith. A brilliant performance from both drivers. Andrew did all the work in the first part. Ollie Bryant's held it together with a huge lead in the second part, opened it up a bit more. He's ended up with fastest lap as well.
And Ollie, who's had plenty of victories here at Goodwood over the years, is absolutely delighted. Every single good result here means a lot to him. And they have, as a family, a wonderful collection of very original cars. And on this occasion, it is the beautiful Lotus Climax 15 that has taken the success. Right, what's going to happen here then? Gordon Shedden is still fighting away. We're looking right now in second place. This is Nigel Greensall. Nigel Greensall, who has shared with John Spears to take the second place. Number 88 takes second place. Nigel Greensall waves as he goes across the line. So that's the battle for second that he took quite comfortably in the end, having got past James Davison, who finishes in third. He's just gone over the line 1.4 seconds behind. Wasn't a big gap between them in the end. But this is the battle. Yeah, here we are. Here's the Shedden versus Scott Malvern battle that we've been watching for quite a few laps now, and it looks like Gordon's going to hold on, but is he going to?
Yeah, it's going to be a brave move down the inside of the final chicane, but Gordon's done it nicely. He's got the car stopped in the middle of Woodcote, got it rotated, got on the gas, got a great exit. This could be a little bit of a drag race to the line, but Gordon Shedden's had the upper hand on that. He got a little bit sideways, but so Scott behind. But it looks like Gordon Shedden will just about hold the place.
That was a wonderful fight between these two. So clean, getting through traffic very efficiently. Well done to Gordon Shedden, because I think the power of the Chevrolet Power car was definitely a little advantage, but then the performance balance of that Mr. Jaguar was working so well through the corners, and it provided us with a very entertaining final part. Bit off the podium, but nonetheless it was great. But up front, it had been such a dominant performance by Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant, and there you are on board as Ollie waves to the crowd.
Yeah, such a great display of driving, and apologies for getting you mixed up with your teammate Ollie. Helmet's looking very similar, but he actually lost fastest lap. It was the Wilson Davison car that snatched fastest lap on the very last lap, just by 1/10 of a second quicker than Ollie Bryant, but he won't mind. I'm sure he won't mind. He comes up to stop on the start-finish straight, still waving to the crowd. A large crowd that still stayed here, so really appreciate that, and what a race they've just witnessed.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance by this crew, and the Lotus Climax has come out on top of the Sussex Trophy, this first race of the weekend. The fantastic car developed by Colin Chapman and the Lotus team that may not have ever won at Le Mans, but it certainly had great sports car success, and it's done it again here at Goodwood. So we've got our first winners of the weekend, haven't we? Because the Sussex Trophy is the first actual race. We've had lots of qualifying, but this World Championship sports car, production sports racing cars, race between 1955 and 1960, have delivered it again. And actually it's 2 years in a row for Ollie with the Lotus Climax 15. Won the race last year. It wasn't the long distance race that we've had today, though. Today we've had this first 1 hour long distance version of this race for 10 years. 2014 was the last time, but he's done it again, so he's taken back-to-back victories in this, a bit like James Cottingham has done in the past between 2021 and 2022. Roger Willis, who was going very well earlier today, he's a former winner of this particular Sussex Trophy as well. But what delight there is as everyone gets together to celebrate and enjoy the fact that they took such a comfortable win. Well done to John Spears and Nigel Greensall, of course, for finishing in second place. That was an extremely well done effort too. And to Roger Wills and James Davison, who finished in third position. And James, well, he had a great time fighting for that second place with Nigel Greensall. It wasn't easy, but James, who came to Goodwood just only a year or two ago, actually, for his first run, but he has got a lot of racing experience in his family as well, and son of the, or grandson of the legendary racer Lex Davidson, and son of a period racer in Formula 5000s, John, and he's had a Whitsun Trophy win here at Goodwood already. So let's get a chance to catch up with these very successful pairings. Let's go down to Ed Foster.
What a race that was. Ollie, why don't you come in? We'll come and catch you both together. Andrew, that was a fantastic opening stint.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was a bit like sort of threading the eye of a needle at the start, but yeah, I managed to get up to, I think, third on the first lap, and then had a good battle with Rog, and then managed to get a bit of a move around the outside, I think, going into No Name. So I really enjoyed it.
It was brilliant. Ollie, I'm not sure you would have believed me if I told you you're going to win a race by 46 seconds.
No, certainly not. Certainly after qualifying where the car was a real struggle in the wet, and we ended up down in 9th place. But Andrew's start was amazing, and yeah, as soon as he got off the line and had some pace in the car, I was hopeful that we'd be able to repeat that in the second half. But yeah, certainly didn't expect that margin. But as far as lonely races go, you know, into the sunset at Goodwood, you know, happy out there enjoying it and driving around. It was fantastic.
Fantastic drive by both of you. Well done. Let's go and find second place, guys. Sorry, we're going to squeeze through here. I can't see. Here's Roger. We've got Nigel here. Nigel. So I'm just going to jump in. I'll come to you in a second, Roger. Where's your teammate, your speedy teammate?
I think he's just signing autographs and everything like that. So no, he's on his way down.
Well, look, a brilliant second stint, closing down Jim in the Lotus. Fewer better places to do it. Going into the dusk at Goodwood.
Oh, it was glorious. I was just looking at the sunset. As I was cruising down the back straight, I was just looking into the sunset and everything like that, seeing the changing colours of the clouds and everything like that. I was like, God, what a wonderful place to be. You know, it just makes you smile every lap. And driving one of these is just wild around here. It really is. So it's just been so much fun.
Well done, Nigel. You shouldn't be looking at the sunset. You should be looking at the tarmac. Right, where are we? We've got Roger and Jim here. Roger, what an absolutely cracking start.
Yeah, brilliant. I saw Ollie in my mirrors and thought, oh, this is going to be a good ding-dong. So, but yeah, I got off the line well. So, yeah, good fun. Great fun.
James, you just wanted a little bit more horsepower to hold off Nigel at the end there.
Yeah, I think horsepower, we were fine. Just we were out of grip, really. But I had a blast today. This is the first time driving the car and meeting Roger just this morning. So, yeah, it was an honour to drive in the Sussex Trophy and great for us as a team to get a podium.
It's a brilliant drive. Well done, guys.
So lovely to hear from them, and a very entertaining parts to that race as well, but a dominant performance by both Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant, who took a win by 46 seconds for the first race of the weekend, the Sussex Trophy. John Spears and Nigel Greensall snatching that second place thanks to Greensall's move on James Davidson, but still very happy to finish in third place and get the final podium in the other Lotus Climax. Lotus Climax were competitive throughout the whole field, as we can see, with the Lister Jaguars as well. The top 10 completed by the Marino Franchitti Nick Padmore Lister Jaguar, the flat iron. That had a good run to hold on to 10th position. Further down the order, Alex Brundle had some good fighting going on with Tom Christensen. The gap between them had opened up a little bit at that point, but Brundle just outside the top 10. Meanwhile, further down the order, we had a number of cars that have done well here at Goodwood in the past, but it didn't quite work out in the wet conditions. The Jaguar D-types were struggling just a little bit more on this occasion. The Kellison Chevrolet, that finished down in 20th place. And then bringing up the back of the field, thankfully we didn't lose more than one car in all of this in the end, I think. Or maybe it was a couple of cars, yeah. I think we lost a couple of cars in the end. The Mayor's car, that also went out. But most of the cars made it to the end and provided us with some good entertainment. So let's take a little look at some of the highlights of the Sussex Trophy, our first race of the weekend. And off the line, it really was a very, very good start by the pole sitter, Rob Hall, who got away quite comfortably, but then the pressures would start to come on in these rather tricky conditions that we were going to have throughout the race.
Yeah, and a fantastic start from our onboard camera on the second row, getting a really good launch down the inside, and battles raged throughout. The number 24, the Willis Davidson car, making its way forward, but here was the Smith and Bryant car, and then we had our first retirement as well, which was Julian Majoub in the number 22, but battles raged throughout, and it was the Bryant and Smith that eventually took the lead fairly early on, around about 7 minutes into the race, and then they both never looked back.
Yeah, that was Andrew Smith who made that great move to take the lead at that point. And as you say, after that, they had control throughout, really, once we got into the pit stops. This was the pit stop, with Andrew Smith then handing over to Ollie Bryant. They're very similar crash helmets, and but it didn't make any difference. They had a good, comfortable lead. We had a few spins, thankfully, no major dramas.
Yeah, nothing, and everyone doing a good job to avoid. And there was the cut across the grass from Ollie Bryant, but he sailed then quickly off into the distance. The number 24 came in, did the pit stop, and then was soon going to be joined by the 88 in that good battle that we had for several laps for second place.
Andre Lotterer was making good ground, but this is what you're talking about, that battle for second place, and Nigel Greensill managed to make it move down the inside.
And then the flame-spitting Costin of Scott Mulvin was chasing down Gordon Shedden, but it was Ollie Bryant, Ben, that took the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew Smith and Ollie Bryant, they dominated that race with a superb victory to take victory in the Sussex Trophy here today.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
What a fantastic day at Goodwood Revival 2024. We had to get the umbrellas out, but that certainly didn't dampen the excitement or the action on track. In fact, I think it demonstrated what talent we've had driving on the track today. These are cars with no modern driver aids, and we've had plenty of close-up shots of the drivers showcasing their car control. So it is a massive congratulations to Ollie Bryant and Andrew Smith, who took the win in a slippy condition race for the Sussex Trophy, the first of the weekend. But that's just been one part of today, the first day of Goodwood Revival. Now, Imi, I'm really excited to speak to you because you've been exploring all the Revive and Thrive area. So I'm excited to hear what's caught your eye and what's been your highlight of today.
Well, it has been truly amazing. We knew it was going to be a celebration of fashion from a bygone era, but actually when I've been there speaking to everyone, they are so connected to the clothes that they are wearing. I've seen a gentleman with his grandfather's pocket watch, a lady who was wearing a coat sewn by her grandmother, and if not that, you know, a suede jacket found from a vintage store in Covent Garden, a 60s hat from Portobello Road. And it's a treasure hunt out there, and people are really making the effort and being authentic. And that's something that you don't quite realize until you're living this experience. And also the rain, but what a positive attitude out there. Everyone dancing in the rain, quite literally, putting their best foot forward, really admirable and looking absolutely excellent.
Yeah, that's lovely to hear, and all the stories that are behind the clothing choices as well. Thanks, Imi. Now, Harry, you've got arguably the best view from the commentary box, would you say?
The windows are tinted, so that does limit it slightly.
Yeah.
It looked pretty gloomy from our commentary box, gloomier than it actually was.
Okay, well, all the screens and all the timing sheets as well, but you must have had a highlight from your day watching all the racing action.
Oh, so much to choose for. Well, first of all, absolutely fuming that I wasn't even nominated for Best Dressed this afternoon. I'll have to try better throughout the rest of the weekend. But it's quite hard to choose out of all the action, but probably go back to the Whitsun Trophy. The first action of that, we saw sports prototypes from the early 60s, 1960 to 1966, and particularly this, actually, especially as the rain was coming down, the McLaren M1B, the Can-Am car, wringing the neck, James Davidson absolutely getting the rear end out, coming through the chicane. Every time he came through that chicane, he got a little bit closer to the wall, and in doing so did end up touching the wall at one point, but we'll call it a kiss. He got away with it, but just seeing how they were able to navigate these cars, and I am also making the case to bring Can-Am back as a championship. It'd be far too expensive, but I'm here for it, so it's just great to see these cars out on circuit.
Yeah, a good choice there, Harry, and what a shot that was. The spray coming up from the cars, it just looks epic. Now, David, you've been stuck with me for the majority of the day, so I'll let you off if you don't say that that's been your highlight. But what's caught your eye today?
Well, I have to say, Ed Foster's outfit to open the show. I mean, that was pretty much my highlight, I have to say. But apart from that, oh, there we go, look at that. I mean, you can't beat that, can you?
Fantastic.
He lost a bet, but it was a great effort. But really, it was those Mayer's Manx, I think. 60th anniversary of Bruce Mayer's creation. How do we start a revival? Well, we started with Polynesian dancers and dune buggies going around the Goodwood circuit. What a way to start. Festive, joyous, amazing. I just thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was a fantastic way to start, and finished with the unveiling of a brand new electric Mayer's Manx, which I thought was really nice nod to the sort of sustainability of the Goodwood revival. So a fantastic way to kick off the weekend. And, you know, who cares about the rain when you've got 60 dune buggies running around the track and dancers? It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think that's probably something that people didn't expect to see at Goodwood Revival, but it was a nice touch to have that summery theme, especially in this weather.
And someone's got to ask you, Grace, it's been a lovely day. We battled through the rain, but what was your highlight?
To me, I think I'm going to pick a two-wheeled option.
Doesn't surprise me.
I was really impressed and possibly not surprised that Davey Todd set the fastest time for the Barry Sheene practice. He is just on fire at the moment as a rider. So he won the senior TT race this year at the Isle of Man. So it's no wonder that he's going really well on two wheels, but particularly on this bike that is nearly 100 years old, to set the fastest time. I think he just did an incredible job with that, and has made me very excited to see what he can do in the race tomorrow, along with the rest of the riders, his fellow TT riders out there, World Superbike, British Superbike riders. He's going to have his work cut out, but we'll see what he can do. And that does bring me on, actually, to the timetable for tomorrow, because I'm very excited to see that Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy race come up. So let's have a look at what time that's on, along with everything else. So, of course, to kick us off for the day, it will be the Mayer's Manx track parade, as David mentioned. We'll see those dune buggies go round the track again at 9 a.m. That will be followed by the Goodwood Trophy race that gets underway at 9:35 a.m, followed by a practice again for the RAC TT celebration at 10:10 a.m, and then the race that I'm looking forward to, the Barry Sheene Memorial Trophy Part 1, will get underway at 11:05 a.m. We will then have the Setrington Cup Part 1, which is the pedal race for our under 10s, which is always a competitive one, not just for the kids, but for the parents as well. So we'll see that get underway at 11:45 a.m. Race 4 is the Fordwater Trophy, which will be at 12:30. Taking us into the afternoon will be another tribute to the great John Surtees. A track parade will commence at 1:50 p.m. Race 5 will be presented by Motul, the Part 1 of St Mary's Trophy at 2:30. Race 6 will be the Madgwick Cup at 3:25 p.m. We'll then see another track parade for that incredible Jaguar XK engine celebrating 75 years at 4:10. And then to finish off the day, we'll have Race 7, the Whitsun Trophy, presented by Sky Cinema, and Race 8, the Sterling Moss Memorial Trophy at 5:35 p.m. It is a jam-packed day of racing. We've seen all the practice and qualifying today with our first race at the end of the day, but the rest of them will get underway tomorrow for Saturday at Goodwood Revival 2024. Make sure you join us back here nice and early for all of the action. It's thank you from all of us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Welcome to the 2024 Goodwood Revival. This is the place to be this weekend if you love all things vintage from the cowboys and cowgirls of the motorsport world.
Yes, we'll have some incredible horsepower on display across the weekend. So buckle up as we bring you the very best sights and sounds from the Wild West of Sussex.
So let's take a look at the schedule for the opening day of Goodwood Revival 2024. The first track parade will be celebrating 60 years of the Manx beach buggies. We definitely need those summer holidays vibes in this wet weather that we're having. So that parade will be kicking off shortly at 9 a.m. before practice gets underway for all the races ahead this weekend. The first practice will be the Sussex Trophy at 9:30 a.m. Then the motorbikes will see their first practice session for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy kicking off at 10:20. Then it will be the Goodwood Trophy practice at 11:05 before another track parade paying tribute to the great John Surtees. That will definitely be incredible at 11:40 a.m. Practice then continues with the Fordwater Trophy at 12:05. Before the first part of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul at 12:35. We've then got several practice sessions coming up after that for the Madgwick Cup, the Whitsun Trophy presented by Sky Cinema, the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy and the Earl of March Trophy practice at 2:50. We'll then see another track parade celebrating 75 years of that incredible Jaguar XK engine. That is sure to be a treat for loads of Jaguar fans around the Goodwood Revival site, so make sure you catch that. And then practice will continue into the late afternoon with the Richmond and Gordon trophies, the RAC TT Celebration, the Glover Trophy, Freddie March Memorial Trophy, and the final practice session will be part 2 of the St Mary's Trophy presented by Motul at 5:50. Then to finish off the first day, we have our first race, the Sussex Trophy, which will take to the line at 6:30 p.m. Well, what a treat we've got in store today. I'm joined by David Green. Looking at that list there, we've got tons of practice, tons of track action to look forward to, but that's just one part of Goodwood Revival. There's so much going on around the site. What are you looking forward to today, David?
I'm looking forward to everything as usual. I've just got here. I'm excited, as is everybody else. It's very much the highlight of the UK, if not the world's motorsport calendar this weekend. You know, I just walked through the paddock and I saw a lineup of Aston Martin DB4 GTs. They'll be racing in the Stirling Moss Memorial Trophy this weekend. But for today, I'm really looking forward to that first race you mentioned, the Sussex Trophy, for cars between 55 and 60. And already we're going to see those cars racing into the night at 6:30 at night. It's a 1-hour race, 2 drivers, and you will already see the likes of Tom Christensen, Andre Lotter, Gordon Shedden, these motoring greats trying their hand at the older cars. I know you're into the bikes, Grace, as well. Have you had a chance to look around the paddock yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've painted the picture beautifully for that. It's going to be glorious tonight. But yes, I have had a quick look around the paddock, and for me, I'm very much excited about the 2 wheels. So I'm going to look forward to seeing the bikes go round for their practice for the Barry Sheen Memorial Trophy. They're all lined up getting ready. There'll be World Superbike champions there, TT riders, lots to look forward to. But just being here and seeing the sights and sounds of Goodwood Revival getting ready is definitely getting me excited. And someone else that I'm sure will be excited is down on the grid now, and you definitely won't miss him when you see what he's wearing. Ed Foster, over to you. Tell us a bit more about your outfit and what you're doing down there.
Well, thank you very much. This is a little different for me. I'm usually in a suit. I've got to admit, I lost a bet. However, there is a reason for this. At the moment, I have a couple of Polynesian dancers behind me, but we are going to have the Manx beach buggies coming out. So for that, I thought I'd dress up. And I know it is more Southport than South Beach, Florida. And these, last time you saw legs like these, they were sticking out the bottom of a bird's nest. However, when we have Manx cars, I should hopefully be able to do a wander about the cars and tell you all about them. They were the dune buggy of the 1960s, and they were so successful in dune racing. Some fantastic cars. We've got the prototype. We've got the one that Steve McQueen drove in the Thomas Crown Affair. So we've got some absolutely fantastic machinery. But for now, it's just myself standing on a wet Sussex track with the 2 Polynesian dancers. Come back to me in a bit, and we'll go around the beach buggies.
Isn't he a ray of sunshine down there? It's lovely to see what he's wearing shining through, especially with this grey weather, but it's certainly not dampening people's spirits. It's great to see all the different outfits and get-ups. So tell us a bit about what you're wearing, David. Well, let's talk a bit of fashion.
Well, I look a bit drab compared to Ed. great to have Ed back, by the way. He had a baby. Well, he didn't have his baby. His wife had a baby at Festival of Speed, so lovely to have him back. What he doesn't realise is I've got his bag with his change of clothes in. So
yeah, we need to find out a bit more about that.
I'm a little bit more somber, but I've been really looking forward to looking at those Mayhem Manx. 60 years of those cars celebrated here on track, and we'll be seeing tons of them going around for the parade early in the morning. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we need to find out a bit more about this bet that he's lost. I hope he stays warm wearing those shorts and shirt. But for now, we'll get up to our commentary box, who will be talking over that very first parade lap and checking out those Myers Manx buggies.
Well, we're thoroughly looking forward to getting everything going here today. And, of course, the beach buggies is going to be a great start to the day, Bruce. We don't quite have the sunshine, as we've just seen.
Look, it's something new, it's something different, and these are the cars. I really got into Americana when I was a child, and I was sort of torn between the NASCARs, but the other end of the spectrum was the dune buggies. Beach buggy, dune buggy. I think we fall on the side of dune buggy in terms of description, but the assembly, we must have about 60 different shapes and sizes. And it's going to run on from here as well, because one's being flown in, delivered here, and it's going to be launched at Earl's Court, our own motor show.
It's going to be wonderful to see them coming out there. I headed down there just a little while ago, chatted to a few of them. There's some wonderful shows, all part of Goodwood, though, going on already.
Well, yesterday they had the annual match, but because it was raining so heavily, they had to play inside Goodwood House. Mind the Canaletto, but here it's a little safer out on the banking. But beware, the grass is wet, gentlemen. But how's that?
Indeed, it is a little damp out there, but nevertheless, it's still fun. And of course, for the beach buggies, they were all covered up over the night, protected from the rain, because once they come out, there's not a lot of protection from the rain, even though a lot of them have got some sort of hood on. But of course, many of them were designed to be fully open and to have fun on a beach. They don't get on the beaches very often in this country anymore, but they are going to thoroughly enjoy the parade today.
No, absolutely so. And they weren't just things to have fun with on the dunes. They were also very, very competitive. Now we're getting our first sight, and Baja, just that spur of Mexico, just south of California, is where they were in their absolute pomp. But it was then on the beaches of California that these dune buggies really settled in well. But look, we've got some over from Germany. Yeah. This is something about Goodwood. They bring the great and good from all over. And can you imagine how long some of these owners have had these Meyer Manx buggies? And why are they called Manx, Ben? Do you have an answer?
Yes, it's all about the man that started it all off. Bruce Myers was the Californian who came up with the idea. He wasn't the only one who came up with the idea, but he came up with the idea of creating beach buggies. There were one or two other manufacturers who were sort of thinking of it, but he came up with this brilliant plan of basically taking a VW Beetle and turning it into a beach buggy. Yeah, so when you're looking at these, look at the front suspension, for example. That's right off a VW Beetle. So's the rear suspension, but the chassis shortened by, well, about 15 inches or so. For most of them, we've got a few long wheelbase ones, but most of them are these lovely little short wheelbase machines.
They are, and also the images I remember as a child was them sort of leaping over sand dunes, and I think various films they had. We've got the one from the Thomas Crown affair. We'll try and pick that one out of the crowd, but they just lived with that culture of California in the 60s going into the 70s, and then I don't know how many they sold in all, but it was a